Chapter 251, a reassuring figure for modern people. After taking his first step, Eric found that the ground beneath his feet was not what he had imagined. After days of shelling from both sides, coupled with a heavy rain, the area between the two trenches had become a viscous swamp, filled with body parts, shrapnel, and dirty blood. Every step he took was like a tug-of-war with death. The vast field grey skirmish line thus leaped out of the trench, rushing fearlessly towards the Gaul positions hundreds of meters away. The thin morning mist provided some cover for Eric and their charge. But only a little. As they left the trench, charged over 100 meters, and approached the barbed wire which had several openings blown into it, the da-da-da-da of machine gun fire erupted from the trenches ahead. Almost instantly, the fellow countryman running beside Eric was hit as if by an invisible giant hammer, his whole body jolted, then he softly fell into a shell crater, splashing mud and a dark red hue. Eric, on the other side, had no time to think, instinctively throwing himself to the ground. Bullets whizzed over his head, splattering mud all around. He saw the Saxon soldiers nearby who hadn't managed to lie down, falling one by one from left to right under the machine gun's sweep. The surviving soldiers either jumped into shell craters nearby or lay in the mud like him. A muffled thud suddenly sounded beside Eric, and he turned his head to see a mangled corpse lying by the barbed wire. That was another soldier from his platoon, the one who had just been talking about the training assault battalion in the trench, trying to ease everyone's tension. At the same time, behind Eric, heavy footsteps sounded, and several Siegfried Type 1 armored knights also charged forward. Because their mechanical feet had a relatively small contact area compared to their bodies, they were severely restricted in this muddy terrain. These steel giants easily got stuck in mud pits and needed to be freed, so they couldn't keep up with the infantry immediately. But no matter what, at least at this moment when the infantry needed them most, these Teutonic Order armored knights arrived. The tall steel giants quickly overtook the skirmish line, then used their huge shields and torsos to block in front of the infantry, covering them as they got up from the ground and further approached the Gaul positions. However, this coordinated advance did not last long, and the figures of Gaul armored knights also appeared in the smoke. Upon discovering these counterattack enemies, the Teutonic Order armored knights immediately charged forward and engaged them in close combat, but the muddy and slippery ground made both sides' movements somewhat sluggish. Large-scale battles between armored knights were rare, but Eric had no mind to appreciate this battle at the moment. "Don't stop!" he roared at himself, holding his .98 rifle and continuing to charge forward. As far as his eyes could see, it was a surreal scene. Invisible bullets constantly shot out from the smoke, taking lives, and figures flickered in and out of the fire and smoke, like twisted specters. And the sky above this battlefield had turned dark orange. This was not due to any problem with Eric's vision. The explosions of countless shells projected massive amounts of soil, dust, and gunpowder residue into the air. At the same time, burning trees or other burning materials would produce dense smoke. These suspended particulate matters would scatter and absorb the shorter wavelength blue and green light in the sunlight. The light that could penetrate this filter and reach the ground was mainly the longer wavelength red and orange light. When these lights mixed with the thick smoke and dust at low altitudes, they would form a turbid, oppressive dark orange or blood red color. In fact, the heavily polluted Ruhr industrial area also showed such a scene during sunrise and sunset. Eric had even talked about related content to students in class. However, at this moment, his mind was already blank, with only one thought left in his heart. Survive. It was at this moment that Eric saw the training assault battalion soldiers who had entered the trench with them yesterday. These soldiers, starting from an unknown location, were now completely dozens of meters ahead of Eric and his comrades, as if they had sprung from the ground. They skillfully used shell craters to advance, and when they encountered undestroyed barbed wire, someone would directly lay large wooden boards over it, allowing others to pass quickly. And in some shell craters, a peculiar weapon resembling a cannon could also be seen. However, it was much smaller than the cannons Eric knew, its muzzle was almost vertically pointed towards the sky, and it fired extremely fast. With bang-bang sounds, shell after shell was fired. And as explosions continuously rang out, the few remaining machine gun positions on the Gaul positions gradually fell silent. At this time, these training assault battalion soldiers had already rushed to the edge of the Gaul trench, and the sound of gunfire and grenade explosions in their location became even more dense. Eric, whose gaze was drawn by the training assault battalion soldiers, suddenly felt his foot slip as he ran, as if he had stepped on something soft. He looked down and saw a severed hand. A rifle was still tightly clutched in this pale hand, perhaps a corpse left by the attacking troops yesterday. Eric felt a surge of nausea in his stomach, but he could no longer vomit anything. The hundreds of meters between the trenches of the two opposing sides seemed endless, and Eric and his comrades didn't know how long they had been running. They mechanically mimicked the movements of the training assault battalion soldiers, constantly advancing with the cover of shell craters, as if only by following this mysterious unit could he feel a slight sense of security. Finally, they approached the edge of the Gauls' first trench. Using the height advantage, he could see a black-skinned, blue-uniformed Gaul soldier raising his head from the trench. His rifle seemed to have just run out of ammunition, and now, upon seeing Eric, his face was filled with terror. Eric barely hesitated, shouting as he jumped into the trench and lunged downward with his bayonet. The sharp tip of the bayonet pierced the enemy's chest. He first felt a resistance, then warm liquid sprayed onto his hand. The black soldier's eyes widened, a gurgling sound came from his throat, and he fell. Around Eric, more and more Saxon soldiers also jumped into the trench. And the battle immediately entered an even more brutal phase of hand-to-hand combat. The muffled thuds of rifle butts smashing, the crunch of entrenching tools cutting into bone, the wails of the dying, and the roars of the victors intertwined. Eric pulled out his bayonet, leaned against the damp, cold parapet and gasped violently. His world was reduced to these few meters of blood-stained trench before him. He had succeeded, he had survived the first wave of the charge and entered the enemy's trench. But as he looked around, he also realized that too many familiar faces from his company were missing. After a few breaths, Eric followed his comrades, continuing to attack deeper into the Gaul trench, trying to reach the Gaul's second line of defense through the communication trench. This was also the order they received from their captain before the attack. But he hadn't run many steps before he collided head-on with a tall, black soldier. The opponent roared and fiercely smashed his rifle butt, which had not yet been bayoneted, onto Eric's shoulder blade, the excruciating pain nearly making him faint. He staggered, enduring the pain, trying to attack the opponent with his bayonet, but his foot slipped, and he fell backward into the mud and water. The black soldier, seizing the opportunity, raised his rifle with a ferocious expression, ejected the spent casing, aimed at Eric's chest, and prepared to fire. Tat-tat-tat. A crisp, continuous burst of submachine gun fire erupted from the trench corner, and the black soldier's body jerked violently like a broken puppet, then softly collapsed. Eric looked on, still shaken, only to see several training assault battalion soldiers appear like reapers at the end of the trench. The captain who had fired had cold, sharp eyes and a very young face just like one of his students back home. The other party casually picked him up as he passed. "Soldier, don't stop, keep attacking." Eric was still dazed when the young captain picked him up. The sharp pain in his shoulder and the dazed feeling of surviving a close call mixed together, causing his brain to temporarily freeze. A cold and clear command pierced his ears, making him shiver. He looked at the young-faced captain before him, who looked like his own student, but found the other's gaze so sharp that it didn't seem to belong to someone of that age. Private Eric subconsciously nodded, gripped his rifle, and followed these training assault battalion soldiers deeper into the trench. He then witnessed what true trench clearing was like. These training assault battalion soldiers, with many legends surrounding them, cooperated seamlessly. One extended a submachine gun and fired towards the communication trench corner, while another skillfully pulled out a grenade, removed the pin, paused briefly, then threw it into the trench ahead. Boom! The blast wave, mixed with dirt and debris, rushed towards them, and Eric could even hear distant screams. Before the smoke dissipated, the soldier who had thrown the grenade and another soldier darted out, pulling the triggers towards the depths of the trench. The soldier who had just provided suppressing fire then took the opportunity to replace his magazine. Tat-tat-tat-tat. After a long string of short, powerful gunshots came from deep within the communication trench, there was no further movement ahead. But this trench built by the Gaul was like a maze, you never knew where new enemies would suddenly appear. And as they were about to attack the second trench along the communication trench, Eric and his comrades were once again suppressed by fierce firepower. The continuous and heavy gunfire sounded as if the Gaul had directly moved heavy machine guns into the communication trench. "Enemy strongpoint ahead, clear it quickly." The young captain spoke again, his voice calm and exceptionally clear amidst the chaotic battlefield. Soon, two training assault battalion soldiers caught up from behind. As they passed Eric, he saw that they were carrying heavy metal canisters on their backs, and each held a strangely shaped nozzle. The two flamethrower operators didn't hesitate. One stepped forward, leaned his body against the trench wall, and extended his nozzle. The next second, an angry fire dragon roared out. The orange-red viscous liquid instantly covered that dozen-meter-long section of the trench, and flames surged, turning everything into charcoal. Screams more piercing than gunfire and artillery tore through the battlefield. The sound was not human, but more like the final wail of some creature enduring extreme pain. Chapter 252, Blocked. An indescribable stench of burning flesh quickly permeated the air, overpowering the thick smell of gunpowder and blood, making Eric gag. He watched in horror as the burning trench, where Gaul soldiers twisted and struggled in the flames, eventually turning into human torches emitting black smoke. This was war. The training assault battalion soldiers around him, however, seemed oblivious to it, advancing irresistibly into the trench's depths in small groups of a few men, providing covering fire for each other. They utilized automatic weapons, grenades, and flamethrowers. More and more Saxon soldiers who had rushed into the first trench were also infected by this momentum. They no longer appeared bewildered as before but spontaneously followed behind these reliable figures, providing flank cover and clearing out remaining resistance. Eric mechanically followed the flow of people, occasionally firing at an appearing enemy, or in terror, dispatching a stubbornly resisting foe with his bayonet. His brain had ceased to think, leaving only the most primitive instincts of survival and forward momentum. Meanwhile, on the muddy ground outside the trench, the battle also entered a white-hot stage. Several Siegfried Type 1 armored knights, after dealing with their initial opponents, continued towards the Gaul's second line of defense. But they quickly encountered new enemies. Several armored knights, painted blue and with a more ancient and elegant design, charged out from behind the Gaul's positions. On their breastplates, a prominent multi-cross emblem was engraved composed of a large cross in the center and four smaller crosses surrounding it. "It's the Knights Templar." A Teutonic knight issued a warning to his comrades through a loudspeaker. Unlike the Order of the Garter and Knights Templar active in the colonies, the Knights Templar, apart from a squadron guarding the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, more often played the role of Gaul's domestic strategic reserve and garrison force. The knights stationed at the Paris headquarters were mostly veterans transferred back from the colonies, although older and perhaps not as quick-reacting as younger men, their combat experience was incredibly rich. To block the Saxon offensive, they were also deployed to the Creole front to counter the Saxons' Teutonic Order. These experienced Knights Templar, knowing that the Teutonic Knights possessed some kind of great weapon, did not choose to confront them head-on. Instead, they used the muddy terrain and shell craters to continuously maneuver around the Siegfried Type 1. Soon, a Teutonic Knight, eager to charge, accidentally got his mechanical foot stuck in a large shell crater. Almost simultaneously, 2 Charlemagne Type 2 armored knights of the Knights Templar outflanked him from both the left and right directions. The extremely retro enchanted knight lances in their hands did not aim at the sturdy frontal armor but at the relatively weaker leg joints and sides of the Siegfried Type 1. Watch out! Another Teutonic Knight roared, trying to provide support, but his opponent held him tightly, preventing him from breaking free. The battle quickly reached a stalemate. Due to many Teutonic Knights having already expended their attached concentrated armor-piercing weapons in previous battles, and the difficulty of rapid resupply during the trench breakthrough, they found themselves unable to gain any advantage against these seasoned opponents. The steel giants of both sides fought clumsily yet lethally in the mud, with the clang of metal and the roar of engines intertwined. Everyone wanted to quickly eliminate their opponent to open a path to victory for their infantry. Within the trench, Eric had followed the assault squad led by Morin and successfully penetrated the Gauls' second line of defense. The resistance here was even more tenacious than in the first line. Gaul soldiers, relying on more complex fortifications, launched counter-charges again and again, fiercely retaliating. A Saxon soldier, leaning out to shoot, was hit in the head by a bullet from an unknown direction, his spiked helmet was instantly blown off, and he fell backward, stiff, never to stir again. Morin glanced at the fallen soldier, showing no emotion, only calmly casting mage armor on himself before charging directly around the trench corner. A large amount of firepower was drawn to him, but all of it was blocked in blue sparks. Eric and his comrades, without marveling at Morin's actions, instinctively followed the training assault battalion soldiers, rushing forward as the line of fire was drawn away. The MP-14 submachine gun's firepower formed a barrage, knocking down Gaul soldiers in the trench one by one. Immediately after, several grenades were accurately thrown into the deeper parts of the trench. Following a series of explosions and dense gunfire, these stubbornly resisting Gaul soldiers were all annihilated. Morin, with the 1st Company soldiers and surrounding friendly forces, successfully tore open a gap in the second trench and secured their foothold. As the training assault battalion's first battle after arriving at the Creole front, Morin did not commit the entire battalion to the fight but instead led the 1st Company in a probing participation in today's offensive. They had quietly left the trenches last night, then, using the cover of shell craters, crawled on all fours to a position close enough to the Gauls' trenches, further concealing themselves with more craters. After the last shell landed in today's artillery preparation, even before the charge whistle sounded from the rear, Morin and the 1st Company soldiers had already launched their attack, quickly taking out several exposed strongpoints. Otherwise, the casualties for Saxon soldiers in this morning's attack might have been even greater. However, before Morin and his men, who had just occupied this section of the trench, could catch their breath, a more ferocious counterattack from the Gaul followed. Morin heard a series of clang-clang bell sounds from the third trench, and then more and more Gaul soldiers surged out from the deeper third trench like a tide, launching a desperate charge. The enemy is counterattacking. Hold this position. A Saxon lieutenant who had rushed to link up nearby shouted hoarsely. Eric and the other surviving ordinary soldiers, organized by the training assault battalion soldiers, quickly utilized the newly captured fortifications to construct a temporary defensive line. He continuously shot, pulled the bolt, ejected the casing, loaded, aimed, and fired. He had repeated this set of actions countless times, making it as natural as breathing. One after another, charging Gaul soldiers fell under his gun, and his comrades around him were constantly dwindling, but the Gauls' attack showed no signs of stopping. The battle entered its most brutal attrition phase. But these Saxon soldiers who had penetrated the enemy's trenches clearly could not out-attrition the enemy. Morin leaned against the corner of the trench, rapidly changing the magazine of his MP-14. He glanced at the system map, and his brows furrowed tightly. On the map, the unit markers representing their side, only his 1st Company and a small number of friendly forces, were deeply wedged like a wedge into the red area representing the Gauls' trenches. Around them, the blue arrows in other directions had not only failed to follow up but were slowly retreating. Clearly, except for their direction, the attacks of the other main assault units had been pushed back by the Gauls' fierce counterattack. Their small unit had formed a very dangerous salient. What made his heart sink even more was that the map showed several red diamond markers representing enemy armored knights moving rapidly towards their direction. Meanwhile, their Siegfried Type 1s were still struggling in the mud with the Knights Templar machines, completely unable to break away. If the fight continued, their company, along with several hundred accompanying infantrymen, would likely be encircled by the Gaul. No more advancement. Morin quickly made a judgment in his mind. The objective of this attack could no longer be achieved, continuing to fight stubbornly here would only increase needless casualties, with no other meaning. And for the training assault battalion's probing attack, they had already gathered sufficient intelligence. Morin decisively gave the order to retreat to Klaus beside him. Klaus, relay the order to cease the attack, we're pulling back. Yes, battalion commander. Klaus nodded, quickly pulling over 2 orderlies who were nearby. Inform everyone, platoons to retreat alternately. Bring all the wounded. Retreat. The lieutenant officer from the 42nd Infantry Regiment who had rushed to link up showed an incredulous expression upon hearing the order. Captain. We've worked so hard to get here. Just a little more effort, and we can break through their third line of defense. The lieutenant's eyes were bloodshot, and he appeared very agitated. Look around you, Lieutenant. Morin was not affected by the other party's emotions and calmly said. Our flanks are completely exposed. The enemy's armored knights are flanking us. Your so-called little more effort means leading the remaining men to their deaths, doesn't it? The lieutenant looked in the direction Morin pointed and only then realized that the gunfire in the trenches on both sides had slowly ceased, and their friendly forces had long disappeared. The cold reality instantly sobered him, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Listen to my command, Lieutenant. Morin heavily patted his shoulder and said in a deep voice. Now, have your soldiers follow my men, providing covering fire alternately, we still have a chance to retreat. Yes, sir. The lieutenant hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose to obey. Although Morin was not his direct superior, the reputation of the training assault battalion and the astonishing combat power he had just displayed made him instinctively obey the other party's orders at this critical juncture. Soon, the retreat order was quickly relayed. The training assault battalion soldiers immediately demonstrated extremely high tactical proficiency. Operating in squads, they used precise bursts and short bursts from submachine guns to firmly suppress the Gauls' counterattack, creating opportunities for retreating friendly forces. And those soldiers of the 42nd Infantry Regiment who had just been fighting to the death, upon receiving the clear retreat order, also quickly sprang into action, supporting the wounded and, under the cover of the training assault battalion soldiers, began to orderly transfer to the first trench in the rear. Eric was among the retreating crowd. He supported a fellow villager who had been shot in the leg, trudging through the muddy and corpse-strewn trench, moving backward with difficulty. A bullet whistled past his ear, the gust of wind sending a chill down his neck. He instinctively ducked his head but dared not pause his steps for a moment. He knew that the training assault battalion soldiers behind them were constructing an impregnable barrier for them. The MG-14 light machine gun emitted a steady and rhythmic roar, each roar caused a swath of charging Gaul soldiers to fall. When they successfully retreated to the Gauls' first trench, Morin had already directed several soldiers to pile all the military explosives they carried at the entrances of several communication trenches connecting the front and rear positions. Everyone, fall back. Prepare to detonate. Morin ordered loudly. The Saxon soldiers evacuated those sections of communication trenches as quickly as possible. As one of the training assault battalion soldiers beside Morin lit the fuse, a series of earth-shattering explosions soon followed. Boom. 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 The ground trembled violently, and huge columns of smoke rose into the sky. Those meticulously dug communication trenches by the Gaul were instantly blown apart in several sections, and rolling earth and rocks completely blocked the trenches. The pursuing Gaul soldiers had their path cut off by the sudden explosion. They tried to climb onto the trench but were immediately shot down by bullets from an unknown direction. Well done. The lieutenant from the 42nd Regiment excitedly punched his palm. This demolition, at least, would buy them a precious 10 to 15 minutes of retreat time before the Gaul could dig open the passage again. Morin ignored his excitement, calmly directing the last batch of rearguard soldiers to withdraw from the Gauls' first trench and retreat towards their own positions. The path of retreat was also fraught with danger, as the Gauls' artillery deployed further back was also firing in their direction, forcing the soldiers to use shell craters as cover and crawl forward at maximum speed. When Eric felt his lungs were about to burst, he finally used all his strength, dragging the wounded man, and tumbled into their own trench. His taut nerves finally relaxed, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. He had survived, crawled back from hell. He looked around. Of the platoon of brothers who had set out, less than a third were still standing. Not far away, Morin also jumped into the trench with the 1st Company soldiers. His uniform was also covered in mud and blood, but his overall condition was much better than the others. Morin glanced at the heavily damaged positions around him, then looked back at the smoke-shrouded Gauls' defensive line in the distance, slowly shaking his head and muttering in a voice only he could hear. This battle isn't right. The artillery extension isn't enough, and it hasn't covered the Gauls' reserve assembly areas. The distance to charge out of the trench is also too long. By the time the main force charges halfway, the Gaul will have already climbed out of the trench to attack. The interval between artillery preparation and infantry charge needs to be shorter. Chapter 253, The Commencement of Armor vs. Projectile Warfare. After retreating to his own trenches, the first thing Morin did was instruct Klaus to notify the troops. The 1st Company of the Training Assault Battalion was temporarily to withdraw from the battle sequence, rest in place, and await his new orders. Are you kidding me? He clearly knew that the 1st Army Group's current tactic for assaulting the enemy trenches was simply human wave attacks, so why would he send his own soldiers up to die? If he did that, he wouldn't be worthy of being a battalion commander. The fine young men of the Training Assault Battalion were all treasures he had personally trained, losing even one would cause him heartache for a long time. Klaus, go call the commanders of the other 3 companies, as well as Kleist and Manstein. Morin instructed, wringing the mud and water from the hem of his uniform. Later, tell them about the situation during today's assault. The Gaul positions are much tougher than we anticipated. Make sure they understand that. I need to make a trip to the 1st Army Group headquarters. Yes, Battalion Commander. Klaus acknowledged the order and turned to relay the command. Morin himself prepared to head to the 1st Army Group headquarters. He needed to find General Mackensen and clearly explain the true frontline situation and his own ideas face to face. Since that relationship existed, he might as well use it. It was better than letting the Training Assault Battalion and the soldiers of the 1st Army Group continue to die pointlessly in the mud of Creel. He walked along the communication trench towards the rear. The muddy, waterlogged ditch was packed with wounded men and retreating soldiers. The air was thick with the smell of blood, gunpowder, and an atmosphere named despair. So this is trench warfare. Morin had just walked out of the last trench along the long communication ditch, and before he could find a vehicle to the rear, a Mercedes Type 1913 staff car screeched to a halt in front of him. Judging by the number on the car door, it seemed to be a vehicle belonging to the Army Group headquarters. The door opened, and a young liaison officer jumped out of the passenger seat. Seeing Morin, who was covered in mud, he paused for a moment, then an expression of surprised delight appeared on his face. "Excuse me, are you Captain Friedrich Morin?" "I am." Morin was slightly puzzled. How had someone from the Army Group headquarters managed to find him here? "That's excellent. Captain Mullen, General Mackensen wishes to see you. Please come with me to headquarters immediately." The liaison officer's tone was urgent. Morin was even more perplexed. He had been preparing to go see General Mackensen, but the general had sent someone to find him first? Perfect, I was already planning to see the general. Morin didn't ask further, pulling open the car door and getting in. The driver glanced at Morin's muddy trousers, sighed, and said nothing. The car started and sped toward the rear along the bumpy dirt road. The 1st Army Group headquarters was set up in a temporary camp approximately 12 kilometers from the front line. The liaison officer in the car seemed to be very adept socially. He chatted actively with Morin the whole way but maintained a careful sense of propriety. He began by complimenting the training assault battalion's heroic performance in previous battles, saying their deeds had spread throughout headquarters. Then, he appropriately asked some questions about the new weapons, but carefully avoided touching on core secrets. "Captain, I hear the automatic weapons equipped by your battalion are especially effective in close quarters combat." "They're all right. They just fire a bit faster, and they use up ammunition quickly too," Morin replied casually. "It's more than just a bit faster." The officer chuckled. "I heard the returning soldiers say that you fight as if you are hosing down city streets. The Gauls and Britannias in the street fighting can't even raise their heads. It's truly incredible." Morin sighed inwardly. For this man to be a liaison officer at Army Group headquarters at such a young age, he clearly had skills. His art of conversation was far beyond that of the average person. He could make you feel comfortable without making you think he was deliberately flattering you, and he could still glean information he wanted to know. And they say Westerners lack social finesse? Chatting along the way, the car quickly arrived at the camp housing the 1st Army Group's temporary headquarters. The area was heavily guarded, filled with bustling staff officers and orderlies, creating a tense and busy atmosphere. The liaison officer led Morin through several tents, finally stopping in front of the largest marquee. "Captain, the General and Grand Master Fortis are waiting for you inside." "Grand Master Fortis?" Morin's heart stirred, and he realized the officer must be referring to the Grand Master of the Teutonic Order. Harboring a trace of doubt, he tidied his less-than-clean uniform and followed the liaison officer into the marquee. The light inside the marquee was dim, supplemented by several oil lamps. A huge map was spread across the field table in the center. General Mackensen was standing in front of the map, his back to the entrance. Beside him stood a woman with a tall, upright posture. As soon as Morin entered, his gaze was involuntarily drawn to the woman. She had dazzling blonde hair that seemed to burn under the light of the glow crystal oil lamps. She was astonishingly tall, nearly the same height as him, a man of 1 m. She wore a well-fitted standard Teutonic knight uniform. The tight-fitting material outlined a powerful physique. This was not the muscled Barbie look Morin had seen in his previous life, but a more balanced, restrained, and coiled power, like a leopard ready to spring. Morin had no doubt that if she landed a punch on his stomach, he would probably be lying on the ground for a while. "General, Grand Master." Morin retracted his gaze, stood straight, and gave both of them a standard Saxon military salute. Mackensen turned around. Seeing Morin, the sternness on his face softened slightly, a rare sight. "Captain Mullen, you have arrived." He gestured to the blonde female knight beside him and introduced her. "This is the Grand Master of the Teutonic Order, Her Excellency Liania von Fortis." It was her, indeed. Morin thought internally that Lieutenant Colonel Ludwig's descriptions had not been exaggerated. This Grand Master of the Teutonic Order truly was a dazzling golden lion whom one dared not look at directly. "Your Excellency, Grand Master." Morin immediately turned back to Liania and saluted again. "Captain Mullen, I have long heard of your reputation." Liania smiled and nodded at him. Her voice was clear and pleasant, carrying a unique magnetism. "Lieutenant Colonel Ludwig has often mentioned you within the order, calling you a military genius that Saxon sees only once in a century. The Grand Master flatters me." Ludwig was just joking, Morin replied with a modest smile. He didn't sound like he was joking. Liania's gaze scrutinized Morin, her eyes so sharp they seemed capable of seeing through people's thoughts. "Many people in the order, including myself, are very curious about you. We just haven't had the chance to meet until now." After the brief pleasantries, the atmosphere in the marquee turned serious again. General Mackensen pointed to the map on the table, his face clouding over again. Before Morin could even mention the frontline assault, the general dropped a bombshell. "Morin. We have encountered a very tricky problem." He picked up a telegram and handed it to Morin. "Read this yourself. It is highly likely that the Britannias have captured a complete, intact set of our shaped charge armor-piercing weapon." Morin took the telegram and quickly scanned it. The content of the telegram was concise, describing how a patrol consisting of an infantry battalion and 3 Siegfried Type 1 armored knights on the rear supply line was ambushed by an elite Britannia unit disguised as guerrillas. The result was tragic. The infantry battalion suffered heavy losses, the 3 armored knights were immobilized, and their pilots were brutally murdered. Furthermore, the new weapons they were carrying, an armor-piercing warhammer and an armor-piercing long spear, had likely fallen into enemy hands completely intact. After reading the telegram, Morin was silent for a moment. To be honest, he wasn't particularly surprised by this. In his view, once any weapon entered the battlefield, its defenses being breached or its capture by the enemy was inevitable, merely a matter of time. Once put into combat, no weapon in this world could remain secret forever. However, he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. The shaped charge armor-piercing round was currently a devastating weapon, holding a nearly overwhelming advantage in confrontations between armored knights. The fact that the Saxon Empire's forces had advanced so quickly to the gates of Paris was certainly due in no small part to the Teutonic Order using this weapon to can open the armored knights of the Britannias and Gauls on the main battlefield. But the fact that the Britannias obtained a sample this early was somewhat surprising and definitely troublesome. As if sensing Morin's thoughts, Grand Master Liania spoke. Her voice was cold and carried suppressed anger. Captain Morin, this was not a chance encounter but a carefully planned ambush. According to the surviving infantry, the Britannias deployed an armored knight model that had not been seen before. Their objective was clear from the start, they came specifically for our shaped charge armor-piercing weapon. It seems they were truly terrified by this thing, Morin nodded knowingly. For the habitually arrogant Britannias to lower themselves to use such methods to acquire technology was proof of the psychological trauma and actual losses the shaped charge armor-piercing round had inflicted on them. Wait, considering the Britannias' shamelessness, this was actually reasonable. The problem now is that they succeeded. General Mackenson's voice held deep worry. Morin, you are the inventor of this device, so you know its technical principles best. Given the Britannia's technological capabilities, if they take the complete weapon and reverse engineer it, how long will it likely take? This was the most crucial question. Liania's gaze was also fixed tightly on Morin. This Golden Lion Grand Master clearly understood the gravity of the situation. Morin pondered for a moment, quickly reviewing the structure of the shaped charge armor-piercing round in his mind. General, Your Excellency Grand Master, truthfully, the situation might be even less optimistic than you imagine. He organized his words, trying to explain in a way they could understand. The core principle of the shaped charge armor-piercing round, which the Imperial Academy of Sciences named the Morin effect, is not complicated in itself. Furthermore, I designed the projectile body to be very simple for emergency use. The only difficult or precision component is the magical spark detonation fuse at the tip of the warhead. The purpose of this fuse is to ensure the shaped charge armor-piercing round detonates the internal explosive synchronously, allowing the metallic jet to achieve maximum penetration depth, but... Morin paused, observing their increasingly solemn expressions, and continued. The technical complexity of this component is absolutely no problem for the Britannias, whose level of magical industrial technology is higher than that of the Saxon Empire. Therefore, given that they have captured an intact sample and can perform a one-to-one replication. Morin provided an answer that caused both of them to gasp sharply. At the fastest, it might only take a few days for them to produce their own version. Only a few days. Mackenson and Liania exclaimed almost simultaneously. They had considered many possibilities, a month, or even 2 months. But they never dreamed that the unit of time would be days. How could it be so fast? Liania's tone was filled with disbelief. Because this device was originally rushed into production by me in Seville as an emergency measure. Its structure was simplified to the maximum extent, with simplicity, reliability, and rapid manufacturing as the primary principles, Morin explained. At the same time, he added mentally, the hardest part of the shaped charge armor-piercing round was never the projectile body itself, but how to deliver it to the target stably and accurately. Now that the most difficult delivery step had been skipped, allowing armored knights to simply stab people with a large polearm, there was naturally little technical complexity involved. It was like he had handed the Britannias the answer key to an open book exam, all they had to do was copy it verbatim. Hearing Morin's explanation, Mackenson and Liania exchanged a look, both seeing deep shock and gravity in the other's eyes. The situation was far more severe than their worst-case scenario. This meant that the technical advantage the Saxon Empire had painstakingly established against armored knights might vanish entirely within a few days. Once the Britannias equipped their St. George Type 3 or even more advanced machines with similar weapons, the operational pressure on the Teutonic Order would become immense. At that point, the armored knights on both sides would return to the same starting line, or perhaps the Teutonic Order would even fall behind due to the enemy's superior machine performance. The impact of this on the entire war situation would be catastrophic. The atmosphere in the headquarters became extremely oppressive, with only the faint hissing sound of the glow crystal oil lamps burning audible. After a long silence, General Mackenson spoke again. He stared intently at Morin, as if trying to read something on his face. He asked the most central and critical question for which Morin had been summoned today. Morin, since you are the inventor of the shaped charge armor-piercing round, do you have a method to counter this weapon? The moment this question was asked, Liania's breath momentarily hitched. A faint but burning spark of hope ignited in her ruby-like eyes. Yes, the one who tied the knot must untie it. Since Morin could create this invincible spear, did he also know how to forge a shield that could withstand it? Facing the expectant gazes of the two imperial powerhouses, Morin did not hesitate in the slightest, giving a crisp and clear answer. Yes, General. I do. Chapter 254, The Army Group on the Edge of a Cliff. When Morin uttered those two words, Mackenson and Liania both sighed in relief almost simultaneously. It felt like a person about to drown had finally grasped a life-saving straw. Morin, quickly tell me what the solution is. General Mackenson seemed a bit impatient. He took a step forward, leaned his body over the campaign table with both hands, and stared intently at Morin. Although Liania didn't speak, the instant brightness in her eyes said it all. General, Grand Master, please don't rush. Morin gestured for them to calm down, then continued. To counter the shaped charge armor-piercing round, we can approach it from two angles, a temporary emergency plan and a long-term solution. Let's hear the emergency plan first. Mackensen immediately said. Time was of the essence, the long-term plan could be studied slowly, but they needed something that would show immediate results. All right. Morin nodded, walked to the campaign table, picked up a pencil, and began drawing on a blank piece of paper. He first drew a thick line representing the armor plate, then, at a certain distance in front of it, he drew a thin line. The power of the shaped charge armor-piercing round largely depends on the distance it explodes from the target armor, which we call standoff distance. Morin explained as he drew. This is why our currently equipped armor-piercing warhammer and armor-piercing long spear both have a hollow tube at the front. Besides guiding the flow, the most important function of this tube is to fix this optimal detonation distance. Once the detonation distance is too close or too far, the metal jet cannot form and concentrate effectively, and the armor-piercing power will significantly decrease, possibly even losing more than 40%. Mackensen and Liania both listened very carefully. This knowledge was an entirely new field for them. Therefore, our short-term emergency solution is to add an extra layer of armor to the torso of our armored knights, especially outside the main armor of the cockpit's front. I call this spaced armor. Morin pointed the pencil to the thin line he had drawn. This extra layer of armor doesn't need to be very thick, even ordinary steel plates will suffice. Its most important function is not to withstand the impact directly, but to create a gap between it and the main armor underneath. I recommend this gap be at least 30 mm, if conditions allow, even an additional layer could be added. This way, when the enemy's shaped charge armor-piercing round hits, it will detonate on this spaced armor first. By the time the metal jet it forms passes through the gap and strikes the armored knight's true main armor, the jet's shape will have been prematurely disrupted, and its energy dispersed, significantly reducing its armor-piercing effect. Is it that simple? Liania asked, somewhat disbelievingly, after hearing this. In her view, for a terrifying weapon that could easily penetrate tens of millimeters of special armor, the solution was merely to add a thin layer of metal on the outside? It sounded a bit too trivial. The principle is that simple, but the effect will be immediate and absolute. Morin affirmed. Of course, considering the size and power of our Siegfried Type 1, if it were fully covered in this spaced armor, it would severely affect the machine's mobility. So I suggest prioritizing installation on the most critical and easily attacked areas, such as the main armor of the cockpit's front and the shoulder plates. After all, based on current combat situations, whether it's our knights or the enemy's knights, everyone aims for the opponent's cockpit with deadly intent. Morin's explanation was very convincing, and General Mackensen and Liania both nodded. In duels between armored knights, attacks on limbs were indeed rare, everyone's target was very clear, the cockpit in the middle. Because as long as the pilot was safe, even if the machine's limbs were damaged, there was still a possibility of repair. But once an armored knight's pilot was gone, training a new one would not be a matter of a day or two. General Mackensen nodded after listening, then looked at Liania. We can immediately have the frontline technicians start working, using spare armor plates or other steel to weld this layer onto all Siegfried Type 1 overnight. As for the effect, Grand Master, your Teutonic Order can conduct a live-fire test immediately. No problem, General. Liania immediately agreed. With the emergency plan in place, although the specific effect was still unknown, the atmosphere in the headquarters had lightened considerably. What about the long-term solution? Liania looked at Morin again, her eyes full of curiosity. If spaced armor was a temporary emergency measure, then what Morin called a long-term solution must be something more profound. The long-term solution requires a complete overhaul of our armored knight's armor structure. Morin put away the paper, his expression becoming serious. I call it composite armor. Composite armor. Liania chewed on this brand new term. Yes. Morin patiently explained. Composite armor, as the name suggests, is a non-homogeneous armor composed of two or more protective materials with different physical properties, compounded in specific layers and proportions. Its basic idea is to use the differences in physical properties between different materials to progressively weaken and interfere with incoming metal jets, ultimately achieving the goal of protection. For example, Morin picked up the pencil again and took out a new blank sheet of paper. The main armor of Britannian and our armored knights has a physical thickness of about 40 mm. It's a solid piece of armor incorporating magical engineering, with an equivalent protective effect of roughly 70 to 80 mm. We can split it into two 20 mm armor plates, and then sandwich a layer of special material, such as ceramic, in between. Ceramic. This time, even General Mackensen couldn't help but frown. In his and Liania's understanding, ceramic was a very fragile material, it would shatter with a hammer blow, let alone a cannonball. How could it possibly be used as armor? Seeing the identical expressions of doubt on their faces, Morin smiled. I know what you are thinking. He spread his hands and continued. General, Grand Master, these fall under the professional realm of materials science. It's very complex to explain, and it's normal for you not to understand. Mackensen and Liania both felt choked, yet unable to retort. Indeed, they were military commanders and top knights, but when it came to such profound scientific theories, they were laymen. General Mackensen cleared his throat twice, masking his embarrassment, then looked at Morin with a scrutinizing gaze. Captain Morin, where did you learn all these things? This question was crucial. The knowledge Morin displayed far exceeded the scope expected of a military academy graduate. Reporting, General, I just researched them idly in my spare time. Morin began to fabricate a story without batting an eye. Ever since I inadvertently developed the shaped charge armor-piercing round, I've been thinking. If the enemy also possessed such a weapon, how would we defend against it? The spear and the shield always develop together, don't they? This reason for development was impeccable. And Morin knew very well in his heart that, apart from himself, no one in this world knew these anachronistic pieces of knowledge. As long as he insisted he invented them all, no one could do anything about him. That being said, as for the specific formula and structure of composite armor, that will require extensive experimentation and research by specialized institutions and factories in the rear. Morin changed the subject, revealing his true intention. However, I personally do have a relatively mature formula that I researched, which could greatly shorten this development cycle, but... He showed a shrewd, businessman-like smile. I hope to apply for a patent for this formula. You rascal. Mackensen was amused by him and cursed good-naturedly. Was the 200 million imperial marks from last time not enough for you? General, you know, my weapons company has been spending a lot recently. Scientific research is very expensive. 200 million may seem like a lot, but if you invest it, you won't even hear a peep. Morin began to complain about poverty. Liania, standing nearby, laughed. She looked at Morin, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Captain Morin, money is not an issue. The Golden Lion Grand Master spoke, her tone carrying an undeniable grandeur. As long as the solution you propose is truly effective, the Teutonic Order and I personally will absolutely give you a reward that satisfies you. Then many thanks, Grand Master. Morin immediately knew when to stop. At the same time, a thought flashed through his mind. Well, I've personally initiated the path of armor-piercing confrontation in this world today. I just wonder what it will evolve into later. The crisis of the shaped charge armor-piercing round was temporarily resolved though not yet verified. What Morin said had more or less served as a reassurance. General Mackensen was about to have the liaison officer send Morin back to rest, but Morin stopped him. Wait, General, I actually came to see you today for another, more important matter. Oh. Mackensen was a little surprised. What is it? Morin's expression grew serious. It's about the upcoming attack on the Creole defensive line. About the attack. General Mackensen's brows furrowed again. He motioned for Morin to continue. Morin walked to the campaign table, pointed to the Creole area highlighted in red on the map, and said in a deep voice. General, this morning, I led a company from the training assault battalion in a probing attack on the Gallic positions. He briefly described what he had seen and heard on the battlefield to Mackensen and Liania, including the Gauls' extremely deep and complex 3 lines of trenches, and their stubborn, almost fanatical, will to resist. The Gauls are determined to stop us outside Paris this time. They've invested heavily in Creole. Our soldiers are brave, but the casualties are simply too great. Based on my observations, if we continue with the current trickle-feed tactic, rotating divisions one by one to charge, even if we eventually wear down the Creole defensive line with human lives, our first army group will likely be severely weakened and have no remaining strength to continue the attack on Paris city. Liania listened quietly. Although she was the Grand Master of the Teutonic Order, the Order was also a combat unit subordinate to the army, so what Morin said made her realize the problem. General Mackensen remained silent for a long time after hearing this. Finally, he let out a long sigh, his face showing a weariness and gravity he hadn't displayed since the war began. He did not evade Morin's sharp observations, nor did he deny the difficulties on the front line. He glanced at Liania, then said to Morin, "You're right, Morin. The First Army Group is under immense pressure right now. The outside world thinks our First Army Group is strong and well equipped, with a 400,000-strong army advancing victoriously, sweeping everything before them. But what they don't know is that these 400,000 men, from crossing the border, sweeping through the United Kingdom of Flanders, entering Gaul, breaking through Amiens, and force marching all the way to the gates of Paris. In these 2 months, combat and non-combat casualties combined have already approached 70,000. This number startled Morin. 70,000, that was not a small number for the First Army Group. Although the homeland has been continuously supplementing us with reserve soldiers, you also know that newly conscripted and poorly trained recruits, whether in combat will or experience, cannot compare to our veterans. Throwing them directly into a meat grinder like Creole is no different from sending them to their deaths. General Mackensen's tone was full of helplessness. What's worse, the latest battle report from the General Staff Headquarters indicates that on another front, that is, the decisive battle between us and the main forces of the Gallic Republic in the border region, we have fallen into a disadvantage so far. This news was even more like a bolt from the blue. Since his intelligence had not updated the battles in these inaccessible areas, Morin's understanding of the war situation in those regions was purely speculative. He had always thought that the other army groups of Saxon should be fighting back and forth with the Gauls along the border. That was why the First Army Group was able to execute this right-hook plan, directly striking Paris, so smoothly. Now it seemed the situation was not as he had imagined. So, we may appear to be at the gates of Paris, but in reality, the First Army Group is walking on the edge of a cliff. Mackensen's voice became hoarse, and he seemed to have aged all at once. At his age, commanding an army of 400,000 all the way here was also a test for him personally. Once we are stalled here for too long, or worn down by the Gauls, the entire war situation could be lost. The Chief of Staff, Malka the Younger, has personally sent me a telegram, and the wording is very stern. Mackensen pointed to another document on the table. He demands that we capture Paris as quickly as possible, at all costs. As long as we take the Gallic capital, we can fundamentally dismantle their will to resist and also relieve pressure on the main decisive battle at the border. After hearing General Mackenson's words, Morin understood. The First Army Group was now a sword of Damocles hanging over Paris. But at the same time, they themselves stood on the edge of a cliff. There was no retreat. Chapter 255, Creeping Barrage and Assault Group. Morin, what I just told you, that's not even all the trouble yet. General Mackenson's gaze shifted to the other side of the map, to the Rouen region on the First Army Group's flank. The Britannian Expeditionary Force entrenched in Rouen is like a hungry wolf staring at our rear flank. According to the latest intelligence, their second batch of reinforcements has arrived at Rouen port, and their total strength now exceeds 170,000. This means they are capable of launching a campaign-level attack on our vulnerable flank at any time. Once our flank is breached and our supply lines are cut, our hundreds of thousands of troops deep in enemy territory will become an isolated force, with unimaginable consequences. As Mackensen described the situation, Morin gained a deeper understanding of the challenges currently facing the First Army Group. To counter the threat from the Britannian Expeditionary Force, Mackensen had no choice but to painstakingly pull out a full 50,000 troops from his already stretched forces, deploying them along the long flank defense line from Amiens to Creil. After subtracting those units needing rotation and rest, as well as those maintaining the supply lines in the rear, the First Army Group currently had fewer than 140,000 troops truly available for offensive operations on the Creil front. A significant portion of these were newly replenished reserve soldiers. Originally, the Second Army Group and Third Army Group were providing support on Mackensen's left flank. However, as the border battle situation deteriorated, the General Staff Headquarters issued an order, transferring the Third Army Group to the Verdun direction to prepare for an encirclement of the Gaulish army that had penetrated deep there. Meanwhile, the Second Army Group, commanded by General Bülow, not only had to assist the First Army Group in its attack on Paris but also had to allocate forces to protect the large gap between the First and Third Army Groups, preventing the Gauls from infiltrating and segmenting them. Morin listened quietly, a clear strategic picture forming in his mind. The First Army Group was now like an overstretched rubber band. Though seemingly long, it was actually on the verge of snapping. In fact, Morin had already sensed this top-down weariness within the First Army Group on his way to the front with the training assault battalion. The marching soldiers were extremely fatigued. When officers told them to rest on the spot, many could fall asleep standing up. He had repeatedly seen the First Army Group soldiers marching, each covered in dust, eyes vacant, stumbling like a group of unconscious zombies. What kept them from collapsing was perhaps only the officers' constantly repeated phrase, "Paris is ahead." In summary, the problems currently facing the First Army Group were tight schedule, heavy tasks, troop shortages, and low morale. So, General. Morin's tone, after listening, became even more resolute. The offensive on the front line cannot continue as it is now. This is no longer a tactical issue, it's gambling with soldiers' lives for a slim hope. Even if we win, we will have lost the capital to continue attacking Paris. To be honest, before today, General Mackensen might have dismissed these words as the grumbling of a young officer. But now, it was different. From his stunning performance in the Aragon Civil War to leading the training assault battalion to repeated miraculous achievements after the outbreak of the World War, Morin had, through one practical action after another, completely won the trust and respect of this old general. General Mackensen looked at the young man before him, and in his weathered eyes, a rare hint of inquiry and expectation emerged. "Captain Morin, since you say so, do you already have some ideas?" This old general, who had fought on battlefields for many years, for the first time actively sought tactical advice from a battalion-level officer. Hearing General Mackensen's proactive inquiry, Morin did not hesitate at all and immediately said, "General, my idea is very simple. Since we don't have enough time and troops for a slow attrition, we should no longer feed in troops in waves, but instead, clench all our available strength into a single fist and smash it down hard on one point in the shortest possible time. Punch through the Gaulish line in one blow, giving them no time to react and no chance to reorganize their defenses and retake positions." Morin's tone was decisive and full of strong confidence. Mackensen and Leonia were both infected by his momentum, their gazes involuntarily focused on him. "Tell me more specifically." Mackensen gestured. Morin no longer held back. He asked General Mackensen for permission, and after receiving his agreement, he directly picked up a red and blue pencil from the campaign table. Then he leaned over and began to work on the large military map spread out before him. "General, Grand Master, please look." Morin used the red pencil tip to draw a rectangular box about 2 kilometers wide, along with many other diagrams, on the more than 10-kilometer long front line of the Creil defenses. "My suggestion is that we abandon a full-scale offensive along the entire front line and instead choose such a narrow breakthrough point. Then we will concentrate the Army Group, and even most of the mobilizable artillery of the Second Army Group, especially all those 105 mm howitzers, on this 2-kilometer front, to conduct an unprecedented artillery preparation. Our goal is not just to suppress, but to destroy as many exposed firing points and living forces as possible within the Gaulish 3 trench lines in this area. The infantry cluster attack should also no longer foolishly wait for the shelling to completely stop before beginning." Morin's tone shifted, proposing an idea that, to the current Saxon army, seemed extremely bold. "When our artillery fire begins to extend deep into the enemy positions, that is, when it first lands on their first line of defense, our assault troops must immediately charge." Morin, of course, knew about the Saxon army's almost zero infantry artillery coordination capabilities at present. In previous battles, there had even been multiple low-level errors where artillery mistakenly hit friendly forces. In such a situation, trying to implement a creeping barrage tactic, where infantry advanced 50 meters behind the barrage, was pure fantasy. The artillery would be lucky not to drop shells on their own men. Even Britain and France in another world, when employing the creeping barrage, only accumulated experience after numerous bloody lessons. Therefore, Morin proposed a relatively compromised solution that, compared to the current situation, could also greatly shorten the infantry's exposure time during a charge. This way, when our soldiers reach the Gaulish first trench, they will face enemies who are just recovering from shell shock, still shaken. And the Gaulish reserve forces will be suppressed by artillery fire at this moment, unable to advance in time to provide support. To ensure the success of this tactic, I suggest deploying my training assault battalion in company and platoon units, dispersed across this 2-kilometer offensive front, with us serving as the spearhead and vanguard of the attack. Other units participating in the main attack need to select their most elite soldiers, form larger attack forces, and follow closely behind us. The training assault battalion's mission is to tear open the Gaulish line, while their mission is to consolidate the positions we occupy and repel Gaulish counterattacks. At the same time, all participating units must commit enough follow-up troops into this breach at the fastest possible speed, like an unstoppable flood, completely overwhelming the entire Gaulish deep defense system. Morin grew more excited as he spoke, his pencil moving rapidly across the map, drawing arrows representing directions of attack. At the same time, our armored airships must also be on standby at the nearest safe distance in advance. As we attack the large anti-air magic devices behind the Gaulish positions, the armored airships must immediately engage, suppressing their reserves and artillery positions from the air. He straightened up, looking at Mackensen and Liania, who were stunned into silence by his vision, and concluded with a resounding voice. General, Grand Master, I name this tactic Assault Group Tactic. Its essence is to scale up the infiltration and breakthrough tactics proven by our training assault battalion in small-scale combat to the campaign level of an army group. Inside the tent, there was a dead silence. General Mackensen and Grand Master Liania stared blankly at Morin, looking at the tactical symbols he had drawn on the map, full of impact and imagination. If, at first, they only thought Morin had some unique insights in tactics, then now they had to admit that this young man's understanding of war far exceeded their imagination. This was no longer just simple tactics, it was an entire new methodology. General Mackensen felt his heart pounding in his chest. He felt as if he had rediscovered the famous Dresden playboy whom he had personally sent to military academy. He had originally thought that Morin would at most achieve something in battalion and company level combat, but he never imagined that he could propose such a grand and precise campaign concept. As a seasoned veteran of countless battles, Mackensen's military intuition was incredibly sharp. He realized almost instantly the core value and terrifying power of Morin's assault group tactic. Concentrating superior forces, achieving a decisive breakthrough on a narrow front, and then rapidly exploiting it in depth to paralyze the enemy's entire defense system. Wasn't this the perfect embodiment of the offensive tactics that generations of Saxon military strategists had dreamed of? It was just that Morin had repackaged and reinterpreted it in a completely new way, adapted to modern warfare. Feasible. This set of tactics absolutely possesses extremely high operability. This thought flashed through General Mackensen's mind. Moreover, it perfectly fit the First Army Group's current predicament of insufficient troops and tight deadlines. The fire in General Mackensen's eyes reignited the kind of brilliance that only an excellent commander emits when he discovers the path to victory. He pondered for a moment, digesting every detail of this tactic, then quickly ran simulations in his mind. The more he simulated, the more alarmed he became. The more alarmed he became, the more excited he grew. Finally, he suddenly looked up, no longer hesitating, turned around, and loudly shouted to the guard at the tent entrance. Convey my order. Immediately send for General Seicht and all senior staff from the operations department to come to me for a meeting at once. Tell them this is the highest level emergency military conference. Chapter 256, The Support of Chief of Staff Seicht. General Mackensen's order was quickly relayed. Before long, the core staff team of the 1st Army Group Command Headquarters quickly gathered in General Mackensen's command tent. Leading them was the Chief of Staff of the 1st Army Group, Lieutenant General Seicht. He was a middle-aged general with a lean face and sharp eyes, renowned within the Saxon army for his exceptional organizational skills and profound tactical thinking. When Seicht and the staff officers entered the tent and saw Morin standing in front of the map, a hint of imperceptible surprise flashed across their faces. The name Friedrich Mullen had long been known like thunder to them. This young captain and his mysterious training assault battalion had already created too many miracles in the short time since the war began. However, this was the first time that an emergency meeting of such high caliber had been called, with a battalion-level officer as the main subject. General. Seicht saluted Mackensen, then cast his gaze toward Morin, his eyes carrying a trace of doubt. Seicht, everyone, come closer. General Mackensen skipped the pleasantries and pointed directly at the map, saying, I called everyone here urgently to discuss a new operational plan. A plan that might allow us to break through the Creole defenses in one fell swoop. He glanced at Morin, signaling that he could begin. Morin took a deep breath, knowing that what followed was likely the most important briefing he had faced since his transmigration. Whether his ideas could be accepted by these imperial elites, who held the fate of hundreds of thousands of men in the 1st Army Group in their hands, depended entirely on this presentation. Without any stage fright, he clearly and logically rearticulated the creeping barrage and assault group tactic he had just explained to Mackensen and Liania, doing so in front of everyone. From concentrating artillery fire for precise strikes, to the innovative model of infantry artillery coordination, then using elite assault squads as the spearhead to tear open a breach, and finally, the rapid follow-up and deep penetration by subsequent forces. Every word Morin spoke was filled with power and confidence, clearly echoing in the ears of everyone in the tent. Throughout the entire explanation, the tent was silent. All the staff officers, including General Sait, listened intently. Their eyes followed Morin's finger moving across the map, and their expressions gradually changed from initial surprise to solemnity, and finally, to shock. When Morin finished his last word and put down the pencil, the entire tent fell into a prolonged silence. The staff officers exchanged glances, all processing the revolutionary tactical concept they had just heard. This is too bold. An officer responsible for artillery coordination spoke first. Concentrating the majority of the army group's heavy artillery on a 2-kilometer front does provide unprecedented fire density, but can our artillery truly achieve such precise fire coverage and extension? If the shell landing points deviate and accidentally injure our own assault squads, the consequences. His concern was valid, and it was also the current major weakness in infantry-artillery coordination within the Saxon army. Furthermore, having the infantry charge while the artillery fire is still extending, that is too dangerous. Another operations staff officer also raised doubts. The soldiers will develop immense fear of the artillery fire so close to them, this will affect their morale and charging speed. Most critically, committing heavy forces on such a narrow front, if the breakthrough fails, our troops will be squeezed together in a confined area, becoming perfect targets for Gaul artillery fire. The casualties at that point would likely be even heavier than they are now. As soon as someone spoke, objections arose from all sides. These experienced staff officers pointed out the huge risks inherent in this tactic from their respective professional perspectives. General Mackensen and Liania listened quietly, saying nothing. They were also waiting for Morin's response to these sharp doubts, and waiting for the stance of one other person, Army Group Chief of Staff Sait. Just as the atmosphere in the tent grew heavy, Morin spoke calmly. I myself, along with the training assault battalion, will be the first to jump out of the trenches. The subsequent forces only need to follow closely in our footsteps and launch the attack on the enemy's position. I will not fear, and the soldiers of the training assault battalion will likewise not fear. Or rather, we no longer have the opportunity to fear. This will be our final offensive. The staff officers in the tent were momentarily unsure how to respond. They naturally understood the predicament facing the First Army Group. Moreover, when the originator of the operational plan himself was going to be on the front line leading the charge, they seemed to have no standing to question matters related to courage. Just as the staff officers were looking at each other, General Sait, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Gentlemen. The Chief of Staff walked up to the map, carefully examining the tactical markings Morin had drawn, a strange light flickering in his eyes. The risks you mentioned all exist. However, just as Captain Mullins said. He changed the subject, his tone becoming unusually firm. Do we have any other choice now? Sait looked around at his subordinates, then continued. If we continue using the current methods, can we break through Creole? Yes. But how long will it take? 1 week? 2 weeks? How many casualties will we have to suffer? 20,000? Or 30,000? Even if we pay such a heavy price and take Creole, will we still have the strength left to attack Paris? The series of questions silenced the staff officers who had just been voicing their doubts. Sait turned his gaze to Morin, his eyes filled with admiration and approval. In fact, I have also been thinking recently about how to break the stalemate. Many of my thoughts coincide with Captain Mullins. The only difference is that I was still conceptualizing a vague outline, while he has already integrated these ideas into a complete tactic that is logically rigorous and highly operable. He slammed his hand heavily on the table, creating a loud noise. I support Captain Mullins' assault group tactic. I believe this is our only, and best, option right now. The declaration by the Army Group Chief of Staff acted like a stabilizing force, instantly shifting the sentiment in the tent. As the brain of the First Army Group, his opinion carried immense weight. With his support, General Mackensen's last trace of hesitation vanished. He straightened his body, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, and issued the final decision in an unquestionable tone. I have decided to adopt Captain Mullins' proposal and concentrate the strength of the entire Army Group to launch a decisive offensive. Sait. Here, General. Starting now, you will personally take charge, leading the staff officers of the Operations Department to immediately begin perfecting the operational plan around the core concept of the assault group tactic. Yes, General. Sait snapped to attention and saluted, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. The temporary meeting concluded, and the staff officers, led by Sait, immediately threw themselves into the tense yet excited work of planning. The entire headquarters, like a war machine injected with new vitality, began operating at high speed. Morin was kept behind by Mackensen. Friedrich. General Mackensen called Morin by his first name, his eyes complex, showing both relief and emotion. You have impressed me once again. You flatter me, General. This is not flattery. Mackensen shook his head. I just never expected the young man I dragged back from those decadent places in the capital could truly grow to where he is today. Perhaps Captain Mullin is a born soldier. Liania suddenly spoke with a smile. Captain Mullin, I greatly appreciate what you just said. Just like all of us Teutonic knights, fear will never appear in our dictionary. After the three exchanged a few more brief words, General Mackensen told Morin to return and rest, preparing well for the upcoming battle. Morin bid farewell to Mackensen and Liania and walked out of the command tent. The liaison officer who had just picked him up from the front line appropriately ran over and then led Morin back into the vehicle. Late that night, an order from the Army Group headquarters was delivered to all forward assault units in the temporary camp of the Training Assault Battalion. The content of the order was simple. Effective immediately, the 1st Guard Training Assault Battalion would be dispersed in company and platoon units among the various infantry regiments scheduled to participate in the main assault mission. They were responsible for providing 48 hours of temporary tactical instruction and coordination drills to the elite assault squad members selected by those regiments. Morin looked at the order, knowing that an unprecedented storm was about to gather over Creel. And the Training Assault Battalion would be the eye of that storm. Early the next morning, before the sky had fully brightened, the Saxon positions on the Creel front became exceptionally busy. It was no longer the deathly silence and tension preceding a charge, but an orderly commotion tinged with excitement. According to the Army Group headquarters order, all infantry regiments designated as the first wave of assault forces in this decisive offensive selected their most elite and courageous soldiers from their respective units. These men were mostly experienced veterans, or non-commissioned officers and privates who had performed exceptionally well in previous battles. They were temporarily organized into assault companies and platoons, and then taken to designated assembly areas. Waiting for them were the instructors from the 1st Guard Training Assault Battalion. Morin completely dismantled his Training Assault Battalion with officers or experienced non-commissioned officers leading units responsible for coordinating with 1 or 2 friendly assault forces. Private Eric was one of the elites selected by the 42nd Infantry Regiment. The hellish charge and retreat yesterday had left him nearly collapsed, but when he successfully returned to the trench, he had already become an elite soldier of the 42nd Infantry Regiment. When his superior told him that he would be joining the first wave of attack forces for the entire Army Group offensive, Eric's mind went blank, and he felt his death might be imminent. However, when he immediately learned that he had also been selected to participate in training personally instructed by the legendary Training Assault Battalion. Thinking about the combat effectiveness displayed by the soldiers of the Training Assault Battalion during yesterday's battle, Eric felt a renewed hope of survival. Soon, he and the other selected soldiers left the front-line trenches and arrived at the assembly area further to the rear. Chapter 257 Aerial Reconnaissance. Eric's assault unit was trained by a sergeant from the Training Assault Battalion. The sergeant looked young, but his eyes were exceptionally steady. The unique killing intent and efficiency of an elite unit, something Eric had never seen in the old veterans of the 42nd Infantry Regiment, emanated from him. The training took place in a relatively flat area behind the lines, with fewer shell craters. Eric had initially thought that this short 48-hour training would impart some battlefield secrets from the Training Assault Battalion, such as how to ensure every shot was fatal, or how to dance through artillery fire. But he had overthought it. The training content was surprisingly simple. Aside from issuing brand new MP-14 submachine guns and MG-14 light machine guns to the most experienced veterans in these hastily assembled assault units and teaching them how to use them, the remaining time was spent repeatedly practicing squad-level dispersed charges. There were no complex tactical explanations, no profound shooting techniques. The young sergeant instructor simply gave them commands in the most concise language. Listen, you only have one mission, keep up with us. The sergeant pointed to himself and several other soldiers from the Training Assault Battalion beside him. When we charge, you charge. When we lie down, you find the nearest shell crater and lie down. When we open fire, you provide cover on our flanks. In short, don't fall behind. Don't you dare drag your asses behind us. Anyone who can't keep up will be riddled with bullets by the Gauls. The young sergeant's words were crude and direct, but none of Eric and the surrounding soldiers felt offended. Because yesterday, they had personally witnessed how this unit advanced through a hail of bullets. Every word they spoke was experience bought with their lives. The training began, and Eric and the other elite soldiers who had been selected started to follow the soldiers of the Training Assault Battalion, repeatedly charging, lying down, and seeking cover on the simulated battlefield. Initially, they were very unaccustomed to it. Having been used to charging in dense formations, they felt a sense of panic when dispersed, as if their comrades were no longer beside them. They also couldn't keep up with the pace of the charge, either they charged too fast, moving beyond the cover provided by the Training Assault Battalion soldiers, or they were a beat too slow, still standing foolishly after the instructors had already taken cover. Pigs. Do you want to be live targets for the Gauls? Hey, you. Yes, you. Why is your butt sticking up so high when you lie down? The soldiers of the Training Assault Battalion unceremoniously corrected their mistakes, sometimes even directly kicking them in the butt to send them tumbling into shell craters. Eric was also kicked several times, but he had no complaints in his heart. He began to force himself to forget everything he had learned in the past, like a sponge, desperately absorbing every movement, every detail the instructors taught them. How to use the slope of a shell crater as cover, how to change a clip while moving, how to determine the safest route in the shortest amount of time. Morin stood on one side of the training ground, silently watching it all. Beside him stood Manstein and 1st Platoon Leader Khan of the 1st Company. Battalion Commander, the new weapons that the 1st Army Group just received from home have all been distributed to the assault units participating in this main attack, Manstein reported. Morin nodded. He knew that the quantity of weapons received by the 1st Army Group was not large. For an Army Group level offensive, it was merely a drop in the bucket. But having some was better than having none. Currently, all the Army Groups had already tasted the sweetness of automatic weapons, so these Army Group headquarters were all demanding automatic weapons from the General Staff Headquarters and the Ministry of the Army. Morin believed that domestic factory production was already at its maximum, but it would certainly remain in a state of short supply for a while. To be honest, it was already very difficult to squeeze out these weapons for the 1st Army Group at this critical juncture. He looked at the elite soldiers in the distance who were clumsily imitating the movements of his subordinate soldiers, without much optimism in his heart. He knew very well that 48 hours, 2 days, was simply not enough time to train ordinary Saxon army soldiers into qualified assault squad members. To truly master the essence of the assault group tactic, at least half a month, or even longer, of systematic special training was required. But just as General Mackensen had said, time was not on their side. The Gauls and the Britonians could drag it out, trade space for time, and use lives to wear down Saxons. But their force, which had penetrated deep into enemy territory, could no longer afford to delay. The longer they were stuck in the quagmire of Kriel, the more likely the Britonian expeditionary force on their flank would pounce, and the more fragile their rear supply lines would become. What was even more critical was that on the main battlefields of the Ardennes forest and Alsace-Lorraine, Saxons' main forces were already showing signs of decline. Once the main front collapsed, the Gauls would be able to free up their hands to gather heavy troops, and then, together with the Paris defenders, form a pincer attack against the First Army Group. By then, their large army would be a turtle in a jar. Therefore, taking 2 days to give these hastily assembled attack units the most basic adaptive training was already the limit of what General Mackensen and General Seicht could do. And there was even worse news. Morin's mention of the final offensive in yesterday's emergency meeting had come true. According to the messages displayed in the intelligence tab, the First Army Group had concentrated 260 77mm field guns, 120 105mm howitzers, and 2 420mm Big Bertha cannons. Currently, these artillery pieces were being drawn from various units and concentrated at the Kriel front. However, the problem was that the First Army Group's current artillery shell reserves were only enough to launch one high-density artillery strike. Because before the war began, neither the Saxon Empire nor the Gallic Republic and the Holy Britonian Empire had greatly underestimated the ammunition consumption of artillery. Before the war, the Saxon Imperial Army had stored approximately 6 million rounds of various artillery shells, and according to the General Staff Headquarters predictions, these shells could sustain at least 3 years. But in the month since the war broke out, the Saxon army's artillerymen had already expended half of their stock. Coupled with the extended supply lines, which also lengthened the time for ammunition replenishment, this ultimately led to the First Army Group's shells at this critical juncture only being able to support such a large-scale offensive. So Morin was well aware of the pressure Mackensen and Seicht were under at this moment. The upcoming offensive was a complete all-or-nothing gamble for them. Battalion Commander, do you think they can do it? Manstein asked with some concern, looking at the fumbling Allied soldiers, interrupting Morin's thoughts. Whether they can or not, they have to. Morin's voice was calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Our mission is to tear open the breach, and they just need to follow us in and hold that breach open, don't let it close. After speaking, he looked at 1st Platoon Leader Khan again. Tell our men not to hold anything back during training, teach them as much as you can. Also, emphasize the essentials of using grenades to them several times, those things are more effective than guns when clearing trenches. Yes, Battalion Commander. Khan nodded and turned to relay the order. Morin continued to watch the training ground, but his mind was on another matter. Yesterday, at the command post, although his assault group tactic had received support from Mackensen and Seicht, he had clearly heard the doubts of the staff officers. Especially the issue of artillery coordination. Having infantry charge behind a creeping barrage was indeed a huge challenge for the current Saxon artillery. This was not just a technical problem, but also a test of the psychological quality of the artillery officers and gunners. If any link went wrong, and the shells landed off target, then the assault units at the very front, including his own training assault battalion, would suffer catastrophic losses. He believed that Mackensen and Seicht, as well as the staff officers of the First Army Group, would make their utmost efforts to coordinate and supervise, but there were too many variables on the battlefield. I hope those artillery gentlemen can be more reliable this time, Morin muttered to himself. Just as he was pondering these issues, a peculiar buzzing sound suddenly came from the sky. This sound was completely different from the roar of an armored airship engine, it was sharper to the ear. Morin subconsciously looked up, only to see a strangely shaped monoplane flying over their heads. The aircraft was painted with the Saxon Air Force insignia, and the shape of its wings was very unique, like a large bird with outstretched wings. The wingtips drooped slightly, full of a certain biomimetic beauty. Saxon Imperial Air Force Reconnaissance Aircraft Pigeon-type monoplane. A new entry popped up in the information tab on Morin's system interface. In fact, even without the system's prompt, Morin actually recognized this thing. In his memories from before transmigration, this pigeon-like aircraft was precisely the reconnaissance plane widely used by Germany in the early stages of World War I. In this world, due to the existence of armored airships and mages, the survival environment and employment prospects of these early aircraft were actually more dire. So, although he had always known that aircraft existed in this world, today was the first time Morin had seen an aircraft in the sky. Perhaps because the Saxon army's advance had been too rapid previously, the fortification troops responsible for building temporary airfields had not yet caught up with the main force, so these fragile little birds, which required runways to take off and land, only appeared on the Kriel front today. The pigeon-type monoplane quickly swept over the Saxon positions, then adjusted its direction and began flying parallel along the no-man's land between the two sides' trenches. Its mission was clear, to use the excellent aerial view to reconnoiter the Gallic defense line's troop deployments and firepower positions. Inside the aircraft's cramped cockpit, the pilot Hans and the observer Otto in the front seat were both sweating nervously. This was their first time performing a real reconnaissance mission on the front lines. Although they had flown this pigeon countless times on the training grounds in the rear, a real battlefield and a training ground were completely different concepts. Below them were crisscrossing trenches and dense shell craters, and even high above the ground, the smell of gunpowder hung in the air. All of this reminded them that this was the edge of hell, and a slight mistake could lead to their complete destruction. They weren't too worried about the Gauls' large anti-air magic devices. Those expensive strategic weapons would only target their own armored airships. It was absolutely impossible for them to waste valuable firepower on their low-cost reconnaissance plane. What they truly worried about were the Gallic mages. According to intelligence, Gallic battle mages were also capable of briefly ascending into the air and unleashing powerful attack spells. For a fragile aircraft like the Pigeon, let alone a fireball spell, even any single attack spell could easily disintegrate it in mid-air. Otto, do you see anything? Hans asked loudly while trying to keep the plane steady. The engine noise was very loud, they had to shout to hear each other. I see it. There's movement in the Gallic positions. Many people. They're moving troops. Otto in the front seat shouted excitedly, simultaneously picking up a bulky Zeiss camera beside him and aiming it at the positions below, continuously pressing the shutter. This camera was their most important weapon on this aircraft, apart from the .98 rifle he carried with him. The photos it captured would provide the most intuitive and accurate intelligence to the Army Group headquarters. Hold steady. Hans. Let me take a few more shots. Their artillery positions seem to be moving too. Got it. Hans carefully maneuvered the aircraft, trying to maintain a fixed altitude and flight path, his entire being in a state of high tension. However, the anticipated Gallic mages did not appear until their reconnaissance mission was nearing its end. Otto turned his head and exchanged glances with his partner Hans. Both quietly sighed in relief and grinned. It seemed their luck was good. However, their smiles did not last long. Otto suddenly pointed to the front side and shouted, Hans, look over there. What's that? Hans looked in the direction he pointed, only to see another aircraft appearing in the sky not far away. The aircraft's design was similar to their Pigeon, both being monoplanes, but it looked even more fragile. And on its fuselage were painted the iconic blue, white, and red roundels of the Gallic Republic. It's a Gallic plane. Hans exclaimed, his heart instantly tightening. As both sides were flying parallel to the trenches, the distance between the two aircraft was rapidly closing. In this era, no one had yet thought of installing machine guns on aircraft. The rules of aerial combat were still in their most primitive stage. As the two aircraft gradually approached, Hans saw the opposing pilot pull out a revolver from his and fire a few wild shots at them. Damn it! Return fire! Otto! Return fire! Hans roared, pulling the control stick, trying to dodge. Otto also reacted. He clumsily raised the long .98 rifle in his hand, trying to aim at the opponent. But on a high speed, constantly bumpy aircraft, trying to hit another moving aircraft with a rifle was as difficult as trying to hit a target in a ditch. Bang! Otto pulled the trigger, the bullet flew off to who knows where. And that Gallic plane had already crossed paths with them, beginning to turn back towards its own positions. Bastard! Otto cursed in frustration. Forget him. Our mission is complete. With what we've photographed, let's go back. Hans shouted. Hans and Otto did not know that this somewhat comical aerial engagement might become an amusing anecdote in future history books. They only knew now that they had to immediately deliver this invaluable intelligence to the general's desk. The two aircraft on both sides drew graceful arcs in the sky, then flew separately towards their respective temporary airfields in the rear. Chapter 258 The Final Offensive, Combined Chapters. On the ground, Morin withdrew his gaze. He had witnessed the brief aerial encounter just now. Although he found aerial combat with pistols and rifles to be quite primitive, he was also pondering a question. What if this world's aviation industry could develop, and the performance of aircraft continuously improve, reaching the level of those doomsday pistons from another world in a short time? Would these faster, more agile fighter planes then be able to seize a measure of control over the skies from armored airships and mages? This thought flashed through Morin's mind and was temporarily suppressed. Currently, the most important matter was the decisive offensive that was about to begin. Gaul 6th Army Group Headquarters. The newly appointed Commander-in-Chief and Paris City Defense Commander, General Joseph Simon Gallieni, was gravely looking at the aerial reconnaissance photos just sent back from the front line. The clarity of the photos was not high, but it was enough for him to clearly see the unusual movements on the Saxon positions. A large number of artillery pieces were concentrating on a narrow front, and countless soldiers, like ants, were swarming in the communication trenches. All of this pointed to one conclusion: the Saxon troops were preparing to launch an unprecedented general offensive. They are going all in, Gallieni said in a hoarse voice, tossing the photos onto the table. Days of continuous bloody battles had exhausted the white-haired old general. The bravery of the Gaul soldiers was beyond doubt, but the Saxon offensive was simply too fierce, like tireless tides, wave after wave. The Creole defense line was barely held by the flesh and blood of the soldiers. General, can we still dispatch more reinforcements to the Creole area? Once this place is breached by the Saxon troops, the consequences will be unimaginable, a chief of staff said anxiously. Reinforcements? Where do we still have reinforcements? Gallieni shook his head and sighed deeply. The 6th Army Group has thrown in all available troops, including those citizens temporarily conscripted from Paris and its surrounding areas. They haven't even gotten used to holding a rifle yet. Are we to send them to bayonet charge Saxon veterans? The command post fell into a deathly silence. Everyone knew that the general was speaking the truth. To defend Paris, the old general had used every possible method. Let's use the last of our strength, Galliani said after a long silence, finally making up his mind. General, are you referring to the Sentinel unit? The Chief of Staff's face showed a look of surprise. Just like the Britannian Empire, Gaul also had its own mage units. However, unlike the Highland mages who usually stayed in mage towers, the Gaulish Sentinel unit was a field mage unit that regularly participated in tactical training. These field mages might not have very high ranks, but in terms of tactical proficiency, they far surpassed the academics of the mage tower. The majority of the Sentinel unit's main force was on the southern front, with the remaining portion serving as Paris's last line of defense. Galliani did not want to use them lightly unless it was absolutely necessary, but now. The Saxon troops have already put a knife to our throats, now is the time of absolute necessity. Galliani's eyes became resolute. Have the Sentinel unit in the Paris region depart now and deploy to the Creole front line as quickly as possible. Yes, General. Additionally, immediately send a telegram to Commander-in-Chief Joffre, inform him of the situation here, and ask him to communicate with the Britannian Empire to immediately attack the Saxon troops' flank. We are about to collapse. Holy Britannian Empire Expeditionary Force Headquarters. Sir John French, the Commander-in-Chief, put down the telegram he was holding and slowly took a sip of the red tea on the table. The Gaulish forces are about to collapse, gentlemen. He put down his teacup and said to the chiefs of staff in the tent, his tone devoid of any emotion. Then should we, as agreed, launch an attack on the flank of the Saxon First Army Group, a young Britannian officer asked. Attack? Of course we will attack, John French smiled, but not now. He stood up and walked to the map, pointing his baton towards Creole. Let the Gaulish forces shed more blood. When they and the Saxon troops are both badly wounded, that will be the best time for the warriors of our Holy Britannian Empire to come out and save the day. But Commander, if we stand by and do nothing, after the war. After the war. French interrupted him, as long as we win, history will be written by us as for the Gaulish forces, they should thank us, for we saved them, didn't we? The Britannian officers in the tent exchanged glances and all showed knowing smiles. Meanwhile, in the Saxon First Army Group's command post, the atmosphere was entirely different. Mackensen and Seicht, the two highest commanders of the army group, had been awake almost all night. They were unaware of the Britannian Empire's intention to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, they could only consider the worst possibilities. And both were well aware that the upcoming battle had, in fact, reached the level of a decisive engagement. Succeed, and their names would go down in history, winning the war in one fell swoop. Fail, and the entire army group would be annihilated, becoming criminals of the Empire. General, all the artillery commanders participating in the bombardment have arrived, a chief of staff reported, entering. Let them in, Mackensen said in a deep voice. Soon, dozens of artillery officers walked into the command tent. Under the introduction of the army group's chiefs of staff, they looked at the dense bombardment plan on the map, and each of them gasped. My God! This is simply insane. An artillery colonel couldn't help but whisper. To conduct such a high-density bombardment on a single point in such a short time, and still achieve accurate rolling barrage. How is that possible? Who came up with such a crazy battle plan? They say it's an infantry officer who will be participating in the front-line attack. Then he must have had his brains kicked by a donkey. A chief of staff from the army group heard their discussion and said coldly. The infantry officer who proposed this plan is Captain Friedrich Morin, the battalion commander of the 1st Guard Training Assault Battalion. And, during the rolling barrage, he will personally lead his soldiers in the first wave of the charge. The artillery officer's complaints abruptly ceased. Is it Captain Morin? It's him. Then it's not surprising. All right, no more nonsense here. Synchronize watches. The army group chief of staff who had spoken interrupted them, then pulled out his pocket watch. Other artillery officers also took out their watches and pocket watches. Everyone knew this would be a dangerous fire support operation, and no one dared to be careless, to avoid significant time discrepancies. Morin, on the other side, was unaware of these episodes happening in the command post. The 48-hour temporary training quickly ended. He looked at the assault squad members before him, who, though still clumsy in their movements, now had a few more hints of confidence in their eyes, and his heart was filled with mixed emotions. He had done everything he could. The rest could only be left to fate and the accuracy of the Saxon artillery. The First Army Group would not have a second chance. If this offensive failed, or if it failed to achieve the strategic objective of a breakthrough, then the Saxon troops, bogged down in a stalemate, would face endless counterattacks from the Gaulish forces without sufficient artillery support. The mere thought of such a scenario sent shivers down one's spine. But they had no other choice. The conventional approach was like boiling a frog in warm water, eventually being slowly consumed and dying before the Creole defense line. While the assault group tactic carried immense risks, it was the only key to unlocking victory in the shortest possible time. At this moment, Morin felt the pressure on his shoulders was so heavy it almost suffocated him. This was no longer just about the outcome of a single battle. It concerned the life and death of hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the First Army Group, and even the direction of the entire war. The tactics he proposed had, imperceptibly, been pushed to the forefront of determining the course of history. By dinner time on the eve of the offensive, Morin, who had little appetite, sat on an ammunition box, watching the surrounding soldiers slowly eat their unusually hearty dinner, his mind rapidly replaying every detail of the entire battle plan. The selection of the breakthrough point, the timing of the artillery preparation, the coordination of infantry and artillery, the formation of the assault squad, the follow-up of subsequent units, the support of armored knights, the suppression by armored airships. Every aspect of the First Army Group's operation could not afford significant errors. He looked up at the sky, dark clouds obscured the moon, with only a few stars stubbornly twinkling. Tomorrow, this place would run red with blood. Morin didn't know if he would survive, nor did he know how many of his young men would live to see the sun over Paris. But he knew they had no retreat. This battle, they must win. September 6th, early morning. As the first hint of dawn appeared on the horizon, the Saxon positions on the Creole front line were already fully awake. The usual silence and despair in the air were gone, replaced by an extreme, suppressed restlessness, like before a volcanic eruption. All combat units of the assault group, codenamed Blade, quietly entered their designated assault trenches under the low-voiced urging of officers and non-commissioned officers. Eric tightened his grip on his .98 rifle, the cold steel slightly steadied his hands, which were trembling from nervousness. His assault squad was positioned in the center of the first attack wave. He only needed to look forward to see the backs of the training assault battalion soldiers, wearing their peakless helmets and laden with various peculiar equipment. This brought him a sense of reassurance. But when he saw other figures, his heart couldn't help but pound faster. They were a group of exceptionally tall soldiers, wearing heavy, full-body metal plate armor, holding weapons even larger than an MG-14 light machine gun. Their helmets completely obscured their faces, leaving only a narrow slit through which cold eyes peered. "It's the General's Guard," Eric heard an old soldier beside him whisper in surprise. The General's Guard, a rare heavy unit in the Saxon army. It was said that each of them was an elite chosen from across the army, the most loyal bodyguards of the generals. Their plate armor could withstand most rifle fire, and the weapons in their hands could easily tear apart any enemy daring to obstruct them. Eric had only seen them in propaganda posters when he enlisted, but he never expected to fight alongside these elite units today. And what shocked him even more was yet to come. Behind the General's Guard stood another group of people. They wore more extensively covering armor, with complex mechanical structures and faintly glowing magic conducting lines visible at the armor's joints. They carried no firearms, merely resting their massive knight swords or war hammers silently on the ground. My goodness! Those are the Teutonic Knight attendants. They're here too. They didn't deploy with the armored knights but are attacking with us. A suppressed commotion erupted among the crowd. If the General's Guard were the elites among mortals, then these knight attendants, clad in magic-powered armor, were a higher level of existence. They were the true Teutonic Knights of the future, each possessing strength and speed far beyond ordinary people. Eric felt his breathing quicken. General's Guard, Knight Attendants, Training Assault Battalion. The command post had concentrated so many ace units on this small breakthrough point. He finally understood, this was no ordinary offensive. This was the decisive battle. Morin, along with the soldiers of the 1st Platoon, 1st Company of the Training Assault Battalion, also huddled in the foremost assault trench, naturally observing these units. He clearly understood that General Mackensen was going all in. He and Saked had placed all their playable cards on this gambling table at once. Morin glanced at the watch worn reversed on his wrist. There were 2 minutes left until the scheduled start of the bombardment. He could feel the tension in the surrounding air, almost solidified. Even the battle-hardened soldiers of the Training Assault Battalion were mostly silent now, merely checking their weapons and ammunition. And the assault squad members drawn from other units were even paler with nervousness, many quietly praying. Time, in this suffocating silence, reached 6 a.m. sharp. Boom! Behind them, on the Saxon artillery positions, hundreds of artillery pieces roared simultaneously. The earth began to tremble violently, and countless shells, with the air-ripping shriek, tore through the morning mist, raining down like meteors on the Gaulish positions. The large-scale bombardment had begun. This made everyone even more nervous, as it meant the attack would not be cancelled. They would launch an assault on the enemy's positions as soon as the time came. Battalion commander, should we say something? Manstein, also fully armed, leaned over to Morin and asked in a low voice. Everyone seems a bit too nervous. Forget it. Although the shells are falling in the distance, the commotion isn't small. No one else will hear what I say here. Morin shook his head. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than a captain officer from the 42nd Infantry Regiment nearby, who seemed to have overheard their conversation, brightened and immediately turned and ran off. A moment later, the captain returned, panting, carrying a strange device. It looked like a microphone, with a long wire attached to its back. Captain Mullen. Please use this. The captain handed the large megaphone to Morin, excitedly saying. This is the broadcast we used to shout at the Gauls before. We stopped using it because it was too loud and always drew their artillery fire. The lines are still laid, the entire assault position can hear it. Morin looked at the megaphone in his hand, momentarily at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and much of his tension dissipated. He never expected these guys to hide such a thing on the front line. Now he couldn't not speak. Morin could feel that everyone's eyes around him were focused on him. Those training assault battalion soldiers, those temporary assault squad members, and even those arrogant general's guard and knight attendant. Their eyes held a complex mixture of anticipation, curiosity, and trust. These soldiers, about to participate in the attack, were all waiting for him, waiting for this training assault battalion commander, who had created countless legends, to say something at this last moment before the decisive battle. Morin sighed, steeled himself, and raised the megaphone in his hand. What should he say? Inspiring rhetoric? Promises of glory and wealth after victory? His mind was blank. As a military academy student from a peaceful era, he was truly not good at this kind of pre-battle mobilization. Just as he was about to say a few casual words, a passage from another world, deeply etched in his soul, suddenly sprang uncontrollably from his mind. He cleared his throat and pressed the switch. Zzz. After a burst of static, his clear and powerful voice, carried through every loudspeaker distributed along the 2-kilometer-long assault trench, echoed in the ears of all the soldiers about to depart. The rumbling explosions from the Gaul positions in the distance became the background sound for his speech. Gentlemen, I am Friedrich Mullen, the battalion commander of the 1st Guard Training Assault Battalion, and I am the one who will lead you in this attack. The trench instantly fell silent, and everyone pricked up their ears. I know our previous attacks have failed. We have suffered heavy casualties, we are exhausted, and we can only rest and pray beside our fallen comrades. His voice was calm, without any incitement, merely stating a fact that everyone had experienced. But it was precisely this calmness that made every soldier feel empathy, a pang of sorrow welling up in their hearts. But I also know that as long as a Saxon soldier has a breath left, he will not give up. Morin's voice suddenly rose. Although we have lost many comrades, the iron blood that gives us strength still flows in our veins. That is the iron blood forged by your ancestors with victory and glory at Sedan, at Zadova. Today, we will prove it again, right here. The training assault battalion will be your spearhead, thrown into this final offensive. I will be the first to leap out of the trench, paving the way to victory for you. Gentlemen, look around you. The Gauls have no more soldiers. They can only fill their trenches with colonial soldiers and hastily conscripted civilians. Their resistance is at its last gasp. For the Empire. A soldier in that trench was the first to shout it out. Immediately following, a thunderous roar erupted from every corner of the trench. For the Empire. For the Emperor. For the land under the sun. All the soldiers' faces were flushed with excitement, they raised their weapons and roared with all their might. The pent-up frustration, anger, and desire for victory, suppressed for too long, were completely ignited at this moment. In this instant, their voices seemed to drown out the distant explosions. At the same time, Morin's almost fanatical voice once again spread across the entire front line through the broadcast. Saxon soldiers! Do not fear death. Failure is more terrifying than death. Victory is at hand. The Black Eagle banner of the Empire shall fly over Paris. Charge! Beep! Sharp charge whistles simultaneously sounded across the trenches. Accompanied by the whistles and the soldiers' roars, Morin was the first to vault out of the trench. Immediately after, countless field grey figures, like a breaching flood, poured out of the trenches, launching a desperate charge, without hesitation, towards the inferno-like front, completely covered by artillery fire. A war correspondent, hidden behind the trenches cover, trembled as he used his camera to record this scene, worthy of being etched into history. At the same time, in a hidden position dug in the second trench behind them, Grand Master Leonia von Fortis, personally leading 30 Siegfried Type 1 armored knight, also started their hybrid engines, and their massive steel bodies began to move forward. Their objective was to eliminate any potential Gaul armored knight, clearing the final obstacles for the infantry's breakthrough. This was the first time Morin had truly, in the literal sense, charged alongside his own artillery fire. Deafening explosions erupted not far ahead, each blast causing the earth to tremble violently. Splashing mud fell around them like rain, making crackling sounds. He could feel his heart pounding in his chest, his adrenaline surging to its peak. Morin prayed continuously in his heart. He prayed that the artillerymen in the rear wouldn't mess up at this critical moment. He prayed that they would strictly follow the plan, extending their artillery fire deeper into the enemy lines precisely when they reached the Gaul positions. A second late, and those at the very front would have an extra risk of being blown to smithereens by their own side. A second early, and the Gauls would have an extra second to recover from artillery shock, climb onto the parapet, and set up their machine guns. Morin didn't look back, but he could hear the thunderous footsteps and earth-shattering shouts behind him. He knew that thousands of the most elite Saxon soldiers were following him, entrusting their lives to him, to this insane plan. He could not fail. The first army group could not fail. Maintain speed. Don't stop. Follow me. Morin shouted at the surrounding soldiers as he ran. This was also the standard procedure for all officers leading charges on the front line, they had to let the soldiers know their position to ensure no one lost direction during the assault. The distance was getting shorter and shorter. 200 meters. 100 meters. 50 meters. Morin could already clearly see the shattered barbed wire in front of the Gaul positions, and further away, the first trench, repeatedly ploughed by artillery fire and almost leveled. Meanwhile, Eric felt like his lungs were about to burst. He had never run so fast, at this moment, he could only mechanically move his legs, his mind blank. He heard no sounds, only his own violent panting, like a bellows, and the thump-thump-thump of his wildly beating heart filled his ears. From beneath his helmet brim, Eric saw the figure ahead, the figure of Captain Morin, who was the first to leap out of the trench and lead them in the charge. That figure was like a lighthouse in the darkness, guiding them towards the sea of fire where the shelling had not yet ceased. However, just as they were about 20 meters from the Gauls' first trench, a miracle occurred. The artillery fire, raining down densely on the Gauls' first trench, as if controlled by an invisible hand, suddenly extended backward in unison. Boom! Even more violent explosions erupted deep within the Gaul positions. That was the Saxon artillerymen beginning to blanket the Gauls' second and third trenches, as well as their reserve assembly areas, with firepower. It worked. Morin was ecstatic. And also relieved. These artillerymen finally didn't mess up at the crucial moment. Get in there. He roared, was the first to rush through the blown open gap in the barbed wire, then charged a few more steps, and finally leaped into the Gauls' first trench. A strong smell of char and blood instantly flooded his nostrils. This could no longer be called a trench. The originally deep ravines had been utterly disfigured by countless 105mm howitzer shells. The trench walls on both sides had long collapsed, and everywhere were upturned scorched earth and charred body parts. There was no one alive. Under 20 minutes of high-density artillery bombardment, the Gaul soldiers stationed in this trench, along with their fortifications and weapons, had been completely wiped from this world. But Morin didn't hesitate for a moment. Leave some men to hold this position. Clear the communication trenches on both sides. Prevent the enemy from reinforcing from the flanks. The rest of you, follow me. Continue the attack on the second line of defense. After giving his orders, he stepped on the soft, unidentifiable mixture of mud and minced meat beneath his feet and continued to charge deeper into the trench. Immediately after, Eric and countless Saxon soldiers also poured into this death-shrouded trench like a tide. Many of them were seeing such a terrifying sight for the first time. But they had no time for fear, nor time to vomit. Under the shouts of the officers and the leadership of the training assault battalion soldiers, they quickly followed the battle plan, with some staying behind to construct defenses. The others closely followed Morin's footsteps, pushing through the shattered communication trenches, continuing their assault on the Gauls' second line of defense. The breakthrough was smoother than anyone could have imagined. When they reached the second trench, they found the situation there was almost identical to the first trench. Although the resistance was slightly more tenacious than in the first trench, it was only a few shell-shocked stragglers who had survived the bombardment. They couldn't even organize effective resistance before being overwhelmed by bullets from the Saxon soldiers who rushed up behind them. The same was true for the third trench. Hundreds of artillery pieces, concentrating the power of the entire army group and even a portion of the second army group, had poured an exaggerated number of shells into this narrow breakthrough point within a mere 20 minutes. The destructive power displayed by this unprecedented density of firepower was catastrophic. It had almost completely destroyed all exposed surface fortifications and living forces along this 2-kilometer-long breakthrough point. In less than half an hour, the Blade Assault Group had successfully breached the Creole line, composed of 3 Gaul trenches. This achievement already far surpassed all the progress the First Army Group had made over the past few days, at the cost of tens of thousands of casualties. The joy of victory began to spread among the soldiers of the assault group. They continued to advance, spreading out to consolidate the captured positions, while wondering if the Gauls had been completely dealt with by the artillery behind them. Perhaps they could truly win this battle in one fell swoop. However, just as everyone was immersed in this sudden victory, Morin, who was at the very front, suddenly became serious. Because on his system map, in the vast area representing the rear of the Gaul positions, countless red unit markers, representing severely damaged, were densely surging towards their direction. At the same time, a series of urgent and shrill bells rang out from the deepest part of the Gaul positions. That was the signal for the Gauls to launch a desperate countercharge. The real battle had only just begun. Chapter 259, Bloody Battle. Veeb. The enemy is counterattacking. Prepare for battle. Morin blew the whistle hanging around his neck, then yelled at his surroundings, telling everyone else to get ready. The training assault battalion soldiers, who were still excited about their successful breakthrough, almost instantly switched back to their battle faces. They quickly stopped advancing and, in squad units, immediately sought cover and constructed temporary defensive lines. The assault squads from other infantry regiments, who were following behind them, had not yet adapted to such a rapid transition from offense to defense, but seeing the training assault battalion's actions, they instinctively followed suit. The legendary halo of the training assault battalion since the start of the war, coupled with the trust forged during their recent charge together, made them instinctively choose to obey. Eric and his assault squad stopped in a collapsed trench. He nervously half-crouched on the ground, then, with his comrades around him, dragged several Gallic corpses to pile in front, aiming his rifle at the area ahead that was still shrouded in smoke. Not long after, they saw the enemy. From the smoke ahead, countless blue figures appeared faintly. They crawled out of shell craters, emerged from destroyed trenches, and surged from reserve positions further back. The number of these Gallic soldiers was so vast, like an endless tide. Many of them were wounded, their blue uniforms stained dark red with blood. Some had faces covered in blood, while others had broken arms hanging limply by their sides. Some were even thrown by the blast wave, one leg crippled, yet they still limped forward, charging with their remaining leg. The weapons in the hands of these Gallic soldiers were varied, rifles, pistols, and some even held only an engineer's shovel or a bayonet. But on all their faces, there was the same, almost insane determination. For Gaul. We have nowhere to retreat. Behind us is Paris. Kill the Saxons. A Gallic officer, waving his saber, charged at the very front, roaring hoarsely. Immediately after, countless soldiers followed him, letting out beast-like howls of rage. The sound was filled with hatred, anger, and reckless madness. 2 waves. One was the Field Greys, who had just broken through the defense line and were high in morale. The other was the Gallic Blues, with nowhere to retreat, pushed to desperation. They fiercely collided on this land, which had just been ravaged by artillery fire, the ground still slightly hot. Fire! Fire! Morin roared his order, simultaneously being the first to pull the trigger of his light machine gun from behind a sandbag. Tat 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 tat. The training assault battalion soldiers near him, and more assault squad soldiers, also opened fire from various covers. A large number of automatic weapons fired, and a dense hail of bullets instantly formed invisible whips of fire, fiercely lashing at the blue tide. The Gallic soldiers charging at the very front bloomed with flowers of blood on their chests, falling in swathes. Blood and soil mixed together, dyeing the land an even deeper, darker red. But those behind them seemed not to see the deaths of their comrades. They stepped over the corpses of their comrades, continuing their frantic charge forward, their expressions showing no fear, only a more intense madness. As the distance between the two sides closed, the battle at this moment entered its most primitive and brutal phase. So-called tactics and skills had lost most of their meaning in such a meat-grinder-like clash. The two sides were competing in will and courage, to see which could endure greater casualties, which could be the first to exhaust the other's blood and life. Under the dual beliefs of core territory defense and the capital is behind us, the Gallic soldiers erupted with an extremely terrifying will to fight. But the Saxons' preparations for this final offensive were clearly more thorough. Just as the Gallic charge was about to crash upon the defensive line of automatic firepower constructed by the assault squads, a unified roar came from behind the assault squads. Great Saxon! Who? Ha! Immediately after, in this breakthrough, less than 2 kilometers wide, over 160 General's Guard soldiers, clad in heavy plated armor and wielding various weapons, bypassed the training assault battalion soldiers at the front, directly meeting the Gallic armored knights' front line. General Mackensen had gathered all the General's Guard within the 1st Army Group within 48 hours and committed them all to this offensive. These plated armor supermen, generally over 1.9 meters tall, had specialized armor that could easily deflect bullets fired from the rifles of Gallic soldiers. And the specialized automatic weapons in their hands, modified from MG-08 heavy machine guns, were like the sharp blade of death, each burst clearing a bloody path through the dense crowd. Other General's Guard soldiers, not equipped with automatic weapons, raised their Saxon greatswords, enchanted like their armor, dancing a series of fatal cold lights in the air. Each powerful, sweeping strike around them could easily cleave charging Gallic soldiers, man and gun, in half. They were like a herd of prehistoric beasts charging into a flock of sheep, using the most savage and violent methods to tear apart the Gallic soldiers' hard-won charging formation. And behind them, dozens of knight attendants wearing magic-powered armor also joined the battle. Although knight attendants were not equipped with automatic firearms, the power armor they wore gave them strength and speed far exceeding ordinary people. One moment they were behind the General's Guard, but in an instant, they were like cannonballs, directly crashing into the densest crowds of Gallic soldiers, then stirring up a bloody storm. Each swing of a knight attendant's knight's sword or warhammer brought with it a shower of severed limbs. Perhaps as auxiliary troops for armored knights, they were merely supporting characters or extras in armored knight infighting. But when their opponents became ordinary people of flesh and blood, knight attendants in power armor were an unshakable presence for mortals at least, that was the case at present. Although not trained in coordination, the knight attendants and General's Guard soldiers quickly formed numerous combat teams on the front line, centered around a knight attendant and supported by several General's Guard soldiers. They were like an unbreakable reef, no matter how fierce the Gallic tide, they could not be shaken in the slightest, instead being shattered by them. The training assault battalion and assault squad soldiers, who had been under immense pressure, now became supporting roles. Morin and their pressure greatly diminished after these elite units entered the battle. They, too, only needed to divide into multiple combat teams, then follow behind these supermen, and use their automatic firepower to clear out any scattered stragglers. Eric and the assault squad soldiers following behind watched in stunned silence. Their reactions were clearly not as quick as the training assault battalion soldiers. At this moment, they were still lying on the ground, watching the legendary elite units, like gods descended to earth, cut through the enemy ranks with ease. Damn it, don't just lie there. Everyone, keep up and continue the assault. Pay attention to target identification, don't hit friendly forces. Soon, some training assault battalion soldiers turned back to urge the assault squad soldiers to continue the offensive. They looked at these somewhat dazed ordinary soldiers and didn't know what to say for a moment. Upon hearing the training assault battalion soldiers' voices, Eric and his comrades scrambled to their feet, then advanced while raising their rifles to fire at the already routed Gallic soldiers ahead. At this time, Morin also saw, about 200 meters from their area, the Siegfried Type 1 with a special crest, piloted by Leonia, the Grand Master of the Teutonic Order. This conspicuous armored knight, along with 15 other Teutonic Order armored knights, was meeting the oncoming Gallic armored knights in a wedge formation. And this Grand Master also displayed terrifying combat power. The battle reports of her consecutive 12 kills were not exaggerated in the slightest. Each time Morin, amidst the battle, stole a glance at the Mecha battle, he would see another wreckage of a Gallic armored knight next to the Grand Master's armored knight. Holy crap, is this some alternate world's Char or Muro? Morin couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. However, just as the 1st Army Group's Sharp Blade Assault Group was about to completely crush this Gallic counterattack and break through all their defenses, in the area where Morin and his comrades were, a sudden change occurred. The 4 General's Guard soldiers at the very front had just used their heavy machine guns and great swords to help a knight attendant break through a temporary Hotchkiss heavy machine gun position set up by Gallic soldiers. Before they could even pull their sharp blade from the corpses, the ground beneath their feet suddenly split open without warning, forming a giant chasm. The gully was deep and long, over 10 meters, like a monster lurking underground opening its maw. The General's Guard soldiers and that knight attendant were caught off guard, and along with dozens of Saxon and Gallic soldiers fighting around them, they screamed and fell in. Immediately after, to everyone's horrified gaze, the opened gully, as if controlled by an invisible pair of hands, slowly began to close. Rumble. Soil and rocks churned, refilling the deep gully, completely swallowing everyone struggling and wailing inside. In an instant, the ground returned to flatness, as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. But the disappearance of those 4 generals' guard, the night attendant, and dozens of soldiers was a reality witnessed by everyone. This eerie and terrifying scene stunned everyone on the battlefield. At the same time, on Morin's system map, a group of diamond-shaped markers representing extremely high-risk units suddenly appeared. Gallic Republic Battle Mage Unit Sentry. Chapter 260, Gaul Supermen. After noticing the alert on the system map, Morin's heart skipped a beat. Are we finally going to run into Gaul spellcasters? He didn't have time to think, he immediately yelled at the top of his lungs to the friendly forces still fighting the Gaul soldiers around him. Attention everyone! Gaul spellcasters are advancing. His roar was quickly drowned out by the deafening sound of gunfire and shouting, but the training assault battalion soldiers closest to him heard it. Almost reflexively, they continued shooting while adjusting their positions, instinctively widening the distance between themselves. Khan. Morin turned and shouted at the 1st Company, 1st Platoon leader, who was emptying a magazine from his submachine gun nearby. Khan looked back upon hearing the shout and saw Morin giving him a hand signal. A prearranged signal decided before the assault. His expression instantly became tense, but he immediately pulled out a break-action flare gun from the backpack on his back. With slightly trembling hands, Khan fumbled in his pocket for a red flare and loaded it into the chamber. Before the assault, the Sharp Blade Assault Squad had confirmed with the rear command the color coding for flares during this operation. Standard white flares were used to indicate position, allowing surrounding units to easily converge. Green flares indicated that the unit had breached the Gaul defense line and completed its objective. As for the red flare, it represented extreme danger, meaning they had encountered insurmountable enemies, such as large Gaul forces or spellcaster units. Artillery in the rear, upon seeing a red flare, would immediately launch indiscriminate fire saturation on the area where the flare originated. This meant that they themselves could be blown up by their own side's artillery shells. Khan glanced at Morin, who was staring intently back at him, his eyes devoid of any hesitation. Execute the order. Khan hesitated no longer, violently aimed the flare gun at the sky, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! Bang! A dazzling red orb, trailing a long plume of smoke, shot into the grey-yellow sky stained by gunpowder smoke, then burst open violently, emitting an ominous red glow. Nearly every Saxon soldiers who saw this flare felt their hearts clench. Prepare for anti-spell operations. Morin roared again, this time addressing the training assault battalion soldiers around him. Prepare for anti-spell operations. Prepare for anti-spell operations. The officers and non-commissioned officers of the training assault battalion, 1st Company, 1st Platoon immediately relayed Morin's command. The soldiers moved while warning the surrounding friendly assault squad members who were still confused, then quickly dispersed completely, taking up advantageous positions in 3-man teams. Next, they all pulled out fragmentation grenades one after another from their waist pouches, ready to throw them at any moment. Just then, 5 extremely fast figures charged out from the rolling smoke ahead. Their appearance seemed to silence the chaotic battlefield for a moment. These 5 individuals were completely different from the surrounding Gaul soldiers wearing loose blue uniforms. Although their uniforms were also blue, they were more closely tailored, covered with complex webbing and leather gear, making them look sharp and professional. Most striking was the fully enclosed helmet they wore, which completely encased their entire heads. The front of the helmet was a featureless dark gold metal mask, with only 2 narrow slits left for the eyes, obscuring their gaze and conveying a non-human coldness. They were one of the trump cards of the Gallic Republic, the battle spellcaster unit, the Sentry. The Sentry's movements were extremely swift. A swiftness not achieved by Highland mages of Britannia casting various acceleration spells on themselves. Rather, every step was full of power and coordination, the agility and robustness emanating from their very core were definitely not something an ordinary soldier could possess. Morin looked at these sentries, and the phrase enhanced soldier inexplicably popped into his mind. These guys didn't feel like traditional robe-wearing spellcasters at all, instead, they resembled the super soldiers from sci-fi movies before he transmigrated. Is this the magic side version of a super soldier? This thought flashed through Morin's mind. On the other side, several generals guard soldiers and 2 night attendants who had converged due to the sound of the ground cracking and closing here also immediately noticed these enemies with a completely different style. It's Gaul spellcasters. Open fire! A general's guard soldier roared. The 2 plated armor supermen carrying heavy machine guns did not hesitate, immediately turning their muzzles and pulling the triggers on the 5 sentries. Da-da-da-da-da. 2 chains of fire composed of large caliber bullets instantly tore through the air, sweeping toward the sentries. However, facing a rain of bullets capable of tearing an ordinary person to shreds, the 5 sentries advanced instead of retreating. Just before the bullets were about to hit them, their bodies suddenly seemed to lose weight, their speed sharply increased, and they instantly scattered, easily dodging the barrage with an uncanny, impossible for humans footwork. Immediately afterward, the figures of 2 of the sentries suddenly vanished from everyone's sight. 5-ring conjuration school spell, Steel Wind Slash. The next second, the figure of 1 sentry appeared phantom-like out of thin air behind a general's guard soldier. A sword light, flickering with magical radiance, flashed. The general's guard soldier's specialized plate armor, which he prided himself on and which could withstand rifle bullets, was sliced open from back to chest, cutting through the man in armor as easily as paper. Blood and fragments of internal organs gushed out from the massive wound. The stout man, over 1.9 meters tall, collapsed heavily without even managing a single scream. And the sentry vanished again after completing the strike. Almost simultaneously, another sentry appeared repeatedly behind the two knight attendants. It was the same flash, the same sword swing. Screech. An ear-piercing metallic grinding sound rang out. The power armor worn by the knight attendant, crafted from Magi-Tech alloy, was actually cut open, with numerous spell sparks erupting from the damaged armor seams. Ah! The knight attendant inside the armor cried out in pain, his heavy body stumbled, and he half knelt on the ground, the inside of his power armor's faceplate flashing red warning lights. In the span of just one breath, the figures of these two sentries flashed across the battlefield 5 times. Each appearance was accompanied by the fall of a Saxon elite soldier. Whether it was sturdy plate armor or Magi-Tech power armor, they were all fragile and vulnerable before the sentries' glowing longswords. Noble stance damage. When the last flash ended, the two sentries appeared almost simultaneously behind 2 Saxon infantrymen, then casually swung their swords, sending 2 helmeted heads flying into the air. The entire process was so fast that most of the surrounding soldiers didn't even see what happened. They only saw large numbers of their most elite generals' guard and knight attendants inexplicably collapsing within a few short seconds. A fear stemming from the unknown instantly spread among the Saxon soldiers. However, one sentry who had completed this round of slaughter did not stop. He stood still, rapidly performing gestures with his hands in a peculiar rhythm, while chanting a short yet obscure incantation. 5-ring conjuration school spell, Cloud Kill. In an instant, a spherical, yellow-green fog several meters in diameter appeared out of nowhere in an area where the Saxon soldiers were most concentrated. The dense fog seemed alive, rapidly rolling and spreading, engulfing all the surrounding Saxon soldiers who couldn't evade it in time. Cough, cough. Ah. My eyes. Help. I can't breathe. The soldiers enveloped by the dense fog let out shrill screams. They frantically clawed at their throats and faces, then collapsed to the ground, convulsing painfully with black blood streaming from their mouths and noses, quickly falling silent. This hellish sight made the surrounding Saxon soldiers' scalps tingle and their limbs turn cold. Meanwhile, another sentry walked unhurriedly behind the knight attendant, whose power system was damaged and who was half kneeling on the ground. He took down the Berthier rifle from his back and raised it. A faint glow flashed across his rifle. Enchanted weapon. He aimed the muzzle at the connection point between the knight attendant's helmet and his neck, preparing to execute him and completely end the life of this Saxon elite. But just as the sentry was about to pull the trigger, a rapid hail of bullets struck him from the side, hitting him hard. Clang. 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 The bullets impacted his mage armor, sending up a series of blue sparks, yet failing to harm him in the slightest. This sentry reacted extremely fast, almost simultaneously with the mage armor being on the verge of breaking. He cast a shield spell. He then abandoned the execution, sidestepped, and immediately cast a pre-prepared fireball spell toward the direction the bullets came from. A basketball-sized fireball, burning with fierce flames, instantly formed at his fingertips, then flew out whistling, trailing a long wake. Get down. The source of the suppression fire was a training assault battalion light machine gun team. The moment they saw the sentry raise his hand, the machine gunner and assistant gunner, following Morin's often repeated anti-spell operations protocol, immediately stopped firing without hesitation. Ignoring the scalding barrel, the two men grabbed the relatively light MG-14 light machine gun and scrambled into a half-collapsed trench nearby. Almost the instant their bodies hit the ground, the fireball violently exploded right above where they had just been. Boom! The massive explosion stirred up a hot blast mixed with dirt and debris, which slammed hard against their backs. The two men were left dizzy and their ears ringing. Although they felt burns on their backs, they were at least not killed instantly. Just as the sentry, seeing his attack fail, prepared to follow up, a sudden change occurred. The knight attendant, whose Magi-Tech power system was damaged and who had been half kneeling in front of him, suddenly moved again. He forcibly activated his power armor, attempting to swing the heavy warhammer in his hand, but found that due to a Magi circuit malfunction, the power armor could no longer support him lifting the heavy weapon. But the knight attendant did not give up. Instead, he used his own physical strength to swing the power iron fist, made purely of steel, and slammed it fiercely into the sentry standing right next to him. This punch came too suddenly and perfectly caught the sentry in the post-spell casting delay after releasing the fireball spell. Moreover, the sentry had absolutely not anticipated that this dying enemy could still counterattack. The sentry didn't even have time to make any dodging or defensive moves before the powerful, heavy punch landed squarely on his chest. Bang! A muffled thud. The sentry was like a ragdoll hit by a speeding truck, his entire body was sent flying back over 10 meters, finally crashing heavily into a destroyed communication trench, kicking up a cloud of dust. Well done! Seeing this scene, the surrounding Saxon soldiers erupted in cheers. Finish him! Quick, finish him! The two closest training assault battalion soldiers reacted instantly. Without hesitation, they leveled their rifles and charged toward that communication trench. According to the anti-spell operations protocol established by Morin, one must never take chances when dealing with spellcaster units. If the opponent goes down, they must immediately advance to finish him off and confirm his total demise. However, to the surprise of both them and the knight attendant in the distance, before they could even reach the spot, the sentry who had been knocked away stood up again from the trench. Although the punch had injured him significantly, he did not seem to have lost his combat effectiveness. The first thing he did after standing up was raise the rifle in his hand and fire a precise single shot at one of the charging training assault battalion soldiers. Bang! A mist of blood erupted from the soldier's helmet, and he fell backward. Immediately afterward, the sentry, without looking at the result, took a phantom-like step forward, instantly closing in on the other soldier who was trying to raise his rifle. He drew the combat knife from his waist, flicked his wrist, and a cold flash of light passed. The soldier's neck was instantly sliced open, blood gushing out like a fountain. He clutched his throat, staring in disbelief at the demonic figure before him, then weakly collapsed to his knees. The entire process was fluid and breathtakingly fast. After killing the two men, the sentry's body once again erupted with terrifying speed, and he turned and charged toward the half-kneeling knight attendant. However, just as he was about to reach the knight attendant, a severely wounded general's guard soldier lying on the ground suddenly burst up from the pile of corpses. Chapter 261, Assault Group vs Sentinel. This soldier had a huge, bone-deep wound on his back, clearly indicating he wouldn't survive, yet his eyes burned with a desperate flame. He used the last ounce of strength in his life, spread his arms, and tightly embraced the thigh of the charging sentinel, then, with all his might and the weight of his plate armor, he fiercely pinned him down. The sentinel stumbled from this sudden turn of events and fell heavily to the ground. Fire! The general's guard soldier, his voice already hoarse, let out his final roar. Use grenades! Blow this son of a bitch to hell! The surrounding training assault battalion and assault unit soldiers were stunned. They looked at their comrade, who was desperately pinning down the enemy with his own body, and at his face, pale from blood loss yet still ferocious, and for a moment, they didn't know what to do. But in just a breath, a non-commissioned officer from the training assault battalion gritted his teeth, and was the first to raise his submachine gun, pulling the trigger at the spot where the two were entangled. Tat 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 tat. With the first person leading, the others no longer hesitated. Countless bullets instantly poured onto the two of them. Immediately after, multiple grenades had their pins pulled, arced in parabolas, and accurately landed on their position. Boom 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 boom. Violent explosions rang out one after another, and flames and thick smoke completely engulfed the two figures. Morin watched this scene from afar, clenching his fists, his knuckles turning white from the effort. He had actually recognized the general's guard soldier by the emblem on his armor. He was General Mackenson's guard, and one of the individuals who participated in the civil rescue operation when Morin had just transmigrated. Just this morning before the charge, that big guy had even specifically greeted him. But now, he wouldn't even leave behind a complete corpse. War was truly this cruel. But Morin had no time for sadness, nor time for anger. As a commander, he had to maintain absolute calm. At the same time, the training assault battalion soldiers also began to attack all appearing sentinels. According to the requirements of anti-magic operations, everyone completely dispersed into three-person teams and maintained as much distance as possible. Then, through the sustained firepower of automatic weapons, they suppressed these spellcaster units, followed by continuously throwing grenades to compress their movement space. For a time, a grenade rain fell from the sky. Boom! Rumble! Boom! Dense explosions rose and fell, detonating continuously in the area around the sentinels. Although the power of a single grenade was insufficient to pose a fatal threat to a sentinel in this blanket bombardment, the shockwaves from the explosions and the countless flying shrapnel greatly restricted their movement space. The sentinels evidently hadn't expected that these seemingly unremarkable Saxon soldiers would be so insane as to carry so many grenades with them. Although their speed was very fast, grenade explosions were, after all, area damage. In the face of such indiscriminate grenade saturation, the sentinels dared not be overconfident. No matter how agile you were, if you could dodge one grenade, could you dodge dozens of grenades exploding around you simultaneously? So, these remaining sentinels were somewhat disheveled by the sudden grenade tactic, and had to find craters or cover to hide. And as soon as they stopped, they were immediately suppressed by the automatic fire of the training assault battalion and assault unit soldiers. Tat 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 tat. Da-da-da. Countless machine guns and submachine guns fired simultaneously, weaving an impenetrable net of fire that tightly suppressed them behind cover, preventing them from raising their heads. The sentinels also tried to use cover to return fire with their rifles, which had been enhanced by an enchanted weapon spell. Their marksmanship was extremely precise, almost every shot accurately hit a Saxon soldier or directly shattered a light machine gun. But there were simply too many Saxons, and led by the training assault battalion, everyone was extremely dispersed, causing the sentinels, who wanted to cause damage with area spells, to find that the number of soldiers within the damage radius was too small. And for every enemy the sentinels took down, 2 or 3 immediately appeared from other directions to continue suppressing them with firepower. One sentinel specializing in the evocation school, seeing the situation was unfavorable and being suppressed to the point of immobility, immediately cast a spell, regardless of its ultimate damage effect, at least to attempt suppression first. He hid behind a large crater and quickly completed a round of spellcasting with composure. 4th Circle Evocation Spell Ice Storm. As he cast his spell, in the most concentrated area of the training assault battalion's firepower, the sky suddenly darkened. Within an area with a radius of about 7 or 8 meters, the air temperature plummeted, and countless fist-sized hailstones, as hard as rocks, materialized out of thin air, then, mixed with bone-chilling cold winds, whistled down from the sky, smashing fiercely onto the ground. If this spell had fully formed, although there weren't many Saxon soldiers in this area, even if the killing effect wasn't ideal, it could still change the terrain of the area. However, just as a few of those sharp hailstones had begun to fall and were about to cause damage, the spell effect in the entire area suddenly vanished as if a pause button had been pressed. The sky brightened again, the cold wind stopped howling, and only those few already formed hailstones fell to the ground. The spell-casting sentinel trembled, suddenly looked up, and a trace of bewilderment flashed in his eyes beneath the metal mask. The spell was forcibly interrupted. He immediately realized that someone had cast dispel magic on him. That is to say, among that group of Saxon soldiers who looked like groundhogs and only knew how to throw grenades and spray bullets, there was a hidden spellcaster. Damn it! The intelligence didn't mention that this Saxon unit had spellcaster units. The sentinel immediately used the magic sensing ability of his mask to search for the opposing spellcaster's position on the chaotic battlefield. Soon, he locked onto a faint but unusually solid magical fluctuation behind an inconspicuous trench. It was him. Seeing this, the sentinel immediately informed his companions of this discovery via a message spell. Target, 9 o'clock direction, 120 meters away, inside the trench, the enemy has a spellcaster. While reporting the situation, he exchanged glances with another conjuration school sentinel beside him. The two immediately understood each other. They first simultaneously leaned out from behind cover, aiming their rifles towards Morin's direction, attempting to suppress him with fire. But they found that there was no one in that direction at all. The hidden Saxon spellcaster had evidently realized he was exposed and, after casting dispel magic, immediately hid deep within the cover, giving them no opportunity to shoot. I'll deal with him. The conjuration school sentinel immediately made a decision. To deal with an enemy who also knew how to cast spells, the sentinel's best method was to use their combat abilities to engage him in close quarters. His companion beside him nodded, then raised his hand and once again cast an enchanted weapon spell on his military saber, causing the already sharp blade to shimmer with an even sharper aura. After doing all this, the conjuration school sentinel slung his rifle behind his back, then cast a greased feet spell on himself. The next second, his figure, like an arrow released from a bowstring, suddenly shot out from the crater, charging straight towards Morin's position at a speed almost impossible for the naked eye to catch. The target is charging out. Stop him. The surrounding training assault battalion soldiers, upon seeing this sentinel suddenly charge out, immediately aimed all their firepower at him. Bullets poured towards him like rain. But with the greased feet spell and his terrifying physical prowess, this sentinel's burst speed reached an incredibly terrifying level. His body swayed rapidly left and right through the hail of bullets, leaving trails of afterimages, and most of the bullets fell on the empty ground behind him. The training assault battalion soldiers even felt that their aiming speed couldn't keep up with his rapidly moving figure. Even if a few bullets occasionally managed to hit his body, they were all blocked by the mage armor he had already prepared, only splashing ripples of magic and unable to cause him any substantial damage. This sentinel charged through the dense net of fire for over 100 meters, getting closer and closer to the trench where Morin was located. Everyone saw that his target was Morin, hidden in that section of the trench. Protect the battalion commander. Stop him. The closest training assault battalion soldiers to Morin, as well as 2 general's guard soldiers who had just arrived as reinforcements, seeing the enemy about to break through the firing line, all showed determined expressions. They roared as they rushed out from behind their respective covers, blocking Morin's front with their bodies, then raised their weapons and frantically fired at the rapidly approaching figure. They tried to build the last line of defense for Morin with their flesh and blood. However, the corner of the sentinel's mouth beneath his metal mask curved into a cold arc. Humph, a bunch of guys who don't know their place. He twirled the cold shimmering military saber in his hand, then cast the second steel wind slash he had prepared, and his figure once again vanished from everyone's sight. The 2 general's guard soldiers charging at the very front hadn't even had time to pull their triggers when they felt a chill on their necks, where the armor had gaps. Their expressions froze, and they looked down in disbelief, only to see a thin line of blood appear on their necks. Immediately after, their heads and bodies separated under the force of inertia, and blood spurted from the severed necks. The sentinel's figure flashed past behind them, then vanished again, only to reappear behind 2 other training assault battalion soldiers attempting to stop him. It was the same swing of the saber, the same beheading. The entire process was extremely fast, without the slightest hesitation. This conjuration school sentinel had selected 5 targets the moment he cast the spell. From near to far, they were the 2 general's guard soldiers blocking the way, 2 training assault battalion soldiers, and finally, Morin, who was leaning out of the trench, holding a submachine gun, seemingly preparing to shoot him. In his opinion, this spellcaster, protected to the death by other Saxon soldiers, was definitely a high-value target. As long as he killed him, this mission would be largely accomplished. Chapter 262 High-Speed Spell Combat. The figure of the sentry continuously flashed across the battlefield like the god of death. The last line of defense standing before Morin was slaughtered in a matter of seconds. For the last time, his figure appeared out of thin air behind Morin. He could even see the Saxon officer's defenseless nape, exposed because he couldn't turn fast enough. Victory was already within his grasp. A cruel smile appeared on the sentry's face. Using the momentum generated by the aerial flash, the military knife in his hand sliced a cold arc, viciously hacking down towards Morin's neck. However, just before the blade was about to touch skin, the sensation of cutting through flesh that he anticipated did not materialize. He struck empty air. The target before him, that Saxon officer, had vanished into thin air the instant before he could succeed. How is this possible? The sentry knew exactly how fast its steel wind slash was, there was virtually no time delay between appearing and attacking. Unless the opponent possessed a faster reaction speed than him and also mastered some kind of spatial displacement spell. Just as he was momentarily stunned, a feeling of extreme danger came from behind and to his side. Who? Morin let out a long breath in a strange space where only black and white remained. This was the ethereal plane. Just now, the moment the sentry's figure vanished from behind the 4th target he attacked, Morin unhesitatingly activated the third ring spell he had prepared today, Blink. In the nick of time, he successfully evaded the fatal slash, and his entire being entered the so-called ethereal plane. At this moment, he could clearly hear and see everything happening in the prime material plane. But everything had turned into grayscale images, and sounds became distant and blurry, as if separated by a layer of thick frosted glass. The sentry who had almost killed him had just completed his slash, but the phantom of the blade passed through Morin's body, causing the sentry to stumble slightly off balance. Morin knew that the duration of blink was very short, and he also knew the minor flaw of this third ring spell. After learning and testing blink, he discovered that he could only move a maximum distance of about 3 meters within this ethereal plane. This distance prevented him from easily circling behind the enemy to launch a fatal blow like his opponent. At most, he could only move to the opponent's flank. But now, he couldn't worry about that. There was no time for him to contemplate a more perfect tactic. In fact, everything from the opponent casting steel wind slash to him using blink to evade, and then preparing to counterattack happened in the blink of an eye. Morin moved to his maximum distance within the ethereal plane almost simultaneously with the opponent's failed slash, arriving perfectly at the sentry's flank. Then he cancelled blink, and his figure reappeared in the prime material plane. Almost the instant he reappeared, he raised the MP-14 submachine gun in his hand, which had long been reinforced by enchanted weapon. Aiming at the sentry's waist, which was within arm's reach, he fiercely pulled the trigger. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The muzzle spat deadly blue flames, and an entire magazine of 9mm bullets was emptied in a short time. And that sentry's battle instincts were terrifyingly strong. He realized the danger had arrived almost the instant Morin appeared and the muzzle was aimed at him. His reaction was faster than any spellcaster Morin had ever encountered, even slightly quicker than those globally recognized experienced Britannia Highland mages. When Morin's gun fired and the first bullet struck the mage armor covering him, he didn't even attempt to dodge or parry. Because he knew that any evasive action was futile when facing enemy firearms at such close range. Therefore, he made the most correct and only choice that might save his life. Fourth ring conjuration spell Dimension Door. The sentry unhesitatingly began casting this fourth ring spell, attempting to teleport himself to safety before the bullets tore through his armor. Normally, Dimension Door only requires a casting time of one action, meaning he should have been able to escape this death trap. However, he was fast, but Morin was faster. Or rather, Morin seemed to have anticipated his every move. At the very moment magic power began gathering around the sentry, Morin also started casting another prepared spell. Third ring abjuration spell counterspell. An invisible wave of magic power spread out from Morin, accurately colliding with the spell model the sentry was constructing. This was a gamble. Dimension Door was a fourth ring spell, while Morin's counterspell was only a third ring spell. There was a one-level suppression in spell rank. According to the experience accumulated by the spellcasters of this world in spell duels, the probability of successfully countering a higher ring spell with a lower ring spell was not high. It not only required the spellcaster to have extremely strong control over magic power but also a little bit of luck. Fortunately, this time the goddess of destiny stood on Morin's side. Puff. A faint sound, like a bursting bubble, rang out. The magic power that had just gathered around the sentry instantly became chaotic and then violently dissipated into the air. The dimension door he was preparing to cast was forcefully interrupted. The magic power backlash resulting from the casting failure caused his body to freeze, and his mind went blank for a split second. And it was this brief moment of stagnation that determined his life or death. The last few bullets in the magazine of Morin's submachine gun finally ripped through the crumbling layer of mage armor and fiercely burrowed into his flesh and blood body. Puff puff puff. Several blood flowers suddenly bloomed on the sentry's waist. The immense kinetic energy carried him, causing his entire body to fall sideways. Ugh. The sentry let out a painful groan and crashed heavily onto the ground. He looked down in disbelief at the continuously bleeding bullet holes in his waist, his eyes beneath a metal mask filled with resentment and confusion. He couldn't understand why he had lost. Losing to a seemingly unknown Saxon officer, losing to a Saxon spellcaster who didn't even exist in their intelligence reports. Morin, having emptied his magazine, did not relax in the slightest. He quickly pulled a new magazine from the ammunition pouch on his chest, preparing to reload. However, just as he was about to reload, his peripheral vision caught the downed sentry struggling to pull a small, syringe-like vial from a pouch on his waist, apparently preparing to inject it into his thigh. Still trying to use drugs to turn the tables. Morin was startled. Although he didn't know what was in the vial, he knew without needing to think that it definitely wasn't anything benign. Even if it were Coca-Cola, he couldn't let the opponent inject it. There was no time to reload in that instant, so Morin made a decisive choice and abandoned changing the magazine. He lunged forward 2 steps, then delivered a fierce kick to the sentry's wrist. Clack! The glass vial containing the unknown medicine was kicked away, arcing through the air before smashing into the mud far away. You! The sentry seemed to want to say something, but Morin gave him no chance to speak. After kicking away the opponent's medicine, Morin seized the opportunity to draw the bayonet of his .98 rifle from his waist. Gripping it tightly with both hands, he used the momentum of his charge to stab down viciously from above. Pshhh. The sharp bayonet effortlessly pierced the fabric at the neck of the sentry's specialized combat uniform, sinking deep inside. Hoh. The sentry's body violently trembled, and an unintelligible gurgling sound came from his throat. He reached out, seemingly trying to grab Morin's arm, but ultimately, his hand just dropped weakly. Beneath the metal mask, the eyes visible through the slit stared fixedly at Morin, filled with malice and unwillingness. But finally, all the light quickly faded, turning into dead silence. Morin maintained his stabbing posture, gulping down ragged breaths, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. He won. However, in the eyes of the people around them, this battle looked far less thrilling than it was to personally experience. The soldiers of the surrounding training assault battalion and assault units only saw the sentry appear out of thin air behind Morin. Then Morin suddenly vanished, causing the sentry's attack to miss, while Morin strangely reappeared on the opponent's flank and simultaneously opened fire, striking the sentry down. This kind of duel, which essentially lacked many sound, light, and electricity special effects, gave the surrounding onlookers the illusion that I could do that too. On the other hand, the sentry was also a bit squishier than Morin had imagined. He had originally thought that units similar to enhanced soldiers might have a thicker health bar than ordinary people. But currently, it seemed the sentry was still similar to the Britannia Highland mages, having a significant weakness in terms of survival. But then again, everyone is a carbon-based life form, and when facing automatic firearms, whether you are a spellcaster or not, your survival capability is roughly the same. After all, humanity possesses an extremely high talent for figuring out how to kill its own kind. At the same time, Morin saw a stack of notifications and red dots appear in the system's information and intelligence tabs. Gallic Republic Spellcaster System Construction Status Entry Unlocked. Sentry Entry Unlocked. Sentry Plan Intelligence Unlocked. Prometheus Plan Intelligence Unlocked. However, Morin didn't have time to check them right now. After confirming the sentry before him was dead, he dragged the body into a nearby shell crater. He also conveniently retrieved the glass vial he had kicked away. Morin had already noted its landing spot after kicking it, making retrieval easy. Since the sentry was trying to pull this item out right before death, it was likely some kind of important object. The system simultaneously updated with relevant information about the glass vial, which came with its own needle. PF214 Lawrence Legacy Related Entry Unlocked. Chapter 263 We got support from an armored airship. Morin lay in the shell crater, gasping for air, but his nostrils were filled with the pungent smell of smoke and blood. He had just experienced a life-or-death duel, and although he won, the feeling of his heart almost leaping out of his throat had not completely subsided. He glanced at the sentry corpse he had dragged into the crater, its dark golden mask reflected a faint glow in the dim light. These Gallic battle mages were completely different from the academic types in Britannia who stayed in mage towers. Their fighting style was more direct, more deadly, and better suited to this blood-soaked battlefield. Just as Morin was about to catch his breath and consider his next move, 5 red signal flares rose consecutively into the sky from other directions on the battlefield. It seems we're not the only ones encountering sentries, Morin muttered to himself, then looked at the system map. Sure enough, friendly forces on other attack vectors had also run into these troublesome sentries. Along the entire 2-kilometer-long breakthrough, the 1st Army Group's Sharp Blade Assault Force was engaged in a final struggle with Gallic soldiers led by sentries. Waves of Field Grey and the Dam of Gallic Blue repeatedly collided and tore at each other in this narrow area, with countless lives perishing every second. General Gallieni had indeed played his last trump card. The main force of the sentries numbered about 150, most of whom Joffrey had sent to the southern battlefield, leaving only about 30 sentries in Paris. Gallieni had directly committed 25 sentries to this collapsing breach. If the 1st Army Group had continued to fight with the rigid tactic of sending in reinforcements in waves as before, then the attacking force would likely have long since been routed and even pushed back from their own positions by these elusive battle mages combined with the Gallic soldiers' desperate counterattack. However, today the Saxon attack did not follow conventional wisdom. The extremely dense artillery preparation, coupled with the large number of elite troops General Mackensen concentrated in this 2-kilometer breakthrough, directly stunned the Gauls. Even Gallieni had not anticipated a tactic like the creeping barrage. When the bombardment began, the main force of the Gallic defenders had already withdrawn to the second trench. According to previous experience, after the bombardment ended, the main force could quickly counterattack the first trench via communication trenches. But as the Saxon artillery's fire began to extend, the Gallic soldiers in the second and third trenches also suffered significant losses. This was also because the main artillery calibers of the Saxon Empire were still 77mm and 105mm, if there had been more heavy artillery above 150mm, the casualties would have been even greater. The individual combat power of the sentries was indeed formidable, and in the early stages of the battle, they did inflict considerable casualties on the elite units of the Sharp Blade Assault Force. Especially in other areas where there were no special spell-casting units like Morin to counterspell, the General's Guard and Knight Attendants were at one point so suppressed they could barely lift their heads. But the problem was, for the vast base of the entire Sharp Blade Assault Force, the losses inflicted by the sentries were, if not a drop in the ocean, certainly negligible. More importantly, mages are not perpetual motion machines. Whether it was Britannia's Highland mages or Gaul's sentries, their spell-casting abilities were strictly limited by spell slots. After a short burst of power, there would inevitably be a period of weakness. When the few sentries responsible for other areas realized that after a round of spectacular spell combos, although they did take down many Saxon iron cans, they could not stop the endless torrent of Field Grey surging up, they also realized the problem. Their surprise attack seemed to have had little effect. If they continued to fight in this position, they would be drawn into a meat grinder with the Saxons. Such an exchange was clearly something the sentries were unwilling to accept. Especially the 5-person team in Morin's area, after losing 2 members in a very short time, had already begun to consider retreating. Especially since there was also a Saxon spellcaster of unfathomable strength on the opposite side. Dispel magic, counterspell. It was clear the opponent was aiming for anti-magic combat. The sentries naturally also had anti-magic combat training, but this training was more focused on the Highland Mage Corps of the Holy Britannian Empire. At the same time, behind the front lines, the Saxon artillery positions, guided by the red signal flare fired by Khan and the artillery observation balloon in the sky, finally began a new round of rapid artillery bombardment. Boom rumble. The sharp whistle of shells once again tore through the sky. Countless shells flew over the heads of the Saxon soldiers engaged in battle, relatively accurately striking the areas where the Gallic soldiers and sentries were located. Damn it! Saxon artillery! Retreat! Quick, retreat! The commander of this sentry squad immediately led the remaining 2 men to retreat. Almost the instant his words fell, the first 105 mm howitzer shell landed on the position not far from them. Boom! With an earth-shattering roar, the ground seemed to be violently struck by an invisible giant hand, trembling fiercely. A huge ball of fire shot into the sky, mixed with black smoke and displaced earth, forming a terrifying flower of death. Immediately after, more shells rained down like a downpour. The entire breakthrough was instantly engulfed by a storm of steel. In a huge shell crater about 300 meters from Morin, 3 surviving sentries were gathered together. Their situation looked dire. Each of their combat suits was covered in damage and scorch marks, evidently having suffered some losses in the earlier fight with the training assault battalion soldiers. Captain, we must evacuate immediately. The Saxon artillery is too fierce, if we stay any longer, we'll all be blown to pieces. One sentry said urgently. I know. The leader of the conjuration school sentry gritted his teeth and said. That damned Saxon spellcaster. He must be nearby. Maybe he's the one who called in the artillery. Through the magic sense of his mask, he could vaguely feel a familiar magical fluctuation in the most intense area of the artillery fire. That fluctuation was identical to the person who had toyed with them earlier using dispel magic and counterspell. Can we find him? Kill him before we retreat. Another evocation school sentry asked fiercely. Since the sentry unit was established after the Saxo-Gallic War, they had never suffered such a great loss. 25 elites were sent on a simple counterattack mission, yet they hadn't achieved any substantial results, and 2 of their own had already been lost. Now, they were being suppressed by the enemy's artillery like rats crossing the street, unable to even lift their heads. This was an absolute disgrace. It's too late. The conjuration school captain shook his head, his voice filled with unwillingness. The artillery fire is too dense, we can't pinpoint his exact location, and our spell slots are almost depleted. This was the most fatal aspect. Battle mages, after all, still relied on spells to fight. In that high-intensity battle just now, they had almost exhausted all their offensive spells. The remaining spells in their spell slots were for self-preservation and retreat. And Galliani had indeed given these spellcaster units great autonomy, including active withdrawal in emergencies. Prepare to activate the emergency evacuation plan. The captain decided instantly. At the same time, he pulled out a blue crystal carved with complex runes from his in my arms, then heavily pressed it onto the ground of the shell crater. The conjuration school captain took a deep breath, continuously pouring his magic power into the blue crystal. As magic power was injected, the crystal began to emit an increasingly bright light. On the ground, centered on the crystal, a complex magic circle composed of multiple concentric circles began to rapidly appear and expand. 5th Ring Conjuration School Spell Teleportation Circle. This was one of the sentry unit's emergency evacuation methods. Through this special crystal, they could quickly construct a temporary teleportation circle on the battlefield. This circle was connected to a permanent teleportation circle within the city of Paris. However, this process required about 1 minute and was highly susceptible to interruption. Faster. Even faster. The captain's heart was in his throat. He could feel the whistling of shells above becoming denser, and several times shells landed on the edge of their crater, making the ground beneath their feet shake violently. Just as he was about to give out, the magic circle finally fully formed. Buzz. With a soft hum, in the center of the magic circle, space began to twist and fold, then slowly opened an oval doorway shimmering with blue light. It worked. Go. The captain breathed a sigh of relief, shouting to his companions. The 2 sentries didn't hesitate, immediately put away their rifles, turned, and rushed into the teleportation gate, their figures instantly vanishing. The captain followed closely. Just before stepping into the teleportation gate, he turned back and took a deep look at the battlefield ravaged by artillery fire, his eyes beneath a metal mask filled with resentment and unwillingness. Saxons. And that damned spellcaster. Then he plunged into the teleportation gate. The next second after his figure disappeared, a 105 mm howitzer shell landed squarely in that shell crater. Boom. The violent explosion blew the newly formed teleportation gate, along with the temporary magic circle made of blue crystal, into countless fragments. The bombardment continued, but Morin already felt that the impact points of the shells were once again beginning to extend deeper into the Gallic positions. Meanwhile, a captain company commander from the 42nd Infantry Regiment in Morin's area, upon hearing the first shriek of a shell, had already followed an old soldier's instinct, scrambling into the deepest shell crater and clutching his head tightly. He felt like a small boat in a raging storm, liable to be smashed to pieces at any moment. In his trench, he heard nothing but the sound of artillery, saw nothing and could only feel the ground shaking wildly beneath his feet, as if the entire world was falling apart. The captain didn't know how long the bombardment lasted, perhaps a minute, perhaps an eternity. When the explosions finally gradually faded, he cautiously dared to lift his head and peer out of the crater. The sight before him made him gasp. The entire battlefield had been replowed, with newly formed, smoking shell craters everywhere. He saw many Saxon soldiers who hadn't managed to take cover, blown to pieces, with scattered limbs and body parts all over. Friendly fire is always the cruelest thing on the battlefield. But even more numerous were the corpses of the Gallic soldiers who had launched the counterattack. He also saw that the sentries who had caused such heavy casualties earlier had also disappeared in the artillery fire. He didn't know if they had been blown to shreds or had escaped in the chaos. But either way, the biggest threat seemed to have been neutralized. The captain spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and struggled to climb out of the crater. He looked at the other soldiers, equally covered in mud and with expressions of having survived a catastrophe, who were also climbing out of their craters, and raised his rifle. Soldiers! The Gauls can't hold on. He let out a victorious roar in a hoarse voice. For the Empire! Charge again! Morin also cautiously lifted his head from the shell crater where he had been lying. He saw the surrounding Saxon soldiers also gradually climbing out of their respective shelters. Although many were wounded, and many more were forever left on this land, the eyes of those who survived burned with the excitement of having escaped death and a thirst for victory. They had withstood the Gauls' most frantic counterattack, and even their trump card mage unit had been blown back by the artillery fire called in by their own side. The scales of victory had begun to tip in their favor. Just then, Morin suddenly saw a signal flare rise from the direction of the large anti-air magic devices behind the Gallic positions in the distance. However, that signal flare was green. And green meant mission accomplished. Morin's heart once again pounded uncontrollably. He knew this meant that the mission carried out by another small squad of the training assault battalion had succeeded. The Gauls' only air cover over the Creole defense line had been removed. He abruptly looked up, gazing towards the rear of his own positions. He seemed to already hear the thunderous roar of engines from the sky. Green signal flare. It's a green signal flare. In the direction of the Gauls' anti-air magic device. In the bridge of the armored airship L-29, in safe airspace nearly 10 kilometers from the Creole front line, a lookout shouted excitedly, his voice slightly distorted by emotion. Airship Captain Colonel Schneider almost instantly sprang from his seat, looking towards the direction where the signal flare had risen. When that splash of green, signifying mission successful, clearly entered his sight, the Saxon Empire Air Force colonel felt his blood about to boil. Thank God! Those army lads succeeded. He couldn't help but vigorously pump his fist. He and his airship had been hovering there for nearly an hour, waiting for this signal. Every minute, every second, was an ordeal for them. They watched helplessly as their soldiers on the ground below surged like a tide towards the enemy's lines, watched countless shells explode on the enemy's positions, and watched the red signal flares, representing danger, rise again and again. And they could only wait there, unable to do anything. That feeling of powerlessness almost drove every Air Force officer and soldier on the bridge mad. Now, the opportunity had finally arrived. Chapter 264, Sentry Plan. Attention, everyone. Colonel Schneider took a deep breath, then issued the long-awaited command over the ship's broadcast system, his voice slightly high-pitched with excitement. Engines full speed. Target the Gauls' Creole defense line. We are going to let those Gauls taste the wrath from the skies. Yes, Airship Captain. Power Unit Control Room. Set power output to maximum. Helmsman. Course 0-3-5. Full speed ahead. Fire Control Center. All turrets disengage safety. Free fire. Blast every Gaul you see into the sky. Command after command was swiftly relayed. The armored airship L-29, hovering in the air, shuddered its massive steel frame. The giant propellers around the hull simultaneously emitted a deafening roar, rotating so fast that they distorted the surrounding air. This aerial behemoth, over 450 meters long, began to slowly accelerate, then charged toward the battlefield ahead with an imposing speed utterly inconsistent with its size. On the ground, the Saxon soldiers, who had just recovered from the artillery barrage, heard the increasingly loud roar from the sky almost simultaneously. They subconsciously raised their heads, and everyone saw an enormous shadow in the sky behind them, descending upon them with irresistible momentum. The armored airship, painted with the Saxon Empire Air Force insignia, was like a floating steel fortress, obscuring the sky that had just begun to lighten with dawn. Sunlight shone from the side of its massive hull, outlining its shape with a golden edge, making it look like the chariot of a deity descending from myth. It's our armored airship. A soldier murmured, his voice filled with awe and ecstasy. The airship can finally be deployed. After a brief moment of shock, the entire Saxon position erupted in thunderous cheers. All the soldiers raised their weapons high, shouting their most fervent cheers toward the approaching behemoth in the sky. Morin also looked up at the rapidly approaching armored airship, his heart similarly filled with shock. Although it was not his first time seeing this thing, every time he saw it, he was awed by this transcending aesthetic of violence. This was the way war was fought in this world. Ancient chivalry and cold steel technology, traditional magic and modern artillery, had merged in a peculiar way in this twisted era. Soon, the armored airship L-29 flew directly over the Gauls' defense line. Its enormous shadow enveloped the Gallic position below, where resistance was still ongoing. Target the trenches below. Free fire. Colonel Schneider stood on the bridge, looking coldly through the massive observation window at the Gallic soldiers below, who looked like ants, and issued the attack order. The next second, the four twin-barreled 203mm main gun turrets beneath the armored airship simultaneously rotated their muzzles, aiming downward. Boom. 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 8 large-caliber naval guns roared simultaneously. The huge flames spat out by the muzzles were clearly visible even in mid-air. The heavy shells, accompanied by a shriek that tore through the air, slammed violently into the trenches below at a nearly vertical angle. Rumble. A series of earth-shattering explosions rang out across the Gallic position. The power of the 203 mm high explosive shells was completely incomparable to the 105 mm howitzer. Each explosion could completely erase a section of trench dozens of meters long, along with all the soldiers and fortifications inside, from the face of the earth. The massive shockwaves flung dirt, rubble, and severed limbs hundreds of meters into the sky, forming shocking plumes of smoke. The Gallic soldiers still resisting stubbornly in the trenches had no chance to fight back against such devastating blows. They couldn't even manage to run before they were torn to shreds by the violent explosions. The armored airship L-29 was like a lofty grim reaper, mercilessly and efficiently harvesting the lives of the enemies below with its giant scythe. Besides the main guns, the MG-08 heavy machine gun turrets mounted on the airship also began to madly sweep every exposed target on the ground. The dense hail of bullets, like the lashes of the Grim Reaper, riddled everything on the ground. My God! Private Eric lay in a shell crater, staring dumbfounded at the scene before him, which resembled the end of the world. He saw a stubbornly resisting Gallic heavy machine gun nest nearby get directly hit by a shell descending from the sky. The entire nest, along with a dozen or so Gallic soldiers surrounding it, instantly vanished into a massive fireball. He saw Gallic soldiers in droves falling down like cut wheat under the airship's strafing. Was this the strike from the sky? Eric felt his throat dry up. It was the first time he was so grateful that he was Saxon. Under the devastating strike of the armored airship L-29, the Gauls' final will to resist completely collapsed. They began throwing down their weapons, crying and scrambling out of the trenches, scattering like headless flies. But where could they run to? Under the airship's surveillance, they had nowhere to hide. And just then, Saxon's follow-up forces finally surged forward. Charge! For the Empire! By this point, the Sharp Blade Assault Group had achieved a true breakthrough along this 2-kilometer-long front line. The greater number of troops behind them did not waste this hard-won opportunity. Masses of Saxon soldiers, urged on by their officers, poured into the breach like a bursting flood, then spread frantically to both sides like cancer cells. The Creole defense line, the line that had caused the Saxon First Army group to bleed dry, was finally completely penetrated at this moment. According to the pre-battle operational plan, the training assault battalion's assault mission had also come to an end. They had already chewed through the hardest bone, and the Gauls' anti-air magic device had been dealt with. Therefore, the subsequent fighting could be completed by ordinary Saxon soldiers. Morin also used an orderly to gather the troops, and after instructing Kleist and Manstein to quickly tally the casualties, he sat down in an occupied Gallic trench. After drinking a few sips of water to moisten his dry throat, Morin eagerly opened the system interface, wanting to see what content had just been unlocked. He then discovered that besides the basic information about the Gallic Republic's mage units obtained after killing the Gallic mages, there was a lot of incredible information. Especially the Gauls' Sentry plan. Sentry, a combat mage unit secretly established by the Gallic Republic. Its members are selected through extremely rigorous standards, consisting entirely of elite soldiers with spellcasting talent who have undergone a series of high-intensity, high-attrition special training and physical enhancement modifications. The Sentry unit discards the traditional mage training model, emphasizing the combination of traditional magic with rapidly developing modern military tactics. All sentries are not only proficient in spells of specific schools but are also excellent close-quarters combat experts and sharpshooters. After undergoing special physical modifications, they possess physical qualities and reaction speeds far exceeding ordinary people, specializing in high-speed maneuver warfare using various spells. Sentry plan. Following the disastrous defeat in the Saxo-Gallic War, the Gallic Republic drew lessons from the pain and secretly launched a plan, personally overseen by the then Minister of the Army, aimed at creating an elite spell unit, the core of this plan being the establishment of the Sentry unit. Morin carefully read the system's introduction to the Sentry several times. So that's how it is, he muttered to himself. Mass-produced Gallic captains, hey. No wonder he always felt that the Sentries seemed less like mages and more like super soldiers from a sci-fi movie. Turns out, these guys really are super soldiers on the magic side. They not only possess spellcasting talent but also acquire powerful physical fitness and combat skills through physical modification. The Saxon Empire actually also had physical modification projects, but they merely enabled the modified subjects to have mana affinity. Compared to the Gauls' Sentry plan, they were completely insignificant. The thinking behind the Sentry plan could be described as quite fanatical and quite Gallic. It perfectly fit a plan born in the shadow of constantly fearing being struck again in Paris after losing the Saxo-Gallic War. Morin recalled the process of his fight with the Sentry. The opponent's terrifying reaction speed, fluid assassination movements, and fierce, death-defying combat style all left an extremely deep impression on him. If he hadn't advanced to a third-ring mage and if the previously captured Amulet of Protection hadn't provided him with ample spell slots, he might genuinely have fallen into the opponent's hands this time. But their stamina is still poor, and their physical strength is still within the realm of carbon-based life, meaning ordinary light weapons can still cause damage. Morin stroked his chin, contemplating this information. This was actually similar to the shortcomings of the Britannian's Highland Mage. This also explained why the formidable sentries still appeared so miserable when faced with the training assault battalion's large volume of automatic firepower and grenade saturation tactics. Next, he clicked on the next entry. Current mage count in the Gallic Republic, including sentries 525 people. Mages 3rd ring and below account for 75%, mages 4th to 6th ring account for 23%, mages 7th ring and above account for 2%. Evocation school mages account for 64%, conjuration school mages account for 8%, mainly sentries, transmutation school mages account for 7%, and mages of other schools account for 21%. Relatively speaking, although the Gallic Republic did not have as many mages as the Britonians, their schools of magic were clearly more healthy. Of course, this healthy status was only relative to the Highland Mage Corps, or what Morin called the Artillery Mage Corps, in its distorted configuration. After reading this content, Morin focused on the glass vial he had picked up. PF214 Lorentz Legacy, one of the secret products of the Gallic Republic's Sentry Plan, a potent combat stimulant synthesized through alchemical means, based on a potion developed by the legendary mage Laron. After injection, the user can significantly increase spellcasting focus and reaction speed for a short period, while temporarily blocking most pain receptors. Side effects: irreversible damage to the nervous system and a certain degree of addictiveness. Holy crap, magic ice. Morin was stunned. He hadn't expected the Gauls to be the ones to first develop this combat stimulant in this world. Although it appeared to be sentry exclusive, who knew if a version usable by ordinary people might appear later? Given the abstract nature of the current world, combined with the state of war, this was highly possible. They're crazy, they've gone completely mad. This is crazier than the French on a normal timeline. Morin shook his head, then looked at the final unlocked entry. Prometheus Plan, a secret operation planned by the Holy Britonian Empire Imperial Army Intelligence Department and the Highland Mage Corps, aimed at seizing the opportunity of sending an expeditionary force into the Gallic Republic to acquire relevant data and technology regarding the Sentry Plan. Chapter 265, The Armored Train. Morin stared at the last unlocked piece of intelligence on the system interface, completely stunned. Holy hell, he couldn't help but curse internally. These Britonians truly hadn't disappointed him. Their performance in the field of great moral deficiency was exceptionally stable. It was practically a traditional skill for them. For the Britonians, what were allies? Allies were meant to be betrayed, and as for their allies' technology, naturally, it was meant to be shared. However, surprise aside, Morin quickly calmed down and began analyzing the information hidden behind this intelligence report. First, the Gaulish Sentry Plan could make the Britonians, who always considered themselves magic big brother, so envious that they would formulate a specific theft plan, which in itself demonstrated the value of this technology. This also indirectly confirmed Morin's own guess: the Britonians likely hadn't developed magic-side super soldiers similar to the Sentry yet. Even if they had, the effect was certainly not as good as the Gauls' version. These Highland mages, spending all day in the Mage Tower studying how to conjure bigger fireballs, they probably never thought someone would combine magic with human modification to create something like this. Morin stroked his chin, pondering. But he was also quite curious, where exactly did the Britonians get this intelligence? The Sentry Plan sounded like a top-secret Gaulish project. He was able to obtain this information only because his system was always on. How did the Britonians across the sea know about it? Did the Gaulish High Command have a mole? Or was Britannia's intelligence department truly omniscient? There was no answer to these questions yet. But one thing was clear: this Gaulish technology indeed possessed extremely high military value. Super soldiers, hey, Morin smacked his lips. Even in the world he came from before crossing over, the major powers had secretly researched this kind of thing. From the start of the Cold War until the 1990s, the rumored enhanced humans, super soldiers, supernatural forces, and Qigong, all reflected the various countries' explorations in this area. However, limited by technology and ethics, nothing substantial ever came of it. But in this world, which has magic, glow crystals, and strange technologies constantly emerging, the concept of super soldier seems truly possible to realize, and its application prospects are even broader. Morin didn't even dare to hope to mass-produce battle mages like the Sentry. If the product of the Sentry Plan could, at the very least, mass-produce elite soldiers whose physical quality far surpassed that of ordinary people, and who possessed a certain degree of magic affinity, that would be a qualitative leap for the combat strength of the entire Saxon army. No, we absolutely cannot let the Britonians get their hands on this easily. Morin immediately formed an idea. Leaving aside the fact that Saxony and Britannia were already in a state of hostility and fighting fiercely, any action that could annoy the Britonians would be worth carrying out. Moreover, the Saxon Empire needed such excellent technology itself. However, the intelligence provided by the system was still too sparse. Aside from knowing that the Britonians were up to no good, their specific action plan and target remained completely unknown. It seems this matter will have to wait until we break into Paris before we can slowly figure out how to investigate it. This thought flashed through Morin's mind. Perhaps he could look for clues on the corpse of the sentry he had killed? While Morin was pondering, the cheers and gunfire in the distance gradually subsided. The last vestiges of resistance from the remaining Gaulish defenders on the Creole defense line were completely crushed. The entire defense line had transitioned from being breached to a complete rout. At the same time, the atmosphere at the 1st Army Group's forward command post in the rear was far less relaxed than the front line. General Mackensen and Chief of Staff Lieutenant General Seicht, having received the news from the front line, stood silently before the massive sandbox, watching the blue arrow representing their own troops finally pierce the red marker symbolizing the Creole defense line. Finally, we broke through. Lieutenant General Seicht let out a long breath, his voice tinged with exhaustion. The price the 1st Army Group paid to break this line was too high. Tens of thousands of soldiers lay eternally here, and an unspeakable weariness permeated the entire Army Group, from top to bottom. Yes, we broke through. General Mackensen's expression was equally solemn. He looked at the torn gap and said with complex eyes, but do we have enough strength left to reach the gates of Paris? This was a question everyone knew the answer to. The first army group was now like an athlete who had just finished a marathon, only to be told the finish line was still a kilometer away. Both their bodies and spirits were pushed to the limit. Although the final barrier to Paris had been cleared, the road to victory was still long. Just as the command post fell silent, a communications staff officer rushed in hastily. General. Chief of Staff, sir. Emergency news just received. Speak, Mackensen raised his head. Fortification troops and engineer troops on the rear railway have sent a telegram. The main railway line, which the Gauls and Britonians began destroying starting from Amiens, has been completely repaired. The armored train Odin has been traveling at full speed along the repaired line toward us since an hour ago. What? Sake suddenly turned around, and the usually composed man showed a look of surprise. The Odin is arriving now. Yes, Chief of Staff, sir. Not only that, but news has also come from the Air Force. The armored airship L-28, which had made an emergency landing for repairs, completed its urgent repairs and took off again last night, and should theoretically be arriving soon. A wave of suppressed cheers instantly erupted within the command post. These two pieces of news were like two shots of adrenaline for the exhausted First Army Group. Not coming sooner, not coming later, but only arriving after we finally chewed through Creel. General Sake, however, shook his head helplessly after a brief moment of excitement. If the Odin had arrived 2 days earlier, why would we have shed so much blood at Creel? Johannes, you cannot expect all plans to be flawless. General Mackensen patted his old partner on the shoulder. War is not a sandbox simulation, it is full of variables. The fact that the Odin can come now is the best news. I had already prepared for it to miss the attack on Paris. He walked to the map, his gaze moving back and forth across the area between Creel and Paris. Although the main force of the Gaulish defenders at Creel was routed, they were not completely annihilated. After retreating to Paris, they will quickly be resupplied and reorganize their defenses. We must seize the opportunity while they are currently fragmented and disorganized, and strike directly to threaten Paris in one go. Sharp light rekindled in Mackensen's eyes. The arrival of the Odin gives us exactly this opportunity. Its mobility and firepower are enough for us to clear all obstacles on the road to Paris in the shortest possible time. Do you mean, letting the Odin advance alone? Sake frowned slightly. He immediately understood his old partner's idea, but he also felt some concern. But if I recall correctly, the Odin is also being deployed in actual combat for the first time, and the Gungnir mounted on it has never been used on a real battlefield. What if something goes wrong? Experience is always accumulated in actual combat. Mackensen's tone was unquestionable. Furthermore, the Odin and the Gungnir were originally prepared by the General Staff headquarters as the final heavy hammer to smash open the Paris city fortress. Now is the time for it to play its role. Hearing city fortress, Sake's expression also grew solemn. According to pre-war intelligence, the Gauls had not only built solid fortress clusters along the border, but they had also constructed a series of permanent fortifications in the suburbs of their capital, Paris. Though small in scale, their firepower configuration should not be underestimated. There was even intelligence suggesting that there was some kind of hidden siege defense weapon inside Paris city. Bring me the map of the railway lines inside Gaul. Sake commanded a staff officer. Soon, the detailed railway map was spread out on the sandbox. Sake looked at the crisscrossing railway lines on the map and suddenly laughed. Speaking of which, we really have to thank the Gauls. A few years ago, they ambitiously tried to carry out some luster crystal industry transformation, but they didn't manage the transformation. Instead, they upgraded the entire national railway system according to our standards. General Mackensen also nodded. Indeed, if the Gauls hadn't built their railways so well, it would be a real question whether a heavy armored train like the Odin could successfully reach the gates of Paris. Therefore, what we need to do now is ensure that the railway section from Creel to Paris is completely unobstructed. Mackensen's finger traced a straight line on the map. We need a unit with sufficient mobility to occupy the railway line in advance, and then, accompanying the Odin, launch a lightning-fast assault on Paris. Sake looked at Mackensen and suddenly asked, "My old friend, you wouldn't be thinking of having Captain Morin lead the team, would you?" General Mackensen met his chief of staff's gaze and nodded without hesitation. "That's right, it's him." Hearing this, Lieutenant General Sake gave a wry smile. "You truly have no pity for that lad. He and his unit just walked through the gates of hell, and you immediately assign him a life-or-death task. Aren't you afraid he'll resent you later?" "Resent me?" General Mackensen's eyes were complex. He was silent for a moment before slowly speaking, sighing. If he were still the Friedrich who indulged in extravagance in Dresden, if his performance in the army were mediocre, honestly, I would have found a way to transfer him to a relatively safe and quiet rear position some time ago. In the old general's tone, there was relief and helplessness, and also a hint of pride that he himself might not have noticed. But who would have thought that lad entered the army and became like a completely different person? From the start of the civil war in the Kingdom of Aragon until now at Creel, he has repeatedly made everyone look at him with new respect. Even he and his subordinate training assault battalion have now become an important trump card in my hand. Mackensen turned around, looking at the sky outside the tent, which was stained orange by the fires of war, and continued, "Since it is a trump card, there is no reason to hide it. At the most critical moment, it must be played without hesitation." Furthermore, looking across the entire First Army Group, besides his training assault battalion, what other unit possesses the ability to rapidly advance alongside an armored train? Letting other infantry units follow? They would break their legs trying to keep up with the speed of the Odin, and they would only become a burden. Hearing Mackensen's words, Sake nodded slightly. He also clearly knew that the training assault battalion was currently the only battalion-level unit in the entire army group, and even the entire Saxon army, that had achieved full motorization. Their trucks were the only guarantee that this unit could keep pace with the armored train. Sake suddenly laughed, speaking of which, we have to thank Bülow and Ludendorff, these vehicles are still from their second army group. Ha 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 ha, indeed. General Mackensen also laughed and shook his head, then continued, of course, I won't let him go alone. Grandmaster Leonie will also lead her elite armored knights to act together. Furthermore, as long as the Battle of Paris concludes successfully, I will personally submit a report to the General Staff Headquarters and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, recommending that the training assault battalion be transferred to the rear, expanded using them as the backbone, and that their tactical experience be promoted throughout the entire army. Mackensen's eyes shone with light. The fighting over the past month has yielded sufficiently convincing results for the training assault battalion. It is time to push our ancient army through a fundamental reform. I believe Friedrich himself will also obtain a position in the army that allows him to fully display his talents. Hearing these words, the last trace of worry in Sake's heart vanished. He knew that Mackensen was paving the way for more and using the opening move of a decisive victory to secure a bright future for this young man. I understand. Sake straightened his body. I will go draft the operational order now. Go. Mackensen nodded, then turned to the communications staff officer beside him and said, once the order is drafted, immediately send messengers to deliver the orders separately to Captain Friedrich Morin and Grandmaster Leonia von Fortis. Yes, General. Chapter 266, the prize pool is still accumulating. On the Kriel front line, the embers of artillery fire had not yet completely dispersed. Morin was directing his soldiers to gather the troops, count casualties, and treat the wounded. Although the battle was won, his mood was not light-hearted. Because after this battle, the training assault battalion suffered 45 dead, 61 severely wounded evacuated, and 284 lightly wounded. This casualty figure was actually far lower than his worst pre-battle estimate. When formulating that crazy plan, he had even prepared himself mentally for more than half the battalion to be casualties, with the number of dead exceeding 3 digits. After all, they were the vanguard, enduring the fiercest counterattacks at the narrowest breakthrough point. To achieve a decisive victory at such a cost, from a military perspective, it was absolutely a glorious triumph. But Morin looked at the young bodies not far away, being pulled out of the mud by their comrades and covered with greatcoats. Looking at the wounded lying on makeshift stretchers, groaning in agony, he could only divert his attention for now. Just then, a liaison officer from the 1st Army Group headquarters, escorted by several soldiers, quickly ran across the trench and corpse-filled position, stumbling as he went. Captain Friedrich Morin. We meet again. Morin looked up, saw the rank on the newcomer's shoulder and that somewhat familiar face, and his heart immediately sank. It was this guy again, always bringing something. If it were just to convey ordinary operational orders, headquarters would have just sent a couple of orderlies. But now, they had directly sent a field-grade liaison officer to this front line, where intense fighting had just ended and the danger had not completely subsided. This could only mean one thing: the order they were to convey was definitely not that simple. Ah, is something wrong? Morin stood up and tidied his uniform. Captain Morin, General Mackensen has new orders for you. The liaison officer saluted him, then pulled a sealed order from his satchel. Morin took the order, broke the seal, and quickly scanned it. When he saw the content of the order, even though he was mentally prepared, the corner of his eye still twitched involuntarily. The content of the order was simple. Order the 1st Guard Training Assault Battalion to immediately move towards the railway line on the right flank of the Kriel defense line, rendezvous with the Odin armored train that has arrived there, and act as its vanguard and escort force, launching a rapid assault along the railway line towards the outskirts of Paris, clearing obstacles for the main force of the army group's general offensive. Morin held the thin piece of order paper, momentarily speechless, not even feeling excited about the armored train. All right, so this is how we're playing, hey? The prize pool is still accumulating, is that it? Although General Mackensen was protective in other aspects, when it came to combat, he showed no mercy at all. This was practically treating him and his training assault battalion like cattle. Having just crawled out of a bloody battle, not even having had a hot meal yet, and now immediately being thrown into another, even more dangerous and insane assault mission. Captain, is there a problem? The liaison officer asked cautiously, seeing Morin's somewhat grim expression. Problem? Of course, there are some small problems. Although Morin was cursing inwardly, he knew he had no right to refuse the order. Taking a deep breath and forcibly suppressing his emotions, he said in a deep voice. Sir, my troops have just finished a high-intensity battle, personnel are exhausted, and ammunition consumption is huge. We need time for rest and resupply. I'm very sorry, Captain. The liaison officer's face showed a hint of apology, though the formulation of this order actually had little to do with him. The situation is urgent, and indeed there is no time left for your unit to rest. However, General Mackensen also mentioned before I departed that the Odin armored train already carries a large amount of supplies, including ammunition, medicine, and newly manufactured automatic weapons. Your unit can resupply directly on the train. Additionally, the liaison officer added, Grandmaster Leonia of the Teutonic Order will also lead her armored knight unit to act with you. Hearing this, what more could Morin say? Logistics problems were solved, and there were heavy armored units cooperating in the battle. Headquarters had already considered everything they could. All that remained was to execute the order. I understand. Morin folded the order and handed it to Kleist beside him, then stood at attention and saluted the liaison officer sharply. First Guard Training Assault Battalion, accepting orders. Very good, thank you for your hard work, Captain Morin. The liaison officer also breathed a sigh of relief and returned the salute. Morin wasted no more words, turning to Manstein and Kleist and loudly ordering. You all heard, convey my order. The entire battalion will immediately cease resting, emergency assembly. Objective, the railway line 3 kilometers east. Also, send orderlies to inform the convoy and artillery battalion behind us to follow us immediately. On the right flank of the Creole defense line, the dual railway line leading to Paris survived the artillery fire, winding into the distance like a black scar. The reason the Gauls didn't have time to destroy the railway was simple, they themselves needed to use the railway for their retreat. Since the Gaulish defenders on the Creole defense line had completely routed, the training assault battalion's operation was exceptionally smooth. Morin and his men encountered almost no organized resistance and easily took control of this critical section of the railway. Standing beneath a bombed-out railway signal tower, Morin held his binoculars, observing the situation ahead on the railway line. He could even see the lingering thick smoke from a distant steam locomotive. Send out a few reconnaissance teams and trucks to advance along the railway. Morin lowered his binoculars and said to Manstein beside him. Focus on checking the railway's roadbed and tracks to see if the Gauls laid explosives or carried out sabotage during their retreat. Yes, Battalion Commander. Manstein immediately went to arrange it. Not long after, several trucks rumbled, carrying fully armed soldiers, carefully driving forward along the railway. Just then, a heavy engine roar came from the rear side. Morin looked back, only to see 20 Siegfried Type 1 armored knights, painted with the Teutonic Order's emblem, approaching them with heavy steps. The leading armored knight, with a unique red crest on its head, was the personal mount of Grand Master Leonia von Veltus of the Teutonic Order. The 20 gigantic steel giants stopped not far from Morin. Leonia opened her front armor, then leaped down from the several-meter-high cockpit, landing steadily on the ground. Today, she wore the Teutonic Knight's combat night suit, outlining her tall and agile figure. Her golden long hair was tied high into a ponytail, and although her face was stained with traces of gunpowder smoke, her blue eyes were still like cold gems, sharp and bright. Captain Morin. She walked up to Morin, a hint of praise in her voice. You and your troops did well today. It seems what you said at headquarters 2 days ago wasn't just empty talk. Your Excellency Grand Master, you flatter me. Morin saluted her. Although Leonia's military rank was general, everyone usually referred to her as Grand Master in everyday life, and she herself preferred this title. If it weren't for you and your knights holding off the Gaulish armored knights head-on, we wouldn't have been so successful. That is simply the duty of our Teutonic Order. Leonia's reply was concise. She glanced at the training assault battalion soldiers who were gathering, then looked at the railway line in the distance. It seems our next mission will be with that big fellow. The big fellow she referred to was, of course, the Odin armored train that was about to arrive. Do you know about that armored train? Morin asked with some curiosity. Of course, and it's not like an ordinary armored train. Just as the two were talking, a long and loud whistle sounded from the distant horizon. Woo! Immediately following, the ground began to tremble slightly. Everyone instinctively looked in the direction of the sound. At the end of the railway line, a huge and ferocious steel creation appeared. Its size was so immense that when it appeared, it seemed as if the surrounding scenery became dwarfed. Heavy armor covered the entire body, adorned with ferocious turrets and firing ports, like a steel beast emerged from an industrial age myth. Unlike the old-fashioned, smoke-belching steam-armored trains Morin remembered, this giant beast moved without towering black smoke, meaning it likely used a more advanced power source. When this heavy armored train finally came to a slow stop on the tracks where the training assault battalion was located, the overwhelming sense of oppression made all the soldiers present instinctively hold their breath. My goodness, several training assault battalion soldiers muttered, this thing. Is it really an armored train? No, it doesn't look quite like the ones we've seen before. The cannons on it seem to be thicker. By the way, where did this thing's smokestack go? Morin was equally awestruck by the sight before him. Although he had never seen a real armored train, let alone the Odin, he knew that armored trains shouldn't be too small. But when this steel beast stopped so close to him, the emotion of being awestruck by industrial aesthetics was something imagination couldn't convey. Moreover, the Odin, at least in appearance, was already quite different from the old-style armored trains in Morin's memory. Or rather, this was no longer a train, but a mobile fortress of war on rails. Screech! With a harsh breaking sound, the Odin completely stopped. The armored door of the command carriage in the middle of the train opened, and an officer in a Saxon army colonel's uniform jumped down from the train. Chapter 267, Gungnir. The person who jumped off the train looked to be in his 40s, tall and resolute. Grand Master Leoni. The colonel immediately spotted Leonia, who stood out most in the crowd, strode forward quickly, and gave her a standard military salute. Colonel Lucas. Leonia nodded in acknowledgement. This must be the famous Captain Friedrich Morin, I presume. Colonel Lucas turned his gaze toward Morin again, a warm smile on his face. I've heard much about you. I am the train commander of the Odin armored train, Lucas Cook. To be honest, the good lads on the armored train and I have long hoped for the chance to fight alongside your training assault battalion. You flatter me, Colonel, Morin said, slightly surprised that the other party knew him. That is not flattery. Lucas laughed heartily. The feat of quickly capturing the Liege fortress with the cooperation of the armored airship has now spread throughout the entire army. Many of the young men on our Odin armored train are your admirers. After the train commander finished speaking, he glanced at the battle-ravaged position in the distance, his smile receding slightly as he apologized. I sincerely apologize, we are late. The Gauls and the Brytonians destroyed almost all the railways along the route during their retreat. We basically advanced while repairing the tracks, rushing as fast as we could, but we still didn't arrive until now. Arriving now is not too late. After the brief exchange of pleasantries, Lucas immediately got down to business. All right, enough small talk, time is pressing. Captain Mullen, the general ordered us to provide you with supplies. All the ammunition, medicine, and materials are in the 4th, 5th, 10th, and 11th carriages. You can start resupplying immediately. In addition, there is a batch of new weapons that just arrived from the homeland on the train. You can also equip those. That's wonderful. Morin's eyes lit up. Soon, under Lucas's command, the huge side doors of the 4 supply carriages of the Odin armored train were opened, revealing mountains of wooden crates inside. The soldiers of the training assault battalion immediately cheered and rushed forward, beginning to systematically move the supplies, replenish ammunition, and replace lost weapons under the organization of their officers. Meanwhile, Leonia began directing her armored knights to board the 5 massive flatbed transport carriages at the rear of the train. The accompanying combat engineers used thick chains and specialized fixtures to firmly secure these heavy war machines to the car beds, ensuring they wouldn't shift during high-speed travel. Taking advantage of this pause, Morin curiously asked Colonel Lucas for information about the armored train. Regarding Morin, this famous friendly commander, Train Commander Lucas did not hold back any information. Instead, like an enthusiastic guide, he proudly introduced his vehicle. The Odin armored train is the latest model of heavy armored train in our Saxon Empire. Lucas patted the cold armor beside him, his eyes filled with pride. We Saxons were one of the first nations in the world to use armored trains, and decades ago during the Saxo-Gallic War, our predecessors were already driving rudimentary armored trains to provide fire support for the infantry. Hearing the first sentence, Morin knew that the development trajectory of armored trains in this world seemed different from that of the other timeline. In the other timeline, armored trains were actually developed during the American Civil War. However, in this timeline where Ame failed to achieve independence, the Saxons became the pioneers of the armored train. On the other side, Train Commander Lucas continued his introduction. But by the time of the latest Odin armored train generation, it is no longer just a mobile artillery platform for the infantry, it is a combat unit capable of executing various missions independently. Currently, our army is equipped with a total of 18 armored trains of various types. 5 trains, including the Odin armored train, have been reinforced to the northern theater, while the remaining 13 are undertaking defensive duties on the southern border. Then, why didn't we see you play a role in the previous battles? Morin couldn't help but ask. Hearing this question, a hint of helplessness appeared on Colonel Lucas's face. Alas, this is the biggest problem with armored trains. No matter how powerful we are, we cannot leave the 2 rails beneath our feet. Within the United Kingdom of Flanders, many railways were destroyed, and the Gauls also blew up the tracks after their retreat following the loss of the battle, making it impossible for us to arrive in time. Therefore, the military high command was initially more willing to use our mobile artillery platforms in border defense battles, as the positions are fixed and the railway network is complete. If the Odin armored train hadn't been a special model designed specifically for breaching fortifications, the General Staff headquarters probably would have kept it domestically rather than sending it here. Through Colonel Lucas's introduction and the constantly updating system information, Morin gained a clearer understanding of the structure of this steel behemoth. Come, Captain Mullen, let me show you our baby. Colonel Lucas enthusiastically beckoned Morin, leading him to tour the train starting from the front. Look at this very first section, it is our armored artillery carriage, also our iron head used for clearing obstacles. Lucas pointed to the huge, plow-like obstacle clearing scoop at the front of the carriage and said, "This thing can smash through most obstacles on the track, and the carriage itself is covered in omnidirectional heavy armor, the same type used by the Teutonic Order, sufficient to withstand direct hits from currently known conventional artillery." Morin's gaze fell upon the 2 massive hemispherical armored turrets arranged fore and aft on that carriage. The turret's design was full of Saxon simplicity and ferocity, their long gun barrels pointing obliquely toward the sky. These 2 turrets are equipped with 150mm naval guns that we borrowed from the Navy. Lucas explained with a smile. Naval guns are extremely powerful and have a long range. They are exceptionally effective when used against enemy permanent fortifications and artillery positions. The section behind the artillery carriage is our fire support carriage, Lucas continued to introduce. It is equipped with a mixed arrangement of 6 MG08 heavy machine guns and 3 88mm secondary cannons. 88mm cannon. Morin's heart stirred when he heard this familiar term. Yes, also a Navy gadget. Lucas smiled, seemingly grateful for the gift from the Navy fleet. It was originally meant to be mounted on light warships to fight torpedo boats. But we found that it's also quite effective for hitting ground targets, it has a high rate of fire and good accuracy. Morin knew that the 88mm cannon in this world was likely not the same as the famous Flak 88 from his memory. Chronologically, should it be considered the ancestor of the Flak 88? But since Train Commander Lucas said so, this type of 88mm cannon must have certain advantages, or it wouldn't have been borrowed from the Navy. The 3rd and 4th sections are the troop carriage and the supply carriage, respectively. Lucas pointed to the 2 carriages in the middle and said, "According to the establishment, we should be assigned a fully organized accompanying infantry company, but this departure was too rushed, and the infantry didn't have time to board. Therefore, the troop carriage is also packed with supplies, which are now being used to replenish your training assault battalion." Morin looked at the piled ammunition and weapon crates, feeling a surge of excitement. He saw the logo of Schmeisser Arms Manufacturing Co., Limited printed on many of the boxes, clearly indicating a new batch of MP-14 submachine guns and MG-14 light machine guns produced by his own company. The fifth carriage is one of our corps, the Anti-Magic Defense Unit. Lucas continued his introduction. The man in his 40s sounded like he was showing off his big toy. It is installed with an independent magic core and a large magic generator, capable of raising a high-strength spell shield around the train. In terms of defensive power, it is even slightly stronger than the shields on the armored airships. This came as a surprise to Morin. He had always thought that when it came to magical defense for the Saxons, the airships were the top tier. He hadn't expected the armored train on the ground to be superior. Next, we have our power core. Lucas pointed to the two carriages in the middle that were noticeably taller and more structurally complex than the others, saying, one in front and one in back, two bright crystal locomotives, sandwiching the armored command car in the middle. Phosgene internal combustion engine? The kind used by armored knights and bright crystal vehicles. Exactly, but the Odin armored train uses the Empire's latest technology. Lucas said proudly. Each bright crystal locomotive can provide us with about 4,700 powerful horsepower. Together, that's nearly 10,000 horsepower. Morin gasped. This figure was comparable to the Harmony 5B type from the world he transmigrated from. Using two hearts of this caliber to drive a train was, logically speaking, an extreme luxury in this era. No wonder this steel behemoth possessed a speed disproportionate to its size. Colonel Lucas, what is behind the second locomotive? Morin pointed to a massive carriage completely encased in heavy armor, whose internal structure was entirely obscured, and asked. Good question, Captain Mullen. This is the Gungnir, the main weapon of the Odin armored train. Gungnir. Morin repeated the name. This was the weapon of the chief god Odin in Norse mythology, the Spear of Eternity. Naming a weapon this way clearly meant it was no small matter. What exactly is it? Morin asked curiously. Hee. Lucas kept him guessing, smiling mysteriously. You'll find out when we reach the outskirts of Paris. I promise, Captain, you will definitely gasp when you see it. Morin shook his head with a smile, then looked at the mysterious carriage and noticed another detail. Almost all carriages had massive hydraulic support structures installed on both sides, resembling the legs of a centipede. It appeared that when deployed, they could be driven deep into the roadbed on either side of the railway. A faint guess formed in Morin's mind. Combined with the information the system had just provided, he likely already knew what the so-called Gungnir truly was. It was definitely some kind of siege weapon with absurd power and a terrifying recoil that required the entire train and external support structures to withstand. Behind the Gungnir carriage, the configuration of the front carriages was essentially reversed and repeated. The symmetrical structure at both ends allowed the armored train to deploy the firepower of 4 150mm cannons and 6 88mm cannons, regardless of the direction it was traveling. At the very end of the train were the 5 flatbed carriages used to carry the armored knights. According to Colonel Lucas, these flatbed carriages could also carry track-laying materials, but they had nearly used up all of them along the way. As the soldiers of the training assault battalion successively completed their resupply, Liania's armored knights were also secured on the flatbed carriages. Once everything was ready, the two bright crystal locomotives released their brakes and slowly started moving. Chapter 268, say that again, what kind of cannon is this? Everyone, board the vehicles. Morin also issued orders to the soldiers of the training assault battalion. The soldiers of the training assault battalion quickly boarded the surrounding trucks, while Morin boarded the command vehicle equipped with a large radio station. Colonel Lux also gave him a strangely shaped power storage device, saying it was backup power generation equipment for the armored train. After connecting this storage device to the radio, they could save the trouble of sending someone outside to pedal a bicycle to generate electricity. It also allowed the training assault battalion to maintain contact with the Odin during transit. Colonel Lucas, the road ahead has been scouted by my troops, and no signs of enemy sabotage have been found. Morin, who led the training assault battalion to depart first, reported to the train commander via radio. Received, Captain Mullen. Lucas's voice came through the speaker. The Odin is about to start. We will proceed at a cruising speed of 20 km per hour. Please coordinate accordingly. At the Odin's maximum speed, it would actually take less than an hour to get from Creil to Paris. But in order to match the speed of the training assault battalion's trucks, and for the sake of caution, Lucas chose a relatively conservative speed. Even so, if all went smoothly, they would be at the gates of Paris in just over 2 hours. Woo! With another long blast of the whistle, the massive steel train slowly started, launching its final charge toward the heart of the Gallic Republic. According to the railway information collected, this railway line running from Creil to Paris connected directly to the central railway station inside the city of Paris. This meant that as long as the assault was successful, this steel behemoth named Odin could even drive directly into the center of Paris after the main force arrived. Shortly after the train started moving, the vanguard of the training assault battalion, which was clearing the way ahead using trucks, made a new discovery. Large groups of Gallic soldiers were retreating along nearby roads toward Paris. Because they were motorized by trucks, the training assault battalion was much faster than the Gallic soldiers fleeing on foot, and they quickly caught up with the defeated troops retreating from the Creil defense line. Do not linger in battle, drive them. Push them toward Paris. Morin immediately had the mounted orderly relay the command to the vanguard detachment. Yes, sir. Before long, sporadic gunshots echoed on the road ahead. The vanguard detachment of the training assault battalion quickly dismounted, established a temporary defensive line using the trucks, and used suppressive fire to drive off the routed troops. The Gallic soldiers, who had long lost their fighting spirit, were terrified upon seeing the pursuers. They didn't even think about resisting, instead throwing down all their burdens and frantically running toward Paris. At the same time, more and more red unit markers representing Gallic forces appeared on Morin's system map. They were densely packed, rushing frantically toward Paris, this enormous anthill, like a swarm of startled ants. Colonel Lucas, can you provide fire support for my vanguard? Morin picked up the communicator in the command vehicle. Of course, Captain Mullen. Lucas readily agreed, seemingly eager to have the Odin launch an attack after all, since entering Gaul, the majority of their work had been repairing railways. If you have map number 4, you can give us the coordinates directly, and I will let those Gauls taste the power of 150mm shells. Morin asked Manstein, who was in the same vehicle, and the latter quickly found the map labeled 4 from his staff backpack. The Saxon army provided military maps of varying precision and scale to the attacking forces, and the training assault battalion, as an elite unit, had access to all of them. The two men checked the map together, estimated the lead based roughly on the marching speed of the Gallic soldiers, and quickly reported the coordinates of the most densely packed area of routed Gallic troops to Lucas. Soon, the Odin intentionally stopped. Boom. Boom. A total of 4 150mm naval cannons, located at the front and rear of the train, raised their barrels and quickly roared, firing the first round of shots. Morin also personally took charge, using the actual impact points provided on the system map to guide another round of calibration fire. Subsequent shells exploded almost right behind the routed Gallic troops, along their escape route. Instantly, flesh and blood flew across the highway, accompanied by continuous screams. The Gallic soldiers completely broke down. They no longer dared to flee along the road, scattering instead into the fields and woods beside the road. Just then, the signalman in the Odin armored command vehicle also received new information. Colonel. The L-28 armored airship has sent a telegram. They will arrive above us and rendezvous in 40 minutes. Lucas immediately relayed this good news to Morin. This allowed Morin to breathe a relative sigh of relief, as he couldn't accurately assess the combat effectiveness of this armored train before witnessing the power of Gungnir. Therefore, the more supporting forces, the better. 40 minutes later, when the huge shadow of the L-28 armored airship appeared above the Odin as promised, the advance speed of this mixed assault force accelerated once again. With reconnaissance and cover provided from the sky, the vanguard detachment of the training assault battalion, responsible for scouting ahead, became bolder. The drivers also began speeding at 25 km per hour. After nearly another hour of forced march, the foremost vanguard detachment sent back a new report. Reporting, Battalion Commander. The vanguard detachment has discovered a suspected enemy fortress cluster 10 km ahead. We can already see the Eiffel Tower in Paris. The voice of the orderly who rode back was trembling slightly from excitement. Paris. Hearing that name, everyone in the command vehicle held their breath. It was like soldiers who had been gazing at plums to quench their thirst were finally about to eat the plums. Morin immediately told the driver to take the vehicle to a high ground, then climbed onto the roof, picked up his binoculars, and looked into the distance. On the distant horizon, the outline of a massive city was faintly visible. And in the center of that city, the towering steel giant stood prominently. The Eiffel Tower. We've arrived, Morin murmured, an indescribably complex emotion surging in his heart. Once upon a time, Paris was just a distant symbol to him, a transmigrator. Now, he had followed the flames of war right to the city gates. In the view through his binoculars, in the northeastern suburbs of Paris, a cluster of fortresses composed of multiple small bunkers and permanent fortifications guarded the ancient capital. They were Paris's last land defense line. Morin lowered his binoculars, returned to the truck bed, and picked up the communicator. Colonel Lucas, we have reached the outskirts of Paris. The fortress cluster is straight ahead. Very good. We can stop here, establish a temporary artillery position, and destroy these fortresses first to clear the way for the subsequent main force attack. Colonel Lucas's voice was filled with excitement. We've been cooped up on the train the whole way. It's time to let Gungnir stretch its legs. Woo. With a long blast of the whistle, the massive Odin armored train slowly came to a halt in the wilderness 10 kilometers from the outskirts of Paris. Everyone disembark. Establish defensive positions. Morin and Liania issued the orders simultaneously. The soldiers of the training assault battalion quickly jumped out of the carriages, deployed in platoons around the train, and constructed a circular defensive line. The 20 armored knights led by Liania were also freed from the flatbed cars. The massive steel bodies took heavy steps, then dispersed similarly, positioning themselves behind the training assault battalion's temporary position. The reinforced field artillery battalion traveling with the train also began constructing artillery positions between the train and the temporary defensive line. The 77mm field guns and captured 75 magic cannons were unloaded from the train, and the gunners worked busily, both nervous and orderly. After arranging the subsequent actions for their troops, Morin and Liania returned near the armored train, standing side by side next to the Odin, preparing to witness the first roar of the siege weapon. Attention all units. Odin, converting to first form siege bombardment mode. As Colonel Lucas issued the command, the entire train seemed to come alive. Clank clank. A series of grating metal friction sounds rang out, and the hydraulic support arms on both sides of all the carriages deployed simultaneously, plunging deep into the solid ground beside the railway like giant centipede legs, firmly fixing the entire train in place. The sapper and Magi-Tech engineer traveling with the train also dragged a huge, uninflated balloon out of the supply carriage. They skillfully connected the air pump to the balloon, and soon a huge artillery observation balloon floated up into the air carrying 2 observers, ready to provide the most precise calibration data for the impending bombardment. Under the gaze of all, the mysterious carriage carrying Gungnir finally stirred. The heavy armor plates slowly folded down to the sides, revealing the true appearance of the fierce giant cannon inside. Morin's first impression was that it looked like a normal railway gun that might have appeared on another timeline. The gun body itself didn't look particularly special from the outside, and the caliber was estimated to be between 280mm and 300mm. Colonel, may I go up and take a look? Morin's curiosity was completely piqued. Of course, go ahead. Colonel Lucas made a welcoming gesture. Morin quickly climbed onto the carriage in front of Gungnir and observed closely. When he saw the inside of the gun barrel, he was completely stunned. It was smooth as a mirror, without a single rifling groove. How the hell was this a smoothbore cannon? At the same time, detailed information about Gungnir began refreshing rapidly on his system interface. When Morin jumped down from the carriage, the look in his eyes when he regarded Colonel Lucas had changed. Well? Were you surprised? Lucas asked proudly, smiling. This is a smoothbore cannon. Morin still found it hard to believe. Smoothbore cannon? No. Lucas shook his head and corrected him. To be precise, it should be called the 12-stage accelerated magic cannon, another masterpiece combining our Empire's magic technology and Luminite crystal technology. Its caliber is 305mm. Lucas stroked the cold gun barrel as if caressing his lover. And what it fires is not an ordinary shell. As Lucas explained, a shell with an unusual shape was retrieved by a massive hoisting machine from the internal ammunition depot of the carriage and was slowly fed into the breech from the rear of the barrel. The shell appeared to consist only of a huge, metal-gleaming warhead, lacking the casing or propellant charge of conventional shells. Do you see it? Lucas pointed at the shell and said. It doesn't require gunpowder propulsion. The entire interior of the barrel is lined with 12 rings of accelerating runic coils made of high-purity magic crystal. When Gungnir fires, these coils activate sequentially, forming a powerful acceleration field that propels the shell outward at an unimaginable speed. Morin listened, dumbfounded. A railgun. This was a magic-side railgun. Furthermore, the shell it fires is not the standard shell used by army artillery. Lucas continued to boast. Its main component is a highly concentrated luminite crystal compound. Upon impact, it creates a violent energy explosion. As for the power, you'll find out soon enough. Wait, why wasn't this weapon deployed during the fortress assault battle at Liege previously? Morin voiced the doubt in his heart. If this thing had been on site back then, perhaps they could have taken the fortress without relying on armored airship drops? Don't mention it. The original plan was indeed for us to attack alongside the 420mm cannons. Lucas sighed. Right when the war started, both the Odin and Gungnir were still lying in the testing ground, undergoing final trials. By the time we were officially commissioned and finished all debugging, your 1st Army Group and 2nd Army Group had already pushed to Amiens. What a pity. I was hoping to take on the legendary Europa's first fortress cluster before that. Morin. As they spoke, Gungnir had completed all preparations for launch. The massive gun body slowly lifted, driven by hydraulic devices, and the muzzle pointed at the distant Paris fortress cluster at a high angle of elevation. Several Magi-Tech engineers wearing blue uniforms entered the control room at the rear of the carriage and began the final parameter settings. Gungnir, ready to fire. Following an instruction from the control room, a low and strange buzzing sound emanated from inside the gun barrel. Morin could feel that the ambient mana in the air was becoming unusually active and violent. Magic circuit charged to 30%, 60%, 100%. Target locked. Temporarily designated, Paris Northeast Fortress Cluster, Fortress Number 1. Fire. Buzz boom. Accompanied by a deafening roar that seemed capable of tearing eardrums, a dazzling blue light shot out from the muzzle. Chapter 269, A Cannon Shot to Death. The colossal sound of Gungnir opening fire was completely different from the heavy roar of traditional artillery. It was more like a sharp, sudden crack that appeared right next to everyone's ears, leaving them feeling tight-chested and dizzy. Even Morin, Leonia, Lucas, and the accompanying Magi-Tech engineer recording data, who were standing outside the safety perimeter with their mouths open, felt the same chest tightness and dizziness. Morin even saw the air in front of the muzzle visibly distort due to the intense energy release. A shell trailing a long blue wake shot straight up at an uncatchable speed, tearing through the sky and vanishing into the clouds. According to Colonel Lucas, this shot was considered a lofted shot fired at close range using a high trajectory, which would offer relatively higher accuracy and was suitable for targeting specific fortresses. Morin originally wanted to ask, if 10 kilometers counted as close range, just how far was long range? However, with Gungnir opening fire, he temporarily suppressed that question. Everyone just stared at the sky in the direction of Paris, waiting for something. After about 20 seconds, a dazzling, silent sphere of light suddenly exploded on the distant horizon. After nearly half a minute more, the dull, thunderous sound of the explosion finally arrived late, accompanied by a rolling shockwave that once again shook the earth. Immediately afterward, everyone saw a massive black smoke column slowly rising on the skyline above Paris. Holy sh**t. Morin finally found his voice, unable to stop himself from swearing. His mind was blank. Was this seriously the effect that a 305mm caliber cannon could produce? The power was almost comparable to the low-yield tactical nuclear weapons he remembered. Had the Saxon Empire's black technology already developed to this extent? After the bombardment ended, Morin rushed into the command train with Colonel Lucas, who then shouted into the communicator toward the observation balloon in the sky. Observation balloon. Report the impact point and damage assessment. Soon, news was relayed from the observation balloon. Reporting, Colonel. The shell missed the target. It landed about 30 meters in front of target fortress number 1. The observer's voice was distorted by excitement and shock. But what? Hurry up and say it. Lucas urgently pressed. But the force of the explosion seems to be greater than the effect at the testing ground. I saw the rammed earth layer on the exterior of fortress number 1 look like it was blown away directly by the shockwave. It has exposed the grayish-white structure underneath, which looks like reinforced concrete. The estimated diameter of the resulting crater should be around 30 meters. Hiss. Hearing this data, a collective gasp echoed through the command vehicle. Forget Morin, even Lucas himself was stunned. Although he had witnessed the test firing of Gungnir at the proving ground, that was only against targets, and reportedly not with a full charge. Now, this was a genuine bombardment against actual fortress defenses. A 30-meter error over a 10-kilometer range was already considered quite precise. Moreover, even with this 30-meter error, the mere shockwave generated by the explosion was enough to strip away the outer rammed earth structure of a permanent reinforced concrete fortification? What kind of monster had the Royal Magi Tech Research Institute created? Morin also heard the radio report. He turned to look at Lucas, his eyes full of inquiry. Isn't this power a bit too ridiculous? I don't know either. Colonel Lucas was also bewildered, scratching his head. We were urgently equipped with Odin before deployment, so many of the statistics are incomplete. They only mentioned it had special effects against permanent fortifications. Morin was no longer just shocked, he was starting to feel uneasy. He opened the system interface, and sure enough, the information tab had refreshed with supplementary details about the Gungnir crystal shell. Crystal reaction shell, a special munition fired through the Gungnir acceleration field. The warhead is filled with a high concentration, highly active crystal compound. Upon hitting the target or triggering the fuse, the internal crystal compound undergoes a violent energy reaction, producing an ultra-high temperature, ultra-high pressure energy explosion, whose destructive power far exceeds that of chemical explosives of equal mass. Ultra-high temperature and ultra-high pressure. Fortunately, it didn't mention a chain reaction. Morin was momentarily speechless. Were these Saxon mages, who spent all their time holed up in the Magic Technology Research Institute and the Mage Tower, really researching things like this? They really went all out just to avoid having to go to the battlefield themselves. Meanwhile, inside Fortress Number 1, northeast of Paris, the atmosphere was completely different. The violent tremor shook the entire fortress several times, and dust rained down from the ceiling. What happened? Were we hit? A Gallic officer climbed up from the floor, asking in shock. Reporting, Commander. The shell landed in front of us. It was not a direct hit. A soldier from the observation post scrambled in, his face pale. It missed. The fortress commander paused, then breathed a sigh of relief. Then why did it shake so violently? The observation post soldier was nearly crying, Sir. Please go look. Our outer earth layer is completely gone. The concrete walls are covered in cracks. What? The fortress commander dashed to the observation port, and when he saw the scene outside, he was utterly dumbfounded. The rammed earth defensive layer visible below the observation port had vanished, revealing the mottled reinforced concrete wall beneath. That solid wall was now covered in dense, spider-web-like cracks, looking as if it might shatter completely the next second. Furthermore, the firing slope in front had been directly shaved off a layer. 30 meters in front of the fortress at the end of the firing slope a massive, still smoking deep pit had appeared, as if the earth had been bitten away by a monster. The commander's lips trembled, unable to speak for a long time. Did that count as a hit, or did it miss? If a miss did this, wouldn't everyone inside the entire fortress be instantly vaporized if it hit directly? Enemy attack. It's the Saxon super weapon. Quick. Report to General Galliani. The commander finally reacted, letting out a desperate roar. However, his report was destined not to arrive immediately. Gungnir, re-energize. Correct parameters. Prepare for the second round of bombardment. Colonel Lucas had recovered from his initial shock, his face filled with fanaticism. The Magi Tech engineer inside the Gungnir carriage, after a brief moment of shock and excitement, quickly threw themselves into the intense launch preparation work. Cannon barrel forced cooling initiated. Magi Tech engineer, prepare to check acceleration runes. Magic circuits preparing to re-energize. Adjusting azimuth. The chassis of the carriage holding the massive Gungnir cannon has a rotating mechanism. When fully deployed, it can achieve a 90 degrees firing arc forward, used to adjust the direction of the bombardment. It's just that the speed of this rotating mechanism isn't particularly fast. But this wasn't a problem for this giant cannon, as the firing interval for Gungnir was never short to begin with. Ammunition reloaded. Approximately 10 minutes later, the monstrous giant cannon once again emitted a deep hum. Fire. Another blue light tore through the air, another earth-shattering boom. This time, everyone held their breath, staring intently at the distant sky. Morin's heart hammered uncontrollably, he even had the strange feeling that he wasn't witnessing a bombardment, but observing the judgment of the All-Father Odin. On the distant horizon, the light bloomed again. But this time, the location where the light ignited precisely covered the faint outline of the fortress they had been targeting. A massive fireball erupted from the horizon, staining everything around it a blinding orange-red. Immediately following, an explosion sound even more terrifying than before arrived, and the earth trembled violently, as if mourning the destruction of the fortress. When the smoke and dust of the explosion cleared slightly, the observer saw that the location where the reinforced concrete fortification temporarily named Fortress No. 1 had completely vanished from the cluster of fortresses. It was replaced by a huge, terrifying scar within the fortress group. Direct hit. The observer on the observation balloon reported, his voice trembling. Fortress No. 1, confirmed destroyed. The entire position fell into a deathly silence. All the Saxon soldiers stared dumbfounded at the smoke column still rising in the distance, their minds blank. Was this the Empire's ultimate weapon? Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Colonel Lucas suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, aggressively patting Captain Mullen's shoulder next to him, like a child who had just received a beloved toy. Captain Mullen, did you see that? This is Odin. This is Gungnir. Morin nodded, still reeling from the shock, while his thoughts began to race. Was this the limit of the crystal reaction shell's power? What level could it reach if the charge were increased further? Meanwhile, on another road outside Paris, a Gallic army retreating at full speed also witnessed the two earth-shattering explosions. General! Look quickly! A staff officer pointed toward the northeastern sky, his voice filled with terror. Galliani, dressed in a general's uniform, sharply pulled his horse to a halt, then raised his binoculars in the direction the staff officer indicated. When he saw the huge mushroom cloud and the outline of the Saxon armored airship in the distant sky, his heart instantly sank. It's the Saxons, they've already reached the gates of Paris, he muttered, his voice hoarse. Soon, he and some staff officers found a high ground from which they could see the outskirts of Paris. Then he saw the perimeter fortress cluster with a massive hole punched into it. Although he didn't know what had caused such horrific damage, he recognized the armored airship in the sky. It was over. Everything was over. General Galliani lowered his binoculars, all color drained from his face. The defenses he had desperately built up by gathering resources and troops, the sentinels left to guard Paris, and the strategy of trying to trade space for time. All seemed so vulnerable in the face of the Saxons' overwhelming firepower. General, we cannot return to Paris. The chief of staff rushed to his side, speaking urgently. If the Saxons continue the attack they just launched, the fortresses outside Paris won't be able to stop them. If we go back now, we're walking into a trap. That's right, General. Another staff officer advised. Didn't the Prime Minister and the government departments already evacuate to Bordeaux? We should immediately head south and rendezvous with them. As long as the government remains, the Republic still has hope. Retreat? Where else can we retreat to? Galliani gave a miserable laugh and shook his head. I am the commander of the Paris city defense. My duty is to protect Paris. Now the enemy is at the city gates, and you ask me to abandon this city, abandon its citizens, and run away like a coward. His voice was filled with grief and despair. But General, everyone who could leave the capital has left, it's an empty city. The chief of staff was sweating profusely, terrified that his general still intended to hold out to the death. Your presence here won't change anything. It will only result in a pointless sacrifice. You are a veteran of the Republic, as long as you are alive, we have the ability to reorganize the resistance. Enough. Galliani violently waved his hand, cutting him off. He looked back toward Paris, the city where he had lived his entire life, the capital that symbolized Gallic glory and civilization. He seemed to hear the cries of the citizens and see the Saxon Black Eagle flag fluttering atop the Eiffel Tower. A huge sense of powerlessness and shame instantly consumed him. He thought of the disastrous defeat in the Saxo-Gallic War, the humiliating Treaty of Cession and Indemnity, and the years the Gallic Republic had barely survived under the shadow of defeat. Was history going to repeat itself? General, please consider the bigger picture. General. We cannot be without you. The staff officers beside him almost cried as they knelt down, holding his legs, preventing him from moving a step closer to Paris. Galliani looked at these subordinates who had followed him for years, at their faces distorted by fear and anxiety, and his last shred of resolve finally began to waver. Yes, what could he accomplish by staying? Leading the remaining broken troops in a hopeless street fight within Paris? What meaning would that have besides increasing pointless casualties and turning the beautiful city into scorched earth? Perhaps they were right. As long as he was alive, and as long as the Republic's military structure remained intact, there would always be a day for a comeback. After a long moment, Galliani closed his eyes, and 2 lines of murky tears slid down his wrinkled cheeks. Adjust the route. He squeezed the words out from between his teeth with all his strength. The entire army turns. Target Bordeaux. After saying this, he seemed to have been drained of all his vitality, slumping down to the ground. Not all staff officers had the resolve to make Paris their grave. Faced with the threat of death, the instinct for survival overcame everything. 280 The last shield. The Gallic 6th Army Group Command quickly set off again. However, this time they changed direction and began retreating south. Leaving the isolated and helpless city of Paris to face the impending doom alone. The news that General Galliani had fled south with his command spread quickly among the retreating Gallic soldiers like a plague. The troops, already demoralized by the disastrous defeat, now completely lost their backbone. Panic and despair enveloped every Gallic soldier. They scattered aimlessly across the country roads like headless flies, only wanting to get as far away from the pursuers behind them as possible. Yet, amidst this chaotic torrent of defeat, a small countercurrent emerged. We can't leave. We can't just abandon Paris like this. At a fork in the road, a Gallic sergeant covered in mud and with a bandaged arm stopped several compatriots who were preparing to follow the main force south. Pierre, are you crazy? The officers have all run away. What are we staying here for? To wait for death. A young soldier cried out. That's right, we can't stop the Saxon attack. My home is in Paris. My wife, children, and parents are all still in the city. Sergeant Pierre, eyes red, roared. Now the general has run, and the government has run. Who will protect them? Should we just stand by and watch the Saxons rush into the city to burn, kill, and loot? His words silenced the soldiers around him who were preparing to flee. Many of them, like Pierre, were residents of Paris or the surrounding areas. Their families, friends, and everything they held dear were in that city. They had previously retreated with the army because they believed the general would lead them to regroup and defend the capital. But now, they had been abandoned. But, what can we do if we go back? There are so few of us, a soldier said despairingly. We are soldiers of the Gallic Republic. Pierre straightened his chest, even though his uniform was tattered. Protecting our homes and defending the nation is our duty. Even if only one of us remains, even if we know it means death, we must go back. We will die on the barricades of Paris. And we will let those Saxon barbarians know that Gauls are not easily bullied. For our homeland. Pierre raised his rifle and shouted in a hoarse voice. Silence. But, after a brief silence. For our homeland. The first soldier stepped forward, raising his rifle. For our homeland. For Paris. More and more people stepped forward, the light of determination reigniting in their eyes. They might not have been qualified soldiers, but at this moment, they were qualified sons, husbands, and fathers. Soon, this small countercurrent gathered into a sizable force. Approximately one-third of the soldiers who had retreated from the Creole defense line ultimately chose to turn around and resolutely walk toward the city currently shrouded in the shadow of death. They had no commanders, no logistical support, and didn't even know what they should do once they returned. They only knew that their homes were there. Because the scout detachment sent out by the training assault battalion had already occupied several high grounds with good visibility around Paris, the system map was constantly updating the movements of the Gallic army. Morin watched as the red arrows representing the fleeing Gallic troops on his system map clearly split into two streams after a brief period of confusion. A large stream was desperately fleeing south. The other stream, though much smaller, resolutely turned around and rejoined the massive ant nest that was Paris. Even without other information, Morin knew roughly what had happened. For them, perhaps some things are more important than life, Morin murmured with emotion. Once upon a time, countless people in his homeland had chosen the same path without hesitation when their nation was destroyed and their families ruined. Although his current identity was that of a Saxon officer, he couldn't help but feel a shred of respect for these Gallic soldiers. What a pity, Morin sighed. In the face of an absolute disparity in strength, courage, and conviction often only have a 1,000,000 to 1 chance of achieving a desperate counterattack. The ancestors in Morin's homeland once seized that 1,000,000 to 1 chance. But these Gallic soldiers? Morin shook his head. Over the next few hours, the roar of Gungnir became the sole main theme on the battlefield. One Parisian outer fortress after another was reduced to smoking piles of wreckage under the targeted fire of this magical railgun. The Paris defense line, painstakingly constructed by the Gauls, certainly suffered from no corner cutting compared to the fortress complexes in other regions. The Fortress Acceptance Committee conducted the strictest inspection of this final defensive line protecting Paris. Unfortunately, in front of the war behemoth from Saxon, the fortress complex was as fragile as paper. As the sky gradually darkened, the fortress complex northeast of Paris had been completely cleared. Only huge shell craters, like meteor impact sites, remained on the ground, silently testifying to the one-sided slaughter that had just occurred. The follow-up units of the Saxon First Army Group finally arrived at this position. Looking at the terrifying sight before them, all the subsequently arriving Saxon soldiers felt deep shock. Some senior army group officers finally understood why the command had tasked the training assault battalion and that mysterious armored train with this daring assault mission. With such a super weapon, the so-called impregnable fortress was simply a joke. Night fell, and bonfires were lit in the Saxon temporary positions. Soldiers sat around the fires, eating dinner, excitedly discussing the day's events, and looking forward to the scene of entering Paris tomorrow. The bitter fighting that had lasted over a month was finally about to usher in the ultimate victory. They, who had been quenching their thirst by imagining plums, were finally about to taste the plums. Morin, however, did not rest. He was pestering Colonel Lucas, trying to obtain more information about Gungnir from him. Morin's constant nagging also continuously unlocked new content in the system's information tab. This allowed him to roughly understand the general specifications of this 12-stage acceleration magical cannon. The maximum range was 75 kilometers, the average rate of fire was 1 shot every 14 minutes, and the barrel lifespan was 200 shots. At the same time, there was another mode, not fully unlocked in the information tab, which seemed specifically designed to counter fortress-level magical shields. Gungnir was the latest masterpiece of the Royal Magical Academy of Sciences. Although Colonel Lucas boasted to him during the day, the general principles and performance parameters he mentioned were simply memorized from the operation manual. Other more specific details were currently still classified. Moreover, the firing of Gungnir could only be operated by those few Magi-Tech engineer inside the control room. No one else, not even Lucas, had the ability to control this cannon's firing. The Saxon mages could be considered useful this time, but only slightly. While the two were talking, an orderly ran over. Captain Mullen. General Mackensen and Chief of Staff Segt have arrived. Please go immediately to the temporary command post for a meeting with Colonel Lucas. Oh, the generals are here. Morin and Lucas exchanged glances. It was likely about tomorrow's general offensive. When they arrived at the temporary command tent set up beneath a hovering armored airship L-29, General Mackensen and Lieutenant General Segt were standing in front of a massive map of Paris, discussing something. Grand Master Leone was sitting aside resting, and upon seeing Morin enter, she smiled and greeted him proactively. General Mackensen turned around, saw Morin and Lucas, and nodded. Everyone is here, sit down. Friedrich, Lucas, you did an excellent job today. General Mackensen did not spare his praise. You cleared the biggest obstacle for the army group and won us valuable time. It is our duty, General. Lucas excitedly straightened his chest. Morin followed suit. According to the plan, the main force of the army group will rest outside the city for the night. General Mackensen's finger traced the map. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, the general assault on Paris will begin. Our goal is to seize control of the entire city of Paris in the shortest possible time. If everything goes smoothly, Lieutenant General Segt added, we will completely end the Western Front war at least 1 week ahead of the schedule set by the General Staff Headquarters. Inside the command tent, the eyes of everyone present burned with excitement. They were about to witness history. However, amid the excitement, Morin keenly sensed that something was amiss. His gaze fell upon the building highlighted on the map. The Eiffel Tower. Shortly after seeing the spire of the Eiffel Tower in the afternoon, information about this wonder was unlocked in the system's information tab. In this world, the Eiffel Tower was not just a symbolic iron tower. It was also the Mage Tower of the Gauls. He thought of the Gallic soldiers who had returned to Paris, and he thought of the Sentinel unit that had vanished from the battlefield. His intuition told him that tomorrow's battle might not be as easy as everyone expected. Paris, 7th Arrondissement, Champ de Mars. Under the Eiffel Tower, usually bustling with tourists, there was now a deathly silence. Only the cold moonlight shone down on the massive steel tower, reflecting a chilling glint. Near the Iron Tower, a faint light shone inside a low, unassuming building. Its public name was the Gallic Republic Ministry of the Army Logistics Department 5th Office. But it had a more secretive identity, the headquarters of the Sentinel unit in Paris. The atmosphere in the underground operations command room was somewhat heavy. 17 surviving sentinels sat or stood in silence. Each of them was injured, their combat uniforms tattered. Beneath their dark gold masks were bloodshot eyes filled with exhaustion and frustration. During the battle at the Creole defense line, their elite squad of 25 lost 8 members. After escaping back to Paris via the permanent teleportation array beneath the headquarters, they did not receive reinforcements or new orders, but rather the terrible news that the 6th Army Group Command had fled south and Paris had been completely abandoned. Normally, they should have evacuated Paris as well. Because the main force of the Sentinel unit was already participating in the offensive in the south, and the administrative staff of the Paris headquarters had followed government agencies to Bordeaux after the Battle of Amiens ended. The general is gone, the government is gone. They threw the entirety of Paris to the Saxons. Another sentinel slammed his fist onto the table, creating a muffled sound. Bastards. Cowards. Anger, betrayal, despair. All kinds of emotions fermented in the command room. Silence. A burly sentinel sitting at the head of the table suddenly stood up and shouted in a deep voice. He was the commander of this remaining force, a 6-ring evocation school spellcaster. His voice seemed to carry a certain magic, instantly quieting the previously restless room. I know how everyone is feeling right now. The commander slowly said, looking around at his subordinates. But anger and complaints won't solve any problems. The Saxon army is right outside the city. They will attack tomorrow morning. What we need to consider now is not who abandoned the capital, but what we should do next. What else can we do, sir? A young sentinel stood up and said excitedly. Have you forgotten the oath we took when we joined the Sentinels? We are the Sentinels. The shield of the motherland. Even if we die, we must die on the capital's defense line. Exactly. Let's fight. Let the Saxons taste our power. Avenge our fallen comrades. The young man's words instantly ignited the suppressed fighting spirit in everyone's hearts. They were the most elite warriors of the Gallic Republic, 1 in a million battle mages. Every one of them had undergone hellish training and brutal physical modification, their wills were already as hard as steel. They were not afraid of death, they were only afraid of dying without value. I understand your feelings. The commander nodded, but he maintained sufficient composure. But relying only on the 17 of us, even if we all fight to the death, how much damage can we inflict on the Saxons? Can we stop them from occupying Paris? His question silenced everyone once more. Indeed, although their individual combat capabilities were extremely strong, facing the overwhelming Saxon forces, the 17 of them were like trying to stop a chariot with a praying mantis's arms, appearing so small and powerless. Then what should we do? Should we just stand by and watch? Don't we still have those soldiers who returned? The commander said. According to the information we obtained during the day, quite a few soldiers who retreated from Creole have voluntarily returned to Paris and are setting up defenses in various districts. Although they are leaderless, their will to defend their homes is firm. If we can organize them. Just then, the door to the command room was pushed open. A middle-aged mage wearing a grey mage robe quickly walked in. Embroidered on his robe was an eye-like symbol. This symbol represented the eye of the Loyal Mage Corps, and they were also the true creators of the Sentinel unit. Commander Bastien. The middle-aged mage bowed slightly toward the sentinel commander. Master Eiffel requests that you and your subordinates immediately proceed to the tower. Master Eiffel. Bastian was stunned. Didn't he retreat to Bordeaux along with the mage corps and the government? Master Eiffel did not leave. The middle-aged mage shook his head. He said, where the mage tower is, home is. As the founder of the mage tower, he will never abandon Paris. Hearing this, a strange light flashed in the eyes of all the sentinels in the command room. Bastian was silent for a moment, then fiercely nodded. Understood. We'll go now. He turned around and looked at his subordinates, his eyes sharp as knives. Gentlemen. We are not fighting alone. Master Eiffel is standing with us. Check your weapons. Gather all potions and magic crystal reserves. Prepare to move out. Yes. 17 sentinels roared in unison, their voices filled with determination and fierce courage. They might not be able to change the outcome of the war, but they decided to use their lives and blood to defend the oath they took upon joining the unit after surviving the modifications. We shall become the last shield of the motherland. Chapter 271, Armed Parade. September 7th, early morning. As the first ray of dawn pierced the darkness and shone upon the Saxon First Army Group's temporary camps outside Paris, the war machine, silent for a night, began to churn once more. The training assault battalion soldiers emerged from their tents, quickly organized their gear, and received their final ammunition and rations. The shouts of officers, the roar of engines, and the metallic clatter of soldiers checking their weapons quickly roused everyone. All aboard. Objective, Paris East Station. Morin also jumped onto his command truck and issued orders to the training assault battalion, which had already assembled. At this point, I hope readers remember our domain to read Taiwanese novels smoothly. According to General Mackenson's operational plan, they would continue to serve as the escort force for the Odin, advancing along the railway line into downtown Paris. Their ultimate goal was to capture Paris East Station and use it as a stronghold to control the various transportation hubs in the eastern part of the city. Colonel Lucas, we are ready here and can depart at any time. Morin picked up the communicator from the truck's trailer and reported to the Odin. Received, Captain Mullen. Lucas's voice quickly came through. However, we still have an important task to complete first. General Mackenson has ordered us to take out the remaining anti-air positions in the city before entering the urban area. Understood. Morin nodded. This was the primary objective that had been decided upon at yesterday's meeting. Based on multiple reconnaissance missions conducted by Dove reconnaissance planes at dangerous distances yesterday before sunset and this morning, the locations of the last two large anti-air magic device emplacements within Paris had been confirmed. General Mackenson and General Seicht quickly grasped the importance of aerial reconnaissance, which has now been incorporated into the Army Group's standard reconnaissance procedures. To guard against Saxon armored airships, Paris was initially equipped with 8 emplacements. However, 3 were taken to the front line by Gallieni and ultimately destroyed in battle. Another 3 were also taken away to Bordeaux with the evacuation of the government, to defend the temporary government's location. Inside the Odin's command train, Colonel Lucas looked at the 2 red dots marked on the map, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Gungnir, charge. Target, East City anti-air magic device emplacement. Fire. Accompanied by the familiar hum and thunderous roar, that blue light, representing destruction, once again shot into the sky. The massive Huijing cannon shell, arced perfectly across the sky, then, with the force of a thunderbolt, slammed down into a block of streets in the eastern district of Paris. The anti-air magic device emplacement was cleverly disguised within a city park. But this disguise was meaningless in the face of the Gungnir's power. The shell didn't even hit directly. It landed on a street about 20 meters from the magic device emplacement. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion instantly engulfed the entire area. A terrifying energy shockwave, centered on the explosion point, spread wildly outwards in a ring. 6-story high houseman-style buildings, lined up in rows around the impact point, were instantly leveled like sandcastles in the face of the shockwave. And that large anti-air magic device located near the center of the explosion, its precise yet fragile structure, especially its main lens, could not withstand the super high temperatures and irresistible shockwave for even a second, instantly melting, tearing apart, and turning into a pile of twisted metal slag. A massive pillar of smoke once again rose over Paris. The entire city seemed to tremble in this apocalyptic scene. Target 1 confirmed destroyed. The report came from the observation balloon. Well done. Colonel Lucas calmly snapped his fingers this time. Reload. Target 2. Let's clear the way completely for the armored airships. Meanwhile, in another anti-air magic device emplacement in the western district of Paris, all the Gallic soldiers and mages clearly felt the tragedy that had just occurred in the eastern district. They felt the destructive energy fluctuations, and some mages who chose to stay in Paris even felt the despair of their companions being instantly vaporized. A bone-chilling coldness rose from the depths of each of their hearts. Next. It's our turn. A young mage apprentice dropped the magic crystal in his hand, his eyes hollow, muttering to himself. Resist? With what could they resist? In the face of an attack that could easily flatten an entire city block, all their defenses and struggles seemed so pale and powerless. Despair spread like a plague. 14 minutes later. When the Gungnir's second shell, carrying the Reaper's howl, descended from the sky. This anti-air magic device emplacement failed to even organize a decent counterattack before it met the same fate as its companion in a violent explosion. Thus, the last barrier in the skies above Paris was completely removed. Control of the skies fell entirely into the hands of the Saxons. And as the second plume of smoke rose over the western district of Paris, the last shred of resistance from the remaining Gallic defenders also vanished into thin air. The two armored airships, L-28 and L-29, swaggered over Paris. Their massive shadows, like a heavy curtain, enveloped the desperate city. General offensive begins. With General Mackenson's command, the main force of the Saxon First Army Group, which had already assembled outside the city, poured into the urban area of Paris from all directions like a bursting flood. However, the fierce street fighting that was expected did not occur. This so-called general offensive was more like a grand armed parade. Most of the streets showed no resistance. Because after the Battle of Amiens, the Prime Minister, who had publicly declared that he would remain in Paris according to the Constitution, had actually secretly departed by train with various government departments that very night. And those who could leave the capital, or rather, those who had the ability to leave within a short time, had all gone further south. Paris was now an empty city, devoid of any value apart from its status as the capital. So what the Saxon soldiers saw upon entering the city were only tightly shut doors and windows, and streets as silent as death. Occasionally, sporadic gunshots rang out, but they were quickly suppressed by the Saxon soldiers' fierce firepower. Gallic soldiers still resisting. You have been abandoned by your politicians. Please lay down your weapons and surrender immediately. We will treat all surrendering personnel leniently. Repeat. Lay down your weapons and surrender immediately. Do not make futile sacrifices for those politicians full of lies. Temporary tin loudspeakers mounted on crystal trucks repeatedly broadcast surrender announcements in stiff Gallic. In a building used as a makeshift barricade, a dozen Gallic soldiers looked at each other, their faces filled with hesitation and struggle. Their ammunition was almost depleted, several brothers were wounded, countless Saxons were outside, and in the sky were those two huge shadows like grim reapers. They knew that continued resistance would lead to no other outcome than death. We surrender. An older soldier dejectedly put down his rifle. My home is on the next street, I don't want to die here. But. No buts. We only came back to protect our families. Now the Saxons promise not to harm civilians and those who surrender, so why should we die in vain? Finally, a white flag made from a bedsheet was hesitantly extended from the building's window. Similar scenes played out repeatedly in every corner of Paris. The courage of those soldiers who voluntarily returned to Paris was admirable. But their will to fight was ultimately eroded in the face of an absolute disparity in strength and the instinct for survival. After all, the only reason most of them returned here was for their families. My God, is it already over? Kleist sat in the truck, looking out the window at the dejected Gallic soldiers being escorted to the prisoner of war camp outside the city, his face filled with disbelief. I thought there would be a fierce battle. Be content, Morin patted his helmet. Do you really want to fight street battles in Paris? Our entire battalion wouldn't be enough to fill the gaps. However, Morin himself felt a sense of unreality looking at this peaceful scene. He and his training assault battalion, as the core force of this lightning assault, had fought all the way from Creil to Paris. Yet, at the final critical moment, they became the most idle unit. Apart from initially escorting the Odin and calling for a few bombardments, they could be said to have been playing a supporting role throughout. Battalion Commander, where are we going next? Directly to Paris East Station. Manstein asked. Yes, occupy the East Station as planned, establish a temporary camp, and then rest there. Morin nodded. For him and the training assault battalion, this battle for Paris, the capital of the Gallic Republic, turned out to be the easiest one since the war began. It was so peaceful it made him uneasy. His intuition told him that things wouldn't end so simply. Did the Gauls truly give up resisting just like that? What about those mysterious sentinels? Did they just surrender or flee with everyone else? Morin always felt that beneath the seemingly calm city, an undercurrent was stirring. Meanwhile, the vanguard of the Saxon Imperial Guard's 2nd Infantry Division had already arrived outside the Champ de Mars, where the Eiffel Tower is located. Looking at the world-renowned Iron Giant before them, the soldiers let out excited cheers. Look! It's the Eiffel Tower. We really made it here. A young major officer, full of vigor, said to the soldiers beside him. Guys! Get the national flag and our division's regimental flag ready. Today, we will make the Empire's Black Eagle flag wave at the highest point of Paris. According to information previously obtained by the Army Group's Intelligence Department, although this tower was the Mage Tower of the Gallic Mage organization Eye of the Lawyer, the mages left behind should have already evacuated with the government agencies. Theoretically, the Eiffel Tower was now an empty steel structure. Occupying it and making it a symbol of the Saxon Empire's conquest of Paris was undoubtedly a tremendous honor. However, just as the Major was about to order his troops to advance, he suddenly felt that the surrounding air seemed to have changed. An inexplicable sense of oppression enveloped the entire square. He subconsciously looked up at the top of the giant tower. And then he saw that on the spire, hundreds of meters high, at some unknown moment, faint blue electric sparks had begun to flicker. He subconsciously looked up, gazing at the spire of the giant tower. Then he saw that on the spire, hundreds of meters high, at some unknown moment, faint blue electric sparks had begun to flicker. Chapter 272 What do you mean the Eiffel Tower is attacking? The 2nd Infantry Division of the Saxon Imperial Guard, as one of the elite units of the 1st Army Group, has always been the vanguard in overcoming tough challenges. Furthermore, with the title of Imperial Guard, they were all good commoners from the Saxon state. At this moment, a company under the 4th Imperial Guard Infantry Regiment was marching proudly down the streets of the 7th arrondissement of Paris. Their mission was to scout the area around the Eiffel Tower for the main force arriving later, and after confirming its safety, plant the Empire's Black Eagle flag on that world-famous Iron Giant. The leading major officer was young, in his early 30s, a time when he was most spirited. It was precisely because of his identity as Old Dresden's Black Eagle flag that he entered the ranks of field officers at such a young age, despite his lack of experience. The major was currently riding a tall military horse, his back straight, his gaze sweeping over the tightly closed doors and windows of the Ottoman-style buildings on both sides of the street, his heart filled with the pride of a conqueror. Keep your spirits up. We will be the first unit to reach the Champ de Mars. This is the honor of our entire division. The major shouted loudly to his soldiers, today, we will let all of Europa know that our Saxon military flag will fly at the highest point in Paris. Great Saxon! Hoo-ha! The soldiers let out a burst of excited cheers. Most of them were visiting Paris for the first time. The honor of personally occupying the enemy's capital city was enough for them to boast about for a lifetime. The First Army Group, besides conducting reconnaissance using aircraft, had actually obtained some intelligence before attacking Paris. Spies and crisis travelers lurking in Paris had left the city during the mass evacuation after the Amiens battle. They then changed direction midway, approaching the direction of the Saxon army's attack that they had learned about. These ruthless individuals successfully found the main force of the First Army Group after crossing the combat zone. Among the intelligence they brought, the most important piece was that the Gauls I of the Loyal Mage Corps had also evacuated with the Gallic government agencies. This also meant that they had abandoned their mage tower. And for the Saxons, this was like nature's gift. Even an abandoned mage tower, as long as it was built by Britonians or Gauls, possessed extremely high research value. Coupled with it being one of Paris's landmark buildings, the General Staff headquarters' initial order was to occupy and control the Eiffel Tower, not to destroy it. Theoretically, as the battalion commander, the major should have followed in the third echelon with the battalion headquarters. However, in the eyes of this leading major, this mission was less about reconnaissance and more about an armed parade, a ceremony to declare victory. So he hoped to reach their destination as quickly as possible. Soon, the troops passed through the last street, and the open Champ de Mars appeared before their eyes. The massive Eiffel Tower stood silently at the end of the square, casting a long shadow in the morning sun. How magnificent! Many soldiers exclaimed. Even as enemies, they had to admit that the Gauls' achievements in architecture and art indeed had their unique aspects. At 324 meters high, it was an unparalleled structure at this time. Halt! Form a alert formation by platoon. The major raised his hand and gave the order. Although intelligence indicated the enemy had withdrawn, as a qualified officer, he still maintained a basic level of vigilance. He didn't want any mishaps to occur at this final critical moment due to carelessness. The soldiers quickly spread out, using the trees and benches at the edge of the square to construct a temporary defensive line. Several MG-14 light machine guns were also set up, their dark muzzles pointing towards the giant tower. First platoon, follow me. Let's go up and take a look. After confirming no external threats, the major dismounted, leading a platoon of soldiers, cautiously walking towards the base of the Eiffel Tower. Everything seemed so calm. The square was empty, with only the rustling of wind through the leaves. However, just as they were less than 100 meters from the Iron Tower, the major suddenly felt something was wrong. The surrounding air seemed to become somewhat oppressive. He even felt his hair seemed to be slightly raised by static electricity. What's going on? He subconsciously looked up at the top of the giant tower. At that sight, his mind raced. He saw that at the tip of the tower, hundreds of meters high, at some unknown point, faint blue electric lights had begun to flicker. Zizla! Zizla! A fragmented electric current sound began in the silent square, growing denser and louder. Something's wrong. There's a situation. Everyone back. An alarm blared in the major's mind, and he sharply turned, intending to order his soldiers to retreat. However, his words were not yet finished. A thick, dazzling bolt of lightning suddenly erupted from the tip of the tower, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, instantly striking down. The lightning did not directly hit them but landed on the path they were walking on ahead. Boom! With a deafening roar, the entire Champ de Mars shook violently. The lightning exploded on the hard flagstone road, and the violent current, like a blue giant dragon, swept furiously along the path they had come from. Crackling! The glass windows of the buildings on both sides of the road shattered instantly, and the sturdy exterior wall bricks were peeled off in pieces by the violent energy impact. And the Saxon soldiers of this company in the path of the current, without even having time to scream, instantly turned into charred humanoid charcoal in the dazzling blue light. The major was the last to be swallowed. In the last moment before his consciousness disappeared, he only saw the destructive electric light surging towards him like a tide. He finally understood that the intelligence was wrong. Terribly wrong. Last night, when Captain Bastien led his remaining 16 subordinates and the middle-aged mage to the base of the Eiffel Tower, it was already completely dark. An apprentice of Master Eiffel was already waiting there. A mage tower is an extremely important existence for a mage. After mages from various countries eventually shed their identity as wild mages and became members of their respective mage corps, mage towers also became iconic buildings for these mage corps. And a mage tower is not just a peculiar-looking building in the eyes of ordinary people. It is a legendary existence full of power, knowledge, and secrets. A mage tower is both a mage's fortress, and their laboratory, library, source of power, and ultimate resting place. The appearance of mage towers varies among different mage corps, entirely depending on the style of their affiliated mage corps. The mage towers of the Holy Britannian Empire's Highland mages have a very classic mage tower design, which would not seem out of place in any fantasy world. As for the imperial mages of the Saxon Empire, their mage towers are less like towers, and more like tall, slender buildings, with the classic observatory at the top replaced by an astronomical telescope. Regarding the mages of Gaul, their mage tower, once built by the Loire River during the classical period, actually resembled the style of Britannia's Highland mages. However, after relocating to the capital, the Eiffel Tower, constructed under the supervision of Master Gustave Eiffel, became the most unique existing mage tower. In the square directly beneath the Iron Tower is another permanent teleportation array in Paris, and also the location that the Eye of the Loire Mage Corps mages anchored when using the teleportation array spell. Theoretically, such a permanent teleportation array could also be bound with another permanent teleportation array to achieve ultra-long distance teleportation. However, due to astronomical costs and unresolved technical issues, neither Britannian nor Gallic mages have yet overcome this challenge. In the few existing long-distance point-to-point teleportation experiments, the mages involved were only half-teleport and that was the best result. Most mages participating in the experiments only had a fraction of their body parts successfully teleport. Therefore, the breakthrough of this difficulty has stalled. And the first floor of the Eiffel Tower is also the main activity area for the mages of the Eye of the Loire Mage Corps. Although this floor appears quite large from the outside, in reality, just like the stereotype of all mage towers, the internal space of this floor may be much larger than it appears from the outside, possessing impossible staircases, looping corridors, and constantly changing rooms. The second floor is the mage tower's main control area, accessible only to a select few high-ranking mages. The top floor houses the offices of the Eye of the Loire Committee and Master Eiffel himself. It was precisely because of his meritorious service in overseeing the construction of the Eiffel Tower that Master Eiffel, as a six-ring evocation school mage, became a member of the Eye of the Loire Executive Committee. Led by the Master's apprentice, the sentries rode a magic technology transport device hidden within the steel framework and arrived for the first time at the second floor main control area of the colossal tower. Ordinarily, the sentries could only move freely on the first floor at most. This place was completely different from what they had imagined. There was no cold steel or exposed wiring, but rather a wide space filled with soft light. Underfoot was a warm, soft, non-glaring white floor, and streaks of light flowed across the walls like a river of stars. The air was filled with a faint, calming energy fluctuation. In the exact center of the space, an elderly man with white hair and beard, wearing a simple grey mage robe, stood quietly. He was the creator of this colossal tower, one of the Gallic Republic's greatest magic technology engineers, and a six-ring evocation school mage Gustave Eiffel. Standing beside him were several of his apprentices, as well as 12 other mages who had also chosen to remain in Paris. Since most of the mages in the Mage Corps had followed the main army forces south after the outbreak of war, they were well aware that Paris's defensive strength was extremely weak. Therefore, when Amiens fell, the few commissioners remaining in Paris reached an agreement with the commissioners fighting in the south, deciding to have the Mage Corps follow the government to Bordeaux. The Gallic government supported this decision unconditionally, or rather, even if the mages didn't want to leave, the government would find a way to make them evacuate. However, Master Eiffel ultimately refused persuasion from others, determined to stay in Paris, inside the Eiffel Tower. Master Eiffel. Bastien stepped forward and gave the old man a standard military salute. You've worked hard, my children. Master Eiffel wore a gentle smile on his face. His gaze swept over the 17 scarred young warriors before him, his eyes filled with affection and regret. I heard about the Creole defense line incident. You are all heroes of the Republic. We only did what we had to do, Master, Bastien said in a deep voice. Now, please give us your orders. What should we do? The smile on Master Eiffel's face slowly faded. He remained silent for a moment, then slowly began, the government has abandoned us, and the high-ranking members of the Mage Corps have chosen to evacuate. But this doesn't mean Paris must be left defenseless. After Master Eiffel patiently explained to everyone, the sentries finally learned some secrets they had not known before. When the Eiffel Tower was first constructed, it was actually considered for use as the capital's ultimate weapon. Like other large-scale magic technology devices, in an emergency, the Eiffel Tower could transform into a super-large fixed magic technology device, possessing extremely powerful spell capabilities. Just as Patricia had once explained to Morin at the Saxon Royal Magic Technology Research Institute. The higher the ring level of the spell, the more complex and unstable the structure, and the exponential increase in demands on materials and craftsmanship. Conversely, a magic technology device with sufficiently massive and complex volume and structure can greatly amplify low-ring spells. Since the day the Eiffel Tower was completed and activated, it has continuously absorbed the free magical power in the surrounding air. Over these past 10+ years, the entire tower structure has not only been fully charged but has also transformed the surrounding environment into a high-density magic field. Master Eiffel's idea at the time was to have the Iron Tower support other mages and the army during the crucial moment of the capital defense war. However, he never expected that today they would fight alone without support from anyone else. Then what do we need to do? Bastien pressed. Master Eiffel was silent for a moment, then his gaze became profound and heavy. This tower possesses the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. But it lacks a will capable of guiding and controlling this power. It needs a brain. He looked at the 17 sentries before him, and the mages and apprentices who had voluntarily stayed, and said word by word, it needs you. You must become a part of the high tower. Silence instantly fell over the command room. No one was foolish, they immediately understood the meaning behind Master Eiffel's words. Becoming a part of the high tower, that didn't sound like simply operating equipment. Master Eiffel, does this mean death? A young sentry mustered the courage to ask. No. Master Eiffel shook his head. Not death, but a kind of fusion. Your will, your spirit, and your magical power will merge with the magic technology core of this colossal tower. You will no longer be independent individuals, but will become a unified, powerful collective will. Through this tower, you will perceive, you will think, you will fight. You will become the shield and sword of Paris, fighting this final and most glorious battle for the city. The old mage's voice carried an irresistible infectiousness. Bastien looked at his subordinates. Although they were young, there was no trace of fear in their eyes, only determination and composure. They had long been prepared to die for their country. Where they died, and how they died, was no longer important to them. What was important was that their deaths held value. We understand, Master. Bastien took a deep breath and performed a solemn military salute toward Master Eiffel again. We are ready. Master Eiffel closed his eyes, and 2 streams of turbid tears ran down his aged face. Gaul, will remember you. Master Eiffel said nothing more. He turned around and led the group toward a door deep within the main control area. Behind the door was an even larger circular space. In the center of the space was a circular pool more than 20 meters in diameter. The pool contained no water, but was filled instead with a mysterious liquid emitting a soft white light. Magical power, so dense it was almost tangible, emanated from the pool, making the entire space feel like some sort of domain. This is the magic technology core of the high tower, and its heart. Master Eiffel pointed at the glowing pool and explained. Go in, children. Empty your minds, do not resist. Leave the rest to me. Bastien was the first to step forward. Without the slightest hesitation, he stripped off his tattered combat uniform, revealing his muscular, scar-covered torso. Then, he walked down the steps one by one, submerging his body into the light. There was no scorching heat or icy cold as he had expected, but an inexplicable warmth and comfort, as if he had returned to his mother's embrace. An irresistible drowsiness washed over him. He slowly lay down in the pool, only keeping his head above the liquid surface, closed his eyes, and his consciousness gradually blurred. Where there was one, there was a second. The remaining sentries and mages also entered the pool one after another. They were like travelers about to embark on a long journey, their faces calm and composed, entrusting their bodies and souls to the colossal tower they were about to dedicate themselves to. Soon, the pool was full of people lying down. They all had their eyes closed, as if they had fallen into a deep sleep, with peaceful expressions on their faces. Master Eiffel stood by the edge of the pool, looking at these young faces, and extended his hands, which were covered in calluses from years of performing precise magic technology experiments. Immediately afterward, the streaks of light on the walls emitted an unprecedented dazzling radiance. The liquid in the pool also began to boil, and flickering orbs of light rose from the bottom of the pool, merging into the bodies of the sleepers. Buzz! A massive spiritual fluctuation erupted from the pool, instantly sweeping across the entire Eiffel Tower. As the tower's creator and highest authority, Master Eiffel could clearly feel the spirits and wills of the sleepers rapidly merging with the tower's magic technology circuits through the energy core. If the Eiffel Tower was previously just a machine possessing vast energy but lacking an operator, now, this machine finally possessed its own soul. Master Eiffel could feel the steel behemoth, dormant for over a decade, slowly awakening. It seemed to be letting out a low, powerful roar toward its creator. The entire process lasted nearly an hour. When the last rune orb of light merged into the bodies of the sleepers, the boiling pool finally returned to calm. Master Eiffel stopped chanting. He leaned tiredly on his staff, his forehead covered in sweat. The ritual was complete. From this moment on, the Eiffel Tower was no longer inanimate. It had come alive. Chapter 273, Necromancy School. Master Eiffel, dragging his weary body, left the core energy room. When he returned to the main control hall, he found an uninvited guest. An elderly mage, also dressed in grey robes, but with an unnaturally pale face and a faint, almost imperceptible smile always playing on his lips, stood in the center of the hall, observing the flowing light strips on the walls with great interest. The moment he saw this person, Master Eiffel's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Chardonnay. He was somewhat surprised, and also somewhat wary. Why are you here? I thought you had already gone to Bordeaux with the main force of the Mage Corps. The person who arrived was Chardonnay, the most mysterious and formidable presence in the Eye of the Lawyer Mage Corps, the only 7th ring necromancer archmage. Oh? My dear Eiffel. Chardonnay turned around, and upon seeing Eiffel, the smile on his face grew wider. I had indeed left, but halfway there, I suddenly felt a bit unwilling. He spread his hands and said in a theatrical, almost like tone. To just hand over our greatest masterpiece to those Saxon barbarians like this, it's truly a pity, isn't it? So, I temporarily changed my mind and came back. I thought, when it comes to defending Paris, you wouldn't refuse an extra helper, would you? Especially the help of a 7th ring mage. His words sounded righteous, but Master Eiffel saw a deeply hidden, unsettling fanaticism in his eyes. Necromancer. This is a school of magic that is strictly regulated and monitored in every country. They study death, and toy with souls. Their magic is always associated with plagues, curses, and those repulsive undead creatures. Although Chardonnay held a transcendent position in the Mage Corps due to his power as a 7th Circle Archmage and his academic contributions, most mages including Eiffel kept their distance from him. A necromancer archmage who was supposed to evacuate, secretly sneaking back at the last moment when Paris was about to fall. This was clearly not a normal situation. I do need help. Master Eiffel was silent for a moment, then nodded, but he did not relax his vigilance. However, I hope your intentions are truly as simple as you say. Of course, of course. Chardonnay said with a chuckle. We are all for the Republic, aren't we? Although our fields of study are different, we all have patriotic hearts. Is everything ready? Chardonnay changed the subject and asked. Master Eiffel looked at him deeply, did not answer his question, but turned and walked to the other side. Come with me. Since you chose to stay, there are some things you need to know. He led Chardonnay to one side of the main control hall, where there was a device consisting of a huge magic light screen and a map. On the light screen, a small number of red arrows were currently projected in the suburbs of Paris. This was information captured by the constant eagle eye spell at the top of the Eiffel Tower. Although it was impossible to distinguish the specific troop composition and scale, it at least allowed the people in the giant tower to know from which direction the enemy was attacking. The main force of the Saxons is estimated to begin entering the city tomorrow morning. Master Eiffel pointed to the moving red arrows on the map and said. Their offensive is fierce. I estimate that the city's defenders won't be able to hold them back. We don't have much time. Chardonnay listened to Eiffel's words, looked at the map, and the smile on his face became even more playful. Yes, time is running out. For them. His gaze fell on an area at the bottom of the map, marked Paris Catacombs. Something there seemed to be waiting to break free. Chardonnay, don't think I don't know what you've been doing these past few days. Master Eiffel suddenly turned his head, his gaze like lightning, looking directly into Chardonnay's eyes. You've been frequently entering and exiting the catacombs, and you've brought a large amount of obsidian. What exactly are you plotting? Facing Master Eiffel's questioning, the smile on Chardonnay's face did not change in the slightest. Oh? It seems nothing can be hidden from the eagle eye spell at the top of the tower, my dear Eiffel. That's right, I did make some small preparations down there. Preparations? Master Eiffel's voice grew cold. Are you treating the resting deceased as your experimental materials? Your mentor, the great Master Pasteur, dedicated his life to prolonging human life, to fighting against disease and death. And you, his most accomplished student, only know how to manipulate the dead and desecrate souls all day long. Master Eiffel's voice was filled with anger and disappointment. Chardonnay's mentor, Louis Pasteur, was one of the great mages and biologists renowned throughout Europa. His invention of pasteurization and various vaccines saved countless lives. He fought against death his entire life. And his student, however, embarked on a completely opposite path. This cannot but be said to be a great irony. Mentor? Hee. Hearing the name Pasteur, a hint of change finally appeared on Chardonnay's face. I respect my mentor, Eiffel, but respect does not mean agreement. My mentor was a great genius, but also an incurable idealist. He wanted to conquer death? How ridiculous. Death is the fairest and most eternal law in this world. It is the ultimate truth. Chardonnay's voice began to grow high-pitched and fanatical. What's the point of him trying every means to prolong the lives of those mortals by a few years, a few decades? These mortals will eventually turn into a handful of dust, won't they? Instead of futilely delaying that outcome, why not study how to utilize that outcome? You. Master Eiffel was so enraged by his twisted logic that he couldn't speak. All right, my dear Eiffel. Chardonnay waved his hand, and the expression on his face returned to that indifferent smile. Debating these things now is meaningless, isn't it? Your goal is to use this tower to cause as much trouble for the Saxons as possible, right? And my goal is the same. He pointed to the catacombs on the map. I just chose a different path than you, but our destination is the same. Since that's the case, why should we dwell on each other's methods? Master Eiffel stared at him intently, his chest heaving violently. He desperately wanted to blast this madman into charcoal with a chain lightning spell right now. But he knew he couldn't. Just as Chardonnay said, now was not the time for infighting. They shared a common enemy. Moreover, he had just presided over the fusion ritual, and his mental power was greatly depleted, requiring time to recover. He wasn't confident he could take down a seventh ring necromancer here. After a long while, Master Eiffel finally suppressed the anger in his heart. He no longer looked at Chardonnay, turning and walking towards the magical transport device leading to the top floor. As Master Eiffel and Chardonnay brushed past each other, he paused, without turning back, and merely spoke in a cold and weary voice. For Paris. The smile on Chardonnay's face faltered slightly. Behind him, Master Eiffel's aged and resolute figure walked into the magical transport device. It wasn't until the door of the magical transport device slowly closed, obscuring that figure, that he softly repeated, as if to himself. For Paris. For the first time, the mockery and playfulness completely vanished from the old necromancer's face. He stood in the empty main control hall, lost in thought. The magical transport device delivered Master Eiffel to the very top floor of the giant tower. This was his private office and his lounge. He poured himself a glass of red wine and sat by the huge floor-to-ceiling window, quietly gazing at the city outside, the city where he had lived his entire life. He knew this might be the last time he would peacefully admire the night view of Paris like this. He had no fear, nor any reluctance. Only a sense of peace and acceptance, of a mission about to be completed, filled his heart. Marguerite, I stay in this position closest to you every day, yet I can never truly be near you. But please rest assured, perhaps I will be able to see you very soon. That night, Master Eiffel completed his last long rest. The next morning, as the first ray of sunlight streamed into the top floor room, he opened his eyes punctually. Immediately after, two muffled thuds came from the directions of the east and west of the city. Master Eiffel walked to the window and saw the two huge smoke plumes slowly rising. He knew they were the Saxons' new weapons, clearing out the anti-air magic device positions in the city. Then, he saw the two giant armored airships brazenly flying into the skies above Paris. The enemy's general offensive was about to begin. Master Eiffel tidied his mage robe and pushed open the door leading to the highest platform of the tower. The fierce wind howled, blowing through his graying hair and beard. He spread his arms, closed his eyes, and felt the pulsation of the entire giant tower. "Wake up, my child," he whispered. Buzz. The entire Eiffel Tower emitted a low hum. Inside the tower, the souls that had already merged with the giant tower simultaneously responded to his call. Clearly, the souls inside the giant tower were far more than just Bastien and the others from last night. Surging magic power, like a breached flood, frantically poured into Master Eiffel's body from every corner of the tower. His body slowly floated up, rising into mid-air. He opened his eyes, and those originally cloudy eyes had now turned pure white, emitting a terrifying glow. All emotions, all distracting thoughts, vanished from him at this moment. He was no longer Gustave Eiffel. He was the will of this tower. He was the last wrath of Paris. His gaze locked onto the Saxon troops below on the Champ de Mars, approaching the base of the tower, as tiny as ants. He slowly raised his right hand and pointed at them. Zzzzz. At the tip of the tower, an endless torrent of electrical light began to converge frantically. The moment of judgment had arrived. Chapter 274, Eiffel Tower vs War Behemoth. The tragedy that occurred on the Champ de Mars was immediately captured by the two armored airships hovering over eastern Paris. In fact, even before the lightning had fully gathered, piercing alarms had already sounded on the bridges of the L-28 and L-29 armored airships. High-intensity magic power detected. Location, Champ de Mars. Energy level is rapidly rising. It's the Eiffel Tower. Colonel Schneider, the captain of the armored airship L-29, rushed to the observation window immediately. He didn't even need a telescope to clearly see the tip of the giant steel tower gathering a heart-stopping blue electric light. Quick! Use the loudspeaker to warn ground troops. Tell them to evacuate the Champ de Mars immediately. Schneider yelled at the communications officer beside him. Yes, Colonel. However, it was all too late. Before the communications officer could pick up the loudspeaker, the destructive lightning bolt had already descended from the sky. All the officers on the airship bridge watched helplessly as the thick electric light instantly engulfed the vanguard unit approaching the Iron Tower. From their perspective, the scene was like a divine punishment descended by gods in myths and legends. The entire bridge fell into a dead silence. Everyone was stunned into speechlessness by the terrifying sight before them. They're all gone, a young observer said, his voice trembling. That was a company, over 200 Imperial soldiers, just gone in a few short seconds? Damn it! Schneider slammed his fist on the control panel, his eyes red with rage. All ships enter level 1 combat status. He turned sharply, his voice hoarse with extreme anger. All turrets prepare to fire. Target, the Eiffel Tower. At the same time, broadcast to the entire city. Warn all ground troops. The Eiffel Tower is attacking. All units immediately move away from the Champ de Mars. Yes. Meanwhile, at Paris East Station, Morin and his training assault battalion were escorting the Odin armored train, slowly pulling into the empty station. When the Gallic government evacuated, they took almost all movable trains, leaving the huge Paris East Station eerily quiet. After the soldiers of the training assault battalion confirmed it was safe, Captain Lucas simply had the Odin stop directly in the spacious workshop of the locomotive repair area. All right, soldiers, disembark. We've arrived. Morin, standing at the command train's door like a retro train conductor, shouted to his training assault battalion soldiers. After fighting for so long, they could finally get some good rest in this world-renowned city. However, just as they jumped off the train, before they even had a chance to stretch, a dull roar came from the west side of the city. Boom. The sound was like a dull, dry thunderclap. What's going on? Is it thundering? A soldier subconsciously looked up at the sky, which was clear and cloudless. Morin's heart, however, suddenly sank. Mr. Gordon is here again. His damned intuition was alarming him again. Sure enough, the next second, the huge broadcast from the armored airship echoed throughout Paris. Warning all ground troops. The Eiffel Tower is attacking. Repeat. The Eiffel Tower is attacking. All units immediately move away from the Champ de Mars. The broadcast voice, echoing in the empty city, was exceptionally clear. At Paris East Station, all the Saxon soldiers who had just disembarked froze in place. Morin felt an even greater sense of dizziness, he felt as if he had already been promoted from Jinx to a higher level. He exchanged glances with Manstein and Kleist beside him, seeing shock in each other's eyes. Some things happened. Just then, Captain Lucas also jumped down from the Odin command car, his face grave. Captain Mullen. You heard it too, right? I heard it. Morin nodded. Captain, what exactly is going on? I don't know either. Lucas shook his head. Let's go. To the station's clock tower. That's the highest point around here. The group wasted no more words and immediately ran towards the towering clock tower of the main station building. Although Paris's urban planning was orderly, there were no tall buildings, so the view should have been excellent. But in reality, those uniformly styled, 4 to 6 story house minion buildings also acted like high walls, dividing the city into a giant maze and severely obstructing the view. Morin and the others jogged all the way, rushing up the narrow spiral staircase of the clock tower. When they arrived, panting, at the observation deck at the top of the clock tower, they finally saw the situation to the west. Then, everyone's mouths fell open in shock at the sight before them. To the west of the city, the entire upper part of the massive Eiffel Tower was enveloped in violent blue currents. Countless tiny electric snakes wildly moved and jumped on the steel tower body, emitting sizzling sounds. The entire iron tower seemed to have transformed into a giant blue pillar of light connecting heaven and earth. Holy crap! Morin watched this magical scene, his mouth forming a perfect O. He had only one thought in his mind. Isn't this Red Alert 2 that I played when I was a kid? Are Tesla coils here now? On the bridge of the armored airship L-29, the atmosphere was also extremely tense at this moment. Colonel. Radio contact with the 1st Army Group headquarters is lost. There's strong electromagnetic interference. The communications officer removed his headphones, reporting, drenched in sweat. As expected. Colonel Schneider's face was grim, but he wasn't surprised. Look at the tower now, it would be strange if radio signals could get through. Since we can't contact headquarters, then according to the armored airship combat regulations, I will take command here. Schneider waved his hand abruptly, his voice filled with unquestionable resolve. All main guns fire. Blast that damned iron frame to pieces. But Colonel, the General Staff headquarters order was occupy and control, the adjutant reminded softly. To hell with orders. Colonel Schneider directly cursed, now it's attacking us. This is self-defense. I'll take full responsibility for any problems. Yes. The adjutant said no more and immediately issued the order to the fire control room. Main guns fire. Target, Eiffel Tower midsection. 1 volley. Received. Turrets 1 to 4 loaded and ready. The massive twin-barreled 203mm naval gun turrets slowly rotated to aim at the distant target. At the same time, the L-28 armored airship reacted similarly. Upon seeing their allies ready to fire, their captain also unhesitatingly issued the attack order. Boom. 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 Accompanied by continuous roars, 16 heavy 203mm armor-piercing shells, trailing faint blue wakes, roared out of the muzzles of the 2 armored airships, flying towards the Eiffel Tower. At this point, the direct distance from the airship to the tower was only about 2 kilometers, which for such large-caliber naval guns was almost point-blank range. Coupled with such a huge target, all the gunners believed this attack was absolutely certain to succeed. On the clock tower of Paris East Station, Morin and the others also clearly saw the 16 streaks of fire cutting through the sky. The airships are firing. Kleist shouted excitedly. Good job. Blast it. Captain Lucas also waved his fist. In their eyes, no matter how absurd that iron tower was, it was still a steel structure. Against the 203mm naval gun shells designed to breach fortresses with spell shields, the tower wouldn't be that sturdy. However, just as the 16 shells were about to hit the Eiffel Tower, the countless electric snakes coiling around the tower body suddenly came alive. They converged in an instant, forming a visible blue force field of pure electric current around the outer perimeter of the tower body. Buzz. The 16 shells slammed into the blue shield, and then, something strange happened. The shells did not explode, nor did they penetrate the shield. They were like hitting a soft yet tough wall, their flight paths forcibly deflected at an angle. Ultimately, the 16 shells grazed the edge of the Eiffel Tower and fell into the Seine River behind it, splashing up 4 towering water columns. Whether on the airship's bridge or in the clock tower of Paris East Station, everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. What's going on? Kleist stammered, even wondering if he was seeing things. The shells turned. Captain Lucas also had a look of disbelief. What is that? A magic shield? No, I've never seen a shield that can make shells turn. Only Morin's expression became unprecedentedly grave. He seemed to already know what it was, an electromagnetic deflection force field composed of powerful currents. However, Morin quickly felt relieved. After all, this was the Gaulle Mage Tower, and it was a unique wonder in the entire world. A wonder, something built with the full strength of a nation, could directly lead to an unconditional victory in a certain RTS game. Now that the Eiffel Tower was displaying these special moves, it was understandable. What the hell? Morin looked at the giant tower flashing with arcs, feeling like his brain had been trampled by Jing Bao de Xiang Boulet and Luo. Just as everyone was in shock, the Eiffel Tower moved again. Warning. High energy reaction detected. It's going to counterattack. This time, its target was no longer the ground, but the 2 massive threats in the sky. Several more thick lightning bolts shot out from the top of the tower, like several wildly dancing electric snakes, biting towards the 2 armored airships at an astonishing speed. Evade. Full speed evasion. Colonel Schneider reacted immediately, letting out a desperate roar. Engines at maximum power. Emergency turn to create distance. The propeller power units of the 2 armored airships emitted a huge roar, and their massive hulls began to clumsily adjust their course. The lightning bolts pursued relentlessly, drawing dazzling trajectories across the sky. Fortunately, the armored airship's spell shields had some hardness, and the lightning attack wasn't as direct as a counter-air flare ray, so for a while, the currents only danced around the perimeter of the armored airships. When the 2 airships retreated to an airspace about 5 or 6 kilometers from the tower, the pursuing lightning bolts finally dissipated unwillingly in the air, several hundred meters from the airships, due to the excessive distance. Who? On the bridge of the L-29, Colonel Schneider leaned on the control panel, panting heavily, his back drenched in cold sweat. For a moment there, he truly thought he was done for. Report damage. Reporting, Colonel. Spell shield strength is down, but the airship is undamaged. We seem to have exited the Eiffel Tower's attack range. Hearing this report, Schneider finally let out a sigh of relief. He looked again at the distant giant tower, still enveloped in electric light, his eyes filled with apprehension and lingering fear. What in the world is that thing? On the clock tower of Paris East Station, Captain Lucas couldn't help but curse as he looked at the distant, unharmed Eiffel Tower. Morin said nothing, he just stared intently at the tower, his system interface in his mind furiously refreshing with new information. Building name, Eiffel Tower, Gallic Republic, Eye of the Lawyer Mage Tower. Status, combat form activated. Constant spells, Eagle Eye, Lightning Bolt, Chain Lightning. Spells to be activated, Animate Dead Body, Raise Dead. Chapter 275, Necromancy, Shunned by All. Morin looked at the last two grayed out spell names on the system interface, which could be lit up at any moment, and opened his mouth. Then he put his hands behind his head and laughed with relief. Ha 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 ha. Necromancy? What kind of sane person would practice this in their own capital? During his time in Saxon, Morin, besides forming the training assault battalion and attending classes, also kept busy with spells. Through the system and some ancient texts borrowed from Patricia, he extensively caught up on knowledge about magic in this world. In this process, he discovered that the necromancy school was definitely among the most fringe of the fringe in this world. Not only were their numbers pitifully small, but their treatment was the same wherever they went, subjected to various strict restrictions and surveillance. He had even been in the Saxon Empire for so long and had never seen anything related to the necromancy school, be it people or magical items. So, Morin had never expected to encounter the current situation. However, in Morin's view, necromancy and doctors shared something in common to some extent, both dealt with birth, aging, sickness, death, and corpses. It was just that one studied how to save people, while the other studied how to reuse corpses and souls. The current social status of the two could be said to be worlds apart. Although the general attitude of various countries towards human experimentation and dissection has undergone a fundamental shift from strong rejection and stigmatization to widespread acceptance within the frameworks of magic, science, medicine, and law. At the same time, with the popularization of surgery, systematic anatomical training has also become a compulsory course for all medical students. However, this acceptance is not unreserved, there are still some residual resistances based on religion, ethics, and emotion. Mages and scholars, those within these professional fields, are generally in a fully embracing attitude towards this. But while the public rationally accepts it, the thought of a loved one's body being dissected is still emotionally painful and uncomfortable for many. Therefore, the public does support dissection, but usually does not wish for it to happen to themselves or their loved ones. Even the most basic human anatomy faces such complex circumstances, let alone the necromancy school. Mages of this school, one could say, perfectly fit the stereotype, spending most of their day dealing with corpses. They would frequently dig up a corpse from the ground or summon several undead creatures. In the eyes of ordinary people and the papal theocracy, this was simply synonymous with evil and blasphemy. Historically, due to severe shortages of corpses, there was even a bizarre tale of low-tier necromancy mages stealing corpses, being besieged by villagers, and ultimately shot dead by hunting rifles. These complex circumstances, intertwined, have caused the reputation of the necromancy school to plummet to an extreme low. As for the two spells Morin had just seen, animate dead body and summon undead, under normal circumstances, a mage could at most raise a dozen undead creatures. But is the current situation normal? Clearly not normal. The Eiffel Tower, this colossal mage tower, can amplify ordinary lightning bolt and chain lightning to such a ridiculously destructive degree. Morin couldn't even imagine what the scene would be like if those two necromancy spells were activated, turning the more than 6 million skeletons beneath Paris into animate dead bodies. After seeing this spell, he had already confirmed through the system map that this world's Paris also had the famous attraction of the Paris Catacombs. This was originally a limestone quarry that was converted into a cemetery in 1786 after a plague outbreak in Paris, to solve the problem of too many corpses. And it was used from the 18th century all the way to the mid-19th century, burying approximately 6 million human remains. Morin thought about it carefully. One could say that the entire world could not find another battleground as fully equipped as Paris. A giant mage tower, and then a ready-made mass grave underground. This is practically a tailor-made venue for a decisive battle involving necromancy. There was no intelligence before indicating that the Gauls put so much effort into necromancy, was there? This thought flashed through Morin's mind. He felt that no matter how outrageous the Gauls were, they wouldn't bury such a huge bomb under their own capital, would they? Of course, this time he really misunderstood the Gauls. Neither the Mage Corps nor Master Eiffel had ever thought of playing a Scourge of the Undead when building the Iron Tower. But at this moment, Morin couldn't directly tell Colonel Lucas that he had discovered signs of the Gauls preparing to unleash a Scourge of the Undead. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, where would he, a newly promoted mage who had been a spellcaster for less than a year, get the experience and ability to make such an accurate judgment? Even if he could muddle through now, it might attract the attention of other mages in the future. So, Morin could only hint indirectly at this point, urging Colonel Lucas to start using Gungnir first. I'll find a way to dismantle this tower, all right? Colonel Lucas, who had just recovered from his shock and anger, heard Morin's words and nodded heavily. You're right. He turned and ran downstairs, no more time to waste. Let's go. The two ran down the bell tower, and Colonel Lucas immediately rushed towards the Odin parked in the maintenance shed. Attention, everyone. He ran onto the platform and shouted to the entire maintenance area, Odin, prepare for battle. Engineers immediately clear the track area. He then said to the two artillery observation team members on the train, there's no time and it's not convenient to release balloons now. You two immediately carry the telephone cable reels and go to the rooftop next to the maintenance area to establish an observation point. Yes, Colonel. At his command, the train crew and engineers, who had been resting, immediately sprang into tense action. The massive Odin restarted, slowly backing out of the spacious maintenance shed and stopping on the main track outside. Click clack click clack. The teeth-grinding sound of metal friction rang out again, as the huge hydraulic support arms on both sides of the carriage extended, digging deep into the roadbed beside the tracks. At the same time, several soldiers from the artillery observation team, carrying heavy wired telephone cable reels, swiftly rushed into a 6-story building next to the station, preparing to go to the high ground for guidance and observation. Colonel, should we try to contact the airships above again? A signalman in the command train asked. Or contact the army group headquarters outside the city? Contact them. Contact all of them. Lucas waved his hand, tell them we're preparing to attack with Gungnir, and have them prepare for coordinated action. However, a few minutes later, the signalman looked at Lucas, his forehead covered in sweat. Colonel. Can't connect. Radio interference is too strong. Neither the airships nor the army group headquarters can be reached. Morin's heart sank again when he heard this result. His guess was correct, the Eiffel Tower, furiously discharging electricity, had turned the entire Paris into a giant, complex electromagnetic environment. Damn it. Lucas slammed his fist on the armored plate of the carriage, to hell with international appearances. No more waiting. He turned to look at the several Magi-Tech engineer who were already prepared. Gungnir, switch to siege bombardment mode. Target, Eiffel Tower. Blast it for me. Yes. At Lucas's command, the thick armored plates of the mysterious carriage carrying Gungnir slowly opened again. The massive cannon body slowly rose, driven by hydraulic devices. The muzzle pointed skyward at a large elevation angle, then adjusted its aiming direction under the guidance of the artillery observer, finally aligning with the giant glowing iron tower on the west side of the city. Inside the barrel, 12 accelerating rune coils lit up in sequence, emitting a low, strange humming sound. The surrounding magic power once again became violent. Gungnir, fully charged. Fire. Boom bang. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a dazzling blue light once again burst from the muzzle. On the eastern outskirts of Paris, the 1st Army Group's temporary command post was established on a high ground with an open view. Although it couldn't offer a panoramic view of the entire Paris urban area, at least the towering Eiffel Tower was clearly visible. Therefore, when the iron tower began discharging electricity, Mackensen and Seikt had already realized that something was wrong. Immediately after, they saw 2 armored airships hovering in the air bombarding the iron tower, and the bizarre sight of shells being strangely deflected. Including the 2 of them, all the senior staff officers of the 1st Army Group fell silent. It seems the General Staff Headquarters intelligence was, for once, surprisingly reliable this time. Lieutenant General Seikt looked at the distant giant tower shrouded in electric light, a trace of self-mockery in his voice. Previously, they had felt that the General Staff Headquarters intelligence about the Gaulle Mage Tower being a powerful wonder was somewhat exaggerated. After all, the intelligence department's reputation in the military had indeed been poor. But now, it seemed, what they said was already very conservative. The Gaulle Mage Tower has indeed exceeded the scope of conventional weapons. General Mackensen's face was also incredibly solemn. In that case, the intelligence brought back by those spies and crisis travelers seems to have some errors. Seikt sighed. General Mackensen shook his head and said, it's not their fault, intelligence personnel can only report what they see and hear. The current situation has already exceeded the scope of conventional warfare. But no matter what the situation, the problem now is how we deal with it. General Mackensen's gaze shifted from the distant iron tower back to the map laid out in the tent. Fortunately, we still have Gungnir, he said in a deep voice. As the two were speaking, they saw an incredibly dazzling ball of light suddenly explode in the sky to the east of the Eiffel Tower. Chapter 276, We need a better firing position. The light was so bright that it instantly overshadowed the sun's brilliance. Immediately after, they saw the shield of electricity surrounding the Eiffel Tower suddenly contract inwards, then instantly expand outwards, becoming much brighter than before. After a full 20 seconds, a sharp, ear-piercing blast and a dull, thunderous explosion reached their ears in quick succession. It's the Gungnir. Seikt immediately reacted. It fired. General Mackensen's spirits lifted. However, their excitement did not last long. Because they clearly saw that the explosion occurred in the air, still some distance from the Eiffel Tower. Although the shockwave of the explosion seemed to make the giant tower sway, it was clear that this strike had missed its target. Was it blocked? A staff officer stammered. Mackensen and Seikt exchanged glances, both seeing gravity in the other's eyes. Even the Gungnir's crystal reaction shell couldn't penetrate the tower's defenses. Paris East Station, beside the Odin armored train. Morin and Lucas's hearts also sank to rock bottom with the report from the artillery observation team. Colonel, the crystal reaction shell was detonated prematurely by lightning approximately 200 meters from the target. Detonated by lightning. Lucas was stunned. What do you mean? Just as the shell was about to hit, the currents around the Eiffel Tower significantly strengthened, and a large number of lightning bolts directly formed something similar to an electric wall, causing the crystal reaction shell to be prematurely detonated. Hearing this explanation, everyone fell silent. They can play like that too? However, the artillery observer added. Although the shell was prematurely detonated, the violent explosion still seemed to have some impact on the tower. We saw the electric shield around the tower become very unstable for a moment, and in the direction of the strongest blast, there seemed to be some scorched marks on the tower's steel structure. It had an effect. Lucas's eyes lit up, and the hope that had just extinguished rekindled. That means, as long as we can hit it, or get closer, we can cause substantial damage to it. He immediately turned and shouted at the Magi-Tech engineer and engineers behind him, "Did you all hear that? Another round. Reload immediately. I don't believe it can keep blocking us like this." Yes. Under Colonel Lucas's order, everyone began to act nervously again. Cooling, checking, reloading. The Gungnir's firing preparations proceeded once again in an orderly fashion. Meanwhile, inside the Eiffel Tower, second floor main control area. The seven-ring necromancer Chardonnay was the second person in all of Paris, besides Master Eiffel at the top of the tower, to experience the power of the Gungnir up close. When that crystal reaction shell detonated 200 meters away, he could clearly feel the entire giant tower tremble violently under the terrifying shockwave. The light bands flowing on the walls even experienced momentary disorder. His expression, for the first time, became somewhat grim. The Saxons actually possessed a weapon capable of threatening this wonder. He immediately contacted Master Eiffel in the main control room. The latter had by now become virtually a part of the tower, so he could directly hear Chardonnay's voice. "Eiffel. Did you feel it? The Saxons' attack can harm us. Expand your lightning defense range further. Otherwise, if they hit us a few more times like that, no one knows what will happen." His voice clearly carried a hint of impatience. A moment later, Master Eiffel's calm, emotionless voice, like an ancient well, echoed in his mind. "Understood." Just 3 simple words, and then silence. But Chardonnay could feel the violent currents swirling around the tower body expanding outwards at an even faster rate. More than 10 minutes later, when the Gungnir's second shell, carrying the hopes of everyone on the armored train, once again whistled in, it encountered a more violent interception than the previous shell. This time, it didn't even manage to fly within 300 meters before being precisely detonated in midair by several intersecting lightning bolts. The violent explosion formed an even larger fireball in the sky, but its shockwave, by the time it reached the Eiffel Tower, had weakened considerably, merely causing the tower body to sway slightly. Seeing this scene, Chardonnay finally breathed a sigh of relief. A smile returned to his pale face. Since the Saxons' long-range attacks could not pose a threat for the time being, it was time for him to begin his main business. Just as Master Eiffel had thought, the reason this seven-ring arch-necromancer returned to Paris at great risk, the so-called defending Paris, actually only accounted for a very small part of his motivation. More than that, it was his covetousness for the enormous treasure beneath Paris. The Paris catacombs. That sacred place, where 6 million skeletons were buried, accumulating centuries of death aura and negative energy. For Chardonnay, that was the ultimate temple of art he had pursued his entire life. Chardonnay could be said to be a born necromancer. This talent was not only reflected in his spell-casting ability, which awakened at a young age, but also stemmed from his almost insane obsession with the power of life and death, and his obsession with using this power to change the world. No one knew how Chardonnay obtained the inheritance of the necromantic school, they only knew that this genius, from the moment of his awakening, embarked on the path of a necromancer. And his talent in the necromantic school was fully displayed when Chardonnay was 17. That year, to give his grandmother a surprise at her birthday dinner, he secretly snuck into the family cemetery. Then, using the animate dead body spell he had just learned, he resurrected his grandfather, who had passed away many years ago, and brought this old man before his grandmother at dinner. Of course, it was in the form of a complete skeleton. He still remembered the expression on his grandmother's face when he gleefully helped his creaking grandfather into the dining room. It was a complex expression mixed with extreme shock, fear, and bewilderment. Then, not surprisingly, the old lady rolled her eyes and fainted directly from fright. That night, the house was in chaos. His parents rushed the unconscious grandmother to the hospital overnight and never came back to find Chardonnay. That was also the last time Chardonnay saw his relatives. The necromancer's shocking actions naturally quickly alarmed the eye of the lawyer Mage Corps. Ultimately, the Mage Corps dispatched the then highly respected Master Pastor to take this wild mage under his wing as an apprentice and brought him back to the Mage Corps for supervision and education. After being contained within the Mage Corps, Chardonnay's astonishing talent in the necromantic school also made the high-ranking members of the Mage Corps realize that this young man was indeed a rare talent, seen once in 100 years. But at the same time, most mages within the Mage Corps had surprisingly consistent impressions of him: serious, boring, arrogant, and reclusive. A freak who preferred the company of corpses and skeletons, too lazy to say an extra word to living people. He enjoyed solitude more than friendship. And when Chardonnay turned his gaze to the underground of Paris, that huge labyrinth of bones, and tried to draw the massive amount of negative energy from it, the high-ranking members of the Mage Corps finally couldn't sit still. They united to impose the strictest restrictions on him. After all, this was Paris, the capital of the Gallic Republic, the center of the Europa civilized world. They would never allow anyone to turn this city into a giant necromantic experimental ground. From then on, Chardonnay had been waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity where no one could restrict him anymore. Today, he finally got it. After confirming that the Saxons' long-range attacks could not threaten the Eiffel Tower for the time being, Chardonnay probed his mental power into the core of this giant tower. Just as he had expected, at first, a certain existence representing Master Eiffel's will was full of resistance and rejection towards him. But after Chardonnay expressed that he merely wanted to borrow a part of the power to defend Paris, the other party, after a long silence, finally granted him access. When Chardonnay's mind connected with the surging, ocean-like magic power of the entire giant tower, he felt as if he had transformed into a god. Endless power surged under his will. He didn't even need the eagle eye to see most of Paris, the range amplified by the mage tower's spell. Chardonnay's gaze penetrated the thick rock layers and fell upon the underground kingdom of the dead that had slumbered for a century. In his vision, the vast underground area of Paris was so dense with negative energy that it had almost solidified, flowing silently like a black ocean between countless skeletons. Just waiting for a voice to awaken them. Raise dead. This is a powerful 6-ring spell that can transform a corpse into a skeleton, ghoul, or wight, depending on its condition. However, this spell has significant restrictions. It must be cast at night, when negative energy is most active. It was still daytime now. However, Chardonnay was not in a hurry. He had another option. That was the 3-ring necromantic spell that he made his name with and brought him into the mage core's sight animate dead body. Although this spell is not as powerful as Raise Dead, only capable of creating one skeleton or zombie at a time. However, low-ring spells like this, under the terrifying spell amplification of the Eiffel Tower, would receive an even more significant boost. The area of the Paris catacombs is extremely vast. Although the main entrance in the 14th arrondissement is still some distance away, its underground extensions have long entered the Eiffel Tower's spell amplification range. A nearly insane smile appeared on Chardonnay's pale face. He mobilized the power of the giant tower, pouring his will into the spell model etched in his mind. Rise up! My loyal servants! Offer your final loyalty to your city. His voice echoed in the main control hall. The next second, the century-old silent black ocean in the Paris catacombs suddenly boiled. Endless negative energy was activated by an invisible force, then surged madly into the surrounding mountains of skeletons. In countless empty eye sockets, dots of crimson light began to glow. Crack, crack! In the dark and silent passages, the grating sound of bones rubbing against each other rang out, making one's teeth ache. One by one, the skeletons piled in the walls, as if pulled by invisible threads, slowly pieced themselves together, then shakily stood up from the ground. In their empty eye sockets, crimson soul fire burned, staring blankly and hollowly at this world they had long forgotten. At first, only 1 or 2 awoke. But soon, like a wildfire ignited, the wave of awakening began to spread at an astonishing speed into the depths of the entire catacombs. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Countless skeletons crawled out of the piles of bones, converging into grey-black torrents, surging through the narrow passages. They had only one goal: the surface, filled with the aura of the living. Blocked again. Paris East Station, Colonel Lucas looked at the fireball that had been prematurely detonated in the distant sky again, so angry that he almost smashed the binoculars in his hand. Colonel, fighting like this isn't a solution. Morin walked up to him, his expression equally grave. He had already realized that this giant tower had extremely strong defenses against live ammunition. The tower's lightning interception range has expanded, we can't hit it at all. Of course I know that. Lucas scratched his head in annoyance. But if we don't fight like this, what else can we do? We can't just stand by and watch, can we? They were now caught in a vicious cycle. The airship's conventional artillery couldn't penetrate the strange electric shield. The Gungnir's crystal reaction shell had enough power, but it would be prematurely detonated by the opponent's lightning. And they themselves, due to strong electromagnetic interference, couldn't contact the command post outside the city or the airships in the sky, making effective coordinated operations impossible. Colonel. Are you so dazed you forgot something? Morin looked at the train commander in front of him with a hint of exasperation, his expression like seeing a novice get on a war behemoth that had come to provide support during the final offensive. You yourself said that the Gungnir siege bombardment is its first form. Does it not have a second form? Colonel Lucas slapped his forehead, as if enlightened. Right, there is indeed a second form. I've only had this train for a short while. Morin shook his head speechlessly. Then what is the second form? Can it deal with that tower? The second form. Lucas's face showed a complex expression. He glanced at the Gungnir's high-raised cannon barrel and shook his head. Theoretically, yes, but from our current position, we can't use it. Can't use it? Why? Morin asked, puzzled. Because the attack method of the second form is completely different from now. Lucas explained. It's not this kind of indirect fire bombardment, but a direct hit mode with more concentrated power, firing in a completely straight line. Direct hit mode. Chapter 277, Notre Dame de Paris. Yes, you can imagine it as an indestructible spear. Lucas gestured, then continued. Captain Mullen, I apologize. But I don't know how to explain the specifics to you, because I don't understand the principles mentioned by the people from the Royal Magi-Tech Research Institute at all. All I know is that they mentioned the second mode seems to be related to, you, Captain. In any case, whether it's a magic shield or physical armor, neither can withstand it. Morin's eyes widened instantly. How was the second mode related to him? He hadn't received any information about this armored train before, let alone Gungnir, a weapon that surpassed its era. However, he didn't focus on that now, he was more anxious. Colonel, why can't we use it? Since it can pierce everything, wouldn't it be perfect for dealing with that tower's electrical shield? The problem lies with direct fire. Lucas gave a wry smile and explained to Morin. Because it fires in a straight line, the requirements for the firing environment are extremely strict, and its effective range is only 3 kilometers. According to those spellcaster masters, it is best not to have any obstacles between our muzzle and the target, otherwise, it could severely affect its accuracy and power. Furthermore, if we use direct fire, Captain Mullen, look at the surrounding environment, we can't even aim. Hearing this, Morin subconsciously looked around. He then realized that although Paris East Station was relatively open, everywhere he looked, there were 4 to 6 story houseman-style buildings. This was one of the characteristics of Parisian streets. These buildings, which normally appeared full of classical beauty, now acted like high walls, fragmenting their line of sight and the firing arc of Gungnir. The straight line distance from Paris East Station to the Eiffel Tower was over 6 kilometers. Given the current position and elevation of Gungnir, setting aside the range issue, they couldn't aim at the distant Eiffel Tower at all. I understand. Morin muttered to himself. You see now. Major Lucas also sighed. So we must find a way to drive the Odin to an open area without any obstructions. An open area. Morin and Lucas exchanged glances, thinking of a place almost simultaneously. Without further ado, the two rushed back to the command carriage, took down a massive map of the Parisian urban area marked with railway information, and spread it out on the ground outside the train. When the Gauls carried out the transfer of the luminous crystal industry, railway construction was one of the important landmark projects. To demonstrate that they were about to surpass the Saxons in railway engineering technology, the Gauls not only built a ring railway around Paris but also constructed several rail lines crossing the urban area, underground railways and railway bridges over the Seine River. So, they might just find a suitable firing position. However, just as the two were carefully studying the railway lines on the map, a new message flashed in Morin's system. Eiffel Tower animate dead body activated. Morin's breath hitched instantly, and the finger tracing the map paused. It's here. It finally arrived. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. Although the sky above Paris East Station was still clear, he could almost smell the aura of death and decay spreading through the air. The Seine River, Isle de la Cite, Notre Dame de Paris. An elderly man, clad in bishop's vestments, with a gaunt face and unusually sharp eyes, was leaning on the railing of the bell tower, gazing into the distance. He was the highest pastoral leader of the Holy See in the Archdiocese of Paris, Archbishop Maurice of Paris. Just moments ago, an extremely massive and malevolent wave of negative energy suddenly erupted from deep underground, instantly sweeping across the entirety of Paris. Although Archbishop Maurice was not a spellcaster in the traditional sense, he had studied for many years in the Holy See's Department of Sacred Rites in Rome when he was young, giving him an extraordinary sensitivity for identifying and sensing this type of power, which fell under the category of grave blasphemy. He determined the source of this power almost immediately. Necromancy spell. And a necromancy spell of unimaginable scale. Originally, as a clergyman personally appointed by the Pope, Maurice did not want to interfere in this war between mortal nations. He and the Archdiocese of Paris truly did not have the capability. But now, the situation was different. When the forbidden power that desecrated the dead and manipulated the departed souls appeared in this city protected by the Lord, he could no longer stand idly by. Trois, he said without turning his head. Your Grace. An auxiliary bishop, also wearing vestments but much younger, quickly approached him from behind. Maurice, did you feel it? Yes, I felt it too, Your Grace. Auxiliary Bishop Trois' face was also filled with solemnity and disgust. This is, the aura of the undead, so immense, so evil. I have never seen anything like it. Both men simultaneously cast their gaze toward the distant Eiffel Tower, which was flashing with electric light. Although they didn't know exactly what was happening, they knew instinctively that the eruption of this evil power was absolutely inseparable from that raging tower. Someone was using the power of that tower to cast necromancy magic, which the Holy See considered forbidden. This is the most complete blasphemy against the Lord. It is harassment of all souls at rest. Auxiliary Bishop Trois said indignantly. How dare they? How dare they do this in Paris? This is not the time for anger, Trois. Archbishop Maurice calmed his emotional colleague. Although his expression was stern, his eyes were unusually calm. He turned around and ordered a chief priest standing behind him. Go, gather all members of the clergy corps. Priests, deacons, and acolytes, not one should be missing. Tell them to prepare. Prepare. The chief priest was stunned for a moment. Yes, prepare. Let us hope these preparations will not be necessary in the end. Although the chief priest was full of doubts, he did not ask further. When it came to the archbishop's order, all he had to do was obey unconditionally. He bowed slightly to Archbishop Maurice and Auxiliary Bishop Trois, then quickly descended from the bell tower. Soon, the melodious bells of Notre Dame de Paris rang out across the entire Isle de la Cite, in a rapid and heavy rhythm unlike the usual calls to prayer. All clergy members who heard the bells immediately put down their work and quickly gathered from all corners of the church toward the assembly square in the back courtyard. Most of them looked confused, unaware of what had happened that caused the chief priest to ring the highest level alarm bell. Under the command of the chief priest, several strong deacons worked together to open a long sealed cellar in the back courtyard. A smell mixed with dust and engine oil wafted out from the cellar. Immediately afterward, heavy, rectangular wooden crates were carried out of the cellar. Pry them open, the chief priest ordered. The deacons used crowbars to laboriously pry open the lids, revealing the items neatly arranged inside. They were Berthier M1892 rifles. These standard-issue weapons, which the Gallic Republic Army once used and still partially equips, were now largely replaced by more advanced models. However, for these clergy members residing in the capital of the Gallic Republic, this was the best weapon they could acquire in the most convenient way. Other deacons opened another, larger armory nearby. Hanging on the armory shelves were pieces of well-maintained chainmail and half-plate armor, reflecting a chilling cold light in the sun, along with a faint holy white glow. On the adjacent weapon racks, they could also see rows of kite shields, as well as various simple yet clearly weighty flails and war hammers. Finally, the precentor priest, accompanied by several nuns, retrieved large quantities of holy oil and holy water from the sacristy. They began the final rite of consecration for these weapons that might soon be used. Looking at the scene before them, the young acolytes gathered in the square were too stunned to speak. Many of them were discovering for the first time that a small armory was hidden beneath the sacred church. As all the preparations proceeded in an orderly fashion, Archbishop Maurice and Auxiliary Bishop Trois descended from the bell tower and came before the assembled crowd. Looking at the clergy members in the square, all with varying expressions, Archbishop Maurice's face was devoid of any superfluous emotion. He stood quietly until everyone's gaze was fixed on him and the entire square fell silent before he slowly began to speak. I know that your hearts are now filled with doubt and confusion. You will ask, we are servants who minister to God, why must we take up arms? We are messengers who spread the gospel, why must we prepare for battle? Because just moments ago, an evil power that blasphemes God and disturbs the departed souls awakened in this city, in the land beneath our feet. Archbishop Maurice's words elicited a chorus of suppressed gasps across the square. Someone is attempting to awaken those who should be at rest from their slumber. They intend to turn this city, protected by the Lord, into a city of death. This war was originally a conflict between mortal nations, we neither intended nor were able to interfere. But now, when the actions of these blasphemers become unbearable, we can no longer remain silent. His voice began to grow high-pitched and impassioned. Our Lord taught us to love our neighbors as ourselves and to have mercy on the world, but he also once wielded a whip and drove out the merchants who conducted business in the temple. In the face of evil, constant yielding and tolerance is not mercy, but indulgence. Tonight may be the night of the dead spoken of in ancient prophecy. When the dead crawl from their graves, when darkness covers the earth, someone must step forward and light the torch that dispels the darkness. Chapter 278, Two-Pronged Approach. Inside Paris East Station, Morin and Colonel Lucas were anxiously searching for an available firing position. The two carefully reviewed the map several times and finally found something useful. Colonel, look here. Morin's finger traced the map, finally stopping on the Seine River. This railway line starts from Paris East Station, extends southwest, passes through several districts, and finally goes through here. Berhay-Came Bridge and Grenelle Bridge. Both are steel structure railway bridges, located downstream of the Eiffel Tower. Colonel Lucas leaned in to study the map closely, then nodded, that's right. The straight line distance from both bridges to the Eiffel Tower is within 3 kilometers. And the Seine River is wide open, with no obstructions, making it an excellent firing position. They found it. This thought popped into both their minds simultaneously. But soon, this joy was replaced by new worries. Colonel Lucas frowned again, but the problem is, these locations are also within the Eiffel Tower's attack range. His words were like a bucket of cold water being poured over them. Indeed, if they could hit the tower could naturally hit them too. They had personally witnessed the tower's lightning attacks electrocuting the armored airship. Colonel Lucas looked back at the armored train Odin, feeling uncertain. After all, although Saxon intelligence had previously known the Eiffel Tower was a mage tower, no one could predict what kind of attacks it would launch. Captain Mullen, although Odin's defenses are strong, whether it can withstand that level of lightning attack, honestly, I have no confidence at all. Morin fell silent after hearing him, his mind racing. The armored train is a fully enclosed metal structure, and the rails connect directly to the earth. Theoretically, shouldn't it form an effect similar to a Faraday cage? But theory was just theory, and he wasn't some physics expert. Not to mention, he suspected that the magic in this world might not be explainable by common sense at all. And there was another crucial problem: Odin wasn't just an empty shell. It was packed with extremely precise arcane equipment, heaven knows if those things would be instantly scrapped in a strong electromagnetic environment. Besides this equipment, it also carried many crystal reaction shells. Colonel. Morin raised his head and looked seriously at Lucas, there are still those crystal reaction shells on the train. You should know better than me how stable those things are. What if? I mean, what if they are detonated by the tower's lightning? Morin didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was obvious. If that thing exploded inside the carriage, forget about attacking the Eiffel Tower, the entire train, along with a large surrounding area, would probably vanish from the map instantly. Colonel Lucas's face instantly turned pale, and a fine layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He had been so focused on how to attack that he had almost forgotten the most critical issue. You're right. This is a huge hidden danger. He slapped his thigh hard. If we really decide to operate from those two bridges, these crystal reaction shells must be unloaded beforehand. We absolutely cannot take them with us. The only good news was that the second form of Gungnir did not fire this type of shell. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have a chance to get close enough to attack. Just as the two were tensely reviewing the map and planning their next move, Morin also felt the cold, decaying scent in the surrounding air becoming increasingly dense. This manifestation of negative energy was also felt by Colonel Lucas and the other ordinary people present. What's going on? The weather, why does it feel so gloomy? Kleist, standing nearby, rubbed his arms and muttered, looking confused. It wasn't just him, Colonel Lucas, Manstein and the other busy soldiers also noticed something was wrong. Yet, does it feel like the temperature suddenly dropped? And this smell, it's damp and musty, like entering a basement that hasn't been opened in ages. Look over there, a soldier pointed to the distant sky. Following his direction, everyone looked up. Although the sky west of Paris was still clear, it seemed covered by a faint, greyish gauze, giving off an indescribable sense of eeriness. Colonel Lucas's expression also turned grim. Although he was not a spellcaster, his years in the military gave him an intuition for danger far surpassing that of ordinary people. Captain Mullen, do you feel that? He looked at Morin, his voice tinged with unease. Morin took a deep breath, trying to keep his voice calm. Colonel, you know I am a spellcaster. If my feeling is correct, this should be a spell from the necromancy school. The necromancy school. Colonel Lucas paused, then his expression changed drastically. Are you talking about necromancy spells that can resurrect the dead? Kleist, Manstein and the others nearby all gasped sharply. The name necromancy school represented taboo and evil to any soldier on the continent of Europa. Although they rarely encountered anything related to it within Saxon territory, this did not prevent them from learning about the horrors of this school through various church and military propaganda. Manipulating corpses, desecrating spirits, spreading plague and curses. Colonel Lucas was stunned, then his eyes widened as if he had realized something terrifying. The Paris catacombs. Kleist and Manstein simultaneously cried out in alarm. As conquerors about to occupy the city, they naturally knew about some of Paris's famous attractions. And the underground catacombs, which held over 6 million skeletons, were undoubtedly the most spine-chilling among them. Oh my god, Colonel Lucas's voice was dry. That tower, it's not trying to resurrect the dead down there, is it? I'm afraid so. Morin nodded, his expression extremely grave. Furthermore, that tower can amplify ordinary lightning spells to such a world-destroying degree. I dare not imagine how terrifying its amplification effect on necromancy spells will be. What we might be facing might not be dozens or hundreds of skeletons, but a true undead scourge. God. Kleist gasped, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. Are the Gauls insane? They're doing this kind of thing in their own capital. Those bastards. Not only did they abandon this city, but now they want to turn it into hell. Manstein cursed angrily. Every Saxon soldier present was filled with anger and disgust. Although they were directing their anger at the wrong target. Colonel Lucas's fists clenched audibly. He stared intently at the distant giant tower that was still flashing with electrical light and said, word by word, we must destroy it. Immediately. Right now. Everyone understood that the situation had completely changed. If they couldn't destroy the Eiffel Tower, forget about occupying Paris, whether they could even leave the city alive was a huge question mark. Just as everyone was burning with anxiety, a familiar engine roar came from overhead, drawing nearer. Everyone looked up and saw the massive silhouette of the armored airship L-29 slowly flying in from the east, beginning to descend, and finally hovering above Paris East Station. Buzz. The huge propellers churned the air, producing a dull sound. Almost simultaneously, the signaller in the command train took off his headset and rushed out excitedly. Colonel. We made contact. It's the L-29. Their radio has connected with ours. At this distance, the intense electromagnetic interference had finally been weakened to an acceptable range, allowing them to re-establish communication. Quick. Give me the communicator. Lucas snatched the device. This is Odin. Colonel Schneider. What is the situation on your end? Colonel Lucas. Are Captain Mullen and the others with you? Colonel Schneider's urgent and angry voice came through the receiver. Yes, the training assault battalion has been operating with us. You finally connected. Damn it, what the hell is that tower? We just saw an entire company of the Imperial Guard vanish without even a sound. Hearing this news, Lucas and Morin exchanged glances, their expressions growing even worse. After a moment, Lucas said in a deep voice, we saw your aerial attack just now, and we also tried attacking, but it was useless. Gungnir's shells were detonated by its lightning mid-air, we couldn't hit anything. What? Even Gungnir was useless. Schneider's voice was filled with shock. The first mode was useless. Lucas explained, we are preparing to switch to the second mode, but we need to get within 3 kilometers, and there can be no obstructions in between. 3 kilometers? Isn't that right in its attack range? That's too dangerous. We know, and we are working on a solution. Lucas glanced at Morin beside him, then spoke into the communicator, Colonel Schneider, listen, the situation is worse now. Captain Mullen believes that the tower is not only discharging electricity, but it's also using necromancy spells to resurrect the bodies in the Paris catacombs. Necromancy spells? Are you serious? Schneider's voice rose several pitches. Absolutely true. We can feel that smell of the dead in the air down here. If you don't believe me, open a porthole and smell it yourselves. Lucas roared unceremoniously. Schneider. We must destroy it immediately, or the entirety of Paris will become a city of the dead. On the bridge of the armored airship L-29, on the other end of the communicator, Colonel Schneider listened to Lucas's report and fully realized the severity of the problem. The situation was no longer as simple as the Eiffel Tower discharging electricity. He glanced through the porthole at the city gradually enveloped by a grey aura, then looked at the distant giant tower standing like a demon god, and an unprecedented sense of crisis gripped his heart. I understand. He took a deep breath and ordered his adjutant, use slight signals to notify the L-28 to temporarily retreat, maintain vigilance in safe airspace, and stop advancing recklessly. Yes, Colonel. After issuing the order, Schneider picked up the communicator again and said to Lucas, Colonel Lucas, what is your plan? What do you need us to do? We plan to drive the train onto the railway bridge over the Seine River. Colonel Lucas quickly recounted the plan he and Morin had devised. That is the only location that meets the conditions for the second mode of attack, but we are not confident we can withstand the tower's lightning attack, so we might need your cover to help us draw some of its fire. Cover you? Colonel Schneider pondered for a moment. Using an armored airship to draw fire from a giant Tesla coil sounded like suicide. But he also knew this was the only way right now. If Odin were destroyed, they would completely lose the only means capable of threatening the Eiffel Tower. No problem. Schneider gritted his teeth and agreed. We can use long-range shelling for a feint, or even enter the tower's attack range to divert its attention, but Lucas, you must be fast. Our spell shields won't last long either. Understood. Just as the two were finalizing the joint operation plan, a thought suddenly flashed through Colonel Schneider's mind. Wait. Lucas. Did you just say you were going to unload those crystal reaction shells? Yes, those things are too dangerous. We absolutely can't take them. Then, since you can't use them, why not give them to us? Schneider's voice suddenly grew excited. Give them to you? What do you want them for? Lucas was completely confused. Your shells can't get through because they are intercepted by lightning, and the firing speed is too slow. But what if we drop these shells onto it from directly above? Colonel Schneider grew more excited as he spoke. Our airship's maximum operational altitude can reach 6,700 meters. I don't believe its lightning can strike that high. And as long as we fly above the clouds and drop these crystal reaction shells one by one, even if it can intercept and detonate them, it should still affect the discharge point at the top of the tower. This idea was like a flash of lightning, instantly clearing the fog in everyone's minds. That's right. Why hadn't they thought of that? If they couldn't hit it from the ground, they would smash it from the sky. Morin couldn't help but exclaim, Colonel Schneider, you truly are a genius. Colonel Lucas also shouted excitedly, let's do it. This is definitely a good idea. Anyway, these shells are just sitting idle once I unload them. Both of them felt this plan was highly feasible. High-altitude bombing was simple, brute force, and relatively safer. However, we can't load or unload here. Colonel Lucas quickly calmed down. He and Morin exchanged glances, and he continued speaking to Schneider, the armored airship can't land here either, and most importantly, an operation of this magnitude must be approved by General Mackensen. You're right, Schneider agreed. We must report to Army Group headquarters immediately. You retreat outside the city right away, and we'll rendezvous at the maintenance platform outside the city. All right. The two parties immediately reached an agreement. Attention, all personnel on Odin. Lucas put down the communicator and immediately issued new orders. Retract Gungnir and switch to marching mode. We are evacuating the urban area immediately. Morin also turned and said to his Kleist and Manstein, 1st and 2nd companies, cover the train's retreat. 3rd and 4th companies, the Field Artillery Battalion, as well as battalion headquarters and other direct units, establish a temporary defense line outside the 10th district and await further orders. Yes. Chapter 279, Cooperation. Following the order, the massive war machine began to operate once more. The menacing barrel of the Odin slowly retracted into the carriage, and the enormous hydraulic support arms pulled out from the ballast laid beside the tracks. The entire train soon began to reverse slowly, retreating towards the outskirts of the city. Writing this, I hope readers remember our domain name to find good Taiwanese books on Taiwan Novel Network. TC is super convenient. The training assault battalion soldiers also moved quickly. 2 companies boarded trucks and advanced along the roads outside the station, covering the armored airship. The other 2 companies, led by Kleist and Manstein, quickly rushed to the perimeter of the Paris 10th arrondissement and began building defensive positions using the streets and buildings. In the sky, the armored airship L-29 also used light signals to notify the distant L-28, instructing it to retreat together and warn friendly Saxon troops inside the city. L-28 quickly responded, and the 2 massive airships flew slowly eastward, one following the other. At the same time, the 2 armored airships used megaphones to issue a warning to all Saxon troops inside the city. Over 20 minutes later, the Odin armored train successfully retreated to a safe area outside Paris. Morin and Colonel Lucas wasted no time, immediately jumping onto a truck and speeding toward the temporary command post of the 1st Army Group. Meanwhile, the armored airship L-29 slowly descended onto the temporary armored airship maintenance platform, which had been set up after the main forces arrived yesterday. Colonel Schneider, equally anxious, jumped off the airship and boarded the vehicle sent to meet him, rushing to the command post. When the 3 of them arrived at the enormous command tent almost simultaneously, General Mackensen and Lieutenant General Seicht were discussing something while looking at a massive map of Paris. The atmosphere inside the tent was tense, and all the staff officers were bustling back and forth. General. You're here. General Mackensen looked up, and upon seeing them, forced a slight expression onto his tired face. We generally know the situation, but tell us the specifics, and your views and plans. Yes, sir. Colonel Lucas stepped forward and reported in detail the joint operation plan they had just formulated, an armored train assault combined with high-altitude bombing by armored airships. While he was reporting, Morin supplemented the information regarding the threat posed by necromancy spells. He emphasized the increasingly dense negative energy and the huge hidden danger of the Paris catacombs, and highlighted his speculation, the Gauls were likely conducting a citywide, large-scale undead conversion ritual. After hearing the three men's report, Mackensen and Sake's expressions grew even graver. Undead scourge. Lieutenant General Sake muttered to himself, pushing up his monocle, his gaze flickering behind the lens. If it is truly as Captain Mullen says, then the coming battle will likely be far tougher than we imagined. General Mackensen remained silent, tapping the tabletop repeatedly with his finger. As a battle-hardened commander, he was considering more than just military issues. The soldiers of the 1st Army Group had been engaged in continuous high-intensity combat for over a month since the war began. Their mental and physical strength had long been stretched to the limit. The only reason they were still holding on was the belief that they would capture Paris and achieve final victory. Now, with victory within reach, a terrifying mage tower suddenly appeared, along with an undead army crawling out from underground. To make these exhausted soldiers fight street battles against skeleton monsters that fear no death. Mackensen dared not imagine how severely the soldiers' morale would be hit, possibly leading to outright collapse. The problem was, the Eiffel Tower stood right there, and they couldn't just ignore it. That thing wasn't just a super cannon platform. According to observations from the airship, there seemed to be a massive teleportation magic array directly beneath the tower. God knows when the Gallic mages might suddenly use that array to launch a counterattack. If that happened, their troops already inside the city would be completely encircled. To fight, or not to fight? How to fight? Silence fell over the command tent. Just as everyone was at a loss and the atmosphere was extremely heavy, a staff officer suddenly strode in, breaking the silence. General, reporting. Speak. Mackensen commanded in a deep voice. Outside the tent, there is a man claiming to be the Archbishop of the Paris Archdiocese who wishes to see you. Archbishop. Mackensen and Sake exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of surprise in the other's eyes. Someone from the Holy See? However, they quickly realized that if large-scale necromancy spells truly appeared in Paris, it was impossible for the Holy See's highest representative in Paris to stand idly by. Let him in. Mackensen waved his hand. Soon, escorted by several slightly wary Saxon soldiers, an elderly man wearing bishop's vestments over chainmail and a half-plate, accompanied by several similarly solemn armored priests, walked into the command tent. The eyes of all the Saxon officers in the tent fell simultaneously upon this unexpected visitor. Facing a room full of scrutinizing and hostile gazes, the elder showed no fear. He calmly scanned the room once, finally resting his eyes on General Mackensen, who was seated at the main position. I am Maurice, Archbishop of the Holy See's Paris Archdiocese. He bowed slightly and said in a tone neither humble nor arrogant, I apologize for disturbing your excellency the general at this time. Mackensen nodded in return, Archbishop Maurice, I assume you haven't come to accuse us before God, have you? His words carried a hint of the dark humor unique to old-school Saxon military men. Archbishop Maurice shook his head, getting straight to the point, of course not. I am here because I require your excellency the general's assistance. Assistance? Mackensen raised an eyebrow. Yes. Maurice nodded, his expression becoming extremely serious. Your excellency the general, I believe you have already noticed, a vast and wicked necromantic power is awakening in this city. Someone is using the power of that steel tower to try and turn Paris into a true city of death. We are already aware, Mackensen stated gravely. No, you do not know the severity of the situation. Maurice shook his head, his voice tinged with urgency. The bones sleeping in the Paris catacombs are centuries old. Even if awakened by necromancy spells, they can only become the weakest skeletons, and aside from their large numbers, they pose no fatal threat to a well-equipped army. Hearing this, the officers in the tent subconsciously nodded. Morin's internal assessment was similar, they were just skeleton soldiers, they sounded scary, but they were ultimately just piles of bones that would shatter with a burst of machine gun fire. But Maurice suddenly changed tack, raising his voice sharply, there are still large numbers of civilians in Paris who have not had time to evacuate. Once these skeletons surge out from underground and begin indiscriminate slaughter in the city, the newly dead, resentful souls and fresh corpses, when converted by necromancy spells, won't just turn into skeletons. His words caused everyone present to feel their hearts sink sharply. Morin even opened his system interface to look at the spell list. He was indeed unfamiliar with necromancy school spells and had never considered studying them. He quickly discovered that the two necromancy spells at the Eiffel Tower could convert corpses into completely different undead creatures based on their freshness. The most common skeletons are merely frames of bone driven by negative energy, lacking thought, slow-moving, and are the lowest level of cannon fodder. But if the corpses are fresh, they could be converted into ghouls, or even wights. Ghouls possess strength and speed far exceeding ordinary humans, and their claws and teeth carry potent venom and paralyzing effects. Wights are even more terrifying, they retain a portion of their former intelligence and can even command lower-level undead. If the civilians in Paris were slaughtered and then converted into ghouls and wights, what a horrifying sight that would be. Your Excellency the Archbishop. General Mackensen's voice grew dry. He swallowed and then continued, are you suggesting you want us to prevent all this from happening? Not suggesting, but pleading. Maurice adopted a very humble stance, bowing deeply to Mackensen. In my capacity as the Archbishop of the Holy See's Paris Archdiocese, I implore Your Excellency the General to immediately dispatch troops to assist us in evacuating all surviving civilians from the city to the greatest extent possible. Otherwise, once that madman hiding in the tower succeeds, Paris will be completely reduced to a cursed city of death. At that point, let alone you, even we will never be able to set foot here again. Mackensen and Saked exchanged glances, both seeing extreme solemnity and a hint of relief in the other's eyes. Relief that the Archbishop's timely arrival had made them aware of this most fatal threat. Mackensen pondered for a moment. As an astute military commander, he immediately recognized the immense value inherent in this matter. Cooperating with the Holy See to evacuate the citizens of Paris was not just a military operation, it was also an excellent opportunity to showcase the Saxon Empire's image as a righteous army to the entire world. Mackensen slowly spoke, his voice regaining its composure. Your Excellency the Archbishop, we can cooperate. The Saxon First Army Group can assist you in evacuating the citizens. Hearing this, a hint of joy appeared on Morris's face. But, Mackensen changed the subject, I also have a condition. Please state your condition, General. After this matter is concluded, I require you to represent the Paris Archdiocese, and I even hope you can persuade the Holy See, to publicly speak out to all of Europa, exposing and condemning the Gallic Republic government for carrying out such inhumane, blasphemous, and evil acts in their own capital. Mackensen's gaze was sharp as a knife, fixed directly on Morris's eyes. This was an open conspiracy. As long as the Holy See spoke out, the nature of this war would change. Maurice fell silent. He knew this was a blatant political transaction. But he had no choice. For the innocent lives in Paris, and to prevent the city from turning into hell, he had to agree. Chapter 280, Search, Strike, Retreat. I promise you, General. Maurice nodded solemnly. I will do my best to persuade the Pope. Even if the Holy See disagrees, I, Maurice, will swear to the Lord in my own name to make everything that happened today public. Very good. General Mackensen finally showed a satisfied smile on his face. Then, Your Excellency Archbishop, let's discuss the specific actions to be taken next. He turned around, his gaze once again falling upon the enormous map of Paris. But this time, his eyes no longer held the previous confusion and hesitation, replaced instead by an iron-like resolve and killing intent. Order. The First Army Group and the main force of the Teutonic Order are to immediately enter the city of Paris in regimental units, coordinate with the clergy of the Holy See, and launch the largest-scale civilian evacuation operation. The scope of the operation is temporarily limited to outside the attack range of the Eiffel Tower. Order. The Odin armored train is to immediately conduct long-range fire suppression on any large-scale undead gathering areas that may appear within the city from its position outside the city. At the same time, make all preparations for activating its second attack form. Order. The L-28 armored airship and armored airship L-29 are to immediately return to their maintenance platforms and sequence for emergency fuel and ammunition resupply, and complete the loading of crystal reaction shells. Order. The training assault battalion, 3rd and 4th companies, are to serve as mobile forces, ready to support various front lines within the city at any time. The 1st and 2nd companies, personally commanded by Captain Mullen, are to immediately depart with Archbishop Maurice's clergy. Destroy all known exits from the Paris catacombs to the surface at all costs. Once all preparations are complete and all civilians have been safely evacuated. Mackensen's hand slammed heavily onto the location of the Eiffel Tower on the map. We will launch a general offensive. Yes. Inside the tent, all the officers roared in unison. As command after command was issued, the entire headquarters of the First Army Group, like a precisely activated machine, instantly began to operate at high speed. Countless orderlies rode horses, rushing out of the camp and heading to various units. Meanwhile, Morin stared intently at the system map, which was constantly refreshing its information. On the map, in the area representing the Paris catacombs, countless tiny red dots were lighting up at an astonishing speed, then converging into small streams and spreading in all directions. The number of these red dots was so great that it seemed to make the system map momentarily freeze. At this moment, within Paris, the Saxon soldiers who had just established temporary defensive lines in the streets and alleys did not yet know what they were about to face. They were simply terrified to discover that from the subway exits and manhole covers, an endless stream of wobbly skeletons with red flames burning in their eye sockets were crawling out. Fire! Fire! In the 9th arrondissement of Paris, on a wide avenue leading to the Opera House, a Saxon second lieutenant shrieked hoarsely. His Luger P08 pistol was practically pressed against the skull of a skeleton that had suddenly rushed out of an adjacent alley, emptying the remaining bullets in its magazine. Bang bang bang! The bullets easily shattered the skeleton's skull, and it finally collapsed with a clatter, scattering into a pile of fragmented bones. Who? The second lieutenant stumbled back, then reloaded his pistol, panting heavily as he looked at the increasing number of skeletons around him, ordering everyone to retreat and create distance. Similar scenes were constantly unfolding at the Saxon troops' positions that had just established defensive lines throughout Paris. When those skeletons with crimson flames burning in their eye sockets continuously crawled out of subway stations and sewers, the Saxon soldiers' first reaction was panic. These monsters, which had only appeared in bedtime stories and church legends, were now appearing alive before them, causing immense visual shock and psychological pressure. After all, in the Saxon Empire, undead creatures were absolutely a rare sight in everyday life. I didn't join the army to fight these things. A young soldier's hand trembled when he fired his first shot. However, his squad leader quickly rushed to his side, then raised the MP-14 submachine gun, equipped for non-commissioned officers and squad leaders, and mowed down 2 charging skeletons. Stop your damn nonsense! Just shoot these skeletons first. Soon, the Saxon soldiers also discovered that these seemingly terrifying skeletons were not as formidable as they had imagined. Their bones were no different from ordinary bones in the face of rifle bullets, they were very fragile. As long as the bone was hit, it would be completely broken or even shattered. And once the body's support structure was severely damaged, such as a shattered spine or pelvis, they would immediately fall apart and be unable to get up again. The crimson flame in their eye sockets would also extinguish with it. Don't be afraid, guys. These things are just piles of moving bones. Smash them. Aim for their spines. Break them and they can't run. Machine gunner. Where's the machine gunner? Open fire. Under the scolding and command of officers at all levels, the Saxon soldiers quickly overcame their initial fear and began to organize effective counterattacks. The roar of the MG-08 and MG-14 light machine gun, which had once seemed incredibly noisy to the soldiers, now became the most reassuring sound. Dense rain of bullets swept across the streets like a scythe. The leading skeletons were shattered into pieces and swathes, and bone fragments and shattered skulls covered the ground in a thick layer. However, the only problem was that there were simply too many of these things. They were like an endless tide, surging from every dark corner of the city, fearlessly assaulting the Saxon lines. They had no fear, no pain, and their only command was to advance and tear apart all living things. No matter how fierce the Saxon position's firepower, they would step on the remains of their comrades and continuously push forward. They are everywhere. Then fire everywhere. For a time, in the urban area controlled by Saxon soldiers, gunshots echoed throughout the city as if they would never cease. In about 2 hours, orders from the army group headquarters were successively delivered to the struggling units within the city via orderlies. It wasn't that these orderlies weren't fast enough, but that the urban area of Paris was simply too large, and the units were too dispersed. Moreover, some unlucky orderlies would encounter skeletons appearing out of nowhere, forcing them to push through with grim determination. A regimental commander responsible for guarding the Place de la Concorde was overwhelmed by the orders. What? You want us to help evacuate civilians too? He pointed to the dense, ant-like sea of skeletons surging from across the square, shouting at the orderly, "Look! Just look ahead! We can barely hold on ourselves. How can we save people?" Just then, a heavy metallic clanging sound, like the footsteps of a giant beast, came from behind them. Boom! 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 The ground trembled slightly. The regimental commander and soldiers looked back in astonishment, only to see a Siegfried Type 1 armored knight, painted with the Teutonic Order emblem, walking with heavy steps from the street behind them. Type armored knight, walked with heavy steps from the street behind them. It's the armored knights of the Teutonic Order. The soldiers cheered. The 6-meter-tall steel demon, upon reaching the front of the position, did not stop, but charged directly into the black sea of skeletons ahead. The undead creatures also swarmed towards the armored knight without hesitation. However, their fragile bone claws, striking the armored knight's thick leg armor, could only produce a series of feeble clinking sounds, unable to leave even a scratch. The armored knight completely ignored these disturbances, its massive mechanical arm wielding a giant warhammer, sweeping it out like a golf club. Whoosh bang! Wherever the warhammer passed, dense swarms of skeletons were instantly pulverized into bone dust flying everywhere. With just one sweep, a large fan-shaped clear area was carved out in the dense sea of skeletons. Immediately after, 2 more armored knights advanced, wielding giant swords like door panels, tearing apart skeletons attempting to approach from the sides. These steel demons, when facing these low-level undead creatures, seemed to have entered a kind of comfort zone. They were mobile steel fortresses, unshakable reefs in the sea of undead. Soon, more armored knights dispersed and appeared on various main streets of Paris, beginning to assist the struggling infantry units in stabilizing their defensive lines. Meanwhile, the artillery units also hauled 77mm field guns with draft horses and trucks, pushing them to the front lines of the urban area. Shrapnel. Load. Fire. As the artillery commanders of each gun crew gave the order, the gunners pulled the firing ropes one by one. Boom. The shell exploded in midair shortly after leaving the barrel, and hundreds of shrapnel steel balls, like a wall, covered a large area ahead. Those dense skeletons were even more fragile and vulnerable in the face of this powerful weapon specifically designed to kill clustered infantry. A sweep of bullets would often clear pathways filled with bone fragments in the sea of skeletons. With the strong support of the armored knights and artillery, the various combat units of the 1st Army Group finally stabilized their positions and began to slowly attempt to push forward. Search for civilians. Strike undead creatures. Evacuate survivors. This was their mission. Meanwhile, the L-28 armored airship, waiting to return for resupply, still hovered over Paris. It attacked some larger groups of skeletons on the ground with its 203 naval gun and machine gun turrets, while broadcasting through loudspeakers in stiff, stumbling Gaulish to the entire city. Citizens of Paris, please note. The city is under undead attack. Please leave your homes immediately and evacuate eastward. Repeat. Please leave your homes immediately and evacuate eastward. The Saxon army will provide you with protection. Initially, the citizens of Paris, hiding in their homes and trembling with fear at the dense gunfire outside, all thought this was just a Saxon trick, trying to lure them out as hostages. No one dared to open their doors. But as time passed, the doors and windows of some buildings were violently broken open from the outside, followed by the terrified screams of citizens and the chilling sound of bones rubbing together. When some citizens witnessed their neighbors being crushed to the ground by skeletons climbing in through windows, they finally broke down. The instinct for survival overcame their fear of the invaders. One after another, tightly closed doors were opened, and citizens, dragging their families, rushed out of buildings screaming and flooded into the streets. Then, like a frightened flock of sheep, they ran towards the positions constructed by the Saxon soldiers. Chapter 281, consecration and demolition. The speed at which undead creatures appeared in Paris exceeded everyone's imagination. Taiwan novel artifact is super easy to use. If Morin were to describe a more concrete manifestation, it would be that the system map initially displayed dense red dots, but when he re-entered Paris, there were no red dots on the system map, it was directly a sea of red. His mind no longer felt the previous heat, and the system map no longer lagged. At this moment, after Manstein and Kleist had taken the 3rd and 4th companies, respectively, to fight fires, Morin, following General Mackenson's orders, was commanding the 1st and 2nd companies of the training assault battalion directly towards the 14th arrondissement of Paris. Their mission was to find the exits connecting the Paris catacombs to the outside world, guided by clergy more familiar with the city, and then seal them permanently with explosives. In the lead vehicle of the convoy, Morin, Klaus, and others were squeezed into a row, their expressions serious. Opposite them sat several clerics dressed in classical armor, holding swords, holy emblems, and also propping up a Berthier M1892 rifle. Sitting in the middle was Archbishop Maurice. This elder, over 60 years old like General Mackensen, was not only fully armored but also held a war hammer that noticeably caused the vehicle to sink when he got in. Since everyone was quite nervous, and Klaus and his fellow Saxon countrymen didn't understand Gaulish, no one spoke. To alleviate the awkward atmosphere, Morin proactively conversed with Archbishop Maurice in Gaulish. Your Excellency, Archbishop, you really don't need to carry such a heavy hammer and come personally. We will retreat after we've figured out how to place the explosives. Upon hearing Morin's words, Archbishop Maurice rarely showed a kind smile, just like a helpful old man next door. Thank you for your concern, Captain Morin. The Archbishop nodded to Morin, then lifted the war hammer in his hand and said, actually, this is a crozier, not a war hammer. But please rest assured, Captain, we are professionals and can protect ourselves. 6. Morin opened his mouth, momentarily speechless. So it was a crozier. Anyone who didn't know would have thought it was a long-handled war hammer that stood half a person tall when placed on the ground, with a hammerhead as big as half his head, and even a pickaxe for armor penetration. During the previous task assignment, Morin and Maurice had exchanged information about their respective combat strengths. He also learned that there were no true papal spellcasters within Notre Dame, as this was the capital of the Gallic Republic, and the Gauls would never agree to allow papal spellcasters to be stationed there. Therefore, all the clergy of Notre Dame, including Archbishop Maurice, were ordinary people and did not possess the divine arts of papal legend. However, on weekdays, the priests, deacons, acolytes, and even some nuns within Notre Dame would train their physiques under the guidance of Maurice and the auxiliary bishop. This is why these clerics, despite wearing armor, moved with such agility. 14th arrondissement of Paris, Denfert-Rochereau Square. Speaking of which, this square actually has a small connection with the Saxon Empire. Because it commemorates Colonel Denfert-Rochereau, the Gallic commanding officer of the siege of Belfort during the Saxo-Gallic War. It was due to this colonel's skillful command, repelling multiple Saxon attacks, that the Battle of Belfort inspired the morale of other Gallic regions to resist the Saxons. However, 2 months later, the Gauls still signed their name to the Treaty of Frankfurt, ceding Alsace-Lorraine and the southern Mediterranean outlet. And now, this commemorative square is also the location of the main entrance to the Paris catacombs. When the dozen or so Lumina crystal trucks carrying Morin and his men roared into the square, everyone was speechless at the sight before them. My God! A young training assault battalion soldier murmured, lost in thought. The entire square had completely transformed into a grey-black ocean. Endless skeletons continuously poured out from the catacomb entrance, which resembled the maw of a giant beast, then converged into a terrifying torrent, spreading in all directions. As for the statue of the Lion of Belfort in the center of the square, symbolizing the Gallic people's spirit of defending freedom, fighting with all their might, and remaining unyielding, its base was completely submerged by skeletons, with only the upper half of the lion exposed, as if letting out roars and struggling in the sea of skeletons. The air was filled with a thick, nauseating stench of decay and negative energy, making every living person feel tightness in their chest and difficulty breathing. The term Sea of Skeletons was vividly materialized at this moment. Everyone! Disembark! Prepare for battle! Morin was the first to jump off the truck, simultaneously disengaging the safety of the MG-14 light machine gun slung across his back. Each platoon will act according to the following division of labor. Machine gun teams establish firing points on the trucks. Suppress the front. Grenadiers and flamethrower teams, prepare to clear a path for the main force with your grenades and flamethrowers. Engineer teams await orders. Once the main force clears the path, immediately proceed to the designated locations to set explosives. With Morin's successive commands, the first company he brought quickly deployed into combat formation. As for the second company, it established a defensive line at the next intersection behind them to prevent any flanking by undead creatures. The MG-14 light machine guns were quickly mounted on the truck roofs and beds, their dark muzzles aimed at the surging bone sea ahead. Da-da-da-da. Blazing tongues of fire spewed forth, and a rain of bullets instantly tore open 3 gaps in the sea of skeletons. Sensing the presence of the living, the undead army in the square immediately changed direction, charging towards Morin's convoy like sharks smelling blood. Boom! 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 The tall grenadiers threw out the numerous grenades hanging on them. Although all training assault battalion soldiers carried grenades, Morin still retained the grenadier specialization. Those soldiers with long arm spans and a knack for throwing grenades carried a greater number of them. One by one, the little black darlings continuously exploded among the skeleton hordes, blowing the surrounding skeletons to pieces. But this small loss was merely a drop in the bucket for the entire sea of skeletons. More skeletons trampled over the remains of their comrades, accelerating their charge towards them. Flamethrower team. Quick, quick, quick. After emptying a magazine and still seeing dense skeletons before him, Morin roared and waved his hand. The 4 flamethrower teams behind him immediately moved past him, lining up and aiming their flamethrower nozzles forward. Meanwhile, the armed priests led by Archbishop Maurice all pulled out small jars from their personal leather satchels. They then smeared the paste like holy oil onto the nozzles and barrels of the flamethrowers. Even though they had communicated beforehand, seeing this scene now, Morin couldn't help but ask Maurice. Your Excellency, Archbishop, are you sure just smearing it on the nozzle is enough? Do you really not need to mix it into the fuel? Yes, Captain Morin, this will suffice. Archbishop Maurice nodded, then walked over and smeared a glob of paste like holy oil onto the feed port and the still hot muzzle of Morin's light machine gun. Your Excellency, Archbishop, be careful not to get burned. It's fine, amen. Maurice made the sign of the cross over Morin, muttering incantations as if buffing him. The other priests, after performing similar actions, picked up their weapons again and stood to the side. After confirming they could attack, the flamethrower team's lead sergeant, a devout Catholic, let out an extremely Chayunabi roar, let the flames purify everything. Amen. 4 nearly white fire dragons, enhanced by the holy oil, suddenly spewed from the flamethrower muzzles, instantly covering a fan-shaped area with a radius of about 20 meters in front. Whoosh. Once ignited, the special fuel made of lumina crystal compounds would adhere to any object, burning continuously. Coupled with the enhancement of the holy oil, the hundreds of skeletons at the very front were instantly engulfed by the white sea of fire. Although these undead creatures could ignore pain, their bones, buried underground for 100 or 200 years, could not withstand temperatures of over 1,000 degrees. Under the scorching flames, the pale bones began to blacken, become brittle, then emit crackling sounds, eventually turning into a pile of charred powder. Holy oil and fire is always the most effective weapon for purifying the undead. Attack effective. Seeing the gratifying effect of the flamethrowers, Morin, somewhat excited, continued to issue orders. Maintain rhythm, provide covering fire alternately, and advance. With the flamethrowers clearing the way, the Saxon soldiers, enduring the onslaught of the sea of skeletons, began to advance step by step, with difficulty, towards the catacomb entrance in the center of the square. Archbishop Maurice and the fully armed priests and deacons he brought guarded the flanks of the team. These clerics, who were neither spellcasters nor wielded divine arts, now displayed astonishing combat power, or rather, a special effectiveness against undead creatures. The seemingly unadorned flails and warhammers, croziers, in their hands were swung with formidable force. Each strike from these blessed weapons carried a faint, holy white light. Any approaching skeleton brushed by their weapons, regardless of the force of the attack, would immediately show charred black marks on its bones, and its entire body would begin to slow down. Those struck head-on would instantly explode into a cloud of bone dust. Captain Morin. Archbishop Maurice, while swinging his crozier and smashing a skeleton attempting a sneak attack into pieces, shouted at Morin. We must blow up that entrance as soon as possible. I can feel the negative energy underground becoming more active. I understand. Morin looked back at the demolition experts, who were holding submachine guns in one hand, firing bursts, and carrying satchels of explosives in the other. Demolition team. Keep up. Chapter 282, Night of the Dead, Cruel Mutation. The entire team, guided by the blessed flamethrowers, automatic weapons, and the scepters of the priests, advanced toward their target with difficulty but determination, like a battleship cutting through waves in a black ocean. Morin himself didn't know how long it took them to cover this distance of over 100 meters. When they finally rushed to the entrance of the massive underground catacomb, everyone was stunned by the terrifying sight inside. It was a bottomless spiral staircase, and countless skeletons were densely crawling upward from below, layer upon layer, like a giant worm composed of bones, drilling out from the depths of hell. Holy crap, 6 million of them didn't all come alive, did they? Quick! Set the explosives! Morin roared at the soldiers of the demolition team. Hearing him, Archbishop Maurice and several priests, like gods descending to earth, wielded their scepters and smashed through the final skeletons. They then used the flails and kite shields in their hands to form a small defensive line, firmly blocking the skeletons pouring out of the entrance. The demolition soldiers dared not delay either. They immediately slung their submachine guns behind their backs, rushed forward with the satchels of explosives, stuffing them into the crevices of the stone walls and load-bearing pillars on both sides of the catacomb entrance, then quickly connected the fuses. Done. Battalion commander. Ready to detonate. Everyone. Fall back. Fall back immediately. Morin shouted. The light machine gunners immediately concentrated fire to shatter a wave of charging skeletons, while Maurice and the others quickly retreated, following Morin and the rest toward the trucks in the rear. Meanwhile, the demolition experts lit the fuses. Once everyone had retreated to a safe distance, the fuses of the satchel charges burned down completely. Boom! With an earth-shattering roar, the entire Denver Trochero square shook violently. The massive explosion instantly shattered the structure at the catacomb entrance, the sturdy stone architecture collapsed under the force of the high explosives. Countless rubble and dirt completely buried the entrance that seemed to lead deep underground. It's collapsed. Did we succeed? The soldiers of Company 1 let out a cheer of relief. However, Archbishop Maurice showed no hint of joy on his face. Looking at the ruins filled with explosives and dust, he walked over to Morin, who was replacing an ammunition belt box, shook his head, and said in a deep voice, Captain, I think we shouldn't celebrate too soon. We've only blocked the main entrance and exit of the catacombs, and this will only slow down their speed of reaching the surface. Archbishop, what do you mean? Morin asked, puzzled. The Paris catacombs are like a giant anthill, they cover too vast an area. Furthermore, since the construction of the subway began decades ago, many subway lines were directly connected to the catacombs for construction convenience, using the space in the tombs to store materials. So, theoretically, it's impossible for us to seal all the exits. Morris's words made Morin realize that they couldn't truly relax yet. Then what do we do now? Any delay we can achieve is worthwhile. Maurice sighed, casting his gaze toward the west of the city, his eyes filled with worry. The undead from the catacombs will continue to pour out, so we must deal with the source before they completely overwhelm all of Paris. Morin followed his gaze. The distant Eiffel Tower was still flashing with electrical light, as if its power was endless. Just then, the roar of an engine sounded in the sky again. The armored airship L-29 had completed resupply and rejoined the battle. Circling above Paris, it began a devastating bombardment of the largest skeleton gathering areas on the ground, using its 203mm naval cannons and airdropped high-explosive bombs. Huge fireballs erupted on the ground, turning hundreds of thousands of skeletons into dust in the explosions. The powerful aerial fire support immediately stabilized the temporary defensive lines established by the Saxon soldiers within the city. However, the overall progress of citizen evacuation was slower than everyone had anticipated. The main reason was the language barrier. When the Saxon soldiers tried to persuade the Gaul citizens hiding in their homes to evacuate, using a few phrases of Gaulish they had just learned, these Gaul citizens often handed out their valuable jewelry and food, then retreated back inside. Only when the clergy from Notre Dame de Paris intervened did these Gaul citizens realize they had misunderstood. But the problem was that there were only so many clergy members at Notre Dame de Paris, and most of them were busy applying buffs to the Saxon soldiers on various temporary defensive lines, so these efforts were merely a drop in the bucket. Looking at the sea of skeletons still gathering on the streets of western Paris, even Colonel Schneider, who was in the relatively safe air, felt his scalp prickle. While commanding the armored airship to provide fire support to the ground forces, he mentally urged Colonel Lucas's armored train to move faster. The Odin was certainly not wasting time. Besides the gun crews operating the 4 150mm naval cannons bombarding the city, the other Magi-Tech engineer and engineers were frantically working on the mode conversion. However, converting Gungnir from its first mode to its second mode was a relatively complex task, involving replacing core components. Furthermore, the crew of the Odin was performing this work under such high pressure, so it was inevitable that glitches would occur and cause delays. As night slowly fell, Archbishop Maurice informed Morin, based on his estimate of the number of citizens evacuated, that the progress was not even halfway complete. And the face of this Archbishop of the Paris suburbs became unprecedentedly grave as the last ray of sunlight vanished beneath the horizon. He walked over to Morin and said gravely, in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Captain Moulin, be ready. Tonight will be the most dangerous night." When the last afterglow of the sun completely disappeared beneath the western horizon of Paris, the entire city seemed to be suddenly covered by a massive black cloth. Inside the Eiffel Tower, on the second-floor main control hall, Chardonnay, who had been resting with his eyes closed, seemingly merged with the entire colossal tower, suddenly opened his eyes. A nearly insane, sickly smile appeared on his face. The night has finally arrived. He stretched out his withered hands, as if embracing the entire dark world. "My dearest friends, it is time to let those mortals witness the true art of death." During the day, he could only use the 3-ring spell, Animate Dead, to awaken the century-old skeletons. But now, during the night when negative energy was most active, he could finally cast the 6-ring spell he had waited all day for, Raise Undead without restraint. He controlled the core of the colossal tower with his mental power, then poured the abundant magic power within the tower into the complex spell model. In the name of death, and by the witness of eternal darkness. Blah, blah, blah. 3. Rise, dead ones. Fight for me. The next second, within the coverage area of the Eiffel Tower, a sudden transformation occurred on the streets that had been ravaged and littered with corpses by the skeleton army. The citizens killed by skeletons during the day, their already stiffening corpses suddenly began to twitch violently. Their skin turned grey and began to rot at a visible rate. Their nails and teeth grew wildly, becoming sharp like those of beasts. Pairs of previously closed eyes snapped open, containing no human emotion, only an endless, ravenous hunger for the flesh and blood of the living. Roar. Accompanied by inhuman roars, one corpse after another stumbled out of the blood and piles of bodies. Ghouls and wights, these undead creatures, much harder to deal with than skeletons, were also driven by Chardonnay's will, casting their greedy and malevolent gazes toward the distant defensive lines constructed by the living. The night completely swallowed Paris. For the soldiers of the Saxon First Army Group, if they managed to return alive, this would definitely be an unforgettable night. And they would certainly have bragging rights for a lifetime with their descendants. Roar. An inhuman roar came from the second-floor window of an apartment building across the street. A Saxon machine gunner, who was exchanging fire with the skeletons behind a makeshift barricade constructed of sandbags and furniture, subconsciously looked up. Immediately afterward, a grey figure smashed through the glass, leaped from the second floor, and crashed heavily onto the ground in front of the barricade. It was a regular Gaul civilian who had died that afternoon, but terrifying changes had now occurred in his body. His skin was an ominous greyish white, his limbs supported his body at twisted angles, his nails were long and black, and when he opened his mouth, he didn't show teeth, but rows of sharp fangs. "What the hell is that thing?" the assistant gunner screamed in terror. The machine gunner didn't reply, he just squeezed the trigger of the MG-14 tightly, unleashing a whip-like trajectory of bullets onto the monster that had just gotten up. Da-da-da-da-da. Bullets tore bloody holes into the undead creature known as a ghoul, splashing foul, dark green liquid everywhere. However, the monster seemed completely unaffected. It merely roared, dropped to all fours, and charged toward the machine gun position at an astonishing speed. Its speed was far greater than that of the stumbling skeletons. Quick! Grenades! Stop it! The machine gunner roared at the rifleman beside him while replacing the spent ammunition belt. Several soldiers fumbled to pull the pins on their grenades and threw them at the monster. Boom! Boom! The blast wave knocked the ghoul to the ground, but it only rolled twice before getting back up. One of its arms had been blown off, yet it fiercely lunged at the nearest soldier. The soldier didn't even have time to scream before being tackled, his throat instantly ripped open by sharp claws. Blood gushed out, staining the monster's face red. The surrounding Saxon soldiers were stunned. These newly appearing monsters were completely different from the bone piles that shattered with a single shot. Similar scenes unfolded along every defensive line held by Saxon soldiers inside Paris. The ghouls and wights, hidden within the endless sea of skeletons, became the nightmare of the Saxon soldiers. Some utilized their superhuman climbing ability to silently scale buildings. Then they would drop from above, smashing directly into the soldiers' positions, causing massive confusion and casualties. Others used skeletons as cover, approaching stealthily before launching deadly surprise attacks at close range. Suddenly, the defensive lines that had stabilized once again became precarious. The Saxon soldiers discovered that their firepower advantage was greatly diminished against these new enemies with extremely tenacious vitality. It often required concentrated fire or close-range grenade bombardment to completely kill a single ghoul. The rarer wights were even more troublesome. They even retained some of their former intelligence, knowing how to command skeletons to perform feints, creating opportunities for their own surprise attacks. To make matters worse, ammunition for all participating units had been heavily depleted after an entire day of fighting. Many light machine gun teams dared not fire freely anymore, which significantly lowered the density of their firepower. The 9th arrondissement of Paris, near a street intersection close to Galeries Lafayette. Kleist's 4th Company was facing unprecedented pressure. Black masses of undead armies were pouring in from streets in over 5 directions, mixed with a large number of swift-moving ghouls. Grenadiers! Throw all your precious toys out there! Don't spare them! Kleist, hiding behind a truck used as cover, roared at several soldiers nearby. Company commander! We're almost out. We only have the last 2 crates left. Then throw them all. Machine gun team! Suppress the street on the left. Don't let them charge through. Kleist's face was smeared with black dust and blood of unknown origin. His throat was raw from shouting, but he desperately continued commanding his soldiers. Not only did they have to resist the undead attack, but they also had to cover the Parisian citizens constantly running out of buildings behind them, crying and begging for help. Ironically, as invaders, they had now become the sole protectors of these civilians in the city. Just as the defensive line was about to be breached, several 1st Army Group crystal trucks, headlights blazing and horns blaring, roared up from behind them. The trucks screeched to a halt not far from the defensive line. A group of clergy, wearing chain mail and plate armor, and holding various scepters, jumped down from the flatbeds. Leading them was Auxiliary Bishop Terroir. Quick! Distribute the holy water and holy oil. As soon as Auxiliary Bishop Terroir got out of the truck, he gave orders to the priests behind him. Large wooden barrels filled with clear liquid and cans of paste like holy oil emitting a strange fragrance were unloaded from the trucks. They had brought out all the holy oil and holy water stored inside Notre Dame de Paris, even the water from the wash basins at the church entrance was taken. Attention, all soldiers! These are clergy from the Paris archdioceses. They are here to help us. Kleist's morale soared upon seeing the reinforcements, and he immediately shouted to his soldiers. The armed priests, led by Terroir, began performing a simple blessing ceremony. They sprinkled holy water onto the Saxon soldiers and smeared holy oil onto their firearms and bullets. A young priest even poured an entire barrel of holy water into the cooling jacket of an MG-08 heavy machine gun. Hey! What are you doing? That's cooling water. The machine gunner was startled, he didn't know what this cleric was doing. Don't worry, child. The priest patted his shoulder, a gentle smile on his face. The Lord will bless your bullets and completely purify these defiled things. After completing the blessing, Auxiliary Bishop Terroir led his men directly to the front of the defensive line, forming a steel barricade with their bodies and weapons. For the Lord. Purify the evil. Accompanied by roars, the flails and scepters in their hands, carrying a holy shimmer, smashed viciously into the horde of undead. The ghouls, which had been incredibly fierce just moments before, were as fragile as paper against these blessed weapons. The clergy of the Holy See were undeniably the MVPs of this Night of the Dead. Thanks to the addition of this new force, the pressure on the 4th Company suddenly decreased. The Saxon soldiers, catching their breath, also found that the power of their weapons had greatly increased after being blessed. Bullets smeared with holy oil caused a burning effect when they entered a ghoul's body, greatly increasing their lethality. For a moment, the tide of the entire battle seemed to have turned back in their favor. However, just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, several heavy footsteps echoed from the depths of the distant sea of undead. Boom, 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 the sound made the entire ground tremble slightly. Chapter 283, Gungnir's second form. What was that sound? A Saxon soldier, who was reloading his rifle with a stripper clip, looked confusedly in the direction of the sound. The night was too dark, and combined with the smoke and dust lingering in the streets, he couldn't see anything. In the sky, the circling armored airship L-29 also noticed the anomaly on the ground. A massive searchlight beam descended from the sky, piercing through the darkness and landing behind the undead army. When the scene within the light beam clearly appeared before everyone's eyes, both the airships in the sky and the soldiers on the ground gasped in unison. Amidst the dense mass of skeletons and ghouls, several colossal figures, standing 4 meters tall, were prominently visible. They resembled monsters haphazardly pieced together from countless mutilated corpses and flesh, their bodies covered in grotesque gashes and bones piercing through their skin. Some had 3 arms, while others dragged a spinal bone resembling a scorpion's tail. These flesh constructs exuded an aura of evil 100 times more potent than that of ghouls. Archbishop Maurice gazed at the monstrous creatures, which appeared even more hideous under the searchlight, his aged face edged with solemnity. He knew that the real trouble had arrived. God, this enemy is worth fighting. The priests, follow me. We must stop them. Archbishop Maurice roared, brandished his massive crozier, and was the first to charge out of the defense line, heading towards the colossal flesh beasts. Several of the most elite armed priests followed closely, forming a wedge formation, attempting to pierce through the undead's ranks. However, when they finally managed to reach one of the flesh constructs, they realized how terribly wrong they had been. A burly deacon, nearly 2 meters tall, swung a heavy flail, striking the monster's leg with full force. Thwack! A dull thud echoed, and the deacon felt a tremendous force transmit through the flail, sending him stumbling backward, his tiger's mouth torn open. On the leg of the flesh construct, only a mangled wound remained. The monster lowered its head, its numerous eyes of varying sizes glinting with cruelty. It raised a composite arm as thick as a tree trunk and swatted the deacon away with a single blow. The half-plate armor on the deacon's body instantly caved in, and he spewed large mouthfuls of blood, arcing through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, his fate unknown. Michel. Morris's eyes were bloodshot, he recognized him as the priest usually in charge of combat training. Manpower is no match. This thought simultaneously appeared in the minds of all the clergy. Artillery. Artillery. Blast those big guys for me. Morin, at the rear position, also saw the tragic scene through his binoculars. He immediately contacted the artillery detachment in the next block via the temporarily connected wired telephone. Soon, 2 77mm field guns deployed on the back streets adjusted their muzzles. Due to the close proximity, the gunners could even aim directly. High explosive rounds loaded. Direct fire. Fire. Boom. Boom. 2 shells shrieked through the air, accurately hitting the chest of one of the flesh constructs. The violent explosion instantly blew the monster's upper body into a bloody mess, tearing open a massive gash. However, the monster merely let out a painful roar, its massive body swayed, but instead of falling, it took a step and continued to charge towards the defense line. Even more horrifying, the massive wound on its chest was wriggling and healing at a visible rate. The surrounding ghouls and corpse demons even actively pounced on it, merging their flesh and blood into the monster's body, accelerating its recovery. Damn it! This thing can't be killed. Just at this critical moment, a heavy metallic footstep sounded, approaching from afar. Several Teutonic knights, piloting Siegfried Type 1 armored knights, wielding giant swords the size of doors, burst out from a nearby street, directly crashing into the injured flesh construct. Boom! The collision of steel and flesh produced a dull, thunderous sound. The armored knight, relying on its immense mass and kinetic energy, forcefully knocked the flesh construct back repeatedly. The monster evidently hadn't expected to encounter such a tough opponent. It roared, swinging its 3 thick arms, aiming to smash the armored knight's cockpit. But the Teutonic knight reacted incredibly fast, manipulating the mechanical arm to block with the great sword in its hand. Swish! A cutting sound, incredibly pleasant at this moment, rang out as the enchanted great sword collided with the monster's claws, effortlessly severing them. However, the armored knight also experienced a noticeable attack cooldown after this strike. Seizing this opportunity, the surrounding ghouls surged forward like a tide, frantically climbing up the armored knight's legs, attempting to attack the relatively vulnerable parts like the cockpit and joints. Everyone, clear out the small fry. The armored knight's pilot's voice boomed through the loudspeaker. Another armored knight, which had been responsible for clearing skeletons, immediately changed direction, sweeping out its gigantic warhammer to smash the ghouls climbing onto its companion's body into a pulp, like swatting flies. Freed from the harassment of the small fry, the first armored knight regained its balance. Its engine roared, and the hydraulic system let out a piercing screech. The massive mechanical arm erupted with astonishing power, and the great sword in its hand traced a sharp arc from bottom to top. Pfft! The sharp blade directly cleaved the flesh construct in half down the middle. Foul-smelling internal organs and dark green blood poured out like a waterfall, splattering the street. With an absolute advantage in size and mass, these flesh monsters, lacking special abilities, were ultimately no match for the steel war gods born for battle in close-quarters combat. Soon, with the coordinated efforts of several armored knights, the several flesh constructs that had appeared on the battlefield were successively cut down. However, before the soldiers could cheer, more, even larger, flesh monsters emerged from deeper within the sea of undead. The battle, it seemed, would never end. Midnight arrived. The negative energy within Paris reached its peak at this moment. All undead creatures, from the lowest level skeletons to the grotesque flesh constructs, became more frenzied in their actions, and their strength significantly increased. All defense lines of the Saxon First Army Group were under unprecedented immense pressure. The soldiers had been fighting for several hours continuously, ammunition consumption was huge, and their morale and physical strength were on the verge of collapse. Lieutenant. This batch of friendly forces we're supporting is almost at its limit. Everyone's nearly out of ammo, haven't the civilians in this area been evacuated yet? A company commander from the training assault battalion ran up to Manstein, his voice clearly filled with fatigue and numbness. Manstein glanced at his watch, the time was already half-past midnight. Hold on a little longer. Command orders a retreat promptly at 1 o'clock. He patted the company commander's shoulder, his eyes also filled with weariness and helplessness. They had done their best. In the past few hours, they had braved a hail of bullets, with the assistance of the clergy, escorting the terrified Parisian citizens out of buildings one by one, then transporting them out of the city in batches by truck. But this was still a drop in the ocean compared to the number of civilians remaining in Paris. More people had either died in the first wave of skeleton slaughter or were hiding in deeper parts of the city, and they simply didn't have time to rescue them. After realizing that engaging in urban warfare with an endless army of undead at night was an extremely foolish decision, the 1st Army Group Command finally issued the order for a full retreat. Preserving their forces and waiting for dawn, waiting for the ultimate weapon of decisive battle to be ready, was the wisest choice. Whoosh bang. A red signal flare soared from behind Manstein's position, exploding in the dark night sky, appearing exceptionally conspicuous. This was the signal for a full-line retreat. Everyone. Alternate cover. Retreat to the rear assembly point. Manstein immediately issued the order. Almost simultaneously, similar red signal flares were fired from the positions of various Saxon troops within Paris. The red signal flares illuminated the night sky, also casting a bloody glow over this night of the dead. Soldiers on various fronts threw their last grenades, then ran towards the rear without looking back. Armored knights were responsible for covering the rear, buying precious retreat time for the infantry units. Countless undead creatures pursued relentlessly, gunshots, explosions, and roars continuously echoing. The entire city of Paris would also be sleepless tonight. Meanwhile, on the eastern outskirts of Paris, the armored train Odin quietly stood in a wide-open temporary field, brightly lit all around. Beside the massive train, a large number of combat engineers and Magi-Tech engineer were busily working. Colonel Lucas stood atop the command carriage, anxiously looking towards the Paris urban area through his binoculars. In the night sky, red signal flares continuously bloomed, signaling a full-line retreat within the city. It also meant that the situation within Paris had deteriorated to an extreme degree. Isn't it ready yet? How much longer? He shouted at a grease-stained chief magical technician below. Almost. Colonel. The last core stabilizer is undergoing final adjustments. The chief technician wiped sweat from his forehead, responding loudly. The transformation of Gungnir from its first form to its second form was a very complex process. Mainly because it involved the replacement of core components of the entire weapon system. Every magic circuit, every magic power conduction node, had to be precise, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Lucas paced back and forth anxiously, constantly cursing under his breath. Finally, to everyone's eager anticipation, the chief magical technician looked up and gave Lucas a completion gesture. Reporting, Colonel. Gungnir's second attack form is ready. Lucas's spirits lifted. He immediately took a signal gun from his adjutant's hand. He loaded a green signal flare into it, then raised it high, pointing it towards the sky. Whoosh bang. A beam of green light shot up into the sky. And Morin, who had just retreated out of the city by truck with the 1st Company of the Training Assault Battalion, also saw that green light. He immediately ordered the convoy to turn and drive at full speed towards the location of the Odin armored train. Chapter 284, The Necromancer's Ambition. Taiwan Novel Network is super easy to use, enjoy anytime. The ear-splitting brakes of the crystal truck screeched in the temporary camp, its wheels carving 2 deep ruts into the muddy ground. Before the truck had fully stopped, Morin shoved the door open and jumped out of the still swaying vehicle. He stumbled slightly but quickly regained his footing and hurried toward the Odin train, which lay on the tracks like a steel behemoth taking a nap. The camp was illuminated by the lights of the armored train and numerous oil lamps. Sappers and nervous soldiers ran back and forth everywhere. The air was thick with the smell of magic crystal processing, engine oil, and sweat, along with a faint, intermittent scent of rot wafting from the distant city of Paris. Colonel Lucas was standing at the entrance of the command carriage smoking tobacco. Seeing Morin run over, a different expression finally appeared on his tired face. You're here. Lucas's voice was hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing, strongly reminiscent of the friends Morin used to stay up late playing games with in high school. I'm here. Morin nodded, asking breathlessly, how is the Odin? Is it ready? The conversion is complete. Colonel Lucas stepped aside, revealing the passage behind him. We just need to wait for dawn, find a good time, and hit that giant tower and those piles of skeletons hard. Morin followed him into the special carriage dedicated to housing the Gungnir. The second form of the Gungnir was clearly displayed before Morin's eyes for the first time. He examined the behemoth before him, pondering. In terms of overall size, it didn't seem much different from before, the barrel was still that thick, long barrel, and the entire weapon system fit snugly inside this reinforced carriage. However, everything else besides the barrel had undergone a complete transformation. The mechanical structure behind the barrel, which had previously looked somewhat like the breech of a traditional artillery piece, had vanished entirely. In its place was a huge, complex magical device that Morin couldn't understand at all. The thing looked like a precision instrument stripped of its casing, several magical pipelines thicker than his arm were exposed, with faintly glowing liquid slowly flowing inside. Numerous runes were etched onto the casing of the entire device, making it look like many of the designs were temporary solutions. This thing has changed too much, Morin muttered to himself. His gaze fell upon the objects that several Magi Tech engineer nearby were carefully inspecting. Those must be the shells for the second form. But this thing was completely different from the crystal reaction shell of the first form, which at least looked like a shell. It couldn't even be called a shell. It was a square, metallic-looking alloy block, appearing more like some kind of precisely machined industrial semi-finished product. Morin stared at the block, question marks popping up in his mind one after another. How could this thing possibly fly? He wasn't a relevant expert, but even if he hadn't eaten pork, he had seen the pig run. He still had a concept of basic aerodynamics. If this square object with absolutely no aerodynamic shape were launched, it would surely tumble into a mess in the air. The colonel said before that this second form had something to do with me. Morin turned his head to look at Lucas, still pondering. But this iron block, how does it relate to me at all? Morin initially speculated that the so-called second form might be a high-velocity railgun firing solid armor-piercing shells. After all, the accelerating rune coils inside the barrel sounded exactly like that. But the problem was, what kind of armor-piercing shell looked like this? Just as Morin was completely puzzled, an extremely bold, even outlandish idea suddenly popped into his head. Wait, if this thing really had some connection to him. Could it be, that this alloy mass would be melted on the spot, and then the metal jet would be accelerated out? As soon as the thought emerged, Morin himself was startled. Wasn't this too sci-fi? No, too magical. He instinctively wanted to approach the core device, hoping his system could reference it to understand its principle. Captain Mullen, halt! A nearby magical technician immediately extended an arm to stop him, saying with a serious yet apologetic tone, apologies, no one is allowed near the core component area except for the designated chief technician. Morin reluctantly stopped. He knew this was the rule. For a device like this super weapon, the security clearance definitely wouldn't be low. Stop looking. Colonel Lucas walked over and patted his shoulder, wearing an expression that said, there's nothing I can do. Even I don't know the exact principle of this thing. I asked those master mages from the Research Institute, and they rattled off nonsense about mass energy conversion and directional energy projection. I didn't understand a single word. Morin shrugged helplessly in understanding. Colonel Lucas ignored Morin's confusion and pointed to the map spread out on a nearby makeshift field table, beginning to explain the upcoming action plan. The assault route has been chosen. We'll circle around using the city's western ring railway, then find an opening to enter the city from the northwest of Paris, following this railway line all the way to the Berhakim bridge you mentioned earlier. His finger heavily tapped a bridge over the Seine River on the map. It's only about 1 kilometer from the Eiffel Tower, the river surface is open and unobstructed, it's the best firing position. However, Lucas withdrew his hand, his expression turning solemn again. All of this must preferably wait until dawn. Morin nodded, he had no objections to this. As they spoke, continuous gunfire and the faint, intermittent roars of undead creatures could still be heard coming from the direction of the eastern Paris urban area. The troops of the Saxon First Army Group had retreated to the city outskirts, but the awakened undead clearly had no intention of stopping there. They were like a black tide, having completely submerged the entire city and now attempting to expand outward, devouring all living things. Fortunately, the First Army Group's fortification troops and reserve units reacted quickly, having seized the time to construct relatively complete defensive positions on the city outskirts while the main forces were entering the city during the day. The Saxon soldiers who had withdrawn from the urban area were currently relying on these positions, desperately blocking the tide of the undead inside the city with the support of rear artillery and airships. Dragons of flame spewed forth from flamethrowers, lighting up sections of the defensive lines in the dark night and turning swathes of undead into charcoal. However, none of this tragic spectacle seemed to draw the slightest attention from the mastermind behind it all. Inside the Eiffel Tower, the necromancer Chardonnay was completely immersed in his artistic creation, unable to extricate himself. Feeling the unprecedented, ocean-vast negative energy within him, an expression of obsession and rapture appeared on his face. He had never imagined that wielding such immense power could feel so wonderful. He even felt that throughout the entirety of magic history, no necromancer had ever reached the height he had achieved today, capable of creating such a vast and magnificent undead army. This unprecedented sense of accomplishment caused Chardonnay's ambition to grow wildly, like burning weeds. Since the Paris catacombs, the sanctuary of death and bones he had coveted for so long, were completely under his control, his gaze inevitably turned toward the even greater marvel beneath his feet, the Eiffel Tower. He dared not imagine how terrifyingly his power would be amplified if he could fully control this mighty mage tower. Necromantic domain. That forbidden path, which only existed in legends and could completely transform an area into a kingdom of the dead, might no longer be an unattainable dream. If Chardonnay had harbored even a slight thought of defending Paris before, that thought was now completely swallowed by his desire, which had swelled to its limit. Chardonnay's consciousness wandered and probed within the magic network inside the tower. He first focused his attention on the tower's core, the man who had merged with the entire structure, Master Eiffel. He could feel Master Eiffel's powerful spirit, which was as unbreakable as bedrock. At the core of that spirit remained only one pure and stubborn thought: destroy all Saxon people and defend Paris at all costs. This tenacious will made Chardonnay feel momentarily helpless about where to begin. Humph, what a stubborn fellow. Chardonnay snorted coldly and quickly abandoned the idea of directly corrupting Eiffel. But he was not discouraged, because he knew that the tower held another, far larger and yet more fragile treasure. His attention quickly shifted to the countless mage souls that were also integrated into the tower, existing as energy nodes. Since the Eiffel Tower was completed, it had become the final resting place for the mages of the Gallic Republic. Over 70% of the members of the Eye of the Lawyer Mage Corps chose to dedicate their souls to this wonder when their lives came to an end, becoming a part of its protection. These countless souls were themselves an incredibly powerful force. However, within the entire Eye of the Lawyer Mage Corps, there was no other mage more skilled than Chardonnay at studying life, death, and souls. And due to the forbidden nature of his research field, he himself had always been strictly restricted and monitored by the Mage Corps High Command. After all, this was Paris, the capital of Gaul. If it were any less important city, the mages of Gaul might have turned a blind eye and allowed him to conduct some academic research. But now, everything was different. The arrival of war and the Saxon invasion had shattered every restraint placed upon him. A strange smile appeared on Chardonnay's pale face. He whispered in the empty main control room with a voice almost like a sleepwalker's, "Master Eiffel, perhaps I can't do anything about your stubborn stone head. But these old friends inside the tower, that's another matter entirely." He 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 he. Chapter 285, The Final Assault. 4 o'clock in the morning. In the giant tent of the 1st Army Group's temporary command post on the eastern outskirts of Paris, the lights were still blazing. The two supreme commanders, General Mackensen and Lieutenant General Seicht, who held the fate of the entire army group in their hands, were staring at the huge sand table map before them, their eyes bloodshot. Although both were physically and mentally exhausted, the current battle situation made it impossible for them to sleep. Accompanying the two generals through the night was a special temporary advisor, Archbishop Maurice of the Archdiocese of Paris. This old man, also over 60, had shed his heavy armor after evacuating the city with the training assault battalion, wearing only a bishop's vestment. He continuously offered suggestions to the two Saxon generals, leveraging his familiarity with Parisian terrain and his understanding of undead creatures' characteristics. This middle-aged iron triangle, whose combined age was nearly 180, now had fever blisters at the corners of their mouths from staying up all night. The adjutants and several senior staff officers outside the tent looked at the state of the three big boss inside, their hearts in turmoil, fearing that at this critical juncture, these three might fall ill. Sigh. General Mackensen let out a long sigh, rubbing his throbbing temples, his voice filled with weariness. "If I could, I would order the 1st Army Group to withdraw completely from Paris right now. We are Saxon soldiers, not the Holy Army of the Papal States, there's no need to fight to the death with an endless horde of skeletons here." His words revealed a deep sense of powerlessness. From the beginning of the war until now, he had commanded many fierce battles and faced the most elite enemies, but he had never felt so stifled as he did now. Lieutenant General Seicht pushed up the monocle on his nose, his gaze behind the lens equally dim and uncertain. "General, I understand your feelings, but we cannot retreat," he said in a deep voice. "Paris is not only the capital of Gaul, it is also the most important transportation hub in all of northern Gaul. You know very well that almost all major railway lines within Gaul converge here." He drew a circle on the map with his command stick, firmly enclosing Paris. "Whether we need to transport supplies and reinforcements from home, or attack the Britannian expeditionary force to the north, or launch a general offensive against the main Gaulish forces to the south, Paris will be our most crucial assembly point for troops and supplies. Abandoning this place would mean abandoning all our previous achievements and might even put us in a passive position." General Seicht is right. Archbishop Maurice, who was standing by, also spoke, his voice hoarse from staying up all night. "Even if we don't consider it from a military perspective, just from a political and public opinion standpoint, the 1st Army Group fighting to the death against the undead in Paris would absolutely be more beneficial than detrimental to the Saxon Empire." General Mackensen looked up at the clergyman, signaling him to continue. "As General Seicht just said, the city's current location is very important. But from another perspective, what would happen if we just withdrew and allowed the necromancer in the city to continue wreaking havoc?" Maurice's eyes sharpened. The negative energy and necromancy within the city would continuously strengthen, and eventually, the city and the vast surrounding areas would completely turn into a cursed wasteland. At that time, this place will become a forbidden zone for all living beings, and this evil power will spread like a plague, constantly expanding and growing stronger. He looked at Mackensen and Seicht, saying word by word, "I believe the Saxon Empire wouldn't want such a dangerous, utterly detrimental undead kingdom to appear out of thin air in the heartland of Gaul, would it?" Mackensen and Seicht exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of helplessness in the other's eyes. Yes, they understood the reasoning. The current situation was like discovering a giant hornet's nest. They had already poked it and fought it, now it was too late to back out. They had to clean up this mess, whether they wanted to or not. Sigh, Mackensen sighed again. Given how things have turned out, retreating is definitely not an option. So, we fight. Just as the three were about to continue discussing the specific next steps, an indescribably powerful magical fluctuation suddenly erupted from the Eiffel Tower as its center. That fluctuation, like an invisible shockwave, instantly swept across the entire city, even affecting the command post outside the city. Mackensen and Seicht, these two muggles completely ignorant of magic, both felt a strange tremor, as if an invisible great bell had rung in their ears, buzzing and making their heads feel somewhat dazed. Immediately after, an aura of decay, more than 10 times denser than before, slowly appeared in the air, making all three of them frown. This sensation was particularly pronounced on the defensive lines on the outskirts of Paris. Kleist and Manstein, who were commanding the battle on the front lines, as well as all the Saxon soldiers and clergy fighting valiantly, felt as if they had suddenly been thrown into the depths of an ancient tomb sealed for 1,000 years. That cold, decaying aura almost permeated their bones. This is bad. Auxiliary Bishop Chirwa, who had just knocked down a ghoul with his heavy crozier, instantly turned pale. He suddenly looked up towards the direction of central Paris, his eyes filled with terror. The negative energy in the city, the intensity of the necromancy has increased. And significantly. Kleist, beside him, also felt that something was wrong. The undead, already difficult to deal with, now seemed to be on steroids, their actions becoming even more frenzied, and their momentum in assaulting the positions sharply increased. Inside the command tent, Archbishop Morris's expression also became unprecedentedly solemn. Your Excellency General, that what if I just mentioned? I'm afraid it has already happened. His voice was incredibly dry. The Gaulish mages in the tower, their power has grown stronger. After he finished speaking, he noticed Mackensen and Sake staring at him with extremely strange looks. That look was like they were seeing a living jinx. Ahem. Morris's face stiffened, and he ignored the awkwardness, hastily saying, Generals, this is not the time to dwell on this. We must immediately find a way to destroy the Eiffel Tower. Otherwise, the situation will become increasingly serious. No one knows what else the madman inside the tower will do next. Mackensen took a deep breath, he knew Maurice was right. They couldn't wait any longer. He slammed his hand on the table and roared at the outside of the tent, Orderly. An orderly immediately rushed in. Go to the Odin immediately. Tell Colonel Lucas to prepare for an attack. At first light, spare no effort to flatten that damn tower. Yes. The orderly acknowledged the order and ran out. After the order was given, Archbishop Maurice also couldn't sit still. Your Excellency General, I request to lead a squad of armed priests to sortie with the Odin, he said solemnly. They need the Lord's protection against such powerful evil forces. Mackensen glanced at him and nodded, Take care, Your Excellency Archbishop, we're counting on you. Eiffel Tower, second floor main control hall. Chardonnay felt the even vaster, more defiled power flowing through the tower, and he let out a comfortable groan, as if he were floating on clouds. He had succeeded. He had successfully corrupted the souls of the mages sleeping within the tower. These souls were powerful spellcasters in life, who had dedicated themselves to the tower, intending to become eternal sentinels guarding Gaul. Their wills were pure and firm, filled with love for their homeland and hatred for their enemies. Under normal circumstances, Chardonnay would have been unable to shake them in the slightest. But now, the situation was different. Chardonnay himself, through the spell's animate dead body and raise undead, had drawn an immense amount of pure negative energy from the Paris catacombs and countless corpses within the city. This negative energy was the most deadly poison for the souls of mages who had lost their physical bodies and were merely pure spiritual entities. Chardonnay was like a cunning poisoner, he didn't directly attack those souls. Instead, he skillfully injected this massive negative energy into the entire magic circulation of the tower. Thus, these heroic spirits guarding Paris, without their knowledge, were silently corroded and transformed by this vile power every time they interacted with the tower's energy. Their wills began to become chaotic, their memories blurred, and their once pure guardian obsession gradually twisted into hatred and tyranny towards all living beings. Do you feel it? My old friends. Chardonnay spread his arms, a pathological fanaticism on his face. This is what true power looks like. This is eternity. He could clearly feel his control over the entire tower increasing at an astonishing rate. Originally, he could only borrow a portion of the tower's power, and he was constantly constrained by Master Eiffel's will. But now, as those corrupted souls began to side with him, he felt himself slowly transforming from a tenant to the true master of this colossal tower. Eiffel, you stubborn old man, do you see it? Chardonnay's consciousness roared through the magical network. You think you can protect Paris? No. You will only become a stepping stone beneath my feet, along with this city. The first sacrifice on my path of bones. He wanted to turn all of Paris into a true city of death. 6 million skeletons and a large number of fresh corpses would become his most loyal servants. This beautiful vision of the future made his ambition and desire surge like a broken dam, no longer suppressible. He poured more mental energy into corrupting those souls, greedily absorbing every trace of dark power, filled with resentment and hatred, that transformed from them. He even temporarily ignored the movements of the Saxon soldiers outside the city. In his view, those mortal armies were merely a group of slightly stronger ants. Once he completely controlled the Eiffel Tower, a single thought would be enough to annihilate them. The immediate priority was to complete the usurpation of the tower as quickly as possible. He could feel that Master Eiffel had already detected his conspiracy and was desperately mobilizing his remaining will to resist his erosion. This last guardian of Paris was like a hard reef, standing firm no matter how the black tide unleashed by Chardonnay crashed against it. But Chardonnay was not in a hurry, for he knew that time was on his side. Although Master Eiffel's will was tenacious, he was, after all, just one person. Chardonnay, however, had countless corrupted souls as his backing. With one rising and the other falling, the scales of victory were slowly tilting in his favor. Struggle, wail, the more you resist, the more excited I become. Chardonnay let out a joyful chuckle. Soon you will understand that resistance is futile, everything you are will become my nourishment. At the temporary camp of the Odin, Morin and Lucas had just finished their steaming hot coffee. The first company in the field kitchen on the train had urgently brewed a batch of high-concentration coffee and distributed it to everyone. But just then, the two saw several mounted orderlies and a truck filled with armed clergy almost simultaneously rush into the camp. Colonel Lucas, Captain Morin. Command orders the Odin to immediately sortie and enter attack formation before dawn. Morin and Lucas exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of determination in the other's eyes. The soldiers immediately sprang into action, the warriors of the training assault battalion's first company quickly boarding the troop transport carriages, checking their weapons and ammunition. Magi Tech engineer and engineers also performed a final check of all equipment before heading to their respective workstations. Morin quickly walked to the truck, where Archbishop Maurice had already disembarked with his armed priests and was forming them into ranks. These clergy were all clad in heavy armor, wielding crosiers and flails, their faces bearing solemn and resolute expressions, like crusader knights of old about to embark on a holy war. Your Excellency Archbishop. Morin walked up to Maurice. Captain Morin. Maurice looked at the young captain and nodded kindly. These undead are the Lord's enemies, and ours as well. I hope to offer some assistance to your attack. Thank you very much for your support. Morin said sincerely, after fighting side by side during the day, he knew well that this group of seemingly stereotypical holy men were actually truly devout believers. And when it came to dealing with the undead, they were absolute experts. Please have your combat brothers board the train as well, there's still space in the troop transport carriages. Morin pointed to the rear carriages of the Odin. I didn't expect the captain to also know the term combat brothers. Maurice smiled and then waved a hand to his subordinates. The armed priests immediately shouldered their crosiers and boarded the armored train with neat, heavy steps. Chapter 286a. At 4:30 am, after everyone had boarded the train, Colonel Lucas stood at the entrance of the command carriage, personally picked up a flare gun, loaded a green signal flare, and raised it high toward the dark night sky. Whoosh pop! A green signal flare, marking the start of the general offensive, burst open in a brilliant flash of light. This light was not only meant for the armored airship in the sky but also for all the Saxon soldiers struggling to hold the line outside the city. It's the signal for the general offensive. The armored train is moving out. The defense line, which had been on the verge of collapse, seemed to be infused with infinite strength at that moment, and the soldiers used their last reserves of energy to pour a rain of bullets onto the surging tide of undead. Woo! The whistle of the Odin emitted a loud and prolonged shriek, a sound that pierced the roar of guns and artillery, spreading across the entire battlefield. The massive wheels began to turn slowly on the tracks, then faster and faster. This steel behemoth, which had long been dormant, had finally awakened. According to the predetermined plan, it first headed west, then began a high-speed circuit along the peripheral railway encircling Paris. Half of the training assault battalion Company 1 soldiers rode inside the troop transport carriages, while the other half rode trucks ahead, responsible for checking if the tracks were damaged and if the switch system was pointed toward the correct route. Inside the carriage, Morin, the boarded soldiers, and the armed priests all tightly gripped nearby fixtures to steady themselves. The train was moving very fast, and the carriages constantly jolted over the rail joints, making a clanging and rattling sound. Morin looked through the carriage observation window, watching the scenery rapidly receding outside. They could see the defensive line outside the city, formed by countless flashes of fire and explosions, and they could see countless Saxon soldiers fighting fiercely under the cover of night. They could also see that beyond that defensive line lay a vast, deeper darkness. Meanwhile, the two armored airships in the sky managed to establish radio communication after seeing the signal flare. The two airship captains decided to have the L-28 armored airship increase altitude for bombing and interference, while armored airship L-29 continued to support the ground forces, waiting until the armored train was nearly in position before penetrating the city. The last vestiges of darkness before dawn were enveloping Paris. The train completed its track adjustment on the Belt Railway, plunging fiercely into the railway line leading to the urban area of Paris like an angry bull. Shortly after the train adjusted its tracks, they crashed headlong into a sea of undead. In the northwest direction of the city, which the First Army Group did not defend, a large number of undead creatures had surged outside the city, and the speeding armored train naturally attracted their attention. Clang! 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 Countless skeletons and ghouls rushed madly toward this high-speed steel behemoth. They had no concept of fear, the only thought in their heads was to tear apart this living thing in front of them that was emitting a strong aura of vitality from within. However, their bodies of flesh and blood were fragile and utterly vulnerable before this war machine forged of steel. The huge, monstrous cow-catcher on the front of the armored train plunged mercilessly into the sea of undead like an unforgiving plow. Crunch! Bang! Crash! Countless skeletons were instantly smashed to pieces, bone fragments scattering everywhere. The relatively tougher ghouls were also thrown into the air by the immense impact, twisting into strange shapes mid-flight before crashing heavily onto the ground, where they were crushed into pulp by the subsequent wheels. The Odin did not slow down at all, it continued to crush and ram its way forward, carving out a path paved with shattered bones and gore through the black sea of undead. Inside the carriage, everyone was infected by this unstoppable momentum, their tension was greatly reduced, replaced instead by a boiling fighting spirit. But Morin, who had been staring at the system map, frowned, his expression remained serious. Don't celebrate too early, he said in a deep voice, this damn thing is just the appetizer. As the train continued to penetrate deeper into the urban area, the density of undead they encountered began to increase exponentially. The tracks, the streets, and even the buildings on both sides were crawling with dense masses of undead. They surged from all directions, fearlessly throwing themselves at the Odin. Soon, the outer walls of the train were covered with ghouls and wights wriggling like maggots. They used their sharp claws to frantically scratch the heavy armor plating, producing a series of grating sounds that set teeth on edge. Some even tried to bite and chew, only managing to leave behind a mouth full of broken teeth. These low-level undead indeed could not cause any substantial damage to the Odin. But their numbers were simply overwhelming. Through the system map, Morin could see that the blue dot representing their train was completely submerged by the endless red surrounding it. Thud. A heavy muffled sound came from the top of the carriage, and the entire carriage jolted violently. What's going on? Colonel Lucas's voice came through the carriage's communicator. Reporting, Colonel. A big one jumped onto our roof. A soldier inside an MG-08 machine gun turret shouted in response. From his perspective, a gigantic flesh construct was clinging to the top of their carriage. Its several thick arms were slamming repeatedly against the roof armor. Every strike caused the carriage to shake violently, and the lights overhead flickered erratically. Damn it, these flies are annoying. Colonel Lucas's curses came through the communicator. Machine gunners on the roof. Shoot it down. Da 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 da. The MG-08 heavy machine gun deployed on the roof immediately opened fire, riddling the flesh construct's body with a string of bloody splashes. But the monster had thick skin and flesh and extremely tenacious vitality. Although the MG-08 heavy machine gun bullets could damage it, they couldn't kill it outright. It roared and attacked the roof even more frantically. Lucas, Captain Mullen, please open the firing ports on the sides of the carriage. Clear out all those pests outside first. Understood. Upon hearing this, Morin immediately turned and yelled into the communicator to the soldiers in the two troop transport carriages, all platoon leaders assign firing directions yourselves. Fire at will. Kill all these damn things that have climbed up. Yes, sir. The training assault battalion soldiers immediately sprang into action, then somewhat awkwardly opened the heavy covers of the firing ports on both sides of the carriage. A dense stench of decay instantly flooded in from outside. Through the firing ports, countless twisted and hideous faces could be seen pressed against the outside of the carriage, their eyes full of greed and malice staring intently at the living people inside. All automatic weapons simultaneously spat out tongues of flame. The concentrated rain of bullets instantly riddled the undead outside the firing ports. Those bullets blessed with holy oil possessed astonishing lethality against these undead. When bullets struck their bodies, black smoke immediately rose from the wounds, as if corroded by strong acid, greatly inhibiting their self-healing abilities. The armed priests also took out the holy oil they carried, continuously blessing the weapons held by the Saxon soldiers. For a time, fire flashed from both sides of the carriage, and gunfire erupted loudly. Undead creatures were constantly shot off the carriage body, but immediately more climbed up, following one after another. Just as everyone inside the carriage struggled to clear out the stowaway passengers clinging to the outside, Master Eiffel, who floated like a phantom atop the Eiffel Tower, finally noticed the armored train that had brazenly intruded into his territory. His face was no longer marked by the previous well-like indifference, but by a complex expression mixed with pain, struggle, and tyranny. His skin had become paler, even showing a deathly grey hue, and his originally wise eyes had become clouded and frenzied. His arm, which had become gaunt and withered overnight, slowly lifted and pointed in the direction of the Odin. Following his movement, large numbers of undead creatures around the tower, including the largest flesh constructs, seemed to receive a command, simultaneously turning their direction and charging toward the Odin. At the same time, the electric light at the top of the tower flashed violently once more. A bolt of lightning, thicker than any before, was gathering at the spire. The terrifying magical fluctuations caused the surrounding air to begin warping. However, just as the lightning bolt, capable of destroying everything, was about to strike, Master Eiffel's movement suddenly paused. He abruptly raised his head and looked at the sky overhead, which was faintly illuminated by the morning light, a sense of threat flashing in his clouded eyes. The next second, in the clouds 6,400 meters high, the bomb bay doors of the L-28 armored airship silently opened. Crystal reaction shells began to freefall without a sound. Inside the bridge of the L-28 armored airship, Colonel Chloe, who had previously coordinated with Morin to airstrike the Liege fortress, was nervously awaiting the bombing results. Bombardier. Report status. Reporting, Colonel. First batch, 3 crystal reaction shells have been released. An officer responded loudly. Excellent. Chloe nodded, grabbing the communicator and broadcasting to the entire ship, all personnel pay attention. Hold on to fixed objects. God knows how far the shockwave from these shells will spread. Below them, the 3 descending crystal reaction shells accelerated due to gravity, turning into 3 barely visible black dots. Atop the Eiffel Tower, Master Eiffel, sensing the threat from the sky, was forced to temporarily abandon his attack on the Odin and redirect the gathering lightning toward the sky above. Sizzle. Several thick bolts of lightning shot toward the sky, interweaving into a massive electrical net. Just then, the 3 crystal reaction shells finally entered the interception range. They had only just approached within 200 or 300 meters of the spire when they were captured by the violent electrical net. Boom. 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 3 incredibly massive fireballs erupted simultaneously in the air above the Eiffel Tower. The light was so bright that it instantly overshadowed the morning glow just rising on the horizon. Chapter 287, Railgun Bayonet. The world-shattering shockwave, like an invisible giant hammer, slammed fiercely onto the Eiffel Tower. Remember the domain name of this site, Taiwan Novel Network, twgon.com, read as you please. Clang. Screech. The entire massive tower trembled violently under this terrifying impact, emitting a grating metallic groan. The rows of magic crystals and glass windows on the exterior of the tower's top instantly turned into fine powder as the shockwave swept past. Even Master Eiffel, floating in the air, was almost blown away by the violent air current. He swayed haphazardly in the air, barely managing to stabilize himself under the restraint of the electric current. When the tremor subsided, an expression of shock and fury appeared on Master Eiffel's contorted face for the first time. Damn it! Damn bugs! He let out a silent roar. This sudden high-altitude strike completely disrupted his deployment. He had to mobilize more reserve magical power to expand the range of his electrical defense, intercepting the crystal reaction shells raining down from the sky. However, this was exactly what Airship Captain Chloe of the L-28 armored airship had hoped for. Second batch. Drop. In the bridge of the L-28, Colonel Chloe shouted excitedly, watching the spectacular explosions below. Another batch of crystal reaction shells fell from the clouds. Although this high-altitude bombing lacked any precision, their goal was never precise targeting. Both airship captains and Morin were well aware that the armored airship's high-altitude bombing was a form of saturation harassment and suppression. Using the most expensive crystal reaction shells to draw the attention of the Eiffel Tower, thereby creating a precious opportunity for the Odin advancing on the ground. Almost simultaneously with the L-28's bombing run, the armored airship L-29, located above the eastern defenses of Paris, also breached the city from the east. Schneider was well aware that once he commanded the armored airship L-29 to penetrate, the friendly forces on the ground would lose crucial fire support. Therefore, he immediately ordered the airship to begin climbing, simultaneously dropping crystal reaction shells along the way to first clear out some of the sea of undead surging out of the city for the ground forces. The crystal reaction shells, fitted with traditional contact fuses, quickly erupted into massive fireballs throughout the city. The intense shockwave even acted like a giant hand, forcefully pushing the armored airship L-29 upward. Meanwhile, the two forward-mounted twin 203mm naval guns on the bottom deck of the armored airship began shelling once they acquired a firing angle. At the same time, the battle had reached its most intense point on the various positions outside Paris. The artillerymen no longer needed to worry about accuracy, because as long as they fired forward, they were guaranteed to send shells into the black ocean composed of undead creatures. Then, amid repeated explosions, countless undead creatures were sent flying. At the point just over 100 meters in front of the artillery positions, Saxon infantry and armored knights were desperately holding back the undead army counterattacking from the city, forming a wall of flesh and blood. Sky, ground. At this moment, all remaining fighting power of the Saxon First Army group was mobilized. They were like a group of synchronized hunters, launching the final siege from all directions against the gigantic beast entrenched within the city. Master Eiffel, who was now completely dominated by Chardonnay, fell into utter panic. Attacks coming from multiple directions overwhelmed him. He had to dedicate the vast majority of his magical power to maintaining the massive lightning defense net, as he realized that the Saxon weapons could inflict damage on the Eiffel Tower itself. But at this moment, he was like a clumsy juggler with too many balls tossed up simultaneously, any single mistake would lead to total defeat. While he was frantically dealing with these attacks coming from all sides, the Odin armored train, seizing this valuable opportunity, broke through the undead army's final blockade, and its speed began to slowly decrease. Through the observation window, Morin could clearly see the steel railway bridge spanning the Seine River ahead, the Berhakim Bridge. And on the other side of the Seine River, across the open expanse of the Champ de Mars, lay their final objective, the Eiffel Tower, violently swaying amidst lightning and gunfire. Attention, everyone! Prepare for battle. We only have one chance. Colonel Lucas's voice, transmitted through the communicator, spread throughout every carriage of the armored train. The enormous wheels of the Odin scraped against the rails, letting out a grating shriek. Finally, this steel behemoth fought against its massive inertia and slowly came to a stop at the northern approach of the Berhakim Bridge. This position was perfect, allowing the Eiffel Tower to be precisely within the 45-degree firing arc to the left and right of Gungnir. Degrees. Almost the instant the train stopped, the flesh constructs and countless undead units clinging to the roof were thrown off. All the 150mm cannons, 88mm cannons, and MG-08 heavy machine guns on the armored train also executed an all-round firing sweep, clearing out the surrounding undead creatures. Just as the cannon fire ceased, the heavy iron doors of the troop transport carriage slid open violently to both sides with a screech of metal friction. A strong odor, mixing gunpowder smoke, blood, and putrefaction, immediately flooded the carriage. Just a step outside the door was hell. Countless undead creatures were swarming towards the newly halted train from all directions. For the Lord! Purify the wicked! An aged yet powerful roar erupted from inside the carriage. Archbishop Maurice was the first to leap out of the carriage. His hair and beard bristled, and the massive scepter in his hand had, at some point, condensed a holy white light, which he then slammed unhesitatingly into the sea of undead ahead. Boom! With a muffled thud, a dozen or so skeleton ghouls rushing at the front were smashed into bone fragments and gore flying everywhere by his single blow. This elderly man, over 60 years old, was now like a god of war stepping out of a holy scripture, forcefully carving out a small foothold in the ocean of undead with his not-so-tall stature. He was like an indestructible reef, blocking the first, most furious wave for the troops preparing to charge behind him. For the Lord! Charge! Following Archbishop Maurice's earth-shattering roar, the group of armed priests behind him poured out of the carriage like tigers descending a mountain, shouting war cries. Without hesitation, they followed closely behind the Archbishop, using the flails, war hammers, and kite shields in their hands to form a solid line of defense filled with divine aura. Bang! 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 Every swing of a heavy blunt weapon inevitably resulted in an undead creature being smashed, bones broken, and tendons snapped. These holy personnel forcibly tore open a gap in the sea of undead using their most primitive yet effective methods, gaining precious time and space for the deployment of subsequent forces. First Company. Disembark. Fire support. Quick. Morin was also infected by the Archbishop's fearless momentum. He grabbed his MG-14 light machine gun, roared at the soldiers behind him, and jumped out of the train right behind the armed priests. The moment his feet hit the ground, he felt something sticky beneath them, unsure what he had stepped on. But Morin had no time to think. He immediately gripped the handle of the MG-14 and aimed the muzzle at the ghoul horde attempting to flank them. Da-da-da-da. Flames spat out from the muzzle, and the whip-like trajectory swept across, instantly tearing 7 or 8 ghouls and skeletons apart, scattering flesh and shattering bone fragments. Light machine gun squad and flamethrower squad. Clear the path ahead. Morin commanded hoarsely while continuously firing. The soldiers of the training assault battalion also rushed out of the carriage swiftly and orderly, quickly forming a defensive perimeter around the train. A dense hail of bullets formed an insurmountable wall of fire, mowing down patches of undead creatures attempting to approach the train. 4 teams of flamethrower soldiers, covered by the others, bravely charged to the very front of the line, roaring as they pulled the triggers. 4 thick, white dragons of flame, blessed by holy oil, erupted, instantly turning a large area ahead into a sea of fire. The undead that rushed into the sea of fire, whether skeletons or ghouls, let out silent wails under the thousands of degrees of heat. Their bodies ignited, then rapidly carbonized and shattered. Fire, bullet rain, sacred light. A fierce wave of attacks allowed everyone to successfully clear out a relatively safe area. A circular defensive position, centered around the armored train, was forcefully established within mere tens of seconds. However, the sheer number of undead was overwhelming. They continuously crawled out from both ends of the bridge, from the banks of the Seine River, and even from the river water itself, crashing against this small position wave after black wave, like a tide. Battalion Commander. The pressure on the left flank is too great. Those big guys are charging through. A platoon leader reported loudly to Morin. Morin turned his head and saw 2 4-meter-tall flesh constructs on the left side of the position, advancing step by step with heavy strides, shrugging off the heavy machine gun fire. Bullets hitting their bodies, stitched together from countless corpses, only kicked up bursts of bloody mist but failed to halt their advance. Armored train artillery. Where the hell is your 150mm cannon? Morin roared anxiously. Blow those 2 big things up. Boom. The 150mm naval gun deployed at one end of the train immediately responded. Although only one 150mm naval gun could fire at this angle and distance simultaneously, the power of the 150mm high-explosive shell proved to everyone that its status as a naval gun was no joke. The violent explosion instantly shattered the foremost flesh construct, and the one behind it was also thrown to the ground by the blast. But before the soldiers could cheer, 3 even larger monsters emerged from the deeper parts of the sea of undead. Damn it! This is never going to end, is it? Morin spat fiercely. But he knew they had no choice now but to cover Gungnir until its final preparations were complete. Colonel Lucas. We can't hold on much longer. How much time does Gungnir need? Morin had a soldier take his place, and while replacing his ammunition belt, he rushed to the entrance of the command carriage. The technicians are off the train. They're setting up. Just give us a little more time, just a little. Lucas's equally anxious voice came from inside the carriage. He was holding an artillery model P-08 and was sweating profusely from the tension. Morin looked back and saw that the heavy armored plates on the carriage carrying Gungnir had slowly opened. Over a dozen Magi-Tech engineer and combat engineers were busy around the carriage, carrying various strange instruments. Fear was written all over their faces, and their bodies were trembling slightly, but their movements showed no hesitation whatsoever. In a sense, these individuals were the treasures of the Saxon Empire, the key to operating this ultimate weapon. An accident befalling any one of them could potentially derail the entire plan. Everyone. Contract the defensive line. Protect the technicians at all costs. Morin issued the order again. He himself gave up suppressing the distant undead, instead aiming his muzzle at the undead attempting to approach the Gungnir carriage for precise bursts of fire. Archbishop Maurice and his armed priests also ceased their offensive, retreating to surround the technicians, using their shields and bodies to form a final barrier. The Lord is with us. They prayed loudly, their weapons swinging impenetrably, smashing every approaching evil into fragments. Countless undead creatures were blasted apart every second, but Saxon soldiers and holy personnel were also falling. In the distance, explosions continued to rock the top of the Eiffel Tower, and streaks of lightning shot skyward, changing the color of the heavens and earth. On the other side, massive armored airships rushed toward them recklessly, their inverted naval guns roaring continuously, attempting to disrupt the operation of the giant tower. Time, at this moment, seemed incredibly long. Chapter 288, Against the Wave. Move faster. We don't have time. Beside Gungnir, a silver-haired chief Magi-Tech engineer shouted hoarsely at his assistants. Sweat beads dotted his forehead, yet his hands were as steady as rock. They were performing the final deployment and calibration of Gungnir. It was an extremely precise and complex process. The massive barrel, driven by hydraulic mechanisms, slowly extended out of the carriage, its muzzle no longer raised high as in the first form. Instead, it angled slightly upward, pointing toward one of the 4 support legs of the distant Eiffel Tower. Deploy the support arms. Anchor to the ground. The chief engineer shouted. Clank clank. The hydraulic support arms on either side of the carriage, resembling giant spider legs, snapped open and drove deep into the ballast laid beside the tracks. But that was clearly insufficient in strength. So the burly sappers quickly lifted some counterweight devices and pressed them onto the support arms to increase stability. Connect the monoconduits. Other Magi-Tech engineers, under the chief's orders, also linked several cable-like lines to the rear of Gungnir's barrel. Energy circuit engaged. Begin pre-charging. At the chief's command, the 12 accelerating rune coils inside the barrel lit up one by one. A strange, low-pitched hum began to reverberate across the battlefield. The surrounding air grew slightly viscous as mana concentration surged rapidly. Everyone, Morin included, felt an inexplicable oppression, as if an invisible mountain pressed down on their hearts. Mana bombardment system operating normally. 2 Magi-Tech engineers seated in the control room glanced at the complex instrument readouts, reported their status, and signaled readiness outward. Within 10 meters of them, the battle had already reached a horrific climax. Ah! A training assault battalion soldier let out a scream as a side-attacking corpse fiend knocked him down, its sharp claws instantly piercing his chest. Damned monster! He spat blood, pulling the safety off his grenade. His comrade beside him swung his gun around, but it was already too late. Boom! The grenade's explosion engulfed the corpse fiend, yet more undead creatures kept approaching. A squad of flamethrowers arrived, and a white fire dragon quickly swept the front of the battlefield, devouring swaths of the undead. But farther away, the number of undead creatures showed no sign of decreasing. Your Excellency, Archbishop! The right wing can't hold. A blood-smeared priest ran up to Maurice, his shield shattered and his left arm twisted unnaturally. Maurice glanced at the right wing, where the defense had been pushed to the edge of the train. 2 armed priests leaned against the carriage, fighting a final battle against hordes of ghouls many times their number. Lamos! Maurice roared. Here! Lord Archbishop! An armed priest replied immediately. Take 2 men and reinforce the right wing. No matter what, protect the Magi-Tech engineers and the armored train. Yes. The armed priest hesitated not a moment, shouting the battle cry as he led 2 comrades forward. Morin, watching the hellish scene before him, felt a flicker of doubt for the first time. Even with the armored train's full firepower supporting them, the fight remained grueling. The unique combination of the Eiffel Tower and the underground tomb amplified necromancy spells to a transformative level. Can they really hold out until Gungnir fires? At that moment, from the command train behind Morin, Colonel Lucas's voice rang out, trembling with a mix of fear and exhilaration. Ready. Gungnir ready. Hearing that, Morin felt a shiver run through him. He jerked his head upward, staring at the fully opened giant cannon. At the rear of the cannon, a square, metal block-like projectile had already been loaded into a special launch device. He could also feel the surging mana from several Magi-Tech cores aboard the armored train coursing wildly through the Magi-Tech circuits toward Gungnir's rear. Bzzz. Gungnir's hum suddenly rose countless-fold in that instant. At the distant top of the Eiffel Tower, Master Eiffel also sensed this terrifying power that could threaten his very foundation. He immediately took control of the tower and began releasing chain lightning. A torrent of lightning struck the ground, then swept toward the steel frame bridge where the armored train was. But the armored airship L-29, which had been accelerating, had now closed in, and its posture seemed to intend a direct collision. I want to see if you Gaul mages feel fear. Schneider on the bridge of the armored airship L-29 had his eyes reddened, and the others on the bridge also fell into a frenzy. Charge forward, even if we collide, we must make the tower change its attack target. At that moment, Master Eiffel felt a surge of fear. This emotion should not have appeared in him at this moment, but due to the necromancer's contamination, this shouldn't he have been emotion emerged now. Chain lightning ultimately changed course and struck the armored airship L-29. This attack, more powerful than yesterday's, directly pierced the armored airship's spell shield, destroyed almost all of its power equipment, and the Magi-Tech core overloaded in a short time. The entire airship belched black smoke, the airbag developed multiple cracks, and it could no longer maintain altitude. But Schneider and the other crew members laughed, because they had bought the last of the time for Gungnir. Master Eiffel at the top of the tower also realized the situation was dire. He had just made an extremely wrong choice. He disregarded everything and summoned all the magic the tower could briefly muster. An unprecedented, massive lightning bolt as thick as a dragon surged down from the spire, heading straight for Odin. Fire! Colonel Lucas used all his strength to shout those words. The next moment, his roar was completely drowned out by the hum of Gungnir. The core part at the rear of Gungnir's barrel, a roughly 1,200 gram alloy block surrounded by numerous runes, was suddenly hit by a terrifyingly powerful pure magical blast, instantly melting into a high-temperature liquid metal flow. The metal flow did not explode. Under electromagnetic confinement it was compressed and shaped, eventually becoming a spear-like metal jet. Immediately after, the 12 rings of acceleration rune coils inside the barrel lit up in rapid succession. The metal jet confined by the electromagnetic field inside the barrel did not touch the inner wall, and at that instant was accelerated to a terrifying speed of 25 km per second. There was no thunderous blast of a projectile leaving the barrel, nor any flame or smoke. Only an extremely sharp roar. A blue-white beam erupted from Gungnir's muzzle. Its speed was so fast that the naked eye could not even catch it. The moment it left the barrel, the whole world seemed to have been put on slow motion. The air was torn, forming visible ripples around the metal jet. Like a storm, it blew away all the undead creatures in front of the muzzle. And the massive lightning bolt that struck down from the Eiffel Tower, as thick as a dragon, upon contacting the metal jet, did not even ripple, and was instantly pierced and annihilated. Wave failure. The metal jet's speed did not diminish at all, it traced a straight line in the sky that seemed capable of splitting the heavens in two. Even as it was fired, it had already traversed more than a kilometer, then struck the shield of the Eiffel Tower, woven from countless currents. Zilla. That powerful electric shield, capable of deflecting heavy artillery shells and intercepting crystal reaction shells, was as if it didn't exist against the metal jet. It only flickered briefly before being torn open with a massive gap. The metal jet surged forward, although it began to rapidly expand under air resistance as the electromagnetic confinement weakened, it still precisely hit one of the 4 support structures at the base of the Eiffel Tower. The entire process was unbelievably fast. From firing to impact to penetration, it all occurred in the same instant. Everyone felt as if a flash of light column passed before their eyes, leaving a faint imprint on their retinas, as if the beam still existed. Then they saw a massive circular hole, nearly 10 meters in diameter with smooth, even edges, appear on the Eiffel Tower's support structure. All obstacles behind the hole and along the rearward beam vanished completely. Soon after, sounds of metal twisting and crushing rang out, and the massive tower, its support structures destroyed and losing balance, slowly collapsed like a crumbling pillar of heaven. Chapter 289, Observing in Secret. The last time Captain Mullen saw the Eiffel Tower collapse was in the movie *G.I. Joe, The Rise of Cobra * and the game *. Call of Duty, Modern Warfare 3. Especially the latter, the scene of the tower collapsing viewed in first-person perspective, complete with BGM, shocked him for a long time. But now, watching the collapse of this world's magically modified, lightning-emitting, soul-summoning Eiffel Tower after its support structure was pierced, he realized his earlier shock was premature. Under normal time flow, the collapse of the Eiffel Tower seemed like slow motion. The 324-meter-tall, 10,100-ton steel giant slowly tilted toward the massive circular hole blasted by the Gungnir. The giant angular inclined pier that had been pierced could no longer bear the terrifying weight of the upper section, and countless steel beam structures twisted and snapped with an ear-splitting screech. The magic power contained within the giant tower had previously been surging through the entire tower's Magi-Tech circuits. But now, as the tower structure disintegrated, the Magi-Tech circuits everywhere were physically torn and destroyed, and the originally balanced magical environment inside the tower collapsed as well. The unrestrained magic power began to violently dissipate, leading to various unpredictable magical reactions. Blinding blue fireballs exploded without warning throughout the iron tower, accompanied by muffled roars. Captain Mullen, as a spellcaster, could clearly sense that this phenomenon was caused by the violent release of various high-purity magical energies upon losing their constraint. The ground beneath their feet began to shake violently, as if an ancient behemoth were turning over underground. This tremor, combined with the chaotic magical energy released during the tower's collapse and the failure of the tower's spell amplification, caused devastating effects on the surrounding undead creatures. Their movements visibly became slow and sluggish. The ghouls and revenants that still had flesh on their surfaces began to shed their rotten meat piece by piece, revealing the pale white skeletons beneath. As for the ordinary skeletons, they seemed to have had their last ounce of strength withdrawn, collapsing one after another into piles of fragmented bones. Boom! Amidst a long, low roar, the massive body of the Eiffel Tower finally crossed a critical point and accelerated its fall. It spanned the Seine River, its enormous spire crashing into the opposite bank, and the force displaced all the water in the river, raising monstrous waves. The massive dust cloud generated by the impact shot into the sky, forming a column of grey-black smoke. But this column of smoke only rose for a few seconds before it was completely dispersed by an even more terrifying explosion. That was the remaining magical cores inside the tower undergoing a phenomenon similar to a sympathetic detonation the moment the structure completely collapsed. A visible shockwave, interspersed with colored electrical arcs, violently spread outward, centered on the tower's wreckage. As the shockwave swept by, the indicator lights on all the Magi-Tech devices aboard the Odin armored train immediately went out. These Magi-Tech devices also began to crackle and pop, emitting wisps of blue smoke. Colonel. Most of the Magi-Tech devices on the train have failed. Inside the command carriage, a Magi-Tech engineer rushed up to Lucas, his face edged with panic. Can the Phosgene internal combustion engine still run? Lucas grabbed his collar and roared the question. Reporting, Colonel. The power system wasn't affected and is still running normally. That's good, that's good. Everyone. Get on the train immediately. We are withdrawing now. Hearing this, Lucas didn't hesitate, issuing the retreat order to the people outside, who were stunned by the giant tower's collapse and the downtime of the undead creatures. His voice was incredibly hoarse from excessive shouting, but it managed to rouse everyone stunned by the sight. The soldiers of the training assault battalion and the clergy immediately reacted. While using cold weapons and rifle butts to strike down scattered undead creatures, they provided covering fire for the engineers and sappers retreating back onto the train. Due to the time constraints, the hydraulic support arms, which were pressed down by extra counterweights, were abandoned outright. The sappers removed them from the train body at top speed and left them behind. The Gungnir, whose barrel was severely burned by high temperatures and even showed signs of slight melting, was quickly retracted into the armored carriage. Several Magi-Tech engineers nervously performed an inspection inside the carriage and quickly reached a conclusion. Of the 12 acceleration runes inside the barrel, 10 sets had completely failed, and the remaining 2 were severely burned due to overload, making them almost scrap. This meant that this decisive weapon could not be used again in the short term. Everyone boarded the train as quickly as possible, and the doors slammed shut with a harsh metallic screech. In the last moments before boarding, Captain Mullen looked up at the sky. He saw the severely damaged armored airship L-29, its massive gas bag was covered in tears, billowing black smoke. Although it was steadily losing altitude, it was still stubbornly adjusting its attitude, wobbling as it flew toward the outskirts of the city, not abandoning the hope of survival. Hoo! The phosgene internal combustion engine locomotive let out a deafening whistle, and the Odin started up again, rushing out of the city along the tracks they had arrived on. As soon as Captain Mullen entered the carriage, he immediately contacted the command carriage via the internal communication lines. Colonel Lucas. Armored airship L-29 is in bad shape, but they seem to be attempting an emergency landing outside the city. Acknowledged. Lucas's voice came through the communicator. After the Eiffel Tower collapsed, we found that the interference with the radio waves has significantly decreased. We will try to rendezvous with them once the train is out of the city. I will have the signalman try to contact them. Understood. Captain Mullen replied. Also, we can contact the L-28 armored airship and have them continue bombing the fallen Eiffel Tower. Just because it's down doesn't mean it's safe, we must ensure there are no future troubles. Good idea. The armored train retreated along the original route toward the outskirts of the city. Fortunately, due to the tower's collapse, all the undead creatures in the city fell into an unprecedented state of chaos and weakness. They wandered aimlessly through the ruins or simply lay paralyzed on the ground, completely unresponsive to the speeding armored train. This made the journey out of Paris much smoother than the journey in. After boarding the train, everyone lacked the strength to maintain their taut nerves and exhausted bodies. As the adrenaline faded, boundless fatigue washed over them like a tide. The soldiers of the training assault battalion, the clergy, the engineers, the sappers, everyone slumped onto the cold carriage floor, breathing heavily. The carriage was filled with a complex scent of sweat, gunpowder smoke, and blood, but no one cared. Everyone's face showed a mix of relief at surviving a disaster and dazed exhaustion. A few relatively younger soldiers from the training assault battalion seemed to have retained a bit of strength. They peered through the carriage observation windows, marveling at the wreckage of the Eiffel Tower in the distance, spanning the Seine River like the carcass of a giant beast. For them, this was a feat worthy of bragging about for a lifetime. However, Archbishop Morris's expression on the other side remained solemn. He looked at Captain Mullen, who had slumped down beside him, and spoke in a low voice. Captain Mullen, we might not want to celebrate too soon. Captain Mullen turned his head upon hearing this, seeing the Archbishop's face filled with worry. Although that evil mage tower has fallen, everything is far from over. Archbishop Maurice gazed at the city of death gradually receding outside the window and slowly said, the negative energy accumulated in the Paris catacombs for hundreds of years has been activated too much by that mage tower. In the short term, this city will no longer be suitable for any living creature to survive. Moreover, such a massive negative energy outbreak is like a gaping wound. For a long time to come, it will continuously attract and breed new undead creatures, triggering wider disasters. He paused, then used a tone close to a final verdict to declare the city's ultimate fate. In short, this city of civilization in Europa is set to become a true dead city starting today. The armored train sped out of the Paris urban area, and everyone finally saw the armored airship L-29 making an emergency landing. The massive airship, like a wounded giant whale, finally crashed headfirst into an open field outside the city, kicking up a large cloud of dust. Fortunately, the emergency landing wasn't from too great a height, so theoretically, most of the crew should have survived. However, without specialized support structures, the gun turrets mounted beneath the armored airship were likely destroyed. Colonel Lucas immediately ordered the armored train to stop and, together with Morin, organized a group of personnel in better condition to go and meet them. At the same time, he also had the armored train signalman finally send a telegram via the recovered radio to the 1st Army Group temporary command post. The content of the telegram was simple: Gungnir hit the target, the Eiffel Tower has been destroyed, the undead scourge threat is essentially lifted, and our unit is currently evacuating. The armored airship L-29 is severely damaged and has made an emergency landing outside the city. Please immediately dispatch support troops to come and meet us. Behind the armored train, continuous explosions rang out once more inside Paris City. Evidently, the L-28 armored airship circling high above received the message from the armored train and was using its remaining crystal reaction shells and ordinary aerial bombs to perform a finishing blow bombardment on the tower's wreckage. 1st Army Group temporary command post. When the duty telegraph operator received this telegram from the Odin, he confirmed the contents several times before trembling as he delivered the message to the command tent. Inside the tent, General Mackensen and Lieutenant General Seicht, having stayed up all night, were forcing themselves to remain alert while listening to a staff officer's casualty report on the various frontline units. When the adjutant handed the telegram to Mackensen, the old general's hands were trembling slightly. He read it word by word, then passed it to Seicht next to him. The two exchanged glances, both seeing a sense of relieved liberation in the other's bloodshot eyes. It's finally over. General Mackensen muttered to himself, and the tension that had gripped his body all night instantly collapsed. He didn't even have the strength to walk back to his camp bed, he simply found a nearby chair, plopped down, leaned against the backrest, and fell into a deep sleep. Loud snoring filled the entire command tent the next second. The surrounding staff officers exchanged worried looks, but no one dared to disturb the commander-in-chief who had been under immense pressure. Lieutenant General Seicht looked at the sleeping Mackensen and let out a long sigh of relief. He called General Mackensen's adjutant and quietly instructed, "Let the general rest well. Unless it's truly urgent, do not wake him." "Yes, General." The adjutant saluted, carefully covered Mackensen with a blanket, and then unfolded another camp bed, preparing to move the old general onto it to rest. After dealing with these matters, Seicht of the 1st Army Group downed what must have been his umpteenth cup of coffee brought by the adjutant, barely managing to revive his spirit which was on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion. He summoned several corps staff officers, pointed at the operational map, and issued a string of commands in a tired but still authoritative tone. Immediately compile the detailed situation of the Battle of Paris, including the results achieved by the Odin, the scale of the undead scourge, and our preliminary casualties. Review it and then send a telegram to the General Staff Headquarters. Send a telegram to General Bulow of the 2nd Army Group, notify them of the situation in Paris, and request that they detach troops to temporarily take over the defense duties of our 2 flanks. The 1st Army Group needs at least 48 hours of rest. Order all units to immediately retreat in batches for rest and reorganization, treat the wounded, and tally losses, once the undead threat is confirmed to have diminished. Furthermore, once the Odin returns, send someone to contact Archbishop Maurice of the Papal Theocracy. We need him to endorse our operation in the name of the Church. Just as everyone in the 1st Army Group breathed a sigh of relief over this Pyrrhic victory, on a highland north of Paris city. That was truly spectacular, Greg. One of the mages, a middle-aged man with a thick beard, said to his companion. Yes, Senior Gary. It's my first time seeing such a massive mage tower collapse. The mage named Greg was younger, he had just deactivated his eagle eye and there was still a trace of residual magic radiance in his eyes. The Britonians couldn't possibly be disinterested in the Saxon attack on the Gaulish capital. Thus, these 2 mages, escorted by a small detachment of Britonian elite soldiers, had quietly made their way to this location to perform long-range reconnaissance. To cover the actions of their reconnaissance team, the commander of the Britonian Expeditionary Force, Sir John French, even ceremoniously directed the Expeditionary Force main body to launch a symbolic feint attack against the Saxon 1st Army Group's defensive forces on the north side. Besides covering the team's infiltration, this also served to prove to the outside world that the Expeditionary Force was not motionless as a mountain while allies suffer. Greg, Senior Gary, those Saxons are overly cautious. Their armored airship is still bombing the wreckage of that tower. More than cautious, they are incredibly secretive. The bearded mage, known as Gary, was observing the distance with a magi-tech instrument resembling a monocular telescope, and lowered the device after hearing this. Greg, did you see that? The attack that pierced the tower, the degree of energy condensation and the instantaneous burst of power. I even felt it was comparable to a 9th ring spell. Greg nodded, still feeling lingering fear. I felt it too. That power was incredibly pure. The Saxon Empire's research into magi-tech weapons may have far exceeded the expectations of our high command. However, compared to the Saxon new weapons, what interested the 2 mages more was the Gaulish method of utilizing the Eiffel Tower. Unlike the Highland Mage Corps, which uses mage towers as structures, the Gaulish mages have clearly gone further down the path of mage tower weaponization. They turned the Eiffel Tower into a massive energy focuser and spell amplifier, which made both Britonian mages feel like they had learned something new. This is because the Highland Mage Corps prefers to use mage towers as fixed research and living platforms, whereas the Gauls clearly intended to turn the Eiffel Tower into an immovable war fortress. Gary wholeheartedly agreed with the younger mage. Indeed, the spell amplification effect of this super-large magi-tech marvel is astonishing, especially the exponential amplification effect it exhibits on low-ring spells. It's truly opening a new door for us. The 2 looked at each other, both seeing excitement reflected on the other's face. Originally, when this dangerous long-range reconnaissance mission fell to them, they both felt like unlucky souls who had drawn the worst lot. Their other colleagues in the Mage Corps were comfortably drinking afternoon tea and studying magic in the rear. Only the 2 of them had to risk their lives to venture deep into the front line where 2 great nations were fighting. But now, it seemed all of it was worthwhile. Upon returning, just the 2 reports, research on the amplification effect of super-large magi-tech marvels on low-ring spells and observation report on the Saxon Empire's new high-energy weapon would be enough to earn them extremely high praise within the Mage Corps. The results might even be better than sending them off to a colony for a few years to gain experience as the chief mage advisor to the governor's mansion. For a Highland mage, advancement in status within the Mage Corps is, in some ways, more important than the increase in their own spell level. Because rising in status means gaining more resources, having a certain right to speak, and even receiving personal guidance from high-rank mages. With the support of these things, increasing one's strength becomes a natural process, and is much faster than working in isolation. Quick, let's record the footage. This is all material we can submit. Gary said this while also waving a hand toward the Britonian soldiers tasked with guarding them. Soldiers, use the cameras you brought to record this simultaneously. Take plenty of pictures. The 2 quickly used a sophisticated magi-tech device to record relatively clear dynamic footage. The accompanying soldiers of the Blackguards Highland Infantry Regiment skillfully set up their somewhat bulky cameras and pressed the shutter button toward the distant scene. After completing this work, the group did not linger. They quickly packed up all their equipment, mounted the war horses prepared for them, and hurried away into the slowly dissipating morning mist. Chapter 290 Public Opinion and Hormongandr. 3 days after the Battle of Paris. The Saxon Empire used every propaganda channel, newspapers, press conferences to brief the nations of Europa on the broad outline of the battle. First Army Group of the Saxon Empire captures Paris. Undead plague erupts in the capital of Gaul. The tragedy of civilization, Gallic mages summon 1 million undead with forbidden necromancy in the capital. Valiant Saxon soldiers hold the undead host at bay beneath the walls of Paris for all mankind. Headlines like these hit the front pages of nearly every newspaper on the continent within a single day. At first, governments and citizens alike assumed the Saxons had gone war crazy and begun raving. After all, the notion that the Gauls would unleash an undead plague in their own capital sounded so absurd it might as well have been a fairy tale. It seemed even more unbelievable than hearing the Gauls had surrendered to the Saxons. Yet when the Saxon Empire released reams of photos shot at deadly risk by armored airship crews and war correspondents, the world fell silent. In the images, the world-famous Eiffel Tower stood like a colossal electric rack, vomiting terrifying lightning. Along Parisian streets framed by the Louvre, endless tides of skeletons and ghouls surged like black floodwater. Saxon soldiers held crude positions, their flesh and blood stemming the undead onslaught in scenes of appalling carnage. Soldiers and clergy shielded Gallic civilians evacuating the city. And, finally, the tower riven by some weapon, toppling in a shattering spectacle. Every photo packed visceral impact, showing the world exactly what had happened inside Paris. Nations realized the Saxons were not joking. The Gauls, it seemed, had truly gone mad. While newspapers, reporters, and citizens were still digesting this bombshell, an even heavier blow struck from the Apennine Peninsula. The papal theocracy, that ancient state which had stayed absolutely neutral since the war's outbreak and repeatedly pleaded for peace, spoke through its mouthpiece, the Sanctum Verbum. In the harshest terms, it condemned the Gallic Republic's government for condoning evil, defiling the dead, and betraying humanity. The Pope himself, during a public morning mass, branded the Paris incident a twofold betrayal of both God and mankind. This pronouncement rattled Europa's governments far more than the undead scourge itself. From the fireball assassination in Sarajevo to the war's full eruption, no matter how grim the fighting, the papal theocracy had remained neutral. The Pope had repeatedly urged peaceful resolution and an end to pointless bloodshed. Now, both state and pontiff executed an unprecedented about-face. Leaders everywhere began to wonder, would the long-neutral papal theocracy finally choose a side? Would its stance inject even more unpredictable variables into a war already engulfing every major power on the continent? At the eye of this storm of opinion, the Gallic Republic's provisional government relocated to Bordeaux appeared sluggish. They learned that their own capital had supposedly succumbed to an undead plague only after newspapers everywhere had splashed the story across their pages. When aides laid translated Saxon papers and the papal statement on the desks of the Prime Minister and Cabinet, the entire Gallic High Command and the eye of the Loyal Mage Corps' rear representative were dumbstruck. What? Paris, turned into a deadland. The Pope accuses us of crimes against humanity. Shock and fury filled the provisional government building. To them, their capital rendered uninhabitable by undead was far worse than its occupation by Saxons. An occupation could be reversed, the land could be retaken. But if it became a playground of the undead, that territory was forever erased from Gaul's map. It was their capital, damn it, and the papal response pushed their sense of crisis through the roof. If the papal theocracy sided with the Saxon Empire, Gaul would face war on 2, even 3 fronts. After a grueling internal inquiry, the government finally extracted the truth from the eye of the lawyer. A problem mage, Chardonnay, had slipped back to Paris during the chaos and wrought the catastrophe. Chardonnay? That madman who studies necromancy? Wasn't he supposed to have withdrawn south with us? No one could answer how he had reached Paris. With the culprit identified, the Gallic government hastily issued an emergency statement through every public channel. Long and flowery, it overflowed with sympathy for the victims and outrage at the perpetrator. Boiled down, it said, this is the extreme personal act of Mage Chardonnay, the Gallic Republic and the eye of the Loyal Mage Corps bear no responsibility, do not implicate the nation. Yet this feeble buck passing, set against ironclad facts and the combined propaganda onslaught of the Saxon Empire and the papal theocracy, carried little weight. Meanwhile, at Southern Command on the Gallic front, Commander-in-Chief Joffre and his top brass nearly fainted en masse when rear intelligence on the Battle of Paris reached them. No one had imagined that strategically abandoned Paris would generate such headlines. The southern host containing the absolute cream of the Gallic army and bearing the nation's hopes was itself bogged down. News of Paris dealt a further, crushing blow to already sagging morale. At the war's outset, the Gallic army had rigidly followed the long-matured Plan 17, massing in the south to launch an all-out offensive against the Saxon Empire. Initially, the plan went smoothly. Even as the northern frontier collapsed and the Creole defense line fell, with Saxon spearheads racing toward Paris, the southern host retook the Mediterranean coast and drove every Saxon foothold from the south. Several main army groups advanced into the Saxon Empire from the Ardennes and Alsace-Lorraine. In early battles they punched clean through Saxon lines. Outrider detachments along every sector and the main force of the eye of the Loyal Mage Corps greatly boosted offensive power. In repeated major assaults, they smashed the local Saxon defenders back and seized vast tracts of territory. To Joffre and the other top brass, even if the northern front fared poorly, a big enough breakthrough in the south driving deep into Saxon heartland would let them negotiate with the Saxon Empire as equals in the next round of strategic swaps. Yet they soon discovered that, barely 30 kilometers inside Saxon territory, their advance had stalled. While Joffre and a circle of Gaulish generals argued furiously over a map trying to decide what to do next, Paris's bad news and the southern standstill still ringing in their ears. A raven preening itself on a big tree near headquarters was startled by the noise and flapped skyward. Beating its wings, the raven headed straight for Saxon territory. It flew low, just high enough to clear the dense forest canopy beneath. Moments later it passed over a vast Gaulish army encampment. From the air the countless tents looked like white specks strewn across clearings in the woods. Soldiers shuttled about the outer staging area, columns of rifle-toting infantry, barked at by officers, marched toward forward positions, ready to move to the very jump-off line of the next assault. Off to one side, around the huge 75 magic cannon battery, lay hill-sized piles of brass shell cases not yet hauled away. Sunlight flashed blindingly off the casings. Gunners, stripped to the waist, chanted in rhythm as they heaved crate after crate of heavy shells off the trucks. Crowbars cracked the crates open, and the crews set each magic shell within easy reach of the 75s. The raven flew on. In its memory the land ahead had been thick forest. But now that forest had vanished under the unbroken, saturation shelling both sides had kept up since the war began. In its place stretched a bare, blackened slope pocked with craters. Gaulish troops crouched in shallow communication trenches, digging painfully forward along the slope to build a scrap of cover for the next big push. Behind those works several sentries in blue and mages of the Eye of the Lawyer Mage Corps pored over a map, arguing heatedly. Their faces were etched with anxiety and exhaustion. Ignoring the humans below, the raven climbed and schemed the crest of the scorched ridge. What it saw would make any attacker despair. At some point the Saxons had exploited the terrain to throw up a sprawling complex of reinforced concrete fortresses inside their own border structures so vast they stole one's breath. Half-buried bunkers squatted like silent behemoths, rows of dark embrasures staring coldly ahead. Their walls were scarred and chipped, in places huge shells had torn the concrete away, revealing twisted rebar. Yet the fortress line still stood, an immovable barrier. Between the forts ran deeper, labyrinthine permanent works and tunnel networks. Saxon soldiers swarmed like ants, shuttling along the passages. They hauled ammunition, food, and water to the front, and carried wounded and dead to the rear. All of it preparation for the next Gaulish onslaught. Inside several specially strengthened sally ports, a handful of armored knights bearing the Teutonic Order crest waited in silence. Their pilots Teutonic Order themselves knelt with their squires, led in pre-battle prayer by one of their brother knights. Thick black smoke from the lines forced the raven higher, to a safer altitude. From there an even more staggering sight unfurled. Farther back, across the broad plain behind the forts, Saxon rails snaked like giant black serpents. They converged from the horizon into a dense web. 2 armored trains had already deployed along them. The huge naval rifles once meant for warships now angled skyward, their firing data set. Sappers and Magi-Tech engineers bustled round the steel leviathans like tireless ants, finishing last calibrations and loading shells. Suddenly a titanic whistle blast rolled in from the distance. So piercing was the sound that even the high-flying raven flinched. It banked sharply and vanished into a nearby copse the guns had not yet touched. Out on the rails, the source of that whistle was slowing, a monster larger than imagination. It was still, technically, an armored train. But its absurd bulk required 2 parallel tracks to bear its weight. Directly lifted from a Helgoland-class battleship of the Saxon Imperial Navy, 2 twin 305mm turrets glared from its deck. Those muzzles gleamed with a menace that chilled the heart. The 150mm guns that served as the Odin's routine armament were mere secondaries here, lining the flanks in profusion. Midway along the beast, armored shutters slid apart on a heavy platform, revealing the weapon that truly inspired dread. 3 12-stage accelerated magic cannons identical to the Gungnir that had just toppled the Eiffel Tower in Paris. This experimental super-heavy armored train, christened Hormungandr, coasted to a halt in the firing position. In its central command car the train's senior Magi-Tech engineer, after checking every system and finding all green, finally exhaled. He straightened his tunic and stepped briskly to another man. The second man wore a tailored black robe, but the robe hung open to show the white uniform of the Saxon Empire's Royal Institute of Magi-Tech Research beneath. Head lowered, he studied a sheaf of reports with absolute concentration. Gold thread on his cuff formed an intricate, unique crest mark of the Institute's director. The Magi-Tech engineer hesitated, then murmured respectfully, "Dean Planck, we've reached the assigned position. Hormungandr is cleared for its first combat trial." Chapter 291, Dreadnought lands. Max Planck heard the chief Magi-Tech engineer's report and finally lifted his head from the thick stack of documents. There wasn't much emotion visible in his deep-set eyes, he merely calmly adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. "Proceed according to plan." His voice sounded more like he was instructing a student in a laboratory than commanding a gigantic war machine on a shell-blasted front line. The primary goal of this live-fire test is still to provide fire support to the front line. All actions must follow the signals from the 7th Army Group Command. After speaking, Planck pulled the top few pages from the report he was holding and handed them to the chief Magi-Tech engineer beside him. These were detailed combat reports regarding the Odin during the Battle of Paris, previously sent over by the Army General Staff Headquarters. The performance of the Odin in Paris was excellent, exceeding all our expectations. Planck's words carried a rare hint of approval. In that chaotic battlefield environment, the combat performance of the Gungnir's first form essentially maintained the optimal standard previously achieved at the Kummersdorf test site. The aging chief Magi-Tech engineer took the pages of the report, scanned them briefly, and his attention was immediately caught by a specific passage of text. Meanwhile, Planck continued speaking, his tone tinged with regret. "The only problem is that the second form of the Gungnir still causes excessive damage to the gun barrel itself. 10 sets of acceleration coils were instantly melted down, and the remaining 2 sets suffered severe overload ablation." The chief Magi-Tech engineer muttered to himself, knowing better than anyone what this implied. This gun barrel is essentially completely scrapped. Repairing it would be more trouble than building a new one. As one of the Empire's most senior Magi-Tech engineers, the experienced chief Magi-Tech engineer had personally participated in the entire Gungnir project, from its inception to testing. This weapon was like his child, so seeing a situation where one loses 800 to injure 1,000 made him feel complicated. The good news, however, is that the attack effect of the second form was stronger than we anticipated. The chief Magi-Tech engineer quickly composed himself and continued addressing Planck. "If the report is accurate that it can destroy even the fully activated Eiffel Tower in one strike, then the loss of one gun barrel might not be entirely unacceptable." Planck offered no comment, nor did he continue the topic. To him, while the weapon's achievements were important, the technical issues exposed and the room for improvement were what concerned him more. Just then, the entire train emitted a heavy screech of metal on metal, and the massive vehicle slowly came to a stop amidst violent shaking. Planck and the chief Magi-Tech engineer exchanged a look and stepped down from the command carriage together, moving to an open space at a safe distance. Several sappers carrying tools and materials rushed over to set up a temporary bunker. From this vantage point, the suffocatingly massive silhouette of Hormungandr was fully revealed to the two men. It resembled a giant steel serpent crawling out of Norse mythology, merely sitting there silently. It exuded a crushing sense of oppression. Two twin-barreled 305mm main gun turrets, dismantled directly from a battleship, slowly rotated, beginning to aim toward the distant Gaul positions. Meanwhile, the 150mm secondary guns deployed along one side of the vehicle body adjusted their angles, like rows of activated fangs. Of course, the most striking feature was the three Gungnir located in the middle section of the train. At this moment, they were slowly transitioning from standby mode to first attack mode, preparing to fire conventional crystal reaction shells. Countless burly sappers, under the command of an officer, began operating hydraulic equipment, deploying massive stabilizing spades, thicker than a man's torso, from beneath the vehicle body, driving them deep into the ground. With the stabilizing spades fixed, this mobile war behemoth was temporarily transforming into a steel fortress, ready to unleash its full fury. Planck quietly watched the spectacular scene before him. As if remembering something, he suddenly spoke to the chief Magi-Tech engineer beside him. "Oh right, the Odin report mentioned that Captain Mullen, the one who developed the shaped charge armor-piercing round, also participated in the entire Battle of Paris, and ultimately completed the assault mission alongside the Odin. Captain Mullen." The chief Magi-Tech engineer was stunned for a moment upon hearing the name, then a look of admiration appeared on his face. "Ah, him. He truly is an extraordinary person. An army officer who hasn't been out of the military academy for long. I have no idea how his mind works, to come up with such a brilliant concept as the shaped charge armor-piercing round, directly giving our empire's armored knights an overwhelming advantage in weaponry." As a technical professional, he held the purest admiration for such genius ideas that could change the battlefield landscape. Planck nodded in agreement, taking over the conversation. "More than just extraordinary. I looked at his file, and he's also a spellcaster. For a moment, I even wanted to recall him from the front line and bring him straight to our Magi-Tech Research Institute. I just don't know if this captain, who lacks a technical background, could participate in the research." Planck's words made the chief Magi-Tech engineer's eyes light up. It was indeed a good idea. What a pity. Planck changed the subject, his voice carrying a trace of helplessness. "The Ministry of the Army and the General Staff Headquarters rejected this idea as soon as I proposed it. Captain Mullen is currently a treasure in their hands, they would never let him go." "Oh? Why is that?" The chief Magi-Tech engineer was puzzled. Before Planck could answer, a young Magi-Tech engineer leaned halfway out of the command carriage of Hormungandr in the distance, waving vigorously toward them and shouting loudly, "Your Excellency the Director! Chief Engineer! We received a telegram from the 7th Army Group Command. They say everything is ready, the main force of the Gauls is gathering for a new round of attack on their assault positions, and we can begin the attack." The engineer paused and added, "The military has also sent over the approximate coordinates of the Gaul assembly area." Upon hearing this, Planck nodded toward the engineer, then turned back to the chief Magi-Tech engineer and said, "Let's put that aside for now. Have the lads start the fire strike test as planned." The chief Magi-Tech engineer immediately entered work mode, returned to the command carriage, and issued the attack order to the various gun crews on the train. 10 minutes later, the two twin-barreled 305mm main gun turrets of Hormungandr were the first to roar. One of the main guns in turret number 1 first conducted 2 calibration shots. The massive shells screamed as they tore through the air, streaking across the sky, landing precisely on the forward assault positions of the Gaul army, more than 2 kilometers away. The violent explosions raised columns of smoke skyward. After the impact points were confirmed by the forward observation posts, the relevant information was quickly relayed back via the wired telephone connected to the prelayed lines. Calibration complete. Target area confirmed. All main guns, fire in sequence. 3 rounds of rapid fire. Following the commander's order, the 4 already prepared 305mm naval guns began roaring in turn with astonishing efficiency. Boom. The moment the first main gun fired, the entire earth trembled. The 329-kilogram high-explosive shell whistled out amidst fire and thick smoke. After firing, the gun barrel quickly lowered, and the breech automatically opened. New shells and propellant bags were quickly loaded into the breech via the semi-automatic loader, controlled by the artillery crew inside the turret. While it was reloading, the remaining 3 305mm naval guns fired in sequence, creating an uninterrupted artillery bombardment concerto. Roaring alongside the main guns were the 12 150mm naval guns serving as secondary armament on both sides of the vehicle body. Long-barreled naval guns naturally held a huge advantage in range and accuracy over the Army's clumsy, large-caliber heavy howitzers. Not to mention the world-shattering power delivered by their caliber, which far surpassed conventional Army artillery. Instantly, the Gaul forward positions where troops had just been frantically digging fortifications and preparing for a new charge were engulfed in a sea of fire. Every explosion caused by the falling large-caliber high-explosive shells shredded everything within dozens of meters, be it soldiers, fortifications, or weapons. Countless Gaul soldiers were turned into fertilizer for the earth in the deafening blasts before they even realized what was happening. Soldiers who were lucky enough to survive the first round of shelling bled from all 7 orifices due to the terrifying sound of the explosions, crouching in shell craters and watching the apocalyptic scene around them in horror. My god, what is that? A Gaul officer, hiding in a relatively rearward bunker, peered through the observation slit formed by sandbags, watching the sight of his own distant positions being completely swallowed by fire and smoke, his face edged with despair. He could feel the ground beneath his feet shaking like a sieve, and he could hear the whistling of the shells cutting through the air, roaring like the Grim Reaper. He had been a soldier his entire life, participated in countless battles, and believed he had witnessed the most ferocious artillery fire. But the sight before him had completely exceeded his comprehension. Did the Saxon just move a dreadnought onto land? Chapter 292, The Battle of Routes. As the 305mm naval guns of the Hormungandr began to roar, two other conventional armored trains deployed to its side and rear also joined the grand fireworks display. Unlike epic-making monsters like the Odin and Hormungandr, these two armored trains were not equipped with black-tech weapons like the Gungnir. Instead, they were conventionally armed with naval guns salvaged from old warships. But even so, their firepower was devastating to any army. In an instant, the concentrated attack of large-caliber naval guns thoroughly flattened the Gaulish forward positions. All gun crews, attention! Extend fire! Target, enemy's second line of defense and rear artillery positions. After 2 rounds of rapid firing, the commander on the Hormungandr gave new orders without a moment's pause. The gunners quickly adjusted their firing data, extending the devastating rain of shells deeper into the Gaulish positions. What they and these heavy guns had to do was not just to defeat the enemy in front of them, but to completely destroy the entire defensive and offensive system the Gauls had established in this area today. Just then, the 3 Gungnir cannons, which had already been set with firing data and switched to the first attack mode, finally completed their last charge. Gungnir 1 to 3, target, enemy's rear assembly area, fire. The 3 accelerated Magi-Tech cannons soon let out their unique sharp roars after the buzzing charging sound ended. 3 blue flashes of light, moving too fast for the naked eye, streaked out from the muzzles. The huge lethality of the crystal reaction shell, combined with the inherent accuracy advantage of accelerated Magi-Tech cannons, meant that the Gungnir didn't even need to be calibrated. Every one of their attacks was lethal enough. Currently, the targets of these 3 Gungnir were a reserve troop assembly area of the Gaulish army, located 25 kilometers away, determined based on intelligence and reconnaissance from forward units. There, at least 2 divisions of Gaulish soldiers were waiting for orders to move to the front line. The next second, 3 incomparably brilliant suns almost simultaneously lit up above the Gaulish army's rear assembly positions. Huge fireballs exploded, their light even eclipsing the real sun in the sky. Devastating shockwaves spread outwards in concentric circles, leveling everything in their path. Tents, carriages, armored knights, personnel, everything instantly evaporated in that terrifying high temperature and shockwave. 3 huge, crater-like pits appeared on what was once a bustling camp, with edges of crystal as smooth as glass. As the 3 suns rose behind the Gauls, the infantrymen who had been dormant in the Saxon fortress complex finally launched their attack at the sound of their officers' charge whistles. For the Emperor! For the Empire! Charge! Countless Saxon soldiers wearing spiked helmets surged out of their permanent fortifications and tunnels like a bursting flood, shouting and charging towards the still-burning Gaulish positions ahead. Above them was their own extended artillery fire. Beneath their feet was scorched earth soaked in blood and artillery fire. By this moment, the scales of war had tipped. Dean Plank deactivated the eagle eye he had maintained since the start of the bombardment, and the magical light in his eyes slowly faded. At the far end of his recent vision, Saxon soldiers, like a grey tide, had completely overwhelmed the Gaulish first line of defense and were advancing unstoppably into the depths of the position. Further away, the 3 massive craters created by the Gungnir were still emitting wisps of smoke. The 2 Gaulish infantry divisions and a batch of armored knights assembling nearby suffered extremely severe blows. Although 3 crystal reaction shells couldn't annihilate them completely, crippling them was certainly not an issue. Preliminary test results are ideal. Plank pulled out a pen, then quickly wrote a series of data and observation records in his portable notebook using Mage Hand. The weapon combination of the super heavy armored train is sufficient to inflict devastating blows on all enemy fortifications and assembly areas within range. The actual combat accuracy and power of the Gungnir in its first form also fully meet design expectations. Plank continued writing profusely with Mage Hand, quickly filling several pages. Besides the actual combat test results, most of the content was actually a record of his thoughts. After he finished recording the last piece of data from this actual combat test in his notebook, the chief Magi-Tech engineer seemed unable to contain his curiosity and brought the topic back. Dean Plank, I still don't understand. He asked cautiously, a talent like Captain Morin, with both practical experience and that kind of wild, creative thinking, and he's also a spellcaster, isn't such a person exactly what our research institute needs most? Why won't the Ministry of the Army release him? The chief Magi-Tech engineer's words were not wrong, because the Empire was currently pushing for the research and deployment of various new types of war machines with unprecedented intensity. Logically, someone like Morin, whose value had already been proven, should be immediately protected and sent to the most important research institutions in the rear to maximize his talents. Leaving him on the front line, where he could lose his life at any moment, was, in the chief engineer's opinion, an incomprehensible waste. Plank also seemed quite interested in this topic. He closed his notebook, first instructing a Magi-Tech engineer in the Hormungandr command carriage to continue maintaining contact with the 7th Army Group Command, to complete the remaining actual combat test subjects in subsequent fire support missions. Then, he led the Empire's most experienced chief Magi-Tech engineer to the other side of the bunker, away from the younger engineers. The reason is simple. Planck pulled out a pack of his hand-rolled tobacco from his pocket, no mage hand involved in its making. He then offered one to the chief engineer, lit one himself, took a deep puff, and slowly said, because Captain Morin has also shown an extremely gifted side in combat command. Since the war began, he has led his unit, fighting all the way from Liege Fortress, completing a series of miraculous combat feats. Charleroi, Amiens, the raid on Creil, and now Paris. Planck exhaled a puff of smoke, his eyes becoming somewhat distant. More importantly, his training assault battalion is the seed unit of the army personally ordered and promoted by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The army is counting on this unit, and this young man Morin, to explore a brand new tactical system that adapts to future warfare. You tell me, under such circumstances, how could they bear to let him go? The chief mage-tech engineer was stunned. Although he was a technical person, being exposed to the construction of war behemoths for so long made him understand the weight of the words exploring a brand new tactical system. Not to mention. Planck paused, seemingly weighing his words, then lowered his voice and continued, he is also currently the only spellcaster in the entire Saxon Empire who is on the front lines, genuinely charging alongside the infantry. So now, no one can say for sure whether Captain Morin's contribution is greater on the front lines or in the rear research institute. Planck's words made the chief mage-tech engineer fall into deep thought. Indeed, a young man who can fight, has unique ideas, and understands magic is a treasure no matter where he is. But precisely because he was so versatile, his assignment became a difficult problem. Moreover, Planck seemed to think of something and added. The relationship between Captain Morin and Madame Falkenstein, the brilliant Crystal Queen, is quite unusual. Madame Falkenstein. The chief engineer frowned. This name was quite famous to him, and he naturally knew it referred to the mysterious widow who controlled the Empire's Luminite ore veins and was as rich as a nation. Exactly. Planck nodded. It's precisely because of this relationship that a group of people in our Magi-Tech Research Institute and in the Empire's spellcaster circles are quite hostile towards him. At this point, Planck couldn't help but sigh, his tone tinged with weariness and helplessness. Some people always value the so-called battle of roots more than the future of the Empire. Even things that are beneficial to the Empire, they try every means to suppress and ostracize due to factional differences. He glanced at the Hormungandr still spewing flames in the distance, his voice filled with regret. If there weren't so many messy battles of roots, if there weren't so many people holding things back, whether it's the Gungnir, the Odin, or even this Hormungandr in front of us. They should have completed all experiments and been equipped by the troops much sooner. Instead of like now, waiting until the Gauls broke through the border from the south, forcing us to hastily drag these behemoths, still in the testing phase, out of the proving grounds and send them to the front lines to put out fires. Planck's words made the chief mage-tech engineer sigh in empathy. As one of the main project leaders, he knew better than anyone the weight of Planck's words. Over the years, to promote the cooperative research and development of these gold-devouring beasts with the Luminite industrial system, they had endured immense pressure and overcome countless internal obstacles. Dean Planck, you must be careful with your words. The chief engineer looked at Planck and couldn't help but remind him, it's fine to say these things privately to an old man like me, but when you return to the research institute or reach the Mage Tower, you absolutely must not express these thoughts again. Even if you are the dean of the Royal Magi-Tech Research Institute, you can't avoid being seized upon by those with ulterior motives to make a big deal out of it. Upon hearing this, Planck showed a "I understand" smile on his face, then nodded. I understand, thank you for the reminder. He turned his head, looking towards Dresden again, a hint of expectation flashing in his eyes. However, perhaps, this Captain Morin, with his special identity, truly can become the key to breaking this deadlock. Chapter 293, Good News, Bad News. Dresden, Royal Palace. Emperor Albert II of the Saxon Empire was sitting alone in his wide and slightly empty study, carefully reading the final report on the Battle of Paris submitted by the General Staff Headquarters. Outside the window, the faint light of dawn already filled the entire city, but the Emperor's face still bore a lingering fatigue. From the results, it was hard to say who the real winner was at the end of the Battle of Paris. The Saxon Empire paid a significant price, although armored airship L-29 made an emergency landing, it was essentially scrapped. The First Army Group also suffered relatively heavy losses in this final battle and required a long period of rest and recuperation. Fortunately, they also successfully captured the capital of Gaul and staged a grand performance of the righteous Saxons against the evil scourge of the undead before the world, achieving an unprecedented victory in politics and public opinion. As for the Gallic Republic, although it avoided the shame of its capital being occupied, its capital had completely turned into a land of death, and the entire nation had lost its reputation in the international community. In the long run, it was already a certainty that the Gallic Republic would never recover from this. Albert II placed the report gently on the desk and rubbed his throbbing temples. The report showed that the First Army Group and the Second Army Group, which had been urgently deployed from the rear, were currently resting and redeploying in the areas surrounding Paris. Their primary task was to establish a solid defensive line and guard against a possible counterattack by the Britannian Expeditionary Force stationed in the direction of Rouen. Overall, however, the Northern Campaign Group could be said to have exceeded all the main tactical objectives set by the General Staff Headquarters before the war. Once they finished resting and replenishing, they would soon be able to march south. Then, together with the various army groups of the Saxon Empire on the southern defensive line, they would complete an unprecedented large-scale arc-shaped pincer movement against the main Gallic forces cowering in the south. He picked up another document on the desk, which was a memorandum from the Imperial Prime Minister, Hallweg. The scourge of the undead in Paris was like an unexpected lever that shifted the political landscape of all Europa. The most significant change was the attitude of the papal theocracy. According to Hallweg's secret contacts with the Holy See a few days ago, the papal theocracy had clearly stated that they could send a professional team of clergy to the Paris region. They would then purify the land contaminated by negative energy and attempt to save the city, which was completely transforming into a city of the dead. More importantly, the Pope himself had more than once severely condemned the Gallic Republic's actions of tolerating evil in public speeches, both internally and externally. In the memorandum, Hallweg boldly speculated that in the near future, the papal theocracy, which had remained neutral, would likely abandon its neutrality and formally intervene in this war sweeping across the entire continent. After all, the Holy See and the state religion practiced by the Britannians had been irreconcilable rivals since the Reformation in the 16th century. It could be considered a sort of religious conflict. If the power gap between the two sides hadn't been so vast and separated by Gaul, the Pope would likely have wanted to launch a crusade long ago. Now that the buffer zone of Gaul was about to disappear and the Saxon Empire had demonstrated its great strength, it was only natural for the Holy See's thoughts to become active. If the papal theocracy truly chose to stand with Saxon, it would undoubtedly mean a powerful ally for the empire. Although the papal theocracy's comprehensive national strength could only be described as average, it possessed its own regular army and the 4 great Holy Knight orders, whose combat effectiveness was not low. More importantly, it possessed unparalleled influence throughout the Catholic world. If the papal theocracy truly entered the fray, it would mean the Saxon Empire had gained a reasonably powerful ally, which could greatly alleviate the current pressure. Besides the political gains, the economic benefits of the Battle of Paris were equally considerable. With the rapid advance of the Northern Campaign Group, major agricultural and mining giants of the empire had already responded to the government's call and entered the United Kingdom of Flanders and the northern regions of the Gallic Republic in force. They were frantically harvesting local grain, transferring livestock, and taking over magic crystal mines of all sizes in those regions. The speed of the Northern Campaign Group's advance in this battle indeed exceeded everyone's expectations, including the emperor's. The Flemish and the Gauls simply didn't have time to destroy or transfer these important strategic resources before they muddledly handed them over to the Saxons. This was clearly good news for the Saxon Empire, where domestic prices were soaring daily. It also boosted the strategic reserves of magic crystals. Where there was good news, there was naturally not so good news and bad news. That not so good news concerned the Britannians, who had been watching greedily from the sidelines. Although the Britannian expeditionary force had remained holed up in the Rouen region since their defeat in the Battle of Amiens, almost idly watching the Saxon First Army Group capture Paris, maintaining an attitude of standing firm while allies are in trouble. However, according to information gathered through various channels by the Imperial Diplomatic Department and the Unreliable Intelligence Department, Sir John French was more like a cunning and patient lion. He was actually quietly accumulating strength, waiting for the arrival of large numbers of reinforcements from the Britannian mainland and its vast colonies. Once his forces were assembled, he would inevitably launch a massive offensive of unprecedented scale. Therefore, to deal with the potential counterattack from the Britannians, the General Staff headquarters would have to continue deploying more troops to northern Gaul. This would undoubtedly disrupt the Saxon Empire's original strategic plan to quickly end the war on the Western Front. As for the bad news, it came from the Empire's rather unreliable ally the Austro-Hungarian Empire. If the Saxon Empire had been advancing triumphantly and irresistibly for more than a month since the start of the war, then the Austro-Hungarian Empire could be said to have been strategically retreating all the way, making a fool of itself. Since July 28, when the Austro-Hungarian Empire officially declared war on the Kingdom of Serbia, their army, which claimed to be first class in Europa, had been beaten bloody by the small Kingdom of Serbia. Just a few days ago, the Austro-Hungarian Imperial Army had been completely driven out of the Kingdom of Serbia's territory, and the opponent had even counter-invaded their borders. The aging emperor of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Franz Joseph I, and his ambitious but incompetent chief of staff, Conrad, had sent urgent telegrams to the Saxon side for several consecutive days, requesting support. However, over the past month or so, the Saxons themselves had been under great pressure from both offensive and defensive operations and simply couldn't attend to this ally that was like mud unable to stick to a wall. Now that the situation on the Western Front had stabilized slightly, Albert II and Moltke the Younger could finally spare a hand to consider how to handle the mess in the south. Should they leave the Austro-Hungarian Empire to fend for itself, or hold their noses and send troops to give them a hand? It was a headache-inducing problem. However, compared to the plight of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, what truly made Albert II feel a sense of crisis was another piece of intelligence. The situation in Russia did not look good at the moment. Since the revolution that swept through all of Russia, the vast empire had disintegrated. With the respective support of the Saxon Empire and the Holy Britannian Empire, the West Russian Provisional National Government and other scattered forces, along with Kolchak, Denikin, and other forces in East Russia, were locked in a long drawn-out civil war. Originally, the two sides were evenly matched, and neither could do anything to the other. But with the full-scale outbreak of the Great Europa War, the Britannians and the Gauls seemed determined to resolve the Russian issue as quickly as possible so they could devote more energy to the confrontation with the Saxon Empire. With the strong support of these two countries, the armies of Kolchak and Denikin, as if injected with chicken blood, rapidly annihilated several small and medium-sized warlord forces in a short time, greatly expanding their territory and manpower. Not long ago, in a decisive battle, they crushed the main forces of the West Russian Provisional National Government, which had taken the initiative to attack, and successfully joined forces. Now, All kinds of intelligence indicated that the integrated White Army of East Russia would soon launch a massive general offensive against the tottering West Russian Provisional National Government with absolute numerical superiority. Once the West Russian Provisional National Government collapsed, a unified Russia that leaned completely towards Britannia would reappear to the east of the Saxon Empire. By then, the Saxon Empire would be completely trapped in the nightmare of a two-front war. Albert II picked up the report on the situation in Russia, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the table. Although after the war broke out, the Saxon Empire had also increased its military material support for the West Russian Provisional National Government. The International Brigade, supported by the Saxon Empire and withdrawn from the battlefields of the civil war in the Kingdom of Aragon, had also been urgently sent to Russia, playing a certain role in improving its combat effectiveness. But in the face of the huge gap in manpower and technical equipment, all of this seemed like a drop in the bucket. The Army General Staff was generally pessimistic about the war situation in Russia. The report they submitted clearly proposed that new army groups must be formed immediately to prepare for direct military intervention in the Russian Civil War when necessary. Sigh. Albert II let out a long sigh and threw the report in his hand onto the desk. Before the war, both he and the General Staff had optimistically believed it would be a quick war. They believed that with the Saxon Empire's strong military power and industrial capacity, they could quickly defeat the forces of Gaul, the Serbian Empire, and Kolchak in cooperation with their allies, forcing the Britannians and Gauls back to the negotiating table. But now, it seemed that this idea was far too naive. The incompetence of allies, the tenacity of the Britannians, and the difficulties appearing on multiple fronts, all of this made Albert II clearly realize that this war would likely be longer and more brutal than anyone had imagined. He felt a deep sense of exhaustion. The initial joy of victory had long since vanished, replaced by a heavy sense of responsibility that made it almost impossible for him to breathe. He stared at the ceiling of the study for a while, and when he lowered his head again, his gaze inadvertently swept to another corner of the desk. There lay a separate document. On the cover was the joint signature of the Ministry of the Army, the General Staff Headquarters, and his son the Imperial Crown Prince George. Albert II's gaze lingered on the document for a moment, then he reached out and took it. The title of the document was very concise. Summary Report on the Operational Performance of the 1st Guards Training Assault Battalion in the Early Stages of the War and Future Expansion Plan. Chapter 294, Whose General is this, so valiant? Albert II was, of course, aware that his eldest son, Crown Prince George, had formed the Training Assault Battalion before the war and was attempting to push for army reforms. However, he hadn't paid much attention to it. Instead, he was simply gratified that Crown Prince George was focusing his energy on military affairs. This was because, before George began receiving military training at the age of 18, the Crown Prince's primary hobbies were the violin and artistic creation. For a child from an ordinary family, such hobbies were perfectly fine, even seen as cultivating one's temperament the first step toward becoming a musician or an artist. But George was not a child from an ordinary family, he was the heir to the Saxon Empire. Such hobbies were clearly inconsistent with his status as the future ruler of the empire. And Albert II could not accept that the heir to the empire would be a useless fop who only cared for romance and the arts. So, when the Crown Prince turned 18, Albert II sent him to a military academy, while also making plans to start a new character with a different heir. However, after entering the military academy, perhaps some iron-blooded factor in George's bloodline was activated, and from then on, he set off on a path of focusing on military affairs, never to look back. On the other hand, Albert II himself had always yearned to contend for hegemony with the Britannians, desiring for Saxon to obtain more places in the Sunday. Consequently, this imperial ruler devoted a significant portion of his energy to the navy and personally facilitated the establishment of the High Seas Fleet. This also led to his lack of attention toward the army and air force, areas which had always been controlled by traditional Saxon military aristocrats like Schlieffen and Moltke the Younger. Therefore, Albert II was actually quite in favor of the Crown Prince pushing for army reforms now. In fact, the names of the Training Assault Battalion and Morin had indeed been mentioned to him several times before. However, as the ruler of the empire, Albert II focused more on macro-level matters, so it was difficult for him to take an interest in a mere army captain. But today's situation was a bit different. A report jointly submitted by the Ministry of the Army, the General Staff Headquarters, and the Crown Prince finally made him pay a bit of attention. This combination itself was very interesting. The Ministry of the Army and the General Staff could be said to represent the collective imperial army, which included both conservatives and reformists, while his own son, George, represented the will of the imperial family and a new force attempting to change the status quo of the army. Let me see what exactly you've come up with. Albert II murmured to himself as he flipped open the first page of the document. What met his eyes was not a long-winded campaign overview or data analysis, but a concise and clear personal resume. Friedrich Morin, Army Captain. That name again. Recently, this name had been appearing with quite high frequency. Whether it was in the battle reports sent back from the front by General Mackensen or in the General Staff's briefings regarding new weapons, his shadow always seemed to be present. His Majesty the Emperor leaned back in his chair and decided to first take a careful look at this young man's resume. He wanted to know what kind of person could get the Ministry of the Army, the General Staff, and the Crown Prince to endorse him simultaneously. As Albert II's gaze scanned the resume line by line, his originally tired expression was gradually replaced by an indescribable surprise. Name, Friedrich Morin, gender, male, date of birth, December 26, 1892, place of birth, Dresden, rank, Army Captain, position, Commander of the 1st Imperial Guard Training Assault Battalion, service history. In late January 1914, commissioned into the Imperial Army as a second lieutenant in the 8th Infantry Division 16th Infantry Brigade 32 ND Tvikau Infantry Regiment, serving as a platoon leader in a certain infantry platoon under that regiment. During the Officer Corps' reconnaissance mission in Seville, he was captured along with General Mackensen and others, and was later rescued. In early February 1914, participated in the Battle of Seville, demonstrating excellent frontline command capabilities, proposing numerous suggestions regarding street fighting, and developing the shaped charge armor-piercing round during the combat process. In late February 1914, promoted to Army Lieutenant, serving as the company commander of the 1st Company, 1st Battalion of the 32nd Tvikau Infantry Regiment. From late February to early March 1914, during operations within the Aragon Kingdom, led his unit in a surprise raid on the 32nd Regiment headquarters of the Aragon Kingdom Army, capturing 6 intact Britannian magic crystal cannons. In the night battle at Vallecas Heights, coordinated with friendly forces to rout the elite Britannian Black Watch Highland Infantry Regiment and occupied the heights. From March to early August 1914, promoted to Army Captain, formed the Training Assault Battalion and served as its commander, while simultaneously studying at the Saxon War College and receiving high praise from Vice President General Hornsdorf and others. On August 4 to 5, 1914, participated in the Battle of Liege Fortress. On the night of the 5th, led a team to airdrop into Liege City via armored airship, destroying the garrison headquarters, large-scale anti-air magic devices, and the fortress magic power nexus, ultimately triggering chaos within the fortress. From August 10 to 12, 1914, led a team in a forced assault on Charleroi, using a single battalion to block the Gallic Republic Army's 9th Infantry Division and a portion of the 3rd Cavalry Division. On August 20, 1914, participated in the attack on the Britannian Expeditionary Force holding Arras, taking the lead in opening a gap on the enemy's flank. On August 23, 1914, participated in the Battle of Amiens, commanding the Training Assault Battalion as the first to burst into the urban area, securing the railway bridge over the river, and killing 5 Highland mages through large-scale demolition tactics in the subsequent fighting. From September 3 to 6, 1914, participated in the Battle of Creil, proposed the assault group tactic, and served as the vanguard of the assault group to pierce the enemy's defensive lines during that day's battle. From September 6 to 8, 1914, participated in the Battle of Paris, leading his unit to cover the armored train Odin in its assault to destroy the Paris outer fortress cluster, and during the Eiffel Tower crisis, coordinated with the armored train to burst into the city and destroy the Eiffel Tower. After reading Morin's somewhat overly spectacular resume, Albert II found it difficult to remain calm. He had placed his focus on the Imperial Navy, but that didn't mean he was completely ignorant of army matters. Quite the contrary, as the supreme commander of the empire, he had a good understanding of the army's organization, tactics, and promotion system. It was precisely because he understood that he knew just how ridiculous this resume was. From a newly graduated second lieutenant to a highly decorated captain and battalion commander, and simultaneously earning both the second and first class Iron Crosses, all in less than 9 months. During this period, he and his unit had participated in almost every critical battle on the Empire's Western Front, and every single time, they had played a significantly important role. Airdropping behind enemy lines, flanking maneuvers in front of the enemy, blocking forces several times their own size, breaking through positions, urban sieges. Any single achievement listed on this resume would be enough for an ordinary officer to brag about for a lifetime and earn a decent medal. Yet this young captain named Morin seemed to treat these things as if they were routine occurrences. Developed the shaped charge armor-piercing round. Proposed street fighting and the assault group tactic. Albert II's fingers tapped lightly on the desk as he muttered these keywords, and then he saw the nicknames associated with Morin. Mage Slayer of Seville, Night Ghost of Vallecas Heights, Butcher of Charleroi, Sky Eye of Amiens, Breaker of Creil. Roasted Pork Knuckle Terminator. After reading these nicknames, the Emperor couldn't help but shake his head with a laugh. He turned the page, and behind it were even more detailed combat records of the entire Training Assault Battalion. This included the time of operation, general deployment, combat flow, results, casualties, and other detailed information. Every battle was recorded in extreme detail, accompanied by hand-drawn tactical maps and post-battle summaries. He browsed through them roughly, and the more he looked, the greater the surprise in his heart grew. The combat style and effectiveness of this unit, personally trained by Morin, had completely exceeded the definitions of infantry held by various countries in this era. They were like a sharp scalpel, always able to slice through the enemy's strongest defensive lines at the most critical moment with the minimum cost. No wonder George and the frontline generals value this unit so highly. Albert II finally understood that his son seemed to have created something extraordinary this time. His gaze returned once more to Morin's personal resume, and this time he looked even more closely. Especially at the family background, interpersonal relationships, military academy studies, he didn't even overlook the accounts of his debauchery in Dresden. Born into a fallen Junker noble family, he was actually a playboy who crashed parties everywhere in his early years. But after being personally discovered by General Mackensen, he not only became an excellent imperial soldier but also received extremely high praise from Hornsdorf, the vice president of the War College. When he saw the relationship between Morin and General Mackensen, a trace of a smile appeared on Albert II's face. The old general really dug up a treasure for the Empire this time, he murmured to himself. A young officer who was loyal, highly capable, and had already achieved distinguished military merits in a short time was exactly what the Empire needed most right now. To think that a descendant of a fallen Junker noble could have such talent. Then, among those other flourishing families with long-standing traditions, are there even more undiscovered talents hidden away? The Emperor's mind immediately became active. Perhaps he could use this example of Morin to conduct a thorough propaganda campaign. He could further mobilize those somewhat indolent noble children in the country, encouraging them to be like Morin and go to the battlefield to prove their value. Who knows, he might actually discover a few more talents like Morin. The Empire's war machine was already in full swing, and it needed a continuous supply of fresh blood, especially excellent commanders. While Albert II was calculating in his heart, he turned his gaze toward the final part of the proposal, the content regarding the plan itself. The ideas of the Ministry of the Army, the General Staff, and Crown Prince George were very clear. Since the training assault battalion had achieved excellent results in a short period, it proved that this brand new set of infantry tactics was effective. Then, the next step followed logically. To facilitate the continued promotion of these tactics throughout the entire army, they applied to expand the existing training assault battalion into a larger-scale training unit with a more complete organization. This unit would not only take on the teaching task of training tactical backbones for the entire army. At the same time, it would possess extremely high combat power itself, capable of being used as a strategic reserve to be deployed in critical battles. In the proposal, they had given this new unit a new name, the Imperial Guard Assault Training Unit. When Albert II saw this name, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Because he instantly understood the profound meaning behind this designation. Chapter 295, Imperial Guard Assault Training Unit. The term Imperial Guard immediately defined the status and affiliation of this unit. Instead of limiting it to specific formations like battalions, regiments, brigades, or divisions, establishing it as X-unit allowed for independent organization and granted it great flexibility. The detailed planning section of the proposal also confirmed Albert II's conjecture. The current plan is to first expand this unit into a fully staffed reinforced regimental level unit. In the future, it can be further expanded into a brigade level or even division level scale, depending on the needs of the war situation. At the same time, the Crown Prince and his associates pointed out that they hoped to transfer excellent officers and non-commissioned officers from various main forces across the army to receive training during the expansion and reorganization of this training unit. After they complete their training, they would return to their respective units to form their own assault battalions subordinate to their divisions. Incubation and practical combat, two prongs working simultaneously? The proposal looks quite good. Albert II, for once, carefully read the proposal from the Ministry of the Army and was full of praise for his good son. After some consideration, he finally decided to approve this seemingly beneficial plan. The astonishing results previously achieved by the training assault battalion were enough to convince anyone. Moreover, after reviewing the Imperial Army's combat records since the start of the war, Albert II keenly realized one thing. As the scale of the war expanded and tactics evolved, the Empire truly needed an elite force like this capable of rapid response and flexible deployment to handle various complex battlefield situations. However, his movement paused just as he picked up the pen to sign the document. He pondered for a moment, then, in the blank space of the document, he wrote his personal endorsement in his vigorous handwriting. Wartime military merit must be rewarded with the speed of thunder. The promotion of military ranks for meritorious subjects need not be constrained by convention. Only after writing this sentence did Albert II sign his name at the end of the document. He had his own considerations for approving this plan. This unit was established with the full support of Crown Prince George, and its very existence symbolized the infiltration of royal power into the Imperial Army, which was traditionally the exclusive domain of the aristocracy. This was precisely what he was pleased to see. Not to mention, behind the astonishing record of Friedrich Mullen stood Madame Falkenstein, the brilliant crystal queen. As a leader in the brilliant crystal industry, Madame Falkenstein had always been one of the figures the royal family sought to win over. However, the head of Falkenstein-Eisenstein United Industries had always been quite cautious when it came to taking sides. Descendant of a declining Junker noble family, a decorated commander, an awakened spellcaster, and the support of the brilliant crystal queen behind him. Albert II couldn't help but combine these labels in his mind. This young captain truly has a complex background. A thought suddenly occurred to him. What if I bestow upon him a genuine noble title? Would that bring him closer to the royal family? Or even, along with him, more closely unite General Mackensen and Madame Falkenstein, who have close ties to him, under the banner of the Empire? This idea flashed through his mind. Winning over Morin, making him one of the royal family's representatives in the military, offered obvious benefits for consolidating imperial power and balancing factional influence within the army. Or perhaps, Morin could be thrown into this calm water to see if this young officer could stir up some waves. The Emperor's gaze returned to Morin's service record. Finally, he picked up the phone and had the operator connect him to Minister of the Army Falkenhayn's office. General Falkenhayn, I have approved the expansion plan for the training assault battalion. The document will be sent to you shortly. Yes, Your Majesty. Falkenhayn's respectful voice came from the other end of the line. Also, there is one more matter you need to pay attention to, Imperial Army Ministry Building, Conference Room. Smoke billowed, and the atmosphere was heavy. Sitting around the long conference table were more than a dozen high-ranking Imperial Army officers adorned with various medals. They were the core members of the Ministry of the Army, holding significant power over personnel, logistics, and training within the Imperial Army. Minister of the Army General Falkenhayn sat in the main seat, expressionlessly looking at the document in his hand, the expansion proposal that had just arrived from the Royal Palace, bearing the Emperor's personal endorsement. Gentlemen, His Majesty has approved the expansion plan for the Guard 1st Training Assault Battalion. Falkenhayn's voice was steady, no different from how he usually chaired meetings. According to the proposal, this unit will be reorganized into the Imperial Guard Assault Training Unit, initially expanding to a regimental level unit. The personnel department and the general staff headquarters will draft a detailed plan for the specific organization and personnel transfer. The high-ranking officers present were not too surprised. Even those who felt the matter was reckless knew that given the training assault battalion's track record, expansion was only a matter of time. Next is the matter of Captain Morin's promotion. Falkenhayn looked up, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, pausing intentionally on a few older officers. The preliminary decision is to promote Captain Morin to Army Lieutenant Colonel. What? Lieutenant Colonel? As soon as he finished speaking, an old general with a traditional Saxon handlebar mustache couldn't help but speak up, his voice full of surprise. Your Excellency the Minister, did I hear that correctly? Directly from Captain to Lieutenant Colonel? This skips the rank of Major. This violates regulations. His words immediately drew agreement from several high-ranking officers. Indeed, this is too exaggerated. The Imperial Army's promotion system has strict regulations, every step requires corresponding seniority and merit. Exceptional promotions are not unheard of, but skipping an entire field grade officer rank, this is simply unprecedented. I admit Captain Morin has outstanding military achievements and is a rare talent, but we cannot destroy the rules of the entire army for the sake of one person, can we? Exactly. He's only 22. A 22-year-old lieutenant colonel. The conference room immediately grew noisy, with dissenting voices rising one after another. These generals were mostly conservatives from traditional military noble families, they valued the army's traditions and regulations above all else. In their view, Morin's previous promotion speed had already changed the ancestral laws, and now to add fuel to the fire was simply unbelievable. Falkenhayn did not speak, merely listening quietly, he naturally knew this reaction was coming. At the same time, he noted down the names of the high-ranking officers who voiced objections. This was something His Majesty had specifically emphasized. When the dissenting voices finally subsided slightly, another, relatively younger officer cleared his throat and spoke, Gentlemen, regulations are rigid, but people are flexible. We are currently in a state of war, a war that will determine the fate of the Empire. He stood up, leaning forward with his hands braced on the table. Let's look at Captain Morin's record. From the fortress of Liege to the gates of Paris, the units he commanded fought the toughest battles and tackled the hardest objectives. Are his merits not worth even the rank of Major? More importantly, there are the new tactics he proposed, and that shaped charge armor-piercing round. Everyone here knows the value of these things. It is no exaggeration to say that he alone has changed the tactical paradigm of our Imperial Army. For such achievements, let alone a lieutenant colonel, I wouldn't consider promoting him to colonel excessive. The young general's words were forceful, leaving the previously agitated conservative officers momentarily speechless. Merit is merit, and rules are rules. They cannot be confused. The old general with the handlebar mustache was still unconvinced and retorted stubbornly. He is also a spellcaster. He even has multiple recorded kills of mages on the battlefield. Then send him to the Mage Tower or the Arcane Technology Research Institute for advanced study. That old fogey is simply unreasonable. You. Falkenhayn watched the stalemated dispute, knowing that this would lead nowhere. He knocked on the table, drawing everyone's attention. All right, stop arguing. Since there are internal disagreements, why don't we hear the opinions of others? Falkenhayn paused, then added, I specifically invited representatives from the Saxon War College to attend this meeting. Captain Morin studied there, so they know him better. Everyone's gaze turned to the end of the conference table. Sitting there were two officers in War College uniforms, led by the college's vice president, General Hornsdorf. This old general was highly respected in the military, known for his rigid demeanor, and was widely regarded as the representative figure of the Imperial Army's conservatives. He was even the former teacher of most people in the conference room. The old general with the handlebar mustache and the others immediately looked delighted upon seeing him. They felt that General Hornsdorf would undoubtedly side with them and uphold the army's traditions. Several conservative officers exchanged glances, all wearing expressions of certain victory. In their opinion, General Hornsdorf was a staunch defender of Saxon military tradition. He had spent the latter half of his life cultivating elite officers for the Empire at the War College, valuing rules and seniority above all else. Getting him to agree to a 22-year-old skipping ranks to become a lieutenant colonel would be harder than convincing him a pig could climb a tree. Minister Falkenhayn also looked toward Hornsdorf, admitting honestly that he felt uncertain. He knew the old general's temperament, and if this matter couldn't be settled today, he would be stuck in a difficult position. General Hornsdorf. Falkenhayn's tone was polite, given the other party's seniority. You and your colleagues at the War College should be familiar with Captain Morin. What is your opinion regarding this exceptional promotion? General Hornsdorf did not answer immediately. He slowly pulled a pipe from his pocket, packed it with tobacco, lit it with a match, took a deep puff, and exhaled a cloud of white smoke. The only sound left in the entire conference room was the puffing of his pipe. Just as the old general with the handlebar mustache was about to lose patience, Hornsdorf took the pipe from his mouth, and his shrewd eyes behind the smoke scanned the people present. Morin, this young man, I spoke with him a few times when he was at the college. The old general's voice was slightly hoarse. He has great ideas. Some of his views on future warfare were refreshing even to me. Upon hearing this, the younger officer's eyes lit up, while the conservative's expression slightly changed. However, Hornsdorf changed his tone. I've seen many young people with ideas, but most of them are just theoretical talk. War is not as simple as simulating it on a sandbox at the college. The conservatives breathed a sigh of relief, and the old general with the handlebar mustache even nodded in agreement. So, when he graduated from the college and headed to the front lines with the training assault battalion, I was actually a little worried. Hornsdorf continued, I worried that he would be thoroughly taught a lesson by the cruel reality and subsequently lose his edge. He paused and took another puff of smoke. But I was wrong. The old general's tone held a hint of self-mockery. Not only was he not taught a lesson, but he used victory after victory to slap this old man's face. Liege, Charleroi, Amiens, Creil, and now Paris. His tactics are flexible and varied, bold yet meticulous. He doesn't resemble a young man fresh out of military school at all, but rather a seasoned veteran. Gentlemen. General Hornsdorf tapped his pipe against the ashtray, stood up in the conference room for the first time, and his gaze became as sharp as an eagle's. We are all discussing rules and traditions, but we have forgotten the most important point. Why do we establish these rules? Isn't it precisely to cultivate commanders who can win wars for the empire? Now, a genius who can win wars, and win them in ways we have never seen before, is right in front of us. Yet, we want to restrict him with so-called rules. The old general's voice suddenly rose. Do you think the rank of major is commensurate with the achievements he has made for the empire? Do you think this war will wait for him to systematically gain seniority until he reaches lieutenant colonel? War will not wait for a genius to mature slowly, and neither will the enemy. Having finished speaking, General Hornsdorf stated unequivocally, regarding the proposal to promote Captain Morin to Army Lieutenant Colonel, I personally, completely agree. I have no objections. The other college representative behind him immediately stood up and loudly seconded, we, the War College, agree to this proposal. The old general with the handlebar mustache and the other conservative officers stared at Hornsdorf dumbfounded, their expressions priceless. They couldn't understand how this most rigid old man would be the first to stand up and support such an unconventional proposal. Minister Falkenhayn's face broke into a relieved smile. He stood up and clapped his hands forcefully. Excellent. Since the representatives of the War College also agree, this matter is settled. He looked around the room and announced in an unquestionable tone. Personnel Department, draft the order immediately. Appoint Friedrich Mullen as Army Lieutenant Colonel and Commander of the newly formed Imperial Guard Assault Training Unit. The order will be delivered to the front lines along with the reorganization plan. There were no more dissenting voices in the conference room. Soon after, a telegram bearing the seals of the Ministry of the Army and the General Staff Headquarters was dispatched to the temporary headquarters of the 1st Army Group, which was resting on the outskirts of Paris. Chapter 296, Things are looking up for the boys. On the outskirts of Paris, the smell of gunpowder and the lingering stench of negative energy had not yet fully dissipated. Inside the temporary encampment of the 1st Army Group, busy figures were everywhere. The training assault battalion had been resting in its camp for the past few days, but aside from the wounded, daily training had not been neglected. Morin, Kleist, and others were processing various combat documents with the help of clerical officers. At the same time, they had to organize a massive amount of data on unit casualties and ammunition/supply consumption, while also speculating about their next mission. Kleist looked at the north on the map, his expression somewhat serious. Commander, although Paris has been taken, the Britonians to the north are still watching like tigers. I guess once we've finished resupplying, we'll likely be transferred north to deal with the Britonian Expeditionary Force. Very likely. Morin agreed with this judgment. He had already accepted the setting that his unit would be used to its absolute limit because it was so effective. However, against the Gauls, we still have equipment and tactical advantages, but against the Britonians, it will be a head-on collision. Their elite units are stronger overall and more numerous, and the Highland Mage Corps is no pushover either. Sir. Just then, Manstein came walking over through the mud with a telegram in his hand, his steps uneven. His uniform was splattered with dried mud, and his once polished riding boots were now unrecognizable, but he had an excited smile on his face. An urgent telegram from the General Staff Headquarters forwarded to us via the 1st Army Group. Manstein handed over the telegram, his voice carrying an irrepressible joy. I thought we were going to stay in this mud for another month or so. Morin took the telegram and scanned it. The content was brief. The 1st Imperial Guard Training Assault Battalion is hereby ordered to cease combat missions immediately. All personnel are to board transport with their equipment and return to the Koblenz base for rest and reorganization. Koblenz. Morin raised an eyebrow. He was familiar with that place. It was one of the Saxon Empire's most important railway hubs and rear bases in the west, quite a distance from the front lines. It was also the current headquarters for the General Staff on the Western Front. Usually, frontline units rested in second-line positions or nearby occupied towns. Being pulled directly back to the home front was actually quite rare. Morin folded the telegram and tucked it into his pocket. After a moment's thought, he spoke, pass the word, assemble the battalion, bring all the captured equipment that's still usable. Don't make things easy for those guys in the logistics department. Also, same old rule, do not reveal the destination until boarding is complete. Yes, Commander. X2. The military train for the training assault battalion's return was specially allocated, still consisting of many boxcars and a single hard-seat carriage for the officers. However, Morin assigned the hard-seat carriage to the wounded, while he, Kleist, and the others squeezed into the boxcars. To be honest, after sleeping alongside over 1,000 corpses in Charleroi, the environment in the boxcars seemed quite good to everyone. With a long blast of the whistle, the military train began to chug and move, slowly leaving the battlefield that had just swallowed countless lives. In Morin's carriage, as the train's speed increased and the destination of Koblenz was made public, the atmosphere gradually relaxed. A few non-commissioned officers gathered to play cards, wagering a few crumpled cigarettes. In a corner, someone was writing a letter, while others discussed hometown delicacies or the dancers and rural theatre troupes with their comrades. Morin leaned against the small observation slit of the boxcar, watching the scenery recede outside. From the scarred craters and blackened tree trunks, it gradually turned into green fields and intact villages. The further east they went, the fainter the traces of war became. "Commander, what are you thinking about?" Manstein stood opposite him, asking as he watched his expression. "Thinking about this reorganization." Morin turned to look at Manstein, then focused his attention back outside. "Pulling us directly from the front lines back to Koblenz is a big move. If it were just to replenish personnel and equipment, there'd be no need to go this far. Maybe the big shots upstairs finally realized that putting a treasure like you in a trench as an infantryman is too much of a waste." Manstein said half-jokingly, "Maybe they're sending you back to teach those little brats who haven't graduated from the military academy yet." "Teaching?" Morin smiled. If that were really the case, it would be quite peaceful. But he knew in his heart that things were probably not that simple. The training assault battalion had suffered significant combat losses along the way. Especially in the battle from Creil to Paris, although the results were glorious, many veterans were wounded. According to standard procedures, they should have been replenished on the spot or merged into other units. Returning home for reorganization usually meant that the unit's organizational structure might undergo major changes. The train sped along the tracks, day and night without stopping. 2 days later, in the early morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the thin mist, the train slowly decelerated and pulled into Koblenz's massive central station. "Attention everyone! Tidy your uniforms!" With the piercing screech of the train's brakes, the shouts of officers at all levels echoed through the carriages. Soldiers scrambled to button their uniforms and straighten their helmets, trying to look less like a bunch of beggars who had just crawled out of a mud pit. After all, they were back in the homeland. Morin adjusted his collar and chest rig. Just as he was about to get off, he saw the scene on the platform through the observation window. His movements froze. "Damn!" Kleist, leaning in beside him, sucked in a breath of cold air. "Isn't this display a bit too much?" The wide platform had already been cleared. 2 rows of Imperial Guard soldiers in ceremonial dress, holding honor guard rifles, stood bolt upright. A red carpet stretched all the way to where the train had stopped. At the end of the red carpet stood a group of high-ranking officers wearing various medals. The 2 men standing at the very front were people the officers of the training assault battalion had seen countless times in newspapers and military academy journals. The chief of the general staff of the army, Moltke the Younger. The minister of the army, Falkenhayn. But most crucially, it was the person standing between the two of them. The Emperor of the Saxon Empire, Albert II. "I'll be." Morin was stunned as well. This was hardly the reception for a battalion-level unit returning home for rest. This level of protocol would be more than enough even for a triumphant army group commander. The carriage door was pulled open from the outside, and the chilly morning air rushed in, mixed with the distinct smell of burning glow crystal from the platform. Morin took a deep breath and was the first to jump down from the carriage. His combat boots hit the solid platform floor with a crisp thud. Immediately after, Manstein, Kleist, and the other officers and soldiers filed out, quickly forming ranks on the platform. Though their clothes were stained and they were covered in the dust of battle, the moment this group of soldiers stood still, a chilling aura of killing intent naturally spread out. That was an aura only possessed by those who had truly crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Morin walked quickly to the group of dignitaries, stood at attention, and saluted. Moltke the Younger and Falkenhayn exchanged a glance, a hint of admiration showing in both their eyes. No signs of fatigue from the long journey, and no panic at the sudden sight of such important figures. This young man definitely had something to him. Standing in the middle, Albert II stared at Morin for several moments before a smile suddenly appeared on his face. "Captain Morin, you look even younger than I imagined." The voice of this imperial ruler sounded gentler than the rumors suggested, yet it still carried an air of majesty. "You and your soldiers have done well. The Empire is proud of you." Albert II's reputation among the common people and rank-and-file soldiers had always been quite good. So the Emperor's simple words caused the officers and soldiers standing behind Morin to puff out their chests one by one, as if all the blood and sacrifice along the way were suddenly worth it in this moment. Then, he turned and glanced at Falkenhayn, who stepped forward. "Now, reading the orders of His Majesty the Emperor and the High Command of the Army." "Wah!" The entire platform fell silent instantly. Even the sound of distant glow crystal locomotives seemed to grow remote as Morin and the soldiers behind him stood at attention once more. In view of the outstanding performance of the 1st Imperial Guard Training Assault Battalion in the battles of Liege, Charleroi, Amiens, Creil, and Paris, and the decisive results achieved in actual combat by the new tactics it employed, Falkenhayn's voice was steady and powerful, every word clearly entering the ears of everyone present. With the approval of His Majesty the Emperor, as of today, the 1st Imperial Guard Training Assault Battalion is officially expanded into the Imperial Guard Assault Training Unit. Hearing this name, Morin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It was no longer a battalion, but a unit. In this era, such a vague designation often implied a high degree of independence and potential for expansion. Furthermore, the words Imperial Guard were retained and even more emphasized. But that wasn't the end of it. Captain Friedrich Morin is hereby appointed as the Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Guard Assault Training Unit. Falkenhayn paused, his gaze falling on Morin's overly young face, and emphasized his tone. "And is promoted to Lieutenant Colonel of the Army." As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a heavy bomb exploding on the platform. Although strict military discipline kept the soldiers from making a sound, the collective sharp intake of breath in that instant betrayed their inner shock. Lieutenant Colonel? Morin himself was stunned. He had originally thought that being promoted to major would be the absolute limit, considering he had only been a captain for a few months. Skipping major entirely and being promoted 2 ranks at once? In the Saxon officer corps, which valued seniority and where every position was strictly filled, this was practically unheard of. Manstein and Kleist standing behind him had their eyes wide open, almost failing to maintain their composure. A 22-year-old lieutenant colonel? Good heavens! Falkenhayn seemed satisfied with everyone's reaction, and this was only the beginning. He paused before continuing to read the orders. Erich von Manstein is promoted to captain of the army and appointed as the unit chief of staff. Ewald von Kleist is promoted to major of the army and appointed as the unit deputy commander. As name after name was called out, almost all the officers of the training assault battalion received promotions. Such a scene of collective promotion was rare even in wartime. And what excited the soldiers most was still to come. In addition, all non-commissioned officers who performed outstandingly in this campaign, including 42 men such as Sergeant Klaus, will be granted eligibility to attend the Potsdam Officer School for further study. Upon passing the final assessment, they will be directly commissioned with the rank of second lieutenant. This time, Klaus and the others in the ranks completely lost their composure, their eyes instantly turning red. In this era of rigid social hierarchy, the leap from soldier to officer was an almost insurmountable chasm. For these soldiers from ordinary backgrounds, it was a complete class transcendence, a path that could be said to change their destinies, and now, that path was laid out beneath their feet. Training Assault Battalion, attention! Morin shouted, honor is my life. Schwa! Hundreds of pairs of mud-caked boots slammed together, and hundreds of hands were raised in unison. This display of momentum made the honor guard standing on the red carpet seem somewhat eclipsed. The smile in Albert II's eyes grew even brighter. Very good, this kid knows how things work. After the promotion ceremony, the decoration ceremony followed immediately. If the promotions just now were a heavy bomb, then the current decoration ceremony was practically like a wholesale market. Over a dozen attendants behind Albert II came forward carrying trays covered in red velvet. They were densely packed with all sorts of brand new medals, shining brilliantly in the sunlight. Lieutenant Colonel Friedrich Morin, step forward. Morin stepped forward once more. Immediately after, Albert II pinned a blue max, one of the Saxon military's highest honors, right in the center of Morin's collar. It was certainly unrealistic to say Morin wasn't excited right now. After all, in the world of medal collecting before he transmigrated, this medal could be said to be a priceless existence. Albert II didn't know the true reason for Morin's excitement and thought the young officer was simply moved by the supreme honor. He smiled and said, "Don't be too excited, Lieutenant Colonel Morin, your contributions cannot be measured by the single medal alone." The Emperor waved his hand, and an attendant immediately brought over a separate tray. 5 medals and 3 campaign commemorative badges. All for Morin. The medal-obsessed soul was ecstatic. Chapter 297, Achievements popping up. Morin never imagined that in this life, he would develop in the direction of the sovereign of medals. Albert II, standing opposite him, clearly hadn't expected to pin so many medals on Morin in one go either. To boost morale, Albert II and the top brass of the army ultimately decided to decorate Morin on the spot. Normally, except for medals of the rank of the Blue Max or the Grand Cross of the Iron Cross, other decorations were simply issued in boxes. They made this decision to demonstrate the importance they placed on Morin and the training unit. While the act of hanging a mountain of medals on Morin at once did cause looks of envy to flicker in the eyes of the surrounding soldiers, it also caused a fine sheen of sweat to break out on the forehead of His Majesty, Emperor Albert II. As he pinned them on, he realized that there didn't seem to be enough space on Morin's relatively crisp company-grade officer's uniform for any more medals. Furthermore, for some newly established decorations, such as the glittering gold Spellbreaker medal, he wasn't even entirely clear on the specific regulations for wearing them. Ahem, the Emperor coughed lightly, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Fortunately, a sharp-eyed aide-de-camp noticed Albert II's awkwardness. He quickly stepped forward and, with a highly professional yet polite posture, whispered a few reminders into the Emperor's ear before assisting him in completing the pinning of the remaining medals and commemorative badges. As for Morin, he felt as if he were playing a game where achievements were constantly popping up. Every time a piece of cold metal touched his chest, a corresponding update would immediately appear in the info tab in his mind. Gold Spellbreaker medal, this combatant has killed 5 or more official enemy spellcasters. Gold Infantry Assault medal, this combatant has participated in 10 or more infantry assault operations. Counter-assault operations, armed reconnaissance, close quarters combat, or trench recovery battles. Bronze Close Combat Clasp, this combatant has participated in a total of 15 close quarters battles. Air Assault medal, this combatant has participated in 1 air assault operation, regardless of vehicle type. Wound Badge in Black, this combatant or official personnel has been wounded once or twice in the line of duty or combat. As for the 3 commemorative medals for the Battle of Liege, the Battle of Charleroi, and the Battle of Arras, they went without saying. These were definitely limited edition achievements. Once the opportunity passed, it was gone for good. After the final commemorative medal was pinned to his arm, Morin felt his upper body grow significantly heavier. With even a slight movement, his chest erupted in a chorus of clinking and clanking. The campaign medals for Amiens, Creil, and Paris are still in the design and production phase. Minister of the Army Falkenhayn stepped forward and added, "They will be issued together once they are completed." "Good, very good." Albert II looked at the young officer before him, now covered in medals, and the smile on his face grew even more radiant. He patted Morin on the shoulder, his voice full of praise. Lieutenant Colonel Morin, you are the first imperial officer to wear these newly established medals. You are the pride of the Saxon aristocratic youth. I hope you will continue your efforts and achieve even greater merit for the Empire. Your Majesty overpraises me. While Morin thought to himself, if this happens a few more times, it's a question of whether I'll even be alive to take them, he spoke with utmost sincerity, all of this is for the glory of the Empire and your Majesty. I have only done what I ought to do. Albert II nodded with satisfaction. As the Emperor, he would naturally only personally decorate Morin today, so the rest of the process went much faster. Once his part of the ceremony ended, the medals for the other officers and soldiers were distributed by the aides-de-camp, along with exquisite small boxes and certificates. The Emperor then spoke a few words of encouragement to the officers and men of the entire training assault battalion, saying things like the Empire would never forget anyone who had served with merit, and that their sacrifices and dedication would be remembered, and so on. Morin knew perfectly well that at a time like this, he had to provide his big boss with sufficient emotional value. He immediately turned to face his troops and roared with all his might, "For the Empire! For His Majesty the Emperor! For the Empire! For His Majesty the Emperor!" The soldiers, who had just received their medals and promotion orders, were at the peak of their morale. They responded to their commander with roars, their murderous intent honed from a sea of blood and mountains of corpses mixing with their high battle spirit to pierce the heavens. The soldiers of the Imperial Guard honor guard standing on the red carpet, though standing tall and straight, turned somewhat pale under the impact of this aura. Each of them felt as if the ceremonial rifles in their hands were light and weightless. Once all the procedures were finished, the supreme ruler of the Empire departed the station contentedly, escorted by Maltka the Younger, Falcon Hane, and a large contingent of aides and Imperial Guards. Morin breathed a heavy sigh of relief, feeling more exhausted than if he had fought a battle. He then turned around to have the companies fall in, leading this unit that had just experienced its moment of glory toward the temporary camp specially prepared for them by the fortification troops in the outskirts. Upon arriving at the temporary camp, Morin had the officers of each company and platoon lead their troops away, allowing them to begin their first revelry after returning to the rear. Of course, this revelry consisted of nothing more than taking a satisfying hot bath and then lying on a clean cot, enjoying a good night's sleep without worrying about a shell falling the next second. Meanwhile, Morin, Kleist, and Manstein did not rest. This was because the Ministry of the Army soon sent an officer with official documents regarding the unit's expansion. When the three of them saw the word regimental level on the document, they were still somewhat surprised, even though they had been mentally prepared. My God, are we really expanding into a regiment? Kleist looked at the document, his brow furrowed into a knot. A battalion and a regiment are completely different concepts. Just the additional personnel and officers at all levels will be quite a handful for us. Then there's the command system, logistics, staff work, everything has to be started over from scratch. It is indeed a massive challenge. Yet, an excited light flickered in Manstein's eyes. But it's also a massive opportunity. An assault training regiment formed entirely according to the lieutenant colonel's vision. We can truly verify and perfect the assault group tactic on a regimental scale. Morin didn't speak, he just silently looked at the document. Jumping directly from a battalion commander to the commander of a reinforced regiment was no small leap, as he well knew. Behind this was not just an increase in manpower, but a super-doubled responsibility as a commander, which was clearly a bit beyond his current capacity. Fortunately, he wasn't just standing on the shoulders of a giant, but had countless giants standing behind him. Morin browsed through the document and felt slightly relieved when he saw one particular clause. The manpower for the expansion would be drawn from various main units that had participated in the Western Front campaign, ensuring that at least half of the personnel were veterans with combat experience. As for the newly added officers at all levels, they would undergo a unified interview and assessment by Morin's command group, organized by the Ministry of the Army. That's good, that's good. Morin muttered to himself. At least they gave us the power to pick our own people. If they had just shoved a bunch of gilded incompetents in here, that would have been real trouble. The three of them pored over the document, beginning to draft the preliminary organizational structure for the future unit, until late afternoon when the sound of car engines came from the camp entrance. A middle-aged man wearing a royal aide-de-camp's badge, accompanied by several Ministry of the Army officers and their staff, walked into the temporary camp. Good afternoon, Lieutenant Colonel Morin. The leading royal aide-de-camp, with a professional smile, first offered an impeccable military salute. I am an aide-de-camp to His Majesty, ordered to deliver some items to you and your subordinates. The aide-de-camp stepped aside, and several of the staff behind him immediately brought in several large crates. The crates were opened to reveal several sets of brand new, crisp field officer and company-grade officer uniforms. This as Morin looked at the new uniforms, somewhat surprised. The aide-de-camp explained with a smile, by tradition, Saxon Imperial Army officer uniforms are either self-purchased or custom-made. Considering that you and your subordinates have just returned from the front and might not have time to prepare, His Majesty specifically instructed us to rush order new uniforms for you. Kleist and Manstein glanced at each other, both seeing the pleasant surprise in the other's eyes. Thank you for His Majesty's generosity. Kleist said sincerely. This truly solves a major problem for us. Manstein also nodded in agreement. Yes, wearing these clothes brought back from the front is indeed somewhat unseemly. His Majesty's care is truly meticulous. Morin maintained a polite smile, but he knew perfectly well the intention behind Albert II's gesture. This wasn't just a simple gift of uniforms, this was clearly the Emperor bestowing favor, using this method to further win over him and the others, binding the interests of the training unit and the royal family even tighter. Still, having new clothes to wear was a good thing, so he naturally offered his thanks repeatedly. At the same time, he wondered if this counted as Albert II having stolen him from Crown Prince George. Having completed his task, the aide-de-camp exchanged a few more pleasantries with Morin before stepping aside. Then, the officers from the Ministry of the Army stepped forward. Lieutenant Colonel Morin, we have one more matter to notify you of. One of the officers took an invitation from his briefcase and handed it over. The Ministry of the Army will be hosting a banquet tomorrow evening. General Falkenhayn specifically instructed me to ensure that you, the hero of the Empire, attend. A banquet? Morin's brow instinctively furrowed. His mind was currently filled with the unit's expansion. He wished he could split one day into two, so he was in no mood to attend any banquet. He was about to find an excuse to decline, such as being busy with unit affairs, but as soon as he saw General Falkenhayn's personal signature on the invitation, he swallowed his words. This man was his direct superior, the head of the Ministry of the Army. His invitation, while called an invitation, was essentially no different from an order. As a lieutenant colonel who had just been promoted exceptionally, it was naturally impossible for him to snub the minister's face at this time. I understand. Morin took the invitation, a smile forced onto his face. Please tell the minister that I will be there on time. Very good. The officer nodded with satisfaction, and after explaining some protocols for the banquet, he led his men away. A banquet. Once the aide-de-camp had left, Kleist leaned in. It seems, Lieutenant Colonel, that you're about to enter social circles. Manstein also joked with a smile, it can't be helped. Who told our commander to be the Empire's man of the hour? I'm afraid there will be no shortage of such occasions in the future. Give it a rest, stop making fun of me. How about I take both of you along? Morin waved his hand helplessly and continued, I'd rather run 10 kilometers on the training ground than deal with those big shots. Though he said so, Morin knew in his heart that this was a step he had to take. To gain greater power, one had to enter that circle and become familiar with their rules of the game. He placed the invitation casually on the table and said to Kleist and Manstein, let's not talk about that. The unit just got back, and everyone must be exhausted. Kleist, go and arrange it. Starting tonight, the troops will take leave in rotations. Let them visit the places they should in Koblenz and relax. If they're short on money, draw it from me. Yes, sir. Kleist responded immediately, a smile appearing on his face. Manstein, you'll have to work a bit harder. Based on our discussion this afternoon, first come up with the draft for the new unit staff team and the organization of each battalion and company. We'll discuss it in detail tomorrow. No problem, sir. Manstein nodded. Even if Morin hadn't assigned it, he would have actively applied to do this work. Nothing else to it, he just loved organizing units. The following evening, after Morin finished the tasks at hand and did a round of the various barracks to confirm that the soldiers on leave were in good spirits, he returned to his own quarters. He changed into the brand new M1910 field grey field officer's uniform. The well-tailored cut made his already tall and straight figure look even more heroic, and the new lieutenant colonel shoulder boards reflected a soft light under the lamps. He meticulously pinned on that large row of medals according to regulations, and the blue max at the center of his collar, in particular, gave his entire being an air of authority that belied his age. Morin looked at himself in the mirror, a lieutenant colonel of only 22 years, yet already covered in medals. A sense of absurd unreality washed over him. Off to deal with the Empire's high society again, then he whispered to himself, then took a deep breath and pushed open the door. A black glow crystal sedan with Ministry of the Army plates was already waiting quietly at the door. The driver opened the door for him, and Morin bent down to step inside. With the low growl of the engine, the sedan drove smoothly away from the barracks, heading toward a brightly lit manor in the outskirts. Outside the window, the city lights gradually thinned, replaced by the quiet night of the countryside. Morin leaned back against the soft seat and closed his eyes, beginning to rehearse in his mind the various situations he might encounter tonight and the rhetoric to handle them. He had a premonition that tonight's banquet would be an entirely different kind of battlefield for him. Chapter 298, Jump out of the car? Accelerate. About half an hour later, the car slowly drove into the gates of a manor. The scale of the manor wasn't particularly grand, but every detail exuded a low-key refinement, clearly showing its owner's extraordinary taste. Just as the car came to a steady stop, a butler dressed in a tailcoat with meticulously combed hair stepped forward and respectfully opened the car door for him. Good evening, Lieutenant Colonel Morin. Welcome, the butler's voice was gentle and polite. Good evening. Morin nodded, somewhat surprised that the other party called out his name directly. I am the butler of this manor, the man explained with a smile, seemingly sensing his confusion. Madame Falkenstein gave instructions that if you came, we must host you well. Madame Falkenstein. Sister Cecilia? Morin was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized. He looked around the elegant manor, and his heart immediately understood. So this manor is also a property of Madame Falkenstein. Yes, Lieutenant Colonel. The butler replied, however, Madame rarely resides here. Thus, the manor is lent to some close business partners, or like today, to the government and the military to host some important events. Morin suddenly understood and couldn't help but marvel in his heart, this top-tier wealthy woman's properties were truly spread all over the empire. Sigh, in the end, I've lost to capital. On the other side, the butler continued, by my calculations, Madame should also arrive in Koblenz tomorrow to handle some affairs of United Industries. There are many guests attending tonight's banquet, so it will likely last until very late. I have prepared a room for you on the second floor. You can rest here and avoid the trouble of returning to the barracks late at night. All right, thank you. Morin nodded, this arrangement was indeed suitable. So he turned to the driver from the Ministry of the Army who had brought him and said, please trouble yourself to pass a message to Major Kleist and the others. Tell them I won't be returning tonight and that they should all get some good rest. Yes, Lieutenant Colonel. After the driver left, Morin, led by the butler, walked into the brightly lit banquet hall. Many people had already gathered in the hall. The men were dressed in magnificent formal wear, while the ladies were adorned with jewels and pearls. The air was filled with a mixture of perfume, cigars, and high-end liquor. As soon as Morin stepped into the hall, he instantly attracted everyone's gaze. The melodious music in the banquet hall seemed to pause for half a second the moment Morin entered. Everyone's eyes, like iron filings attracted by a magnet, focused simultaneously on the entrance. Such a young army lieutenant colonel was already eye-catching enough. Moreover, the brand new military uniform he wore was made incredibly dazzling by the dense rows of medals on his chest, which shimmered brilliantly under the crystal chandeliers. Especially in the center of the collar, that unique blue max appeared extremely conspicuous under such lighting. Oh, my god, look, that's Friedrich Mullen. It really is him. He's even younger and more handsome than in the newspaper photos. Those medals on his chest, I've never seen a young man wear so many. Low-voiced discussions that couldn't be suppressed rose from the crowd. Morin found that after leaving the military environment, he was still not quite used to such high-profile occasions. However, he kept his face calm and walked through the crowd without looking left or right, heading toward the host who had already noticed him and raised a glass in greeting the Minister of the Army, General Falkenhayn. Good evening, General. Morin stood at attention and gave a standard military salute. Good evening, Lieutenant Colonel Morin. General Falkenhayn had a warm smile on his face. He put down his wine glass, looked Morin up and down, and said with a laugh, no need for formalities. Today, there are no generals or lieutenant colonels here, only patriots celebrating the Empire's victory. As he spoke, he led Morin toward several big figures nearby who looked to be of significant status. Come, let me introduce you. This is the pride of our empire, the hero who has just returned in triumph from the Paris front, Lieutenant Colonel Friedrich Mullen. After a few simple exchanges, Morin finally understood the true purpose of this banquet. To put it bluntly, it was a high-level fundraising gala. General Falkenhayn had dragged him, the fresh out of the oven combat hero, here to serve as a mascot. It was all to make these fat cat socialites, great nobles, and big businessmen more willing to open their pockets and support the war that was already putting pressure on the empire's finances, inspired by their patriotic fervor. Ha, after being used as a beast of burden, I'm now being used as bait. Morin mocked himself internally, but a proper smile remained on his face as he clinked glasses with the big figures one by one. Lieutenant Colonel Morin, I toast you. For the Empire, for our great victory. A steel tycoon with a beer belly said, his face flushed with excitement. For the Empire, Morin said concisely, taking a sip of wine. Soon, he was surrounded by a group of patriots. They were all excited, talking loudly as if they hadn't been drinking fine wine in a comfortable manner in the rear, but had actually charged through the gates of Paris with Morin. Lieutenant Colonel, I heard that the undead in Paris are piled up like mountains. Is that true? A man who looked like a banker asked curiously. The rumors are a bit exaggerated, Morin replied with a smile. When the Eiffel Tower fell, did it knock down thousands of undead creatures like falling dominoes? Another tall, thin noble asked with an excited gesture, posing a question that Morin found both vacuous and quite macabre. The scene was indeed spectacular, Morin replied vaguely. He didn't want to talk about the actual conditions of the battlefield with these people. That death, blood, and fear were things these privileged people could never understand. Talking to them about it was no different from playing a lute to a cow. Some even higher status individuals, stimulated by alcohol, began to make grand, boastful statements. To be honest, if it weren't for these old bones of mine failing me, I would really want to go to the battlefield myself and chop off a few gall heads. Let them see the power of us Saxons. An elderly count with white hair waved his arms, spittle flying. Morin looked at his body, which had been hollowed out by wine and debauchery, and thought, with you like that, you'd probably drop dead from exhaustion halfway there before even reaching the front. These boastful I could do it too comments even made General Falkenhayn, standing beside Morin, frown slightly. He subconsciously looked at Morin, worried that this young officer who had just crawled out of a sea of blood might do something radical because he couldn't stand this nonsense. After all, young people are full of vigor, and with such great military merit, having a bit of a temper is normal. However, Falkenhayn was surprised to find that Morin always maintained that polite and detached smile. Whether facing stupid questions or arrogant boasting, his expression didn't change in the slightest. He could even chime in occasionally with polite phrases like "you're right" or "the Empire needs talents like you." This maturity and emotional management, far exceeding his peers, made these patriots feel respected, and they laughed heartily. As Falkenhayn looked at Morin, his gaze underwent another subtle change. He had originally thought Morin was just a tactical genius and an excellent commander. But now it seemed this young man understood other things as well. Interesting, Falkenhayn evaluated in his mind. Finally, the group of excited men dispersed. Just as Morin wanted to find a corner to catch his breath, another wave of attacks followed. A group of noble ladies and young misses in magnificent evening gowns surrounded him instantly, like sharks scenting blood. Lieutenant Colonel, you are truly so brave. The scar on your face only adds to your charm. May I have the honor of inviting you for a dance? Chirping voices and wafts of perfume filled the air. Morin had inherited the good looks of his father and grandfather. His handsome features, combined with the lean physique sculpted by long-term military training, the uniform representing power and glory, and those scars that added a masculine touch to the noble women in this setting, he could be described in one word: an incubus. Not to mention the row of eye-blinding medals on his chest and the blue max, which symbolized the highest honor. If it were the Morin from before his transmigration, he would have been like a fish in water in this situation. But now, he really had no such thoughts. Even though he had been grounded for nearly 8 months without taking flight. On one hand, the timing wasn't right, and the loud talk of those patriots had more or less affected his mood. On the other hand, after seeing Cecilia's elegance, Helga's magnificence, and Patricia's intelligence, these common beauties before him really couldn't pique his interest at all. He just dealt with them politely, smilingly refusing one invitation after another, whether overt or covert, feeling like the muscles in his face were about to go stiff. After an unknown amount of time, the banquet finally ended, the big figures left one after another, slightly tipsy and satisfied. Morin also escaped from a baroness who was a bit too enthusiastic. She almost wanted to drag him directly into her carriage. After tidying his clothes, Morin took his leave of General Falkenhayn. The Minister of the Army looked at him with an approval that Morin couldn't quite define, as if saying you did well. Morin simply smiled and gave an impeccable military salute. Then, led by a servant, he fled to the independent suite prepared for him on the second floor. Bang! The moment he entered the room and closed the door, the smile on Morin's face vanished completely. The heavy door cut off all the noise from outside. Morin leaned his back against the door and let out a long breath of turbid air. He tugged at his collar, which felt a bit tight, and casually took off the military jacket covered in medals that had made him the center of attention, tossing it onto a nearby sofa. Without the restraint of the uniform, his whole being relaxed. He walked to the window and pushed it open, letting the cold night air pour in, trying to blow away the lingering scent of extravagance from the banquet hall and the confusion in his mind. Outside the window was the quiet night view of the manor, and in the distance were the scattered lights of Koblenz. Even further away was the entire massive Saxon Empire. After feeling the night breeze for a while, Morin returned to the center of the room and collapsed onto the soft large bed, lying in a spread eagle position, staring blankly at the magnificent crystal chandelier on the ceiling. The light reflected by the chandelier was a bit piercing. Tonight's banquet had made him feel a fatigue even more intense than those fierce battles. This fatigue didn't come from his body, but from the depths of his heart. At the banquet, he saw another side of the empire. Not the loyalty and bravery of the soldiers at the front, nor the frugality of the people in the rear, but the decadence and apathy of high society. Those fat businessmen and slick nobles shouted the most stirring patriotic slogans and discussed anecdotes from distant battlefields as if the war were just an exciting gladiator show. They cheered for victory, toasted to heroes, and generously donated sums of money that were a mere pittance to them, then continued to enjoy the peace that the soldiers had bought with their lives with a clear conscience. And those noble ladies and misses didn't chase the hero himself, but the halo above his head, the glory and status represented by that crisp uniform and shiny medals. In their eyes, he was perhaps no different from a rare piece of jewelry or a prized racehorse. This huge contrast made Morin feel waves of nausea and helplessness. He thought of his comrades who were gnawing on black bread in the muddy trenches, ready to die at any moment. He thought of veterans like Klaus, whose greatest wish was simply to return home alive and reunite with their wives and children. Their lives, in the mouths of these big figures, were just cold numbers, chips to be exchanged for merit and wealth. And he himself had now become a part of this system, and it was these very big figures who, for so-called land under the sun, for cold commercial interests and political maneuvering, had unhesitatingly tied the entire nation to this crazy war machine. Before the war broke out in August 1914, everyone clearly had a chance to step on the brakes. But every single one of them chose to floor the accelerator. He was now promoted to lieutenant colonel and awarded countless honors. While it seemed glorious, he was actually more deeply bound to this chariot. If before he might have had a chance to jump off, now with the leap in rank and the halo of Empire hero added to him, the hope of jumping off had become incredibly slim. Where you sit determines how you think. Morin only now truly felt the weight of this old saying. When you are in a certain position and enjoying the power and benefits it brings, your thoughts and your stance will be unconsciously changed by it. He was now a member of this privileged class he once despised. He even began to understand just how much courage it took to betray one's own class. Morin thought of the saint in his world's history who overturned an old world, and finally understood why such a person had only appeared once in 5,000 years. But I can't become him, Morin said to himself. He didn't have such great ideals, nor the resolve to sacrifice everything. He was just an ordinary person who wanted to survive in this damn world and do something he thought was right along the way. A soul from another world with a bit of ability. So any radical action at this time would be no different from suicide. He would be crushed to dust by this massive imperial machine. So if I want to do something, I still need to continue increasing my power, Morin muttered to himself. Only by having enough power could he have a voice and change from a pawn on the chessboard to a player who could slightly move the other pieces. Only then might he truly be able to do something. Just as Morin was lost in thought, planning his path for the future, a faint knock on the door interrupted his contemplation. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was very light and restrained. Chapter 299, Night in Koblenz, Bonus Chapter, Skippable. Morin sighed and sat up from the bed. He thought it was a manor servant or perhaps some bold lady who hadn't gotten her way at the banquet. Rubbing his somewhat stiff face and putting back on that polite smile, Morin stood up, walked to the door, and pulled it open, prepared to send the visitor away with the most courteous words possible. However, the person standing outside the door made all his prepared words get stuck in his throat. Under the soft corridor lights, Cecilia stood there quietly. And behind her was the head maid, Luna, who never left her side. Writing up to here, I hope readers remember our domain name, Taiwan Novel Network Super Smooth, read as you like. Sister. Cecilia. Morin looked at the familiar and slightly haggard face outside the door, momentarily speechless. He thought she wouldn't arrive until tomorrow. Cecilia didn't speak, she just looked at him quietly. Her gaze moved from Morin's mouth, slightly parted in surprise, to his shirt collar which he hadn't had time to button properly, and finally back to his eyes. In those eyes, which were usually as cool and clear as lake water, there was now the exhaustion of travel and a complex emotion that Morin couldn't fully decipher. Aren't you going to invite me in to sit for a while? After a long moment, Cecilia spoke softly, her voice carrying a hint of raspiness. Ah, quick, please come in. Morin snapped out of his daze and quickly stepped aside to let her in. Cecilia walked into the room, her gaze immediately falling on the military uniform covered in medals that Morin had casually tossed onto the sofa. Her eyes lingered on the blue max for several seconds. Then, she let out an imperceptible sigh. Morin, Sister Cecilia, weren't you the butler said you wouldn't arrive until tomorrow afternoon? Why so late? It was originally tomorrow's itinerary. Cecilia took off her overcoat, which carried the cold dampness of the night dew, and handed it to Luna. She was wearing a well-tailored deep blue traveling suit that outlined her mature and graceful curves. Yesterday in Dresden, I received word of your arrival in Koblenz, so I had my secretary cancel several meetings this morning. After handling the most urgent documents on hand, I caught the train first thing this morning. As she spoke, she walked to the sofa in the center of the room and sat down, her movements elegant yet unable to hide the fatigue between her brows. Hearing that she had traveled through the night just for him, Morin's heart was suddenly filled with an indescribable emotion. He walked over and sat on the sofa opposite her. He opened his mouth but found that what he wanted to ask most was still the most unromantic question. Then the letter I sent you before, did you receive it? As soon as the words left his mouth, Morin wanted to slap himself. She traveled through the night just to see you, and the first thing you ask about is business? Sure enough, hearing this, Cecilia was first stunned, then gave him a disgruntled look. On that cool face, a rare and vivid expression of reproach appeared. She extended a long, slender index finger and, across the coffee table, lightly tapped Morin's forehead. You heartless boy. Now your head is full of your guns, cannons, cars, and tracks. Have you completely stopped missing your sister? That's not it. Morin sheepishly touched the spot where she had tapped him and muttered softly, I was just afraid the letter got lost. There was important content in there. I received them, not a single one was lost. Cecilia withdrew her hand, her tone becoming gentle again. She leaned forward slightly, scrutinizing Morin's face, her gaze falling on the several scalp scars on his cheek and temple. She couldn't help but reach out, her fingertips lightly and carefully brushing over the longest scar, which ran from his brow bone to his temple. This was left behind in Amiens. Does it hurt? It stopped hurting long ago. Morin smiled, wanting to put her at ease. They're just superficial wounds. They look scary but are actually nothing. On the battlefield, this isn't even an issue. Still stubborn. Cecilia's finger paused, but her gaze became sharp, scrutinizing him inch by inch. Is that really all? She leaned closer, her nostrils flaring slightly as if catching any unusual scent in the air. Are there no other injuries you are hiding from me? Her intuition was terrifyingly sharp. In that instant, Morin felt like he could hear his heart thumping heavily. Although the wound on his waist wasn't serious, it was a significant cut after all. To prevent infection, he had been treating it daily with iodine and sulfonamide powder as instructed by the military doctor. That unique medicinal smell, no matter how faint, couldn't be hidden from such a close-range sniffing. Of course not. Morin, coming to his senses, immediately denied it. At the same time, he inconspicuously leaned back, trying to create some distance, and quickly changed the subject. By the way, Sister Cecilia. That tracked vehicle I mentioned in the letter, do you think it's feasible? With our Empire's existing phosgene internal combustion engine technology, I think it's entirely possible. However, how could his small movements and awkward subject change escape Cecilia? Her eyes flickered, but she didn't expose him on the spot. Instead, she followed his lead and sat back up straight. But her gaze never left Morin's face, as if saying, keep making things up, let's see how long you can keep it up. The ideas you mentioned in your letter are all very forward-thinking. Cecilia picked up the hot tea Luna had just poured for her, blew on it gently, and then took a small sip. The warm tea seemed to dispel some of the fatigue from her body. Before you wrote the letter, the military logistics department had actually realized the problem of insufficient off-road capability in existing military trucks and had requested improvements from several major vehicle production companies. However, their thinking was still stuck at the level of reinforcing the chassis and replacing engines with higher power. She paused, a hint of approval in her eyes as she looked at Morin. On the contrary, you pointed directly to the core of the problem, the suspension system and tires, and even proposed the brand new concept of tracked military vehicles. The day after your letter arrived in Dresden, I summoned the heads and chief designers of all enterprises under United Industries involved in vehicle manufacturing and mechanical engineering for a technical seminar. Hearing this, Morin couldn't help but sit up straight. He knew how terrifying Cecilia's ability to take action was once she got serious. Currently, 3 independent teams have come up with 3 different proposals. Cecilia put down her teacup and said, listing them off, the first is an improved version of the existing 2.5-ton military truck. The team adopted your suggestion, redesigned the multi-leaf steel spring suspension, and is attempting to develop wider off-road tires. The prototype is expected to be off the line for testing next week. The second is a brand new 4.5-ton medium truck. It uses a more powerful Xian engine and a brand new chassis structure, aiming to balance load capacity and off-road performance. This project is jointly handled by teams from Daimler and Benz. The third is the tracked vehicle you care about most. Seeing Morin's expression of rapt attention, a slight smile curved the corners of Cecilia's mouth. The engineers at Demag are very interested in your idea. So they drew inspiration from the structure of agricultural tractors and designed a half-track vehicle. The front part has steerable wheels, and the rear part is a tracked running gear. They believe this structure is easier to achieve at this stage and can better balance road speed and off-road capability. However, it's currently still in the blueprint stage, and the prototype is estimated to take some time to come out. Daimler, Benz, Demag. When this series of names, which were legendary in the world Morin lived in before his transmigration, were casually mentioned by Cecilia, he was completely stunned. He was shocked not only because these famous enterprises were actually within the territory of Cecilia's business empire, but even more shocked that his wild ideas in the letter had been turned into tangible reality by these top engineering teams in such a short time. He could even imagine what those prototype vehicles would look like based on the history of those companies. If you stay in the country long enough this time, you might be able to see these new guys born with your own eyes. Seeing Morin's shocked and excited look, Cecilia's mood improved considerably. Oh, right. She seemed to remember something and added, Helga also received your letter. She is very fascinated by the gas-operated principal semi-automatic rifle you proposed. She shuts herself in her workshop every day. Given her efficiency, I expect results very soon. Hearing news of Helga, Morin's heart surged even more. A semi-automatic rifle once successfully developed and deployed, the firepower of the troops under his command would undergo a qualitative change. And then, Cecilia's tone suddenly became somewhat resentful. Her beautiful eyes carried a scrutinizing look as she sized Morin up and down. How did you manage to get that arrogant eldest miss of the Saked family to help you research magic technology so wholeheartedly? Hey. She has recently stopped several projects she had on hand and is putting all her effort into that portable magic communication device you mentioned. Hey? That I'm not too sure myself. Morin spread his hands with an innocent look. I only visited the Magic Technology Research Institute once and chatted with Miss Patricia, asking her for advice on some magic technology issues. Maybe my dedication to science moved her. Is that so? Cecilia obviously didn't believe a word of it. She suddenly stood up and walked in front of Morin again. This time, her movements carried a strong sense of pressure. She leaned down, her nose almost touching Morin's collar, and then took a deep breath. This time, she no longer had any hesitation, her cool voice carrying a hint of irrefutable certainty. I smell it, it's faint, but it's definitely there. The smell of iodine and sulfonamide. She raised her head, her gaze like a torch, looking directly into Morin's eyes. Where is the wound, Friedrich? Don't lie to me anymore. Stared at by those clear and sharp eyes, Morin opened his mouth, and finally could only sigh helplessly and raise his hands in surrender. All right, I admitted I sustained a bit of an injury to my waist. As he spoke, he subconsciously wanted to cover his waist, but then felt the movement was too deliberate and could only stop awkwardly in midair. It was just a small scratch I got in Amiens by accident. It's no big deal, the wound is almost healed. Really, I'm not lying to you. Morin tried to say in his most relaxed tone, look at me now, I can run and jump, no problem at all. To prove his words weren't false, he tried to stand up from the sofa. As a result, the movement was a bit too large, and the muscles on his side were pulled. A slight twinge of pain caused his expression to stiffen for a moment. This subtle change naturally did not escape Cecilia's eyes. The worry in her eyes grew stronger, and her tone became firm, sit down. Don't move. Morin had no choice but to sit back down obediently. He looked at Cecilia, trying to regain the initiative. Sister Cecilia, it's so late, and you must be tired after traveling all day. Go rest first. I'll ask the servant for some medicine later and change it myself. No. Cecilia's answer was simple and resolute. She turned to the head maid Luna, who had been standing quietly aside, and ordered, Luna, go downstairs and have the butler bring up the spare medical kit from the manor. Yes, madam. Luna bowed and quickly left the room. In the room, only Morin and Cecilia remained, and the atmosphere became somewhat subtle at this moment. Unbutton your shirt, Cecilia said seriously, looking at Morin. Hey? Here. Morin was a bit dumbfounded. This isn't appropriate, is it? What's not appropriate about it? Cecilia raised an eyebrow. When you were acting recklessly outside in the past, did I ever apply medicine to you any less? I know exactly how many moles you have on your body. Now that you are grown up and your wings have hardened, you know how to be shy. Her words caused Morin's weak and powerless struggle to completely collapse. He slowly unbuttoned his shirt, then pulled the hem out of his trousers, revealing the bandage wrapped around his waist. Although the bandage was clean, a small patch stained by pale yellow medicinal liquid could still be seen. Cecilia walked to his side, half knelt, carefully untied the knot of the bandage, and then unwound it layer by layer. As the last layer of bandage was removed, the wound was finally exposed to the air. The wound was located on the left side of his waist, a scratch about 10 centimeters long. Just as Morin had said, the wound itself wasn't very deep and had almost healed. Seeing that the wound wasn't as hideous and terrifying as she had imagined, Cecilia secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But immediately following that, a more surging sense of heartache and lingering fear welled up in her heart. Her fingertips trembled as they brushed over the intact skin around the wound, feeling the young and powerful muscle lines. As for Morin, his body involuntarily tensed up because of her touch. He could feel the slight coolness and tremor of her fingertips, smell the faint fragrance coming from her hair, and more clearly hear her breathing, which had become somewhat hurried due to tension and heartache. The room was terrifyingly quiet, with only the sound of their intertwined breathing. Morin suddenly realized that the atmosphere seemed to be getting more and more unusual. He looked down and could see Cecilia's exquisite profile in her collar, which was slightly open because she was leaning over. Moonlight spilled over her through the window, plating her with a hazy and holy aura. But Morin read a hint of turmoil from her slightly reddened earlobes and those eyes that seemed somewhat out of focus while checking the wound. It was an emotion that had been suppressed for a long time and finally, at this moment, could no longer be hidden. Morin's heartbeat also began to accelerate uncontrollably. He was a normal male. Because he had been staying within the army and participating in the war, as mentioned before, he hadn't taken off for 8 months. Although Morin was not interested in the vulgar women at the banquets, it didn't mean he wasn't interested in the goddess-like, perfect woman before him. Sister Cecilia. His Adam's apple bobbed as he called her name softly. His voice broke that layer of ambiguous and fragile peace in the room. Cecilia's body trembled violently. She slowly raised her head and looked into Morin's eyes. In those eyes, there was no longer the usual coolness, replaced instead by a heat Morin had never seen before, intense enough to melt a person. At this moment, Morin realized that some things could no longer be turned back. He felt his throat go a bit dry and subconsciously said in a voice that was almost a murmur, "I still have injuries on me." Cecilia looked at him, at those eyes that were similarly filled with tension and desire, and the corners of her mouth suddenly curved into an arc. Her voice was as soft as a lover's whisper. "But isn't it almost healed? Why is the door closed?" Outside the door, headmaid Luna, holding a tray with a first aid kit and hot water, was wondering. But just as her hand was about to touch the door panel, it stopped in mid-air. Because she heard the sounds coming from the room. As Cecilia's closest maid, Luna instantly understood what was happening inside. There was not a hint of surprise on her face, instead, she showed a gratified smile, like that of an old mother. Luna knew that Madame had waited for this day for far, far too long. The headmaid quietly took 2 steps back and gently placed the tray in her hand on the carpet at the doorway. Then, like a most loyal guard, she stood at the end of the hallway, preventing anyone who might come to disturb them. Chapter 300, Military-Industrial Alliance, Combined Chapter. The next morning, as sunlight spilled into the room through the gaps in the heavy curtains, Morin slowly opened his eyes. A hangover-like exhaustion enveloped him, but his mind was unusually clear. Last night, Morin had actually kept the old military doctor's warnings in mind, so he hadn't forgotten to struggle a bit at the final moment. The doctor said I should minimize movement until the injury on my waist is fully healed. It's fine, you don't need to move. In the end, Morin indeed didn't move much. Having not taken flight for 8 months, encountering a long-awaited rain after a nurturing period perfectly illustrated the saying that heavenly thunder ignites earthly fire. Driving a big carriage was right, but one must always act within their capacity. Morin moved his body and immediately felt a soft touch against his arm. He looked down and saw Cecilia curled up quietly in his arms like a docile kitten, sleeping soundly. Her exquisite sleeping face, which usually carried a hint of coldness and majesty, was now filled with serenity and contentment, her long eyelashes casting faint shadows in the morning light. Morin's heart was instantly filled with an unprecedented sense of softness and satisfaction. He tried to carefully withdraw the arm she was pillowed on, but as soon as he moved, the person in his arms let out a dissatisfied whimper and instead hugged him tighter. Morin had no choice but to give up and let her hold him like that. He watched her sleeping face quietly, and scenes from the previous night's N-rated instant replay involuntarily flashed through his mind. Everything felt like an unreal dream. To others, this might be seen as shocking. No, in old Europa, that might not necessarily be the case. But regardless, Morin had no other thoughts in his heart at this moment, only a sense of groundedness, as if the dust had finally settled. He reached out with his other hand and gently tucked a strand of Cecilia's hair that had fallen across her cheek behind her ear. This movement seemed to wake her. Cecilia's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Those grey-blue eyes held a hint of confusion upon waking, but after seeing that the person in front of her was Morin, they were instantly filled with a tender smile, and a touch of shyness. "Morning." Her voice carried the characteristic hoarseness of the early morning, yet it was exceptionally pleasant to the ear. Morning." Morin, the carriage driver, actually smiled with a bit of shyness. Cecilia squinted her eyes comfortably, like a cat that had been properly petted, and nuzzled further into his embrace. The two of them just held each other quietly, enjoying this moment of warmth and tranquility. For Morin, who had just walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, this was a rather extravagant happiness. After a long while, Cecilia rolled over to lie beside Morin, then gently traced the wound on his waist with her hand. It seems it really is almost healed. Morin, Looking at Morin, who had suddenly become tongue-tied and could only chuckle foolishly, Cecilia couldn't help but laugh as well. However, when her gaze drifted to the military uniform draped over a nearby chair and the shiny medals pinned to it, much of the smile in her eyes vanished. She turned her head and stared seriously at Morin. Friedrich, I really want you to just stay by my side. When I see those medals on your uniform, rather than honor, I feel more fear of what might have happened. As she spoke, Cecilia's hand also caressed Morin's face. Morin covered her hand with his own, about to say something to comfort her, but he heard Cecilia continue, but I know I cannot keep you by my side right now. Perhaps the soldiers under your command, and even this empire, need you more than I do. Cecilia pulled Morin's head toward her, and the two of them rested forehead to forehead, feeling each other's breath. So protect yourself. Don't try to be a hero, and don't make me worry, okay? Don't worry, sister, I won't let you worry. The two of them held each other like that, making no other movements, simply feeling each other's body temperature to reassure themselves that this wasn't a dream. Are you hungry? After a while, Cecilia asked softly. A little, Morin answered honestly. I'll have Luna prepare breakfast, Cecilia said, preparing to get up. But as soon as she moved, she let out a soft groan, her brows furrowing slightly. Morin immediately became nervous. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Cecilia's cheeks were instantly stained with two red clouds, and she gave Morin an annoyed glare. It's all your fault, she muttered under her breath. But I didn't move last night. Ah. Ow, ow, ow. To avoid accidentally misfiring so early in the morning, Cecilia eventually braced herself and sat up, wrapping herself in the quilt and pulling the call bell at the head of the bed. Soon, Luna walked in carrying a set of clean women's clothing. Seeing the messy state of the room and the two people on the bed, her face remained as calm as ever, as if she hadn't seen a thing. Madam. Young Master Mullen, breakfast is ready. Under Luna's service, Cecilia took a quick shower and was soon fully dressed, returning to her image as the noble and elegant Madame Falkenstein. Morin also washed up quickly, then put his clothes back on and followed her downstairs. During breakfast, the two first chatted about domestic matters. Cecilia mentioned some phenomena occurring within the country due to the war, then naturally returned to official business. By the way, there's one more thing. Cecilia finished the milk in her glass and elegantly wiped the corners of her mouth with a napkin, as if she had just remembered something. Morin, who was busy dealing with the fried eggs and sausages on his plate, subconsciously looked up, his mouth still full. MMPH? What is it? Regarding your company, Schmeisser Arms Manufacturing Co., Limited. Cecilia said in a calm tone, orders have been very high lately. The military is purchasing MG-14 light machine guns and MP-14 submachine guns in large quantities. Hearing this, Morin finally swallowed the food in his mouth, took a sip of water, and said, that's a good thing. It means our products have been recognized. Helga should be quite happy too. It is a good thing, and the young girl is indeed very happy, but at the same time, new problems have arisen. Cecilia looked at him, her grey blue eyes shimmering with a shrewd light. With the production capacity of your current small factory, you can no longer keep up. Military orders are increasing every day, but the quantity the factory can deliver each month barely reaches 1/3 of the orders. Production can't keep up. Morin blinked, he really hadn't considered this problem. He had previously only thought about designing the weapons, having Helga build them, and then sending them to the troops for use. As for subsequent large-scale production and supply chain issues, as an absentee boss, what did he know about those? Yes, and the problem is more serious than you imagine, Cecilia continued. Now, it's not just the military's logistics department that's pushing, two other companies have also come knocking. Two other companies. Mauser Arms Manufacturing Co., Limited, and the Saxon Arms and Ammunition Factory. Cecilia named two names that were famous in Saxon and across all of Europa. Hearing these two familiar names, Morin also quickly scanned through the information. These two were giants in the Empire's military-industrial field, one was an established small arms manufacturer, and the other was a behemoth with an official background. Compared to them, Morin's small company bearing the Schmeisser name was practically a manual workshop before the factories in the Ruhr industrial zone were put into use. What do they want to do? Morin had a slight sense of foreboding. They want authorization to produce the MG-14 and MP-14 themselves. Cecilia's tone was very flat, as if she had long anticipated Morin's reaction. After all, with the war reaching this stage, the demand for automatic weapons at the front is too great. The military can't wait for us to slowly expand production, so the General Staff Headquarters and the Ministry of the Army have also tacitly approved their ideas. Isn't that just stealing business? Morin's brow furrowed, and he felt a bit displeased. It felt like he had worked hard to grow a cabbage, and just as it was ready, a group of people surrounded it with shovels and said, "Your cabbage is growing well, let us harvest some too." I thought the same thing at the time. Cecilia seemed to see through his thoughts, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. That young girl Helga is entirely focused on technology and knows nothing of these commercial tricks. When the representatives of those two companies came knocking, she didn't know how to respond. Hearing this, Morin felt a surge of lingering fear. During those 3 months before the war, he had come to understand Helga to some extent. This technical otaku could be said to have a simple personality. If you talked technology with her, she could chat for 3 days and nights. But if you talked business, she would likely be helping the person who sold her count the money. Fortunately, Sister Cecilia was there. Morin sighed from the bottom of his heart. I originally intended to send a telegram to ask for your opinion and see what your thoughts were. Cecilia's gaze softened. But now that you're back, we can discuss it in person. Morin scratched his head and said somewhat sheepishly, Sister Cecilia, to be honest with you, I really don't know the first thing about these commercial matters. It's just at the level of bragging with friends usually. If I'm really asked to make a decision, I have no confidence. So whatever you think we should do, I'll listen to you. Morin wasn't joking with these words. In military matters, he had quite a bit of confidence. But in the commercial field, he knew he was a complete amateur. And sitting across from him was the undisputed brilliant crystal queen of this empire, a top-tier professional player in the commercial field. In such matters, listening to Cecilia was definitely the right choice. You certainly know how to be an absentee boss. Cecilia gave him a reproachful look, but the smile in her eyes showed that she very much appreciated Morin's complete trust. All right then, I'll tell you my thoughts. Cecilia retracted her smile, and her expression became serious. Simply authorizing them to produce is the worst choice and the one we should most avoid. Because that is equivalent to handing over our core technology on a silver platter. Although we could get a substantial licensing fee in the short term, in the long run, the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. Once they master the production technology, with their production capacity and sales channels, they could quickly turn around and seize our market. By then, the Schmeisser company would become very passive. We would effectively be personally cultivating our two strongest competitors. Morin nodded repeatedly. Although he didn't understand business, he could still understand this logic. Teach the apprentice, and the master starves. Then we don't authorize them. Morin asked tentatively. That won't work either. Cecilia shook her head and continued, the pressure from the military is there. If we stubbornly refuse, we will not only offend the military but also some other powerful figures. If they unite against us, the future path for the Schmeisser company will be very difficult. Morin felt his head growing large. This wouldn't work, that wouldn't work, so what exactly should be done? So, my idea is. Cecilia looked at Morin and said word for word, we don't do technical licensing, instead, we enter into a strategic partnership with them. Strategic partnership. Morin repeated the high-sounding term. Exactly. Cecilia's eyes sparkled with the light of confidence. Since they want our technology and we want their production capacity and channels, why not just bind the three parties together? My plan is for the Falkenstein-Eisenstein United Industries to step forward and take the lead in establishing a brand new arms manufacturing group. The three of us will form a deep strategic alliance through mutual shareholding. Mutual shareholding? Strategic alliance? Establishing a new weapons group? To Morin, these terms felt like they belonged to another world. He could understand the meaning of each word, but when they were combined into such a bold business plan, he still felt his brain was a bit inadequate. Well, will this work? Morin asked with some uncertainty, will they agree? Mauser and the Saxon arsenal are long-established giants, would they be willing to cooperate with a small, newly established company in this way? If you and Helga went to negotiate with that little workshop of yours, they certainly wouldn't agree. Cecilia picked up her teacup and said confidently, but if I, representing the Falkenstein-Eisenstein United Industries, step forward, the situation will be completely different. Morin understood instantly. Indeed, the Schmeisser company might be insignificant in the eyes of those giants, but there were likely very few people in the entire Saxon Empire who would not give face to the brilliant Crystal Queen, Cecilia von Falkenstein. Her United Industries was itself a behemoth spanning multiple fields like energy, chemicals, and machinery manufacturing, with influence far beyond that of a single military enterprise. Through mutual shareholding, we can deeply bind the interests of the three parties. Cecilia continued to explain her plan. Schmeisser will contribute core technology and patents as shares, while Mauser and the Saxon arsenal will contribute their production lines, skilled workers, and sales channels. As for my side, I can provide sufficient funding for this new alliance, as well as convenience in raw material procurement and brilliant crystal energy supply. This way, we are no longer in a simple relationship of licensor and licensee, nor are we competitors, instead, we become a community of shared interests. Everyone is in the same boat, we prosper together and suffer together. While the risk of technology leakage still exists, it will be minimized, because any action that harms Schmeisser's interests is equivalent to harming their own. Furthermore, within the new group, we can use agreements to ensure that the R&D of core technology is still led by Helga's team, while they only handle the production phase. Morin listened dumbfounded, he felt as if a door to a new world had been opened. He had previously been thinking about how to protect his own small plot of land, but as soon as Cecilia acted, she drew a much larger circle, bringing everyone in and leading them all to make a fortune together. At this point, Cecilia's gaze fell on Morin again, her tone carrying a hint of praise. One more thing, regarding that gas-operated principal semi-automatic rifle you mentioned in your letter, Helga already has a preliminary design plan. Once this new weapon is successfully developed and passes military testing, it will inevitably trigger another round of equipment replacement. At that time, the scale of the production lines we need will be several times what it is now. If we don't plan ahead now and wait until the new rifle's design is finalized to consider expanding production capacity, it will be too late. And forming a strategic alliance with Mauser and the others is currently the best way to maximize our production scale in the shortest possible time. So she had even thought of this step. Looking at this woman who was strategizing everything, Morin felt more than just admiration, he felt a deep sense of peace. He knew that as long as Cecilia was there, he didn't have to worry about logistics or production issues for his wild ideas. She would be like the sturdiest of backings, resolving all his worries for him. This is the real cheat code. Sister Cecilia, you are simply amazing. Morin struggled for a while and could only manage such a plain and simple compliment. Now you know how good I am. Cecilia gave him a flirtatious roll of her eyes. In the future, flirt less with others outside and think more about me, your sister. Morin chuckled, not daring to reply, and only after a moment did he ask, then it's settled. Yes, it's settled. Once I've finished handling things here in Koblenz and returned to Dresden, I'll officially launch this matter. Cecilia nodded. You, the behind-the-scenes boss, can just wait for the year-end dividends. Actually, if I didn't see how busy you usually are, I would have wanted to entrust all the company's affairs to you long ago, Morin said somewhat sheepishly. I really don't have the head for it, nor that much energy. It's fine, Cecilia's tone became gentle again, as long as you can spend more time with me whenever you come back on leave. Her voice was very light, but Morin could hear a hint of complaint. After finishing breakfast, Cecilia also prepared to head out. As the head of United Industries, even in Koblenz, she had endless affairs to handle. And you? What are your plans for today? Cecilia asked while letting Luna help her into her coat. Do you want to have a good rest in the manor for the day? When I return tonight, we can have dinner together. Morin saw the expectation in her eyes and felt a bit reluctant, but he still shook his head regretfully. I'm afraid not, I have to return to the station immediately. He sighed, on my end, there's also a pile of things waiting to be handled. Oh. Morin thought for a moment and picked some shareable details to briefly explain his promotion and the unit's expansion. So I'm now an Army Lieutenant Colonel, and the unit is expanding from a battalion to a reinforced regiment. Personnel, equipment, training, everything has to start from scratch. I expect to be quite busy for the coming period. Upon hearing this rank, Cecilia's expression, which had been slightly disappointed because Morin couldn't stay, was replaced by a moment of pleasant surprise. My Friedrich is already a lieutenant colonel. She looked up at Morin's young face, her grey-blue eyes full of pride. A 22-year-old lieutenant colonel, that is unheard of in the Imperial Army. Just good luck. Morin felt a bit embarrassed by her gaze and offered a humble remark. This isn't luck. Cecilia's finger lightly brushed over the row of medals on his chest, her voice dropped, and a thick sense of heartache seeped through her joy. These were all traded for with your life. I know you must have gone through many dangers I can't even imagine. Morin's heart warmed. He knew that in this world, perhaps only the perfect woman before him could see past the dazzling halo he wore to the price he had paid and the risks he had endured. It's all in the past. Morin held her hand and comforted her softly. Am I not back here safe and sound now? Cecilia didn't speak, she just gripped his hand tightly in return, her strength surprisingly great. After a moment, she slowly let go, but the hint of resentment in her eyes surfaced once more. Now that you're a lieutenant colonel commanding a regiment, won't you be even busier in the future? She said softly. How long can you stay this time? Once the expansion is complete, will you have to head back to the front lines immediately? The string of questions left Morin speechless. That it's hard to say, it depends on the Ministry of the Army's arrangements. Morin could only answer vaguely, but reorganization and training will take at least a month or two, I should be staying in the country during that time. Only a month or two. Cecilia whispered, her disappointment evident. She was proud of his achievements, but she was also afraid those achievements would push him further and further away, toward that battlefield that could swallow his life at any moment. This contradictory feeling made her suffer. Seeing her like this, Morin also felt uneasy, so he decided to kiss her awake. He glanced at the head maid, Luna, who stood behind Cecilia as quiet as a statue, a hint of embarrassment appearing on his face. Who was Luna? She was an old-timer who had practically grown up with Cecilia and watched Morin grow from a little brat into his current self. She had stood guard outside the door last night and had cleaned the battlefield this morning without batting an eye. What was there not to understand? Almost the instant Morin's eyes drifted her way, this clever head maid understood perfectly. She bowed slightly, a perfect smile on her face, and said to Cecilia, Madam, I will go outside to see if the carriage is ready. After saying that, without waiting for Cecilia's response, she turned and noiselessly exited the dining room, considerately closing the door behind her. Luna, she. Cecilia was surprised that her usually most rule-abiding head maid was being so inconsiderate today, but before she could finish, her vision darkened. Morin had already walked up to her, his tall figure looming over her. Friedrich, you. The rest of her words were completely blocked by a sudden kiss. Cecilia's eyes widened instantly, and she subconsciously reached out, wanting to push this audacious fellow away. But her fists, thumping against his solid chest, were soft and lacked any strength. Morin gave her no chance to resist, one arm wrapping around her slender waist while the other hand cupped the back of her head, pressing forward. Cecilia was forced back by him until her back hit the cold wall, with nowhere left to retreat. Under such a forceful assault, her resistance quickly collapsed. The hands that had originally wanted to push him away unknowingly wrapped around his neck, responding fervently once again. After a long time, their lips parted, both somewhat out of breath. A charming blush bloomed on Cecilia's cheeks, and her usually cold eyes were now shimmering with moisture. Leaning against the wall, she looked at the man before her with slightly weak legs, her gaze a mix of shyness and reproach. The brilliant Crystal Queen wanted to say something, but she opened her mouth only to find she couldn't say a word, only able to glare reproachfully at the fellow with those misty eyes. Seeing her bashful appearance, Morin couldn't help but lean down and give her lips another light peck. All right, I really have to go. He released her and took a step back, creating some distance, fearing that if he stayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to stop himself from doing something even more out of line. After all, it was broad daylight and in the dining room it wouldn't look good. Cecilia also took a deep breath, trying hard to calm her erratic breathing and heartbeat. She smoothed her slightly disheveled collar and hair, attempting to regain the composure and dignity that usually belonged to Madame Falkenstein. But her flushed cheeks and still somewhat dazed eyes made all her efforts seem somewhat futile. "Be careful on the road," she said. "I will," Morin nodded with a smile. Morin left the manor in a cheerful mood. At the entrance, a black brilliant crystal sedan prepared by head-maid Luna was already waiting for him. He got into the car, gave the address of the temporary camp, and the sedan started smoothly, driving toward the barracks. Leaning against the soft seat, Morin reminisced about the kiss just now, the smile on his lips impossible to hide. He found that after confirming his relationship with Cecilia, his mindset seemed to have undergone some subtle changes. At least the soul of Xian had finally graduated. Chapter 301, Regimental Structure, 3 Infantry and 1 Artillery. While Morin was still reminiscing, the car arrived at the temporary camp located on the outskirts of Koblenz. As soon as the car came to a steady stop, he saw Kleist and Manstein standing at the camp entrance, seemingly having waited for a long time. When he pushed open the car door and jumped out, Kleist and Manstein stood at attention and saluted together. "Sir, you're back." Morin nodded, his gaze sweeping over the two. Then he noticed that the way these two guys were looking at him was a bit off. It was a playful look, a mixture of curiosity, gossip, and the we all understand look. Especially Kleist, on that serious face of his, a suppressed smile was forced out, looking particularly comical. Morin's mind raced, and he understood instantly. He hadn't returned all night, and this morning he came back in a special car, his face still bearing an unmistakable look of smug satisfaction. If these two clever spirits couldn't guess what had happened, they wouldn't need to be his deputy and staff officer anymore. Morin coughed somewhat awkwardly, trying to hide his guilt with a serious expression. "What are you looking at? No training to do? Are you that idle?" Reporting to the commander, "We are not idle." Kleist immediately wiped away that playful expression and answered solemnly, "The troops' leave has been arranged. Since last night, various companies and platoons have entered the city in batches to relax. I've spoken with the local military police and told them to keep a close eye out so our men don't cause trouble outside." Well done." Morin nodded. As he walked into the camp, he asked, "Did anything happen while I was away?" "Yes," Manstein spoke this time. "Early this morning, people from the personnel department of the Ministry of the Army came again." "Again? What are they here for?" Morin was somewhat surprised. "To issue notices." Kleist added, "It's about what we heard at the station before, the matter of those outstanding non-commissioned officers and some company-grade officers going to the officer school for further studies. They came to issue formal admission notices to Klaus and the others." "Oh? Moving that fast?" Morin raised an eyebrow. "Where are they going for their studies? Is it still the War College?" Manstein shook his head. "No, it's the Potsdam Officer School. It's said that the school specifically opened a 3-month tactical command crash course for them." "Crash course?" Morin paused, then suddenly realized a problem. "Potsdam, how far is it from Koblenz?" "The straight line distance is about 470 kilometers." Manstein immediately reported a precise figure. "According to the current speed of military trains, a one-way trip takes nearly 7 hours. Morin's brow furrowed instantly. A 7-hour train ride meant that once these people went to class, they wouldn't be able to balance their duties in the unit like he had before. "Morin, in other words, in the next 3 months, our unit will suddenly lose over 40 of its most elite company-grade officers and non-commissioned officer backbones." "Yes, sir." Kleist's expression also turned serious. "Furthermore, it's not just non-commissioned officers and company-grade officers. According to the Ministry of the Army regulations, all officers promoted from company grade to field grade during the war need to return to the military academy for at least 6 months of study to learn higher-level command courses. So theoretically, I am also on the list for this study period. However, considering our unit is about to expand and has a heavy workload, the Ministry of the Army has given special permission to delay my enrollment. But Klaus and the others must go." Now, Morin really couldn't smile anymore. Because he already saw endless affairs crashing down on him. "It seems I won't be able to be a hands-off manager this time." But things had come to this, complaining was useless. He could only find a way to solve the problem. Morin's brain began to work rapidly. "When do Klaus and the others depart?" Morin asked. "Leaving tomorrow morning," Kleist replied. "Tomorrow morning," Morin pondered for a moment, a flash of decisiveness in his eyes. "Time is too tight. Let them prepare well for enrollment then. Use today to quickly hand over the matters at hand." After speaking, Morin turned his gaze to Manstein. "Manstein, do you have any preliminary ideas for the reorganization plan of the new unit?" "I already have a draft." Manstein immediately took out several sheets of paper filled with tables and diagrams from his briefcase. "Good." Morin took the draft and said while reading, "We must determine the final organization as soon as possible, then submit it to the Ministry of the Army and the General Staff Headquarters for approval. Only when the organization is fixed will we know how many people need to be replenished, how much equipment is needed, and then the subsequent training plan can unfold. Me, you, and Kleist, the 3 of us aren't going anywhere this afternoon. We'll finalize this organization plan right here in the headquarters." "Yes, sir." Manstein and Kleist responded in unison. Watching the two turn and execute the orders with swift efficiency, Morin let out a long breath. He knew that from this moment on, the leisurely days of returning home for leave were completely over. That afternoon, in the headquarters of the training unit's temporary camp, Morin, Kleist, and Manstein were gathered around a table spread with a huge map, engaged in an intense discussion. Besides the map, the table was scattered with various scratch papers, data sheets, and several cups of coffee that had long since gone cold. According to the organization finally decided by Morin, Manstein, and the others, the main combat units of this force were 3 infantry battalions plus one 105 mm howitzer battalion. In addition, there were the regimental headquarters, a regimental logistics company, a regimental sapper platoon, a regimental communications platoon, and a regimental 77 mm field gun battery acting as Morin's pistol. Although they had previously captured the Gaul's 75 magic cannons, maintaining and supplying those things was simply too troublesome. So they were sent to the Magic Technology Research Institute for disassembly and study. Morin also made adjustments to the infantry battalion's organization, changing the combat units from the previous 4 infantry companies to 3 infantry companies plus 1 fire support company. The fire support company was mainly equipped with 12 MG-08 heavy machine guns, 4 75.8 mm early mortars, and 4 sets of flamethrowers, with mobility provided by trucks. The organization of each infantry company continued to maintain 4 infantry platoons. Morin also made no changes to the organization of these infantry platoons, still maintaining the extra-large 80-man infantry platoons, with each platoon equipped with 4 MG-14 light machine guns. According to Morin's idea, once the semi-automatic rifles were finalized and put into production, the infantry company's organization would also be adjusted to separate a more flexible fire support platoon. After the report on the organizational adjustments was prepared, it was quickly sent to the Ministry of the Army and the General Staff headquarters. However, the high-level officials originally wanted this training unit to explore its own organization. The reviewers didn't see any issues other than thinking the fire density of this regimental level unit was a bit high and that the ammunition consumption would likely be quite high as well, so they quickly approved the organization. Subsequently, under the coordination of the General Staff headquarters, personnel drawn from various army groups on the Western Front, along with a large number of reservists who had just completed basic training, began to flow continuously into this military camp on the outskirts of Koblenz. And just as Morin was busy to the point of exhaustion building his Iron Army, his name appeared for the first time in a very unfriendly manner on the other side of the Channel. Holy Britannian Empire, London, Buckingham Palace. Inside the spacious and magnificent audience chamber, the heavy velvet curtains were tightly closed, shutting out the gloomy weather outside. Only a dozen or so massive crystal chandeliers emitted a cold and bright light. A group of ministers from various departments and several representatives of the Highland mages wearing dark mage robes stood with their heads bowed in the center of the hall covered with a scarlet carpet, silent as cicadas in winter. Directly in front of them, upon a high throne, sat the majestic eternal Queen Victoria, dressed in a long black gown. It had been over a month since the war began. For the entire Holy Britannian Empire, this past month had been nothing short of a continuous nightmare. The development of the war situation was indeed as they had predicted before the start of the war, showing a one-sided trend. Unfortunately, it was in the opposite direction. Their Gallic allies, in whom they had placed high hopes, collapsed almost at the first touch before the unexpectedly powerful Saxon army. The Empire's expeditionary force, urgently sent to the continent, also retreated in defeat across a series of battles, suffering heavy losses. The United Kingdom of Flanders had completely fallen, and large swathes of the Northern Gallic Republic were occupied. Even the Gauls' capital, Paris, had turned into a wasteland plagued by negative energy. All of this caused the Empire's high-level officials, especially Her Majesty the Queen on the throne, to feel unprecedented shock and anger. But what angered her even more was the loss of the Highland mages. Friedrich Mullen. Queen Victoria's cold voice broke the suffocating silence in the audience chamber. She held a report from the intelligence department in her hand, her knuckles turning white from the force. Mage Killer, the butcher of Charleroi, one of the most dangerous people in all of Europa. So, it is this Saxon soldier, of whom there are hardly even a few photographs, who has caused us to lose 12 whole Highland mages in just 1 month. The Eternal Queen's gaze, like a cold blade, swept across the faces of the Minister of the Army, the Foreign Secretary, and others, as well as the representative of the Highland mages. Of course, if Morin were here right now and heard the figure of 12 mages, he would surely jump up and curse the Highland Mage Corps for being shameless. Damn it, are they balancing the books on my head? Even counting the kills from the massive explosion, he had only taken out 7 mages in Amiens. Even if he included the street fight in Seville during the outbreak of the Great War, that only added 1 more mage apprentice. The remaining ones were purely because these guys, in order to balance the books, had counted all the mages who died on the front lines for various reasons as his kills. But Queen Victoria didn't know, nor did she care about these details. She only knew that the Empire's precious spellcaster forces were being consumed at an unprecedented rate on the Western Front. And all the fingers seemed to point toward the name of that unfamiliar Saxon officer in the report. Chapter 302, Britannia's Grand Plan. If this is the answer you present to me. Victoria's voice was not loud, yet it strangely echoed throughout the empty hall. Everyone present, except for Master Graham, felt every word strike them like a blow to the chest. Then I suppose the massive annual budget allocated by the Empire to the Ministry of the Army and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs should perhaps be used to repair London sewers. Silence fell over the hall. Victoria's words were harsh, but no one dared defy the Eternal Queen. When the ruler of the Empire toured the major colonies in the year of her ascension, was subsequently assassinated in the North American colonies, and miraculously survived with eternal youth. Queen Victoria's popular prestige immediately soared to its peak. The citizens of the Empire believed that what happened to their queen was a true miracle, compared to the so-called divine arts of the papal theocracy. That great change brought Victoria far more than just this, but no one knew the specifics. People only knew that from then on, the Highland Mage Corps, which had once rivaled the royal family, became fiercely loyal to the Eternal Queen, becoming one of the most powerful forces in her hands. It was precisely because of the support of the Highland Mages that the royal family's control over this vast empire reached its peak, essentially forming the dictatorship of the Eternal Queen. The Prime Minister, the Cabinet and the Houses of Parliament, became mere messengers, assisting the Queen in ruling the world's most powerful nation. Earl Horatio Herbert Kitchener, who had been urgently recalled home after the outbreak of war to serve as Minister of the Army, felt his back soaked with cold sweat. He exchanged a subtle glance with his colleagues beside him, finally taking a deep breath and stepping forward. This was what they had agreed upon before the audience. At a time like this, someone had to take the fall, or they would all be ruined. Your Majesty, regarding the failure on the Western Front, the Ministry of the Army bears undeniable responsibility. Kitchener lowered his head, his tone heavy but his logic clear, but allow me to explain, the rout in the first month of the war was not due to the slackness of our troops, the disparity in forces was simply too great. He looked up toward the throne, until Field Marshal French was forced to order a retreat to the Rouen defense line. Our expeditionary force was fighting with barely 100,000 troops against nearly 400,000 main forces of the Saxon First Army Group. With a fourfold difference in manpower, coupled with the immediate and complete collapse of our Gaulish allies' defense lines, we truly could not stand alone. Victoria watched him coldly, remaining silent. Kitchener knew this meant he should continue, and quickly sped up his delivery, but this situation is about to change immediately. Conscription on the main island is proceeding very smoothly, patriotic fervor among the populace is unprecedentedly high, and the nobles have set an example by sending their sons into the military. As of yesterday, over 1.5 million volunteers have registered and are currently undergoing recruit training in various camps. In addition, garrisons from various colonies and legions composed of local auxiliary forces are also about to arrive. See. Kitchener raised his voice a few notches. Once this massive influx of fresh troops arrives on the continent of Europa, we will instantly negate our numerical disadvantage, and even form an overwhelming quantitative advantage in localized battles. That will be the moment we launch our full counterattack. The Minister of the Army paused briefly, observed the Queen's expression, and seeing that she still had no intention of interrupting, continued, furthermore, our mission to capture the Teutonic Order's new weapon was extremely successful, and the Empire's engineers have largely completed the reverse engineering. The production lines at the Birmingham factory have also been adjusted, and this new type of weapon will soon go into production. At that time, the Saxon advantage in armored knights will cease to exist. Kitchener finished, bowing slightly before stepping back. After the Minister of the Army, who had fired the opening shot, stepped down, Sir Grey, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, immediately took the baton. Your Majesty, although we have indeed suffered some setbacks on the battlefield during the month since the war began. But on the diplomatic front, we have actually achieved certain results. Sir Edward Grey, the Minister of Foreign Affairs most trusted by Her Majesty the Queen, bowed and said, currently, negotiations between the diplomatic team and the Kalmar Union, Romania, Greece and the states of Montenegro are proceeding very smoothly. He paused, deliberately emphasizing, also the Ottoman Empire. Although they were previously closer to the Saxon Empire and the Austro-Hungarian Empire, with the assistance of our diplomatic staff, and several Highland mages, Constantinople's attitude has undergone a fundamental change. They have essentially agreed to join the Allied side. When mentioning the assistance of the Highland mages, Sir Grey's tone was subtle, but everyone present understood what that implied. As Sir Grey finished, and seeing that no one else immediately stepped forward, Churchill, the Minister of the Navy, eagerly stood up. The stocky minister always wore a highly aggressive confidence on his face. Your Majesty, once the 4 Balkan states led by the Ottoman enter the war, the Royal Navy can execute a battle plan that has already been drawn up. Churchill waved his arms, as if the immense battle map were right before his eyes. We will coordinate with the army to launch an unprecedented amphibious landing operation in the heart of the Balkan Peninsula. Like a sharp knife, we will thrust directly into the soft underbelly of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Currently, the Austro-Hungarian Empire's offensive in Serbia has been repulsed. If these 4 nations form a coalition army and launch an attack, coupled with our landing forces in the Balkans, the Austro-Hungarian Empire will face the desperate situation of being attacked from 2 sides. Not only that. The Minister of the Army, Kitchener, now took the conversation back. The situation in Russia on the Eastern Front is also excellent. The combined forces of Kolchak and Denikin are currently mopping up the last rebels, and once they are free, the eastern border of the Saxon Empire will face immense pressure. At that time, if the Kalmar Union in the north can follow our plan, blockade the North Sea and the Baltic Sea, and even send troops south to force the Saxons to divert forces to defend the northern coastline, their strength on the Western Front will be greatly weakened. This is a move that affects the whole body. Churchill, who in the eyes of the other ministers always loved to grandstand and show off, concluded, the Saxon forces on the Western Front will be significantly weakened, and that will be our opportunity to drive them completely back home. The ministers, speaking one after another, painted a grand blueprint for a strategic counter-offensive. It was as if the suffocating cloud of failure from moments before had been largely dispersed by these passionate strategic proposals. However, Victoria on the throne showed no change in expression. She quietly listened to everyone's report, her finger lightly tapping the armrest, making a crisp thud, thud sound. A magnificent plan, a perfect strategy. Victoria finally spoke, her tone carrying a hint of faint sarcasm. It sounds like if we follow your advice, we can be having afternoon tea in the Imperial Palace in Dresden tomorrow. The ministers exchanged glances, not daring to reply. But Victoria changed her tone, and her cold eyes sharpened again, piercing straight into their hearts. Have you forgotten something? Or are you deliberately avoiding my question? Friedrich Mullen. That is the Saxon I am asking about. Victoria's voice instantly dropped to freezing point. This man, known as the Mage Killer, this butcher of Charleroi who has struck terror into our expeditionary forces. How do you plan to deal with him? Do your grand strategies account for this variable? In just 1 month, 12 Highland mages have fallen, including even veteran master spellcasters. Victoria leaned forward, turning her gaze to Graham, who was wearing purple mage robes. Master Graham, you should know better than I how many resources and how much time the Empire needs to train an official spellcaster. And now, they are falling in batches to an obscure young Saxon officer. Tell me, how do you solve this problem? Facing the Queen's direct challenge, the air in the hall solidified once more. Kitchener and Churchill, among others, looked distressed, as if they had eaten the 9-turned large intestine. They had 100 solutions for conventional warfare, but when it came to battles between spellcasters, their traditional military methods seemed inadequate. In the end, Master Graham stepped forward to take the fall. Your Majesty, regarding this Mullen, the Mage Corps has noted his threat. In fact, we want to eliminate this heretic more than anyone else. He bowed slightly and continued, we have communicated with the Military Intelligence Directorate. Regarding this Mage Killer, we will no longer treat him as a regular enemy commander, but rather as a high-threat target. The Military Intelligence Department is working hard to gather information on his whereabouts and weaknesses. Once an opportunity arises, we will approach him through various means. At the same time, the Highland Mage Corps will dispatch personnel to cooperate with the Intelligence Department's operatives to carry out a targeted elimination. Victoria snorted coldly, I hope this time your team doesn't end up like the last ones, becoming another achievement on his medal. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. Graham's expression remained unchanged as he continued, the previous losses occurred because we were exposed while he was hidden, and we lacked understanding of his sudden burst of combat capability. Now that we are treating him seriously, it won't be so easy for him to succeed. After saying this, Graham subtly changed the subject, guiding the conversation in a different direction. There is one other matter. Your Majesty, we were not entirely without gains during the Battle of Paris. The observation team we dispatched collected highly valuable intelligence. Oh. Victoria raised an eyebrow. Continue. Chapter 303, Antarctica. Our observers on the Paris front, while unable to prevent the city's fall, have collected a vast amount of data regarding the Saxons' new high-power weapons and the Gauls' use of mage towers for defensive operations. The usually calm Graham had a rare flash of fanatical light in his eyes. Most importantly, the Gauls' method of utilizing the mage towers gave us great inspiration. They inadvertently helped us complete some key experiments. This proves that through specific magic arrays, it is indeed possible to leverage energy far beyond the level of the spellcaster themselves. Victoria, what are you trying to say? This data helped us verify a theoretical model that has plagued the Mage Corps for many years. Graham took a deep breath and looked up toward the throne. Your Majesty, after several days of urgent internal discussion, the Mage Corps believes that the long-shelved Antarctic project can now be activated. Hearing the keyword Antarctic project, the expressions of all the ministers present shifted. Even Churchill and Kitchener, who had been excitedly calling for a counter-offensive, closed their mouths, lost in thought. The Antarctic project was a top-secret plan known only to a few at the top of the Empire, a grand project labeled as a wonder-level engineering feat. Queen Victoria's expression finally showed a significant change, her gaze becoming deep and profound. Graham, do you know what you are saying? The Queen's voice became exceptionally serious. That project requires an astronomical amount of resources, it would require the strength of the entire nation. In this current state of war, every ton of steel and every magic crystal is crucial. Is the Highland Mage Corps certain they want to start it at a time like this? Very certain, Your Majesty. Graham straightened his back. The observations of the Eiffel Tower have proven the feasibility of that theory. As long as we build that unprecedented mage tower at that point in Antarctica, once the project is complete, the power it releases will no longer be limited to the battlefield. At that time, whether it be the Saxon army or that so-called mage killer, they will be as insignificant as ants before absolute power. It will be a victory once and for all. Master Graham seemed like a different person as he spread his arms, as if he could already see the scene. The Empire's rule will achieve true eternity under your reign. Victoria fell silent. The hall was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the Queen's decision. This was not just a military decision, but a gamble concerning the very fate of the Empire. After a long while, Victoria closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and then reopened them. I need to see evidence, she said coldly. Empty words cannot convince me to empty the treasury. Have the Mage Corps produce a sufficiently detailed feasibility report and preliminary experimental data. As long as it can be proven feasible. Victoria stood up, her black skirt spreading out before the throne. I will approve this plan. Graham bowed deeply, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. As you command, Your Majesty, you shall see it. Victoria ignored his bow and turned to look at Kitchener, Churchill, and the others. As for you. Her voice returned to its previous severity. Execute the plans you just mentioned. Win over allies, land in the Balkans, counterattack on the Western Front, use every means available. I don't care how difficult the process is, or how many people must be sacrificed. Victoria paused, I expect to see this damned war end in the first half of 1915, is that understood? Yes. Your Majesty. The ministers of various departments responded in unison, their voices loud, but everyone's heart was heavy. Ending this war that had already engulfed half the world in 6 months? This was simply an impossible task, but facing the Queen, who was clearly on the verge of a violent rage, no one dared to say a single no. You are dismissed, Victoria waved her hand. Master Graham and the people from military intelligence, stay behind. The ministers felt as if they had been granted a general amnesty, bowing one after another before exiting the audience hall. The heavy doors slowly closed, cutting the space within the hall into a sealed, private venue once again. Only Graham remained, along with 2 middle-aged military officers in black uniforms, the Director General of Military Intelligence and the Chief of the recently established Section 6, specifically responsible for foreign espionage operations. The dull thud of the closing doors made the hearts of the 3 remaining men tighten. Victoria spoke again, but this time she lowered her voice, her tone carrying an unsettling coldness. Major Cavendish, has he been found? As soon as this question was asked, a layer of fine sweat instantly broke out on the Director General of Military Intelligence's forehead. Your Majesty. He swallowed hard and then replied, regrettably, according to the information we have obtained, the liaison team Major Cavendish was with lost contact on the day the fortress of Liege fell. Current indications suggest he has likely been captured by the Saxons. Captured? Victoria's gaze instantly became as sharp as a knife. You should be very clear about his identity, and even clearer about what is inside his head. Major Cavendish was ostensibly just a senior liaison officer for Britannia, but in reality, he was a secret intelligence operative for military intelligence. At the same time, he came from the Cavendish family, whose leader held another more widely known title, the Duke of Devonshire. But none of that was the most important part. Most importantly, he was one of the field directors for the Prometheus plan. If this intelligence fell into Saxon hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. The disappearance of Major Cavendish was also the military intelligence department's biggest failure since the start of the war. They had originally thought the fortress of Liege was impregnable. Who could have imagined the Saxons would use such inconceivable tactics to break open the gates in just a few days? Yes, Your Majesty, we are very aware. The Director General quickly lowered his head, not daring to look the Queen in the eye. Based on the risk that the Prometheus plan may have been leaked, I suggest, we must take action immediately. Action? Victoria sneered. The man has been missing for over a month, and only now do you remember to take action. She turned her gaze to the Chief of Section 6 standing behind the Director General. Tell me, where are your people? The Chief of Section 6 was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, the type who would disappear into a crowd. At this moment, his expression was also somewhat unsightly. Your Majesty, our Special Operations Team, actually arrived within the borders of the Gallic Republic with the Expeditionary Force half a month ago, the Chief replied cautiously. But what? But due to the previous defeat of the Expeditionary Force, most of the Highland mages accompanying the army withdrew to the home island or to safe rear areas to preserve their strength. The Chief glanced at Master Graham beside him, his tone carrying a hint of subtle complaint. Without the assistance of Highland mages, it is very difficult for our people to secretly approach the operational area. This was said very euphemistically, but everyone present understood the meaning. This was a complaint about the lack of cooperation from the Highland Mage Corps. Victoria's gaze subsequently shifted to Master Graham. Your Majesty, the Highland Mage Corps will, of course, fully support the Empire's actions. Master Graham replied neither humbly nor arrogantly, but I hope the Intelligence Bureau can formulate a complete and sound plan. We cannot allow the Empire's precious mages to be pointlessly lost in a reckless action that is not adequately prepared. Enough. The Queen's cold voice interrupted the subtle clash between the two. I don't want to hear you pushing blame onto each other, I only want results. The Prometheus plan was proposed by you all, and at the time, every one of you was emphasizing how important this plan was, but what is the result? Victoria took a deep breath and then gave the 3 men a final ultimatum. Within 1 week, I need both sides to jointly formulate an operational plan and then execute it at an opportune time, is that understood? Yes, Your Majesty. Fine, you are dismissed. The 3 men bowed and hurried out of the hall. When only Victoria remained in the hall, she leaned back wearily against the throne and rubbed her temples. The rain outside was still falling, tapping against the glass windows with an irritating sound. Friedrich Mullen. She murmured the name softly, her gaze fixed on the gloomy sky to the east. Though she had never met him, her intuition as a ruler told her that this young Saxon officer might become the biggest variable in this war. Meanwhile, across the channel. In the training division camp on the outskirts of Koblenz, Morin, who was buried in paperwork, suddenly sneezed without warning. Achoo. The sound was incredibly loud, startling Manstein, who had just walked into the office to report. Sir, do you have a cold? Manstein asked with concern. The weather has been turning cold lately, you should take care of your health. I'm fine. Morin rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat bewildered. I suspect some bastard is cursing me behind my back. He shook his head, shaking off that sudden chill, and then took the documents from Manstein's hand. Is this the training plan for the new recruits? Yes, sir. Manstein immediately entered work mode. Over these few days, replacement troops and officers will be arriving one after another. According to your requirements, we will break the original organizational structure and mix them with the veterans to directly begin tactical integration training. Very good, speed up the progress. I will also personally participate in the training. Chapter 304, Ramwat? Guwat? The temporary military camp on the outskirts of Koblenz had been exceptionally lively since the training unit moved in. With the expansion order issued, the once somewhat empty camp was quickly filled. Veterans drawn from various war zones, reserve soldiers fresh from training camps, and wagon loads of military supplies made every inch of ground here dusty from the daily activity. Morin stood by the window of the regimental headquarters, a cup of lukewarm coffee in hand, looking at the bustling crowd on the parade ground outside. The General Staff headquarters was quite efficient this time. He took a sip of the bitter coffee and said to Manstein behind him, I was worried they'd just shove anyone at me, but the quality of the personnel they sent is actually decent. Manstein was buried in a pile of rosters and replied without looking up, after all, with the names Imperial Guard and Training Unit, and being a unit personally decorated by His Majesty, the Ministry of the Army wouldn't dare be too perfunctory. However, he paused and looked up at Morin. The veterans selected from various major units have caused another problem, the composition of the personnel is too complex. Our soldiers now come from at least 6 different military districts, mixed with High Saxon, Low Saxon, Flemish, and Swabian dialects. It won't be easy to mold this group into a single entity. Morin smiled. A bit of a mix is good, it prevents factions from forming. As for molding them, that's something to worry about on the training field. Just then, a commotion came from the camp gate. Another long convoy drove in. Over a dozen heavy 4-wheeled wagons laden with supplies made a dull rumbling sound as their wheels rolled over the gravel road. Following the convoy was a marching column of about 200 men. Looks like today's last batch of reinforcements has arrived. Morin put down his coffee cup, picked up his military cap, and put it on. Let's go, Eric. We should meet this new batch of officers. Didn't Kleist say there was a promising talent this time? Manstein closed the file, stood up, and straightened his uniform. We naturally hope for more capable and efficient ones. Now that we're expanding into a regiment, the shortage of company and platoon-level officers is too great. Relying solely on promoting NCOs isn't enough. The two walked out of the regimental headquarters, where Kleist was already waiting at the door. The three walked quickly toward the parade ground and found that this batch was also mixed. Morin could tell at a glance that half of them carried that familiar scent of gunpowder, clearly having been pulled from the front lines. The other half, like the previous reserve soldiers, had faces full of naivety and curiosity. There were only 2 officers leading the group, a second lieutenant and a lieutenant. Because these scattered reinforcement transports were usually organized temporarily at Koblenz station, the highest-ranking officer was designated to lead. Morin walked over with Manstein and Kleist. Seeing the lieutenant colonel's rank on Morin's shoulders and the dazzling blue max on his chest, the 2 officers immediately straightened their backs and shouted orders for the formation to stand at attention. Attention! The command was loud and powerful, carrying a typical Saxon officer's style. Morin stood before the formation, his gaze sweeping over the 200 or so unfamiliar faces before finally landing on the 2 leading officers. One looked very young, likely around the same age as Morin. He was lean and fit, about 1.75 meters tall, with a thin face and prominent cheekbones. His eyes were narrow and sharp, his eye sockets deep, his jawline resolute, and his tightly pursed thin lips suggested restraint. The other looked a few years older, but 25 or 26 at most. He was taller than the first, with broad shoulders and a more robust build. His face was broad, his forehead full, and his jaw thick, giving an impression of steadiness. The 2 walked quickly to Morin, their movements so standard that even a textbook couldn't find a flaw. Clack! The 2 saluted in unison. Sir! The older lieutenant spoke first in a steady voice, Lieutenant Heinz Wilhelm Guderian, former radio station chief of the Signal Battalion, 5th Cavalry Division, reporting with reinforcements. Immediately after, the sharp-eyed second lieutenant also said loudly, Second Lieutenant Erwin Rommel, formerly of the 124th Württemberg Infantry Regiment, reporting with reinforcements. Hearing those 2 names, Morin felt his head buzz. If meeting Manstein and Kleist before was good luck. Then looking at these 2 young officers standing straight before him, Morin felt it was no longer just luck. He had clearly succeeded in escaping his streak of bad luck. Guderian. Rommel. Plus Manstein standing behind him. Good heavens, the 3 legendary gods of the Third Reich's army, were they all gathered here in his little training regiment? Morin struggled to control his expression, trying not to look too shocked or break into a creepy grin. He first looked at the lieutenant named Guderian. That slightly broad face, paired with the meticulous hairstyle, actually gave Morin a strange sense of déjà vu. Wait, this guy looks a bit like Verstappen who drives the Mars rover, doesn't he? Morin commented inwardly. But looking closely, the father of the Panzer Corps from another timeline didn't yet have that fanaticism for driving tanks to the sea. He showed more of the rigor and calmness of a technical officer from the rear. Then, Morin turned his gaze to Rommel beside him. This desert fox, equally famous in another timeline, was still just an infantry second lieutenant. But standing there, he was like an unsheathed dagger, radiating intense aggressiveness. In his eyes burned a fire of longing for battle and for achieving great deeds. Those were the eyes of a natural-born war animal. But Morin also had to admit that the young Rommel's looks were a bit different from his official martial portrait. At ease. Morin returned a standard salute, trying his best to sound calm and authoritative. It was hard not to be excited with the 3 gods gathered under his command. I am Lieutenant Colonel Friedrich Mullen. Welcome to the Imperial Guard Assault Training Unit. Hearing Morin's name, a light flashed in the eyes of both Guderian and Rommel. Over the past month, Morin's name had become legendary on the Western Front. Especially for a junior officer like Rommel who favored the offensive, Morin who dared to hold off a division with a single battalion at Charleroi and then charge toward Paris was practically an idol. I have long heard of your great name, sir. Rommel couldn't help but speak, his tone carrying undisguised admiration. Your defensive battle at Charleroi was simply textbook. Morin felt his expression management was about to fail. Holy crap, Rommel standing in front of him with a look of admiration. If Morin weren't so disciplined, he wouldn't have been able to stop himself from laughing. Textbook. Morin shook his head with a smile. If a textbook taught you to fight like I did, the person who wrote it must be a madman. The people around them let out a wave of friendly laughter. The atmosphere relaxed slightly. Morin turned to Kleist behind him and ordered, Kleist, arrange for someone to take everyone to the barracks. Follow the old rules. Yes, sir. Kleist responded and began calling the NCOs to lead the men away. The old rules Morin mentioned were actually to break up and reorganize the men. Only after the soldiers had marched away did Morin look back at the two UR cards in front of him. Lieutenant Guderian, Second Lieutenant Rommel. Morin looked at them and said seriously, since you were recommended for this unit, I believe you are elites in your respective fields. So I also sincerely hope you can successfully pass the training unit's officer assessment and truly become a part of this unit. He pointed to the medal on his chest, then to the training ground in the distance, and then to the battlefield beyond sight. In this unit, there is only one requirement, be able to fight and win. Yes, sir. The two responded in unison. All right, Captain Manstein will take you to complete your reporting procedures and pick up your new equipment. Oh. Yes, sir. Watching the backs of Manstein, Guderian, and Rommel as they left, Morin stood in place, took a deep breath, and rubbed his face hard. I'll be D. He finally couldn't help but swear, a silly grin appearing on his face like he had just won the lottery. Am I really going to assemble the all-star lineup? Think about it. Manstein responsible for operational plans and grand strategy. Guderian responsible for researching armored assault theory and blitzkrieg. Rommel responsible for leading the charge, frontline command, and on-the-spot adaptation. If this lineup were deployed, never mind this World War I timeline, even in World War II, it would be a dream team that would make anyone's skin crawl. Sir, are you all right? Kleist returned after settling the soldiers and, seeing Morin grinning foolishly, asked with some concern, are you too tired? I'm fine, I'm good, very good. As Morin walked back with him, he asked casually, by the way, how did that Lieutenant Guderian get transferred? Normally, a signal officer in a cavalry division is a technical post, they rarely transfer laterally to an infantry assault unit, right? Kleist looked around and lowered his voice, leaning into Morin's ear. Sir, I just looked at his file. This Lieutenant Guderian's background is not simple. Oh. Morin raised an eyebrow. His father is Friedrich Guderian. Kleist gave a name. A retired army lieutenant general. Morin paused, his expression turning a bit strange. The son of a retired lieutenant general. Morin rubbed his chin thoughtfully. No wonder he could jump out of a place like a cavalry division where noble gentlemen cluster. In the Saxon army of this era, the cavalry was still seen as the most glorious and traditional branch, usually where only the sons of nobles could thrive. I heard it's because he was always making strange suggestions in his original unit and wasn't very well liked. Kleist continued gossiping, and his father seemingly wanted him to gain some experience in a frontline unit. Since the training unit is famous now and in an expansion phase, he got him sent over. Morin immediately understood the key. Damn, the father of Blitzkrieg came to my place to pad his resume. Chapter 305, Assault Team University, First Session. In the following days, Morin discovered that Guderian was not the only one who came to gild himself. The entire garrison, in addition to absorbing a large number of replacement soldiers and supplies, also received many officers, among whom the probationary officers who had just graduated from military academy made Morin scratch his head. Von Kleist, von Arnim, von Strakewitz, at a glance, the roster was alarmingly high in names containing von. Most of these young men had just graduated from military academy or were probationary officers who had just been commissioned. Each was impeccably dressed, with polished boots, exuding an innate arrogance that could be sensed from hundreds of meters away. However, for the Saxon Empire, this was actually a normal situation. After all, Junker nobles were essentially military aristocrats, so the majority of Saxon's officer corps had always been Junker officers. Officers from ordinary backgrounds, such as Rommel, were actually very rare. As for the issue of gilding, Morin was not surprised. After all, for old European aristocrats, gilding their descendants was a basic operation. It seems we're getting a lot of attention here. Morin sat behind his desk, speaking as he handed the list in his hand to Manstein. Manstein took the list and glanced at it, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. This is not surprising, Commander. Not to mention your reputation, just looking at the promotion speed our unit has shown, using this place as a springboard is perfectly suitable. Springboard. Morin scoffed, leaning back in his chair. Did they only see the words Imperial Guard and training and completely ignore the most important word in our unit's full name? Assault. Manstein nodded, speaking calmly, perhaps in their view, as long as they follow you, battles will be won, and merits will be gained. As for danger, that's something soldiers should worry about. Then they're in for a disappointment. Morin stood up and walked to the window, watching the young noble officers on the parade ground who were still exchanging pleasantries as if attending a manor party, his eyes gradually growing cold. Commander, what are your thoughts on the training arrangements for these individuals? Should we follow the regular procedure, or? Manstein asked tentatively, give them a little consideration? After all, if we accidentally ruin a few heirs of great nobles, the Ministry of the Army might have some complaints. This was indeed a realistic problem. Although Morin was highly favored by the royal family now, if he offended a large number of junker nobles at the same time, his future days would probably not be easy. Morin turned around, looking at this future strategic master, with an unprecedented seriousness in his eyes. Eric, you are still thinking about problems with the mindset of the old nobility. Morin walked back to the desk, propped his hands on the desktop, and stared into Manstein's eyes. Treat them differently. Of course we should treat them differently. Manstein was startled, and before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard Morin say resolutely, give them extra training. Train them to death. Ah. Even the usually composed Manstein couldn't help but gape. As grassroots officers, they are supposed to lead soldiers in charges. If the officers themselves are weaklings, panting after 2 steps, or fainting at the sight of blood, do you expect soldiers to obey them? Morin's finger tapped heavily on the desk, making dull thudding sounds. In my unit, a soldier's obedience to his commander must never be solely because of those 2 shoulder boards, or the von in their surname. What I want is absolute strength, the kind of trust that allows soldiers to entrust their lives to him. If they can't do that, they should get out and go home early, instead of harming themselves and others on the battlefield. These words were powerful, making Manstein's eardrums buzz. He looked at this commander, who was several years younger than himself, and a strange sense of respect welled up in his heart. In this imperial army that valued lineage and background, Morin was probably the only one who dared to speak like this and truly intended to act on it. Manstein nodded thoughtfully. Although he had reservations about such a radical approach, reason told him that Morin was right. Understood, Commander. So, according to the highest standard. No, a little higher than the highest standard. Morin grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. During the day, train with the soldiers. At night, all officers and non-commissioned officers will have separate extra training, and I will lead the team personally. Manstein nodded, already silently praying for those arrogant noble young masters. Being personally tutored by this physically abnormal commander, that taste would probably be more intense than going to the front line. Just as Manstein was about to turn and leave to arrange the training plan, Morin suddenly called out to him as if remembering something. By the way, Eric. Any other orders, Commander? Morin looked at him with a smile, then glanced at Kleist, who had just entered the doorway and was about to report. Since we need to lead by example, the officers in our regimental headquarters can't be left out either. Morin pointed to Manstein, then to the bewildered Kleist. Those old officers and non-commissioned officers who didn't go to military academy for further study and stayed, and you too, you'll also join the extra training at night. Manstein stumbled, grabbing onto the doorframe. Kleist almost dropped the folder in his hand. Commander. Kleist stammered, we have to train too. Nonsense. Morin said as a matter of course, staff officers are also officers. What if the command post is taken out one day? Are you going to poke the enemy's butt with a pen? Seeing their mournful expressions, Morin's mood greatly improved. All right, don't look so gloomy, this is for your own good. Look at your small physiques, then look at me. We are going to be the benchmark for the entire army, so physical fitness must be absolutely mastered. Manstein and Kleist exchanged glances, both seeing deep despair in the other's eyes. They knew very well that since the war began, Morin's physical fitness had been skyrocketing at an absurd rate. If, when the training assault battalion was first established, Morin hadn't yet created a physical gap with others. Then now, he had completely reached the next level. Yesterday, after the new 400-meter obstacle course was finished, Morin couldn't wait to go for a run. To others, his speed was so fast it was like flying, and in the end, he wasn't red-faced or breathless, still smiling as he asked others if they wanted to join him for another lap. Train with him? This wasn't extra training, this was an execution. But military orders were like mountains, besides standing at attention, saluting, and shouting yes, they had no room for rebuttal. After walking out of the office, Kleist looked at Manstein resentfully. Manstein, I heard everything outside the door. Why did you bring up the matter of differential treatment? If you... Manstein sighed, looked up at the sky, his face full of despair. I didn't expect this fire to eventually burn us too. The next morning, the last batch of replacement soldiers and officers finally arrived. Morin, as usual, brought Manstein and Kleist to greet them. Because it was the last batch, and there had been a delay of a few days, Morin had received the list of these officers in advance. So when he saw the 2 lieutenants standing in the ranks, his heart once again pounded uncontrollably. Former battalion adjutant, lieutenant of the 2nd Battalion, 111th Infantry Regiment, Friedrich Wilhelm Paulus, reporting. The speaker was a tall, clean-faced officer. He stood ramrod straight, every button meticulously fastened, exuding a rigorous, almost rigid demeanor. Morin quickly scanned the file in his hand, which contained an evaluation from his former superior officer. Lieutenant Paulus has performed excellently in his work, is highly organized, and strives to avoid making enemies among his colleagues. However, his actions are slightly slow, and he tends to spend excessive time analyzing the situation before issuing orders. A typical staff-type talent, the commander of the 6th Army Group in another world, the marshal who hesitated at Stalingrad and eventually surrendered. Morin silently tagged this person in his mind, a useful tool, but at critical moments, someone needs to push him, or simply not let him make the final decisions. Immediately after, another voice rang out. Former battalion adjutant, lieutenant of the 1st Battalion, 52nd Infantry Regiment, Otto Moritz Walter Model, reporting. Compared to Paulus's gentle elegance, Lieutenant Model gave a completely different impression. He wasn't too tall and was relatively young, but he maturely wore a monocle just like other older, traditional Saxon officers. According to the files in Morin's hands, Model's troops also participated in all previous battles under the 1st Army Group. He was even one of the officers personally selected by Chief of Staff Sake of the 1st Army Group, which was enough to prove his excellent performance. Lion of Defense, Firefighter. Morin looked at the young man in front of him, who was still a bit green but already showing great promise, and suppressed the urge to shout Model the Immovable. Good heavens, now it's really complete. Kleist, Manstein, Heinz Guderian, Rommel, and now Paulus and Model. How is this the configuration of a regimental unit? This is practically stuffing half of the future Third Reich Army's elite into one place. Morin tried his best to maintain his facial expression, said a few simple words of welcome, and then had Manstein take them to complete the enrollment procedures. After everyone had left, Morin could no longer keep up the pretense. He practically power-walked back to his office. With a bang, he closed and locked the door. Awesome! A long-suppressed roar echoed in the room. Morin violently punched the air, even throwing a series of uncoordinated punches on the spot. This is a dream team. As long as he can train these people, will he still need to worry about fighting wars in the future? Just assign the tasks, Manstein makes the plans, Heinz Guderian leads the future motorized or even mechanized forces, Rommel leads the frontline assault squads, Model handles defense, Paulus and Kleist handle logistics and staff work, and he himself can be a hands-off boss, focusing wholeheartedly on leading the assault squads on the front lines. Is this what it feels like to be a European emperor? Love it, love it. Just as Morin was immersed in his beautiful fantasies of the future, Kleist, who was passing by the door, suddenly stopped. He looked at the closed door with a puzzled expression. Just now, did some strange sound come from inside? It sounded like the roar of some beast, or perhaps, an extremely excited moan? Is the officer under too much stress? Kleist shook his head and quickly left without daring to ask further. Inside the room, Morin, having vented, sat up again and tidied his somewhat disheveled military uniform. Excited as he was, he also knew in his heart that these people were still unpolished gems, not yet truly refined. Especially those gilded nobles mixed in with the ranks, they needed a thorough cleansing. Since everyone is here. Morin walked to the mirror, looked at the young and energetic face reflected there, and a cruel arc formed at the corner of his mouth. Then let's begin, Hell Week, no, Hell Month. On the first day of full regiment joint training, a good show unfolded on the training division's training ground. When the soldiers began basic training such as drills and shooting, the newly arrived officers and non-commissioned officers were collectively taken to the 400-meter obstacle course. Ladders, balance beams, high walls, low crawl nets, every obstacle seemed full of malice. The new officers and soldiers gathered in a circle, looking at these strangely shaped facilities, their faces filled with confusion. A few even showed some disdain. Is this what they call training? Climbing around like monkeys? A second lieutenant from a prestigious family muttered softly, his tone carrying a hint of contempt. His voice wasn't quiet, and many nearby heard it, letting out a low chuckle. Morin stood in front of the formation, his ears twitching, a chilling smile appearing on his face. It seems someone thinks this is very simple. He unhurriedly took off his jacket, tossed it to Kleist nearby, wearing only a thin training shirt, and stretched his wrists and ankles. Since it's simple, I'll demonstrate it for everyone. Watch closely, I'll only teach once. Kleist, start the timer. Yes, sir. No sooner had he spoken than Morin shot out like a cannonball from a barrel. 100-meter sprint, so fast it kicked up a gust of wind. Next was the ladder, he used both hands and feet, moving so quickly that only after images remained, flipping over in just a few movements. He crossed the balance beam as if walking on flat ground, didn't even slow down before the high wall, used one foot to push off the wall for leverage, and with a push of his hands, his body traced a perfect arc in the air, landing steadily. When low crawling, he moved like a nimble crocodile in the mud, the barbed wire of the low crawl net only a few centimeters from his scalp, but his speed did not diminish at all. The entire field was silent. The faces that had originally worn mocking smiles were now all frozen. Heinz Guderian's eyes were wide, his mouth slightly agape. Rommel's eyes gleamed with fervent light. Model solemnly put away his monocle. Even the usually composed Paulus unconsciously clenched his fists. When Morin crossed the finish line, standing calm and collected, barely even breathing hard, Kleist's hand holding the stopwatch trembled. 1 minute 30 seconds. This result, in Morin's world before transmigration, would have broken the military record of 1 minute 31.34 seconds. In this era, where most countries were still practicing parade ground attacks, it was a dimension-shattering blow. Morin took his jacket, his gaze sweeping across the field, finally settling on the second lieutenant who had just spoken disrespectfully. This is what you call like a monkey. The second lieutenant's face was beet red, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. Starting today, this is your compulsory course. Morin's voice echoed throughout the field, whether soldier or officer, anyone who can't finish within 2 minutes 30 seconds won't get dinner. As for the officers. He paused, revealing his devilish fangs. At 8 tonight, we continue. The next month was an unending nightmare for everyone in the training division. In the suburbs of Koblenz, from early morning to late night, screams, whistle blasts, and dry retching from exhaustion echoed daily. Those noble young masters who had only intended to gild themselves finally realized what kind of fiery pit their parents had sent them into. There were no afternoon teas, no balls, only endless physical exertion. Morin's training plan was simple and brutal. It benchmarked the peak of light infantry, that force with red collar tabs, green uniforms, half-squatting stances, and diagonally held rifles. It should be noted that the Imperial Guard assault training unit's food, enhanced by Morin's out-of-pocket expenses, already surpassed that of the troops of that era. So there was no material gap, and Morin's requirement was only for the training division to reach 80% of that level, which was already sufficient. 5-kilometer cross-country was the appetizer, the 400-meter obstacle course was the main course, and tactical infiltration and live-fire shooting were dessert. Moreover, Morin, that pervert, would hold special sessions for the officers every night. On the dark training ground, a group of company-grade officers and non-commissioned officers, who were already exhausted like dead dogs from the day, were driven by Morin to crawl all over the ground. Faster! Faster! That's the enemy's machine gun position. Are you crawling so slowly to save them bullets? Keep your butt down. Do you want to be riddled with holes? Running so slowly, how can you be an assault squad member? Do you want me to charge at the very front? Under this high-pressure environment, elimination began. As Morin expected, those noble scions who came with a gilding mentality were indeed the first to break. Some couldn't stand the smell of mud and sweat, some cried and screamed after falling on the obstacle course, and some wept, demanding to be transferred by their uncles and aunts in the Ministry of the Army. For these people, Morin offered no retention, simply signing them all back to their original units. Those who should get lost quickly. The training division needs steel, not scrap iron. These were his words during an evening roll call. And as the gilding layer peeled away, the remaining true gold was slowly refined through daily training. Meanwhile, personnel sent by various combat units to learn also arrived successively and joined in the physical, tactical, and theoretical training. Morin held nothing back and repeatedly emphasized that physical fitness is the foundation of all tactics. Without physical fitness, discussing tactics was completely empty talk. And all trainees, after completing all courses, would receive materials such as the Assault Force Combat Regulations and Assault Force Training Outline compiled by Morin, Manstein, and Kleist, as well as specific blueprints for the 400-meter obstacle course. After all, it was a training division. People came expecting to truly learn things to take back. And amidst the fervent reorganization and training process, Morin suddenly received an invitation from the Teutonic Order. Chapter 306, Progress of Composite Armor and Knights. After receiving Grand Master Liania's invitation, Morin didn't hesitate to head over, even though the invitation mentioned it might take several days or even longer. Soon, the news that Morin was leaving the station for a few days spread through the entire training division's camp like it had wings. Initially, upon hearing that Morin was going out on official business, the new officers were secretly delighted, thinking they could finally catch a break. After a month of endless physical, tactical, and theoretical training, they had lost all sense of time and place. Remember this site's domain, Taiwan Novel Network, with a vast sea of books at twgon.com for you to choose from. The tense air on the training ground seemed to relax in an instant. The officers, who might contain real gold, didn't dare to cheer openly, but the uncontrollable curves of their lips betrayed their inner thoughts. The devil who tortured their bodies in new ways every day and treated them like wild boars in mud pits was finally leaving. However, this secret joy didn't even last until dinner time. As the sunset reddened the skyline of Koblenz, all officers and non-commissioned officers were assembled. Standing on the podium was no longer the always smiling but ruthless Morin. Instead, there stood Kleist, looking cold and stern as if he had just swallowed a piece of granite, and on the other side, the refined and aristocratic Manstein. Even though the commander is away, our curriculum will not change. Kleist's voice clearly entered everyone's ears. On the giant blackboard behind him, the schedule for the next few days was densely packed. There was a reason Morin felt comfortable heading to the Teutonic Order. The training content for the officers and non-commissioned officers had long been standardized, and it could proceed normally under the supervision of Manstein, Kleist, and others even in his absence. Any troublemakers would be silently noted and dealt with upon his return, so Morin could completely act as a hands-off manager. On the other hand, although Morin emphasized physical training, it didn't mean he actually made them train for 24 hours straight. In fact, after the initial physical assessment of the officers and non-commissioned officers on the first day, the clerks of the entire training division, led by Kleist, had completed the registration of all relevant information. Thus, Morin knew exactly what level these officers were currently at. The daily physical training was basically calibrated to stay right on the edge of their limits, squeezing out as much physical potential as possible without snapping the string. For the new officers and non-commissioned officers, in this land shrouded in dust and commands, the concept of time seemed to blur. Every 24 hours felt like it was stretched into a century. If they initially held a starstruck admiration for Morin as a recipient of the Blue Max, or harbored thoughts of easily surpassing this former dandy, now, that admiration and desire to surpass him had rapidly transformed into a complex emotion of mixed awe and fear. Hell month. This term first popped out of the mouth of a second lieutenant who collapsed in a pit. In less than half a day, it spread throughout the camp and was unanimously recognized by all trainees. And this first month of training and courses, after some adjustments, became the appetizer that all future officers and non-commissioned officers joining the training division would have to taste. Morin was even considering applying to the Ministry of the Army and the General Staff Headquarters to issue a special commemorative medal or something similar to those who passed the first month's assessment. Of course, the Hell in Hell month didn't refer to the kind of hell where one didn't have enough to eat or sleep, or where physical limits were exploited to the point of exhaustion. On the contrary, everyone had enough caloric intake every day and sufficient sleep time to recover their energy. The hell of the training division referred more to the reforging of the spirit. The daily schedule, packed with various courses, made these junker aristocrats forget about wine parties and dance floors. They no longer reminisced about which ladies or young Mrs. Waist was softer at the ball. Instead, what was gradually imprinted in their minds were small, medium, and large-scale infantry assault tactics, firepower configurations for different missions, more flexible infantry-artillery coordination, and how to find more suitable attack/defense positions in the current terrain. The effect was as effective as brainwashing. This high-intensity double pressure of mental and physical labor also pushed these junker officers, who were used to step-by-step drill book training, to their absolute limits. Unnecessary thoughts in their heads were washed away day after day, leaving only the most primitive desire to win and survival instinct. And what completely ignited this desire to win was the giant blackboard erected in a prominent position on the training ground. It was a dirty trick Morin came up with the team and outstanding individual rankings. It was densely covered with the scores and rankings of various companies, platoons, and even individual officers in projects like cross-country, shooting, and tactical simulations. Not only that, he also specifically listed the scores of external training divisions to the side, marking them with eye-catching red chalk. Every day before dinner, the clerk would take the chalk and update the data under the murderous glares of the officers. This blatant competitive environment was more painful than death for these arrogant Saxon officers. Especially for the newly added members of the training division, such as Rommel and Heinz Guderian, this was a death match concerning honor. How could they allow themselves to be outperformed by those external training divisions? Thus, an atmosphere of feverish competition began to spread wildly through the camp. The originally distinct factions were quickly leveled, replaced by the sense of honor of each unit. No one cared anymore whether you were from Saxony, Württemberg, or Bavaria, nor did they care if there was a von before your name. In everyone's minds, there was only how to shorten the time for the 5-kilometer cross-country and the 400-meter obstacle course, or how to take down those veterans of the 1st Battalion in simulated combat. Especially the oldest trio of Kane, Barak, and Lom, who treated the new officers like spinning tops in simulated combat. Just as the furnace of the training division was burning at its peak, Morin had already arrived at the Teutonic Order forward base on the outskirts of Koblenz in a jolting military truck. Like the General Staff Headquarters, the Teutonic Order had also established a temporary forward base on the outskirts of Koblenz to better coordinate the operations of armored knights and other units. It also shortened the repair time for damaged armored knights being sent back to the country. When the truck drove into the heavily fortified base, Morin realized that this place and the army's camp were two completely different worlds. There was no flying dust or noisy drill grounds, but rather steel-structured buildings that looked like small factories. Deeper in the base, Morin even saw several huge maintenance workshops, where some armored knights damaged in battle were being lifted by giant gantry cranes, surrounded by a group of Magi-Tech engineers in white lab coats. The truck finally stopped in front of a large building. As soon as he got out, Morin saw that familiar tall figure. Leonia von Fortis, the 9-head-tall Grand Master of the Teutonic Order, was not wearing her signature knight's uniform. Instead, she wore a capable outfit similar to an infantry training shirt, with black military trousers wrapping around her long legs, the collar of her white shirt slightly open, and her long golden hair tied casually behind her head. Your Excellency, Grand Master. Morin stood at attention and saluted, his movements standard and forceful. It seems our Captain Mullen, no, Lieutenant Colonel now, is finally willing to come out of the camp. Leonia returned the salute and walked over with a stride, a hint of a smile on her face. I heard you've been doing some unique training over there, making those young noble masters wail in agony. The Grand Master is truly well informed. Morin smiled, it's just some basic training. If they can't even handle this bit of hardship, they'll just be giving the Britannians free kills on the battlefield. Seeing that Morin still seemed a bit stiff, Leonia said relaxedly, no need to be so formal, this isn't an official occasion. Besides, today we are the ones who need to consult you. I wouldn't dare say consult, it's just exchanging some immature ideas. Morin smiled modestly. Excessive modesty is pride, Lieutenant Colonel. Leonia turned around. Follow me, the chief Magi-Tech engineer and the others can't wait to meet you. Morin followed her lead into the massive workshop before them, where the noise was deafening and sparks were flying everywhere. And in the center of the workshop, a Siegfried Type 1 armored knight, which had been completely dismantled, stood there quietly. On the main armor of the cockpit on its chest, several strange-looking plates were hanging, covered in dents and bullet holes from various weapon bombardments. Is this the result you guys came up with? Morin walked closer and reached out to touch the pitted armor plate. Yes, according to your vision, we suspended spaced armor outside the main armor. Leonia replied. Just as she was about to continue, a grey-haired old man wearing thick-lensed glasses climbed down from the armored knight's scaffolding. When he saw Morin, his eyes lit up. This must be the young man who proposed the spaced armor. The old man rushed over and grabbed Morin's hand with surprising strength. His palms were rough and powerful, clearly someone who dealt with mechanical tools year-round. I am Hermann Staudinger, Chief Magi-Tech Engineer of the Teutonic Order, and I am also responsible for the development of the Armored Knights Protection Unit. Hello. Morin didn't expect the old man to be so enthusiastic, and he felt like he had heard the name somewhere before. Liania also introduced him from the side. Master Stoudinger is also a mage of the School of Transmutation. Since you're both spellcasters, I'm sure you'll have a lot in common. Morin then realized that the old man before him was actually a rare species of the Saxon Empire. And the other's appearance, looking more like a technician, somewhat subverted Morin's stereotype of mages. But a School of Transmutation mage being responsible for the development of armor materials, seemed to make sense. While these thoughts flashed through Morin's mind, Stoudinger couldn't wait to continue. Lieutenant Colonel Morin, the spaced armor you proposed is indeed effective, significantly improving defense against shaped charge armor-piercing rounds. Morin, you've already conducted tests. Yes, several rounds of testing. It has a good defensive effect at least against the shaped charge armor-piercing weapons we are currently equipped with. But... The old man sighed, pointing to one of the completely deformed and precarious steel plates. This thing is too fragile. Never mind the assault guns equipped by enemy and friendly armored knights, even the high explosive shells from field guns or continuous fire from large caliber machine guns can tear this layer of spaced armor apart. Exactly. Even brushing against a wall in urban combat could cause it to deform or fall off. Liania picked up where Stoudinger left off. Moreover, after hanging this layer of stuff, the unit's center of gravity changed. The knights reported that the handling feels strange, especially during tactical evasion maneuvers. The problems mentioned by the two were within Morin's expectations. After all, spaced armor wasn't originally developed for armored knights. Armored vehicles and tanks in the other world clearly didn't have the omnidirectional mobility of armored knights, nor would they crash into walls during urban combat. So when Morin proposed it back then, it was just an emergency stopgap. To truly solve the problem. So, the composite armor I mentioned last time, has Your Excellency the Grand Master conducted research on it? Morin asked, looking at Liania and Stoudinger. Of course. Hearing Morin's question, Stoudinger led him to a workbench where a black plate was lying. The black plate wasn't large, about half a meter square, resting quietly on a table covered with fireproof cloth. From the outside, it looked no different from an ordinary steel plate, but Morin noticed that the side of this plate had a distinct layered structure, like a sandwich cookie. This is the first composite armor sample we trial produced based on your theory. Chief Engineer Stoudinger walked over, stroking the plate affectionately, and continued to introduce it to Morin. The outer layer is 15 mm high hardness carbidized steel, the inner layer is 20 mm homogeneous steel plate, and as for the middle. The old man paused and picked up a white fragment from the side. This is what we sandwiched in the middle, Lieutenant Colonel Morin. Have you heard of alumina ceramics? Hearing the word alumina, Morin's eyes widened. Because among the bulletproof ceramic materials in the other world, the main ones are alumina, silicon carbide, and boron carbide, and alumina was the earliest material used to make bulletproof ceramics. I've heard of alumina, but I didn't expect you to use it as the material for this kind of ceramic. Ha ha ha, Lieutenant Colonel Morin is not a professional in this field after all, so naturally you aren't as sensitive. But for us old guys who have been immersed in material properties for a long time, we thought of alumina as soon as we heard what you said about using the properties of ceramics to counter shaped charge metal jets. Stoudinger said with some pride, while handing the white fragment to Morin. Morin took the fragment. It felt slightly heavy, with a hard and cold texture. We tried sandwiching this ceramic between steel plates according to the idea you suggested. The chief engineer pointed to an armor plate acting as a target in the distance. There was a clear charred pit on it, but looking at the target paper further back, it hadn't been penetrated. The results of the live fire test were shocking. When the metal jet of a shaped charge armor-piercing round hits this ceramic layer, the high hardness of the ceramic continuously wears down the jet, A&D. And the volume expansion and fragments generated when the ceramic shatters will seriously interfere with the stability of the jet, right? Morin took over. Exactly, that's the principle. Is Lieutenant Colonel Morin also a mage of the School of Transmutation? The chief engineer slapped his thigh, looking at Morin as if he were looking at a soulmate. Ah, actually, I'm of the Abjuration School. Morin replied. It's the same. Anyway, a jet that could originally penetrate 80 mm of steel plate, after passing through this composite structure only 40 mm thick, actually failed to completely penetrate even the final back plate. Liania stood by, watching the old and the young talk happily, the light in her eyes deepening. Although she was a top-tier knight, she wasn't particularly proficient in these profound scientific principles. But that didn't stop her from understanding the result the solution Morin proposed really could save lives. But, after the chief engineer's excitement passed, his face fell again. The problem is also obvious. He pointed at the sample. This ceramic is too brittle. Although it can block the first attack, the ceramic layer inside will shatter extensively after impact. If the enemy hits the same spot a second time, then it's certain death. Morin nodded. This was a common problem with first-generation composite armor, poor multi-hit capability. Moreover, fixing this thing inside the armor is also troublesome, the chief engineer continued to complain. Ceramics are sensitive to vibration. Armored knights make so much noise when they run that the ceramic inside might shatter on its own before the enemy even hits it. Morin pondered for a moment. In this era without Kevlar or high molecular nylon, solving the fixation and anti-shattering problems of ceramics was indeed a challenge. But that didn't mean there was no way. Did you just glue the ceramic blocks directly onto the steel plate? Morin asked. Yes. That's the key to the problem. Just gluing it on definitely won't work. Morin picked up a piece of chalk, went behind the armor plate, and added a layer of lines behind the ceramic layer with the chalk. Ceramics need confinement. They can't just be sandwiched between steel plates for a head-on collision. We need to add a layer of backplate material with high tensile strength behind the ceramic to absorb the kinetic energy when the ceramic shatters and prevent ceramic fragments from flying around. High tensile strength. Staudinger rubbed his chin. You mean like silk? Stronger than silk, more heat-resistant, and cheaper. Morin quickly searched the material database in his mind. Nylon hadn't been invented yet, and Kevlar was out of the question, but... glass fiber. Morin uttered a term. This was content updated in the system's information tab when he had previously discussed optical sites with Helga and learned about glass-related information. I remember that in some insulation material factories, this kind of thing already exists, pulling glass into extremely fine threads, then using resin to bond and press them into plates. It's very light, but has excellent toughness. Staudinger froze for a moment, then suddenly slapped his thigh. Damn. Why didn't I think of that insulation board? This thing was one of the derivatives Master Autoshot came up with back then. We've been using that stuff as substrates for Magi-Tech circuits, but never thought of using it for armor. Chapter 307, The Soul of Steel is Burning. Master Staudinger's frustrated shout rang out exceptionally loud in the noisy workshop. The chief Magi-Tech engineer's face was a complex mix of regret and excitement. He paced back and forth around the composite armor sample, muttering something under his breath. Seeing him like this, Morin felt a sense of relief. This method of communication was just right. He wasn't a materials science expert, after all, and could only suggest a vague direction based on knowledge that transcended the era. The specific technical details and manufacturing processes would have to be figured out by professionals like Staudinger. Master Staudinger, the fiberglass backing is just a concept, Morin added at the right moment. It's mainly to solve the problems of the ceramic layer's brittleness and confinement. But to truly increase protection, the key still lies in the ceramic in the middle. While alumina ceramic has decent hardness, the results would be worlds apart if we could find a material with even higher hardness and better toughness. Morin paused and dropped another keyword, for example, silicon carbide. In fact, when the Britannia captured the shaped charge armor-piercing weapons and Morin first proposed the idea of composite armor to General Mackensen and Liania, the relevant entry had unlocked in the technology tab. However, unlike other technologies, because Morin really didn't understand much about materials science, the progress had basically remained stagnant. Instead, some derived information entries mentioned materials like alumina, silicon carbide, and boron carbide. These entries also let Morin know that moissanite natural silicon carbide actually existed in this world as well. Furthermore, its discoverer was also a Gaul scientist named Henri Moissac, who found the substance in a meteorite crater in North America. After that, a Briton named Akison had accidentally created silicon carbide through artificial means in a laboratory. Silicon carbide. Staudinger stopped in his tracks, his voice a bit unsteady, clearly realizing the properties of such a material instantly. I remember now. The Britons did indeed successfully synthesize this substance artificially. At the time, they were mainly interested in its high hardness and high temperature resistance. How could I have forgotten that? The old man grew more excited as he spoke, suddenly grabbing Morin's arm and shaking it excitedly. Exactly. Silicon carbide's hardness far exceeds alumina, and its chemical properties are more stable. Using it for bulletproof ceramics would theoretically improve performance by several levels. Lieutenant Colonel Mullen, you are simply a genius. You should go to the Royal Magi-Tech Research Institute. Morin quickly waved his hands. No, I'm not suited for that place. Unlock progress increased, composite armor, 10%. The system notification in his mind made Morin happy. It seemed this exchange had yielded significant gains. Although this progress was still pitiful compared to the lit-up technologies like shaped charge armor-piercing rounds and magic crystal siege cannons. But for Morin, this was an unexpected pleasant surprise. After all, if composite armor were truly developed, it wouldn't just be used on armored knights. Liania had been standing quietly to the side, listening to their conversation. While she didn't understand the complex material science terms, she could see the ecstasy on Master Staudinger's face and understand the immense value brought by Morin's few words. Lieutenant Colonel Mullen, you always manage to bring surprises. Liania's voice held a hint of admiration. I'm starting to wonder if you're a pure soldier at all, you seem to know a bit too much. The Grand Master flatters me. Morin immediately adopted a humble expression. My motives were purely impure. Oh. Liania raised an eyebrow. In the past, to crash more cocktail parties, I had to have some conversation starters, right? Morin shrugged with a matter-of-fact look. Once I got bored of the things I knew, I had to talk about other things. So, after hearing and seeing a lot, I naturally learned a bit of the basics. But it's only enough to fool laymen. In front of experts like you and the Master, I'm just showing off in front of the Masters. This half-true explanation made Liania burst into laughter. You are quite an interesting man. Much better than those stiff fellows. On the other side, Master Staudinger was in no mood for jokes. He was already impatient. No, I have to go to the lab immediately. Fiberglass. Silicon carbide. My inspiration is gushing out. The chief Magi-Tech engineer shouted like a child, grabbing the blueprints and notes on the workbench and rushing out. Lieutenant Colonel Mullen. When I make a new sample, I'll definitely invite you to see it. I'll also find a chance to introduce you to those people at the Royal Magi-Tech Research Institute. We'll talk about that later. Morin quickly brushed it off with a laugh. Communicating with one technical fanatic was draining enough. If there were a whole group of them, he feared his half-baked knowledge wouldn't be enough. Soon, Staudinger's figure disappeared at the other end of the workshop. Thank you for your hard work, Lieutenant Colonel. Liania's voice pulled Morin's thoughts back. Next, there is another gentleman who would like to speak with you. As she spoke, a middle-aged man who had been waiting quietly nearby walked over. He wore the same efficient technician's overalls, but his aura was more like that of a shrewd manager. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses rested on the bridge of his nose, and his gaze was sharp and prudent. This is Supervisor Sims. Liania introduced the two. He is the head of our Teutonic Knights Armored Knight R&D and Manufacturing Department. The report Ludwig submitted earlier regarding dual pilot control was evaluated and followed up by him. Supervisor Sims extended his hand to Morin. Lieutenant Colonel Mullen, I have heard much about you. Supervisor Sims, it's a pleasure. Morin shook his hand. Before we discuss the next topic, Liania looked at Morin. Do you need to rest? A cup of coffee or something else? Not at all, Grand Master. Morin straightened his back, a certain light flashing in his eyes. As long as we're discussing armored knights, I'm always full of energy. Of course, his internal subtext was, are you kidding me? My soul of steel is burning fiercely. Quickly pull out all your big machines and let me see. Seeing Morin like this, Liania and Sims exchanged a smile. Alright, let's continue then. Sims pushed up his glasses and led Morin to a massive drafting board on the other side of the workshop. Regarding dual pilot control, we are very interested, but we've also encountered some thorny problems. On the drafting board, lines sketched out a simple structural diagram of an armored knight, along with several cross-sections and design drafts from different angles. Ludwig's report was very detailed, especially regarding the combination of a pilot and a weapons officer, which gave us a lot of inspiration. Supervisor Sims pointed to one of the sketches, which depicted a torso structure that was significantly fuller than the Siegfried Type 1. But when we tried to put this idea into practice, we ran into two unavoidable difficulties. He held up one finger. First, space. The cockpit of an armored knight is already cramped. This design is meant to make it look as human as possible. Because the knights drive the armored knights through synesthetic operation, the more human-like the armored knight is, the more man-machine unity can be achieved in control. But now we have to squeeze in a second person. Even if we use the tandem layout Lieutenant Colonel Mullen mentioned, the entire torso section will inevitably expand significantly. He used red chalk to circle the enlarged area on the drafting board. It's not just a matter of getting fatter, it causes the center of gravity, balance, and power distribution to all require redesigning. It's almost equivalent to developing a new unit from scratch. Hearing this, Morin also asked a question, and is it the same as what Major Ludwig was worried about, that dual piloting doesn't fit the knightly style? Sims and Liania both nodded, and the latter added, many veteran knights believe that an armored knight is an extension of the knight's will, a unique partner, and shouldn't be touched by a second person. Victory is the only pursuit on the battlefield. Morin's answer was simple and direct. If you fail, no matter how noble the will, it's just a joke in the history books. Liania nodded in deep agreement with this statement. That's why I've suppressed those dissenting voices. She said in a low voice. Now, we only discuss technical issues. Yes, and that leads to the second problem. Sims held up a second finger. We don't know what kind of long-range weapon to equip it with. Colonel, you've probably seen the assault cannons our armored knights use. Their power is only enough to deplete the shields of Britannian armored knights, and they can't even penetrate their armor. And if we just install conventional rifles or machine guns, for other armored knights, that's no different from a scratch. Why would we go to all this effort to modify it? If we further increase the caliber and weight of the cannon, it would make the armored knight's movements even more inconvenient, causing it to lose its original close combat capability. The loss would outweigh the gain. From the perspective of Sims and the others, the positioning of the armored knight, evolved from ancient knights, dictated that it must possess powerful assault and melee capabilities. But if they wanted to incorporate long-range firepower, they couldn't seem to find a suitable weapon to use. So over the years, battles between knights still devolved into close-quarters melee after breaking shields against each other. Hearing this, Morin finally understood their thinking. Supervisor Sims, it seems your thinking has fallen into a misunderstanding. For the cannons prepared for armored knights, bigger caliber isn't necessarily better. Colonel, you mean? And who said all armored knights have to be the same? Ah. Chapter 308, Assault Type, Artillery Type, Spell Specialization Type. Liania and Sims were stunned, they didn't quite understand what Morin meant. In their understanding, the armored knight Siegfried Type 1 was the standard issue equipment of the Teutonic Order, emphasizing uniformity and standardization, much like the Army's standard issue rifle. Besides, isn't it common sense that the larger the caliber of the cannon, the greater its power? Morin looked at their confused expressions and began to explain, you've considered some advantages of two-person armor, but you want to achieve everything at once. You want one armored knight to possess all functions, melee combat, long-range artillery, anti-infantry, and anti-spell. But with our current technology, this is impossible. Trying to do too much at once will only result in a jack of all trades that knows a little bit of everything but excels at nothing. As Morin spoke, he picked up a piece of chalk and began drawing on the blackboard. So why can't we change our perspective and implement differentiated designs based on varying tactical requirements? Just as the army has infantry, artillery, and cavalry, why can't armored knights have different specializations? Differentiated designs. Sims muttered the phrase. Exactly. The pen in Morin's hand moved quickly, first sketching a simple, small Siegfried Type 1. First, it's certain that the shaped charge armor-piercing round will remain the primary means of killing in the night civil war for the short term. Therefore, our existing single-pilot model of the Siegfried Type 1 can continue to be used as the assault type. Liania, assault type. Yes. Their core mission remains unchanged, utilizing superior omnidirectional maneuverability to charge into battle, engaging enemy armored knights in close-range melee, and providing cover for other units. What do you mean by other units? Sims asked curiously after hearing this. Naturally, the two-seater model we are discussing. The master sketcher Morin immediately drew a simple outline of an armored knight, noticeably larger, next to the small Siegfried Type 1. Since its size and tonnage are increased, why not take it a step further and turn it into a dedicated artillery type? Wait. Artillery type. Sims's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. A mobile turret. Morin looked at Sims's expression as if he had found a fellow enthusiast and confidant, his voice tinged with excitement. We no longer need to focus on melee performance, because its mission is to provide long-range fire support for its assault-type teammates from a safe distance. Its armor can be thicker because it won't need to perform many extreme evasion maneuvers, its size can be larger because we need to stuff stronger weapons and more ammunition into it. Under this division of labor, the artillery-type knight still needs to maintain omnidirectional maneuverability, off-road capability and a certain close-range self-defense capability, but its design focus will shift entirely toward firepower and the observation and targeting system. Director Sims's breathing quickened. He felt as if a door to a new world was slowly opening before him. For a long time, they had been trapped in the mindset that knights must draw swords for melee. Morin, however, had paved an unforeseen path for them. Furthermore, the advantages of two-person operation can be maximized in this artillery type. Morin continued, the pilot focuses entirely on movement, evasion, and close-range combat, while the weapons officer in the back can concentrate solely on operating the weapons, performing precise aiming and shooting. And this is just the artillery type. Morin didn't give them much time to think. The pen in his hand moved again, sketching a similar silhouette next to the artillery type. Utilizing this enlarged two-seater platform, we can also derive the spell specialization type. Let a high-ranking mage sit in the back seat, equipped with an exclusive magic device. I believe the Imperial mages are already studying those captured anti-air magic devices. The armored knight will provide the mage with robust protection and unparalleled battlefield maneuverability. Imagine the terrifying existence of an armored mage, capable of moving at high speed across the battlefield, who doesn't need to consume extra spell slots protecting themselves, but can use them entirely for combat readiness. Liania and Sims exchanged glances. An armored mage, that didn't sound like a unit that would be easy to deal with. As for the long-range weapon problem you are most concerned about, Morin brought the topic back. My idea is actually very simple. At this stage, we only need to solve how to better cooperate with infantry in combat and enhance the army's overall breakthrough capability. Therefore, on the assault-type single-seater armored knight, we can first install a heavy machine gun in a position convenient for the knight. This heavy machine gun wouldn't be used in the internal conflict between armored knights, but when suppressing enemy infantry, mages, and other soft targets, the armored knight wouldn't need to chase them down while wielding cold weapons. Instead, they could calmly open fire with the heavy machine gun. As for the artillery-type two-seater armored knight, while developing it, we should try to develop a specialized long-barreled, high-velocity anti-armor cannon, along with its corresponding capped armor-piercing round. Capped armor-piercing round? But isn't that a large caliber of 305 mm? Sims was not unfamiliar with this term, as the Navy had actually been using this type of armor-piercing ammunition for a long time. But in his mind, the capped armor-piercing round was supposed to be used on the Dreadnought main gun. So we need to develop a small caliber version. Morin interrupted him and continued, the Navy is already using capped armor-piercing rounds, so why is our army still clinging to high-explosive shells and shrapnel shells? Is there absolutely no communication between the army and the Navy normally? This was a harsh statement, but it was the truth. The army's philosophy for artillery development had always been how to deliver more explosives onto enemy positions, and the concept of armor penetration was severely neglected. Although the threat posed by heavy units like the armored knight theoretically necessitated an awareness of anti-armor combat. However, after the army discovered that existing artillery struggled even to hit an armored knight, they abandoned further research in this direction, choosing instead the simple and crude method of having armored knights fight armored knights. This mindset was rather. Morin felt it was difficult to comment on. Even now, Morin believed that platforms similar to tracked or wheeled armored platforms, or even trucks, when equipped with suitable anti-armor firepower, could be used effectively against armored knights. It was just that the armored knight platform was indeed more mature right now. Furthermore, it demonstrated incredible reliability in terms of magic energy circuits, bionic magic muscle fiber bundles, heaven-defying joint material science, and synthetic control technology, whereas the tracked and wheeled armored platforms in this world were currently only prototypes. The Hujing truck already in use was merely a toy car that could only manage an off-road speed of 25 km per hour. Therefore, from the perspective of rapidly forming combat capability, they could only rely on armored knights carrying new weapons to perform kin opening on enemy armored knights for now. Seeing Sims and Liania sink into thought over the concept of the artillery type two-seater armored knight, Morin decided to strike while the iron was hot. If we specifically design a small caliber, long-barreled, high-pressure cannon that elevates muzzle velocity to a whole new level, we can completely stand outside the enemy's range and perform long-range target practice on their armored knights. Long-range target practice. Liania murmured to herself, a scene forming before her eyes. When Britannia's armored knights launched a charge, they would first be intercepted by the Teutonic Order's assault-type armored knights. Immediately afterward, several artillery-type armored knights deployed far away would line up and calmly open fire from hundreds of meters away. The opposing Britannia knights could only attempt futile evasions before being struck by high-velocity cannon shells. The few armored knights who survived the artillery bombardment would then face a siege by even more assault-type armored knights. But armored knights can dodge cannon shells. Sims still raised the most fundamental question. That is only true for the high-explosive shells currently used, which have a muzzle velocity of only 4 or 500. Morin said confidently. He had actually discussed this issue with Ludwig many times while recovering in the field hospital. Armored knights dodging shells based on muzzle flash is conditional. First, good visibility is required so they can see the flash of the cannon firing immediately. Second, the distance needs to be greater than 500 meters. As the distance closes, the success rate of knights dodging shells based on reaction drops significantly. This is why Ludwig and his men could bathe the enemy with the 75mm assault cannon. One reason was that the distance was close enough, compressed to within 200 or 300 meters. The other reason was that Ludwig and his men specialized in covering fire. Too many assault cannons fired at the same time, making it difficult for armored knights to dodge all incoming shells. This was why Morin had always believed that once conventional armored vehicle platforms and small caliber, high-velocity cannons were developed, the survivability of armored knights on the battlefield would be greatly affected. If I use a bunch of mobile units driven by ordinary soldiers, equipped with PAK-38, PAK-40, or even 88mm cannons, and have them fire in rotation from a few hundred meters away, armored knights would actually find it very difficult to evade. Moreover, the production volume of these conventional weapons could clearly overwhelm armored knights. Once the numbers increased, the armored knights whose total standing number across all nations is only 300 to 400 would no longer be able to disregard all units on the battlefield except for other armored knights, as they do now. Morin clapped his hands, pulling their attention back. He continued, when the projectile's flight speed exceeds a certain threshold, even a modified knight will be unable to react, but the specific value of this threshold needs to be tested. We need data, Morin said, looking at Liania and Sims. Precise data. Liania looked Morin in the eye for several seconds, then nodded firmly. All right, I will personally serve as your test subject. Chapter 309, you there? Get some Lianias. The days spent at the Teutonic Knights forward base in Koblenz were even more fulfilling than Morin had anticipated. These past few days, he was like a mouse that had fallen into a rice jar, scurrying in and out around the disassembled armored knights at the base. Based on his current status and previous collaborations, Liania didn't restrict him in this regard. But she clearly wouldn't have expected that Morin's cheat was always on. Saxon Empire Siegfried Type 1 Armored Knight, 53%. twgon.com is a practical website to solve your book drought. Looking at the prompt in the technology tab of the system, Morin couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. Before this, Morin had only viewed these war machines from another world as a spectacle, thinking they were just oversized magic Gundams. But when he truly delved into their internal structure, observing the precise magical transmission devices, the load-bearing skeletons covered with runes, and the power transmission system called magical bionic muscle strands, he realized how narrow-minded he had been. Look at this hydraulic damping structure, and then this power distribution system. Isn't this the pre-existing technology for heavy trucks and future armored chassis? As long as those expensive bionic magical muscle strands are replaced with cheaper mechanical transmissions, and the damping and power distribution devices are simplified and scaled down, the armored vehicles produced, while not having Tianxing performance, would at least be able to traverse the shell-pocked Western Front battlefield as if on flat ground. Lieutenant Colonel, it seems you're more than just interested in our armored knights. Supervisor Sims appeared behind him at some point, wiping his hands with an oily rag, his glasses reflecting light. Interested, extremely interested. Morin straightened up and said without reservation, I'm thinking, if we cut off its legs and replace them with wheels or tracks, wouldn't that save a huge amount of money? Sim's mouth twitched, turning noble knights into tractors. Such a blasphemous idea, I suppose only you, Lieutenant Colonel, would dare to say it out loud in the base. Practicality, Supervisor. Morin chuckled, by the way, is the Grand Master ready? Already waiting over there. Sim's expression became somewhat complicated, to be honest, it's my first time seeing the Grand Master so desperately wanting to verify a theory. Aren't we all? The temporary testing ground was set up in an open area far from the city. A 77mm field gun borrowed from the training division was pushed into the preset position, its muzzle pointing straight ahead. Across from this cannon, about 500 meters away, a Siegfried Type 1 painted in a striking golden color was standing silently. That was Liania's personal unit, the Golden Lion. I'm ready, we can start the next round of testing anytime. Liania's slightly distorted voice came from the armored knight's loudspeaker. Received, Your Excellency Grand Master. Morin and Sims stood in the observation post with binoculars, the latter holding a megaphone and saying, this time we're using full charge training rounds, and the muzzle velocity will be 15% higher than the previous round. Come on. No grand declarations, just 2 short words. Fire. With a roar from the artilleryman, the 77mm cannon recoiled violently, and a burst of orange-red flame spewed from its muzzle. Almost at the same instant the cannon flashed, the golden machine in the distance moved. It was an explosive force that defied the laws of physics. The 6-meter-tall steel giant seemed to be shoved by some invisible force, instantly shifting one body width to the left. Whoosh. The training round, with a sharp whistling sound, flew past the Golden Lion's right shoulder armor, slamming heavily into the earthen embankment behind it, kicking up a cloud of dust. Holy cow, it dodged that too. Morin shook his head, amazed by this counterintuitive evasion ability, but he also believed there had to be a limit. Continue. Liania's voice in the loudspeaker remained steady. But if one listened carefully, a hint of hurried breathing could be heard. Close the distance, 450 meters. The test lasted an entire afternoon. From 500 meters to 450 meters, then to 400 meters, 350 meters, all the way down to a close range of 100 meters. From standard charges to strong charges. As the sun set, the Golden Siegfried Type 1 finally ceased its movements. By this time, it had several new scratches, the most alarming of which was a deep gouge directly on the armor outside the cockpit. The cockpit armor slowly opened. As a burst of white gas erupted, Liania climbed out. She was soaked, her golden hair clinging to her cheeks, sweat constantly dripping from her chin. Morin quickly stepped forward, offering a towel and a water bottle. Liania snatched the water bottle, tilted her head back, and took several large gulps, then let out a long sigh of relief. You're right, Morin. She leaned against the machine's leg armor, gazing at the smoking cannon in the distance, her voice a little hoarse. This is the limit. Sims walked over with a stack of data sheets, his expression grave. Based on the strong charge firing from that last round, at a distance of 400 meters, if the shell's muzzle velocity exceeds 850 meters per second, even with your reaction speed, Grand Master, complete evasion cannot be guaranteed. What about other knights? Morin asked. Most knights' reaction speeds are 30% slower than the Grand Master's. Sims pushed up his glasses, his expression serious. This means that for ordinary knights, as long as the shell's muzzle velocity reaches 700 meters per second, they won't be able to dodge a shell at 400 meters. This is still the firing of a single cannon, if multiple cannons fire simultaneously. Everyone fell silent. For a long time, the reason armored knights could dominate the battlefield was their indestructible shields and armor, as well as their absurd instantaneous evasion capabilities. But now, this myth was shattered. As long as the cannon's muzzle velocity is fast enough to surpass the limits of human neural reactions, then the so-called knightly dance steps will no longer be effective. Times have changed. Morin broke the silence, reaching out to pat the scorching hot machine. He knew that once research into high-velocity armor-piercing rounds began, this muzzle velocity would only continue to increase. Therefore, the armored knight's tactic of relying on their own reactions to evade shells on the battlefield would soon become obsolete. At that point, these noble knights would have to return to the path of. As long as armored knights still exist and two-seater armored knights are continuously being developed, Morin estimated that the size of these heavy firepower platforms might become larger and larger, their armor thicker and thicker, and the weapons they carry more and more numerous. Then their role would gradually shift from assault units to large tactical corps on the battlefield, coordinating with a large number of future armored units. Will they eventually, with the blessing of magical technology, turn into something like Night Mechs or Titans? While Morin was lost in thought, Liania closed her eyes, seemingly digesting this cruel fact. After a long while, she reopened her eyes, the fatigue gone, replaced by a sharper gleam. If we can't dodge, then we can only compete to see who is tougher, and whose punch reaches further. She turned to Morin. Lieutenant Colonel Morin, the two-seater artillery type and composite armor you mentioned earlier, please offer more suggestions. I can see that your ideas are different from all of ours, understood? Morin nodded. Also, regarding high-velocity artillery. We can't make it ourselves. Sims shook his head with a bitter smile. The Night Order's workshops can only handle magical devices and precision machinery. Artillery-related technology is not within our scope. The previous assault guns were all directly purchased from Krupp. A smirk played at the corner of Morin's mouth. This was right up his alley. I'll handle this. Morin pulled an envelope from his pocket and shook it in his hand. I've written home. I think the Krupp Armaments Factory should be very interested in this new small-caliber, high-caliber toy. Liania gave him a deep look. You even know people from Krupp. I don't, but Madame Falkenstein does. She has some connections there, and perhaps a collaboration could be arranged. As dusk fell, the group walked back, discussing their next arrangements. Upon reaching the base entrance, Morin suddenly stopped. Your Excellency Grand Master. Liania stopped and looked back at him. Is there anything else, Lieutenant Colonel? Please speak freely. Hearing Liania's words, Morin didn't hold back. You see, this time I've offered ideas, helped with testing, and even planned out the future development path for you. Surely I deserve some credit, even if not for achievement, then for hard work. Speak plainly. Liania crossed her arms, looking at him with a half-smile. Don't beat around the bush with me. Well, back in Creel, didn't you say you'd give me a reward? Morin pointed to the neat row of hangars behind him, revealing his true motive. You see, my training regiment is currently undergoing infantry tactical innovation, and we're just missing a little, heavy assault unit. How about you second a few armored knights to us? The air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Sims next to him almost bit off his tongue, looking at Morin in astonishment. It had always been infantry cooperating with knights. How could knights be loaned to an infantry regiment as support units? Are you serious? Liania's expression became a little strange. Absolutely serious. Morin's face was solemn. He had no intention of joking at this moment. You also saw the battle report from Amiens. The armored knights led by myself and Lieutenant Colonel Ludwig can be said to have cooperated seamlessly, and infantry-cavalry coordination will also be a trend in the future. Although knights are fierce in charging, in urban warfare and complex terrain, without infantry cover, there's still a risk of being ambushed. Conversely, if infantry have knights as a spearhead, their breakthrough capability also increases exponentially. Instead of fighting separately, why not try to integrate the two starting now? Morin looked into Liania's eyes, his tone sincere. Even a small squad would be fine, I believe you won't be disappointed with the final result. Liania didn't answer immediately. She stared at Morin for a full minute, her scrutinizing gaze making Morin feel like prey being watched by a lion. Just as Morin thought it was hopeless and was about to laugh it off, Liania suddenly smiled. All right. She agreed without hesitation. Morin was overjoyed. Thank you, Grand Master. I knew you. Don't thank me yet. Liania raised a hand to interrupt him, her smile becoming somewhat cunning. I can give you armored knights, and I can even give you the accompanying team of technicians, but I have a small condition. Name it. For the subsequent development and testing of the two-seater armored knights, I hope Lieutenant Colonel Morin and the training division can personally participate. My pleasure. Chapter 310, Old Partners. October 2, 1914. The sky over Koblenz was gloomy, as if it might collapse at any moment. Morin jumped down from the truck, his boots crunching on the firm mud of the station ground, and took a deep breath of the air he hadn't smelled in a long time. Although his time at the Teutonic Order's forward base wasn't long, and he had the blonde, curvaceous Grand Master to look at, along with giant robots and various novel technologies to discuss. It truly could be described as so happy he forgot to go home. Taiwan Novel Network is with you in your leisure, waiting for your search. But for Morin, he was ultimately an outsider with the Teutonic Order, only at his own unit's station did he feel a true sense of belonging. Finally back. He stretched, his joints making a series of crisp popping sounds. Order was well maintained in the camp, from a distance came the sound of rhythmic commands and dull footsteps. Clearly, during his absence, Manstein and Kleist hadn't slacked off at all. Those true gold who chose to stay had likely been forged even more ruthlessly. In a great mood, Morin walked with a light step toward the building housing the regimental headquarters. However, the moment he pushed open the office door, his decent mood vanished instantly. There was no warm welcome as expected, nor was there a clean and tidy desk. What met his eyes was a mountain of documents, literally mountainous. The originally large desk was completely submerged in white paper, with only a small sliver of wood color visible at the edge. Kleist was buried in a pile of reports. Hearing the door open, he snapped his head up. His sharp eyes were now bloodshot, and his eye sockets were deeply sunken, making him look like a vampire just crawled out of a grave. Even Manstein, who always cared about his appearance, had 2 buttons of his collar undone. His hair was slightly messy, and he was frantically checking items off a list with a fountain pen, muttering to himself. Commander. Seeing Morin enter, Kleist looked as if he had seen a savior. The pen in his hand fell onto the desk with a clack, and he nearly slumped into his chair. You're finally back. If you hadn't returned, the few of us would have had to go to the Teutonic Order to drag you back. Morin's mouth twitched as he pointed at the precarious tower of paper on the desk. What the hell is all this? These are all the hellish things that require your personal signature, review, and final say. Manstein put down his pen, rubbed his aching temples, and said with a bitter smile, Commander, you've probably forgotten that we aren't a battalion anymore, but a reinforced regimental level unit with over 4,500 men. And it's in training division with independent logistics, an independent organization, and an independent training syllabus. Morin walked over and casually picked up the top document. Statement regarding extra ammunition replenishment for the training division. Financial report regarding September payroll for the training division. Supplementary statement regarding the disbursement of pensions for the killed and disabled of the training division. The next one. Application list for winter phosgene fuel supplement and special reserves for the training division. And the one below that. Veterinary quarantine report for the scrapping of the first batch of battle-damaged mules and horses and the purchase of new draft horses. After seeing these words, Morin felt his head begin to throb. He suddenly realized there were no computers in this world, so all these things had to be manually registered and catalogued. This was why the regimental headquarters was equipped with 2 heavy-duty wagons specifically for transporting paper documents. No, I have to handle these trivialities too. Morin tossed the document back onto the desk, looking incredulous. Where's our quartermaster? Where's the logistics department? They don't have the authority to decide on such large expenditures. Kleist explained weakly, for these excess expenses, although the Ministry of the Army approved the budget, every single transaction requires the commanding officer's signature, otherwise, the finance department won't release the funds at all. Morin flopped onto the sofa and let out a long sigh, staring at the ceiling. He suddenly missed his days on the battlefield. How simple it was then, see the enemy, pull the trigger, done. Unlike now, where he had to consider whether the fodder consumption for the entire regiment's livestock was too fast, or if the ammunition consumption for daily live fire training was appropriate. As they say, you don't know the price of firewood and rice until you run the household. Morin grumbled, resigned himself to his fate, and walked behind the desk to sit next to Kleist. Fine, give me a quick categorization. Which ones need urgent signatures, and which ones can wait? For the next few hours, the only sounds in the regimental office were the flipping of paper and the scratching of fountain pens against the pages. Morin's wrist grew sore from signing. Looking at those tedious numbers felt more exhausting than a 5-kilometer cross-country run. It wasn't until the sky outside was completely dark and an orderly brought dinner that this clerical battle finally came to a temporary halt. And it wasn't just him, Kleist, and Manstein, the 2 regimental adjutants, the 2 regimental medical officers, 1 regimental veterinary officer, and 1 regimental payroll officer, plus the 5 clerks of the headquarters, had all joined this battle. According to the headquarters officers and clerks, in a state of combat, they could reduce a lot of clerical work due to the intensity of the fighting. But in a non-combat state, there was actually more paperwork to do. Morin stuffed a sausage into his mouth and said indistinctly, "This can't go on. The headquarters staff needs to be expanded. We're a reinforced regiment anyway, this few people really isn't enough. Expand the headquarters staff." Manstein stopped his fork. "But the establishment is already full, Commander." "I know the establishment is full, so we'll just have to find a few guys from our own unit who are organized ideally with a bit of OCD." The image of a figure who always buttoned his collar to the very top and was meticulous at all times instantly appeared in Morin's mind. Friedrich Wilhelm Paulus. He was practically a genius born to handle such complex administrative affairs. Transfer that Paulus to headquarters. Morin swallowed his food, his mind racing. Starting tomorrow, have him assist the headquarters with this work. At the same time, he can participate in operational planning. I've seen his file, he was an expert at this in his original unit. Manstein and Kleist exchanged a glance, both seeing the relief of being saved in each other's eyes. With the immediate crisis resolved, Morin turned the conversation to serious business. "How has the unit's training been while I was away?" "Everything is normal, Commander." Manstein resumed a serious expression and continued, "Basic physical fitness and individual tactics have basically taken shape. The new officers and soldiers have adapted to the current training and at least look the part now. However what? However, coordination between units is still a mess, mainly centered on the replacement personnel." Kleist took over the explanation. "We had the battalions organize small-scale tactical exercises. The result was that the infantry didn't know how to coordinate with the machine gun teams, the artillery didn't know when to shift fire, and the orderlies often couldn't find the company commanders at critical moments. It was just a bunch of wild ducks fighting their own separate battles." Morin nodded, this was within his expectations. Individual quality is easy to train, as long as you are willing to put in the hard work and train them to death, it'll work. But coordinated operations between various units is an art that requires countless hours of synchronization and actual combat experience. Even the veterans of the training division were a mess at first, they only grew into it slowly through battle after battle. "In that case, let's just do a grand assessment." Morin put down his utensils, wiped his mouth, and found a calendar from the desk that was already covered in dense markings. "The end of this month, October 31 St. His finger tapped heavily on that date. "We'll hold a phased, full regiment joint exercise to see what this past month or so of training has actually accomplished." Manstein frowned slightly. "Commander, isn't that too rushed? Many people haven't even mastered platoon-level tactics yet. Going straight to a regimental joint exercise will likely turn into a chaotic mess." "Chaos is exactly what I want." Morin grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. "If these problems aren't exposed early, people will die on the battlefield, and since basic skills are mostly mastered, we can indeed start coordination training ahead of schedule. Besides, I want them to be in a total mess on the exercise field so they know exactly where their problems are. Only when they know the pain will they use their brains to think about how to actually fight a war." Speaking of which, Morin suddenly remembered something, and the smile on his face became somewhat mysterious. "And for this joint exercise, I've prepared a grand gift for them." "A grand gift?" Kleist asked curiously. "That's right. You'll find out in a few days." A few mornings later, the training division station was buzzing again. This time it wasn't because of payday, nor was it because some high-ranking general was coming for inspection. It was because of the massive convoy slowly driving into the camp. Morin stood at the camp gate, watching the clouds of yellow dust kicked up in the distance, a slight smile playing on his lips. That was no ordinary transport convoy. Leading the way was a field grey Phosgene car. Besides the driver, 3 people who looked like officers were sitting inside. But what truly caught everyone's eye were the 3 behemoths following the car. They were 3 colossally sized heavy tractors. Their overall volume and the Phosgene internal combustion engines at the front were significantly larger than ordinary tractors. Thick exhaust pipes stood behind the cabs, spewing black smoke, and their massive treads ground deep ruts into the earth. And on the very wide flatbed trailers being towed behind the tractors lay steel bodies half concealed by canvas. Though mostly covered, the iconic giant metal feet and various humanoid structures peeking out from under the canvas unmistakably revealed their identity. Teutonic Knights. Good heavens! Standing behind Morin, Manstein couldn't help but gasp, his eyes wide. They were actually brought here by tractors. For the vast majority of frontline officers, the armored knights they saw daily were either charging majestically across the battlefield or, waiting majestically at the jump-off point for a charge. Seeing them like this, bound to flatbed trailers like fallen giants, was a first. The convoy slowly came to a halt in the clearing. The door of the leading field grey car opened, and a polished military boot stepped out first. Then, Ludwig, dressed in the uniform of the order, jumped out of the car. He straightened his collar, removed his white gloves, and strode toward Morin. Compared to his paleness at the field hospital, Ludwig now had a healthy complexion and was full of energy. Several newly issued medals on his chest glinted in the sunlight. "Lieutenant Colonel Morin." Ludwig snapped to attention and gave a standard military salute, a bright smile of an old friend's reunion on his face. Teutonic Order Knight Squadron Leader, Lieutenant Colonel Ludwig von Seicht, reporting for duty with the 22nd Armored Knight Platoon. Chapter 311, How could Armored Knights be so inconvenient? Morin returned the salute and then punched Ludwig on the shoulder. All right, cut it out with that formality. Morin said with a smile, are your injuries healed? Better than ever. If I stayed in the hospital any longer, I'd have started to grow mold. Ludwig rotated his shoulder and then shrugged somewhat helplessly. But to be honest, being sent to serve as a squad leader under you, I'm still not quite used to it. I used to be able to order you around with my rank to some extent. The tables have turned, Morin joked. Besides, you won't lose out here. The training division is counting on you guys to be the tip of the spear. After a bit of small talk, Morin's gaze shifted to the three massive tractors. It seems your Teutonic Order really treasures these big guys. Morin looked at the three Siegfried Type 1s, which were tied down securely, and joked with Ludwig. Can't be helped, these things are too precious. Ludwig looked at his own right and shook his head with a smile. Every critical transmission joint, every bundle of bionic magi-tech muscle, has a strict service life. Every movement in a non-combat state is a waste of service life. So, as long as conditions allow, we try to use vehicles for transport to extend their lifespan. Ludwig pointed to the monster-like heavy tractor ahead and continued to explain, these heavy transport trucks were actually only recently commissioned, and there are only a third as many as there are armored knights. Besides towing us, they're also diverted to transport parts of the 420mm Big Bertha siege guns. What about before then? Morin asked curiously. How did you transport them before these tractors existed? Ludwig's expression became a bit strange. He was silent for a moment before slowly saying, disassembled, then pulled by horse carriages. Disassembled. Morin was stunned. Yes, the limbs, torso, head, all the key parts are taken apart. Then, using a large number of draft horses, they're pulled along like artillery pieces and reassembled at the destination. Ludwig sighed, as if recalling memories he'd rather not look back on. That was a true nightmare. Every disassembly and reassembly required a whole team of technicians to work for at least a full day, and it was very easy for parts to get damaged or lost during transport. Morin's eyes twitched as he listened. Good grief, these logistical characteristics of the armored knights reminded him of an old acquaintance. Through his conversation with Ludwig, Morin also got a general idea of how armored knights moved around normally. Under normal circumstances, long-distance transport still relied on trains, just like when Liania brought the armored knights aboard the flatbed trailers of the Odin. As long as the armored knights crouched down, they could be secured onto flatbed cars for transport. This method of transport could cover 90% of the journey. For the remaining 10%, besides the armored knights walking to the battlefield after entering the war zone, they relied on these heavy tractors or the old-fashioned heavy horse carriages. Morin now understood a bit better why armored knights couldn't be dispersed to various units for coordinated operations in the past. Just a single squad of 3 armored knights, plus the accompanying knight attendants, technicians, and supplies dropping them anywhere meant the daily maintenance and upkeep alone would be a huge headache. Keeping them together allowed for centralized maintenance. If they were completely scattered, even more auxiliary personnel would be needed. Ludwig's squad's transport convoy finally came to a stop in a pre-cleared open space within the station. This was a staging area Morin had specifically prepared for the armored knights. The ground had been simply hardened, enough to support these steel giants that were 6 meters tall, 5 meters wide, and had a combat weight of about 18 tons. In the center of the open space, a massive heavy crane stood quietly. It had been specially diverted from the forward base by Grand Master Liania as an emergency measure. All right, let's hurry up and unload. Ludwig gave the order to the 2 other knights behind him. As he spoke, he was the first to climb onto one of the armored knights, opening the cockpit armor plate and sliding inside. With a slight ripple of mana, the observation crystals in the head of the previously lifeless steel giant suddenly flared with a deep blue light. Hum. First came a low-energy hum, indicating that the small magi-tech core within the machine had been activated. This mana output, similar to an APU, assisted in activating the various magi-tech circuits of the Siegfried Type 1. Immediately following, the Phosgene internal combustion engine, the primary power source, was also started, letting out roars amidst clouds of thick smoke. Crane ready. A magi-tech engineer waved a signal flag and shouted to the crane operator. The massive boom moved slowly, and the thick steel cables were precisely hooked onto the lifting points on the armored knight's torso. Lift. As the operator pulled the lever, the crane roared, and the steel cables slowly tightened, lifting the 18-ton steel giant bit by bit off the flatbed trailer. It was a scene filled with power, beauty, and a sense of religious awe. Under the sunlight, the massive crane was like a devout believer, waking their deity from slumber and helping it stand upon the earth once more. Soon, Ludwig controlled the feet of the Siegfried Type 1 to step firmly onto the solid ground, and then, with the help of the crane, he slowly stood up. Even if it looked somewhat cumbersome while lying down, once the armored knight truly stood up and regained its towering 6-meter height, the sense of oppression belonging to a war machine returned instantly. Sunlight hit its thick armor plates, reflecting a cold, sharp light. The surrounding soldiers of the training division erupted into a burst of enthusiastic cheers. Such a maintenance scene was something most had never seen before. However, Morin couldn't bring himself to smile. His gaze passed over the majestic steel giant and landed on the logistical convoy arriving one after another behind it. Truck after truck came to a stop. The knight attendants who assisted the armored knights in combat jumped down and, with the help of a small boom, unloaded the power armor they used. The remaining Magi-Tech engineers began to unload a massive amount of supplies from the trucks like ants moving house. Specialized Magi-Tech fluids, spare armor plates, various types of lubricants, crates of repair tools, precision testing instruments, and even several large pieces of equipment that looked like mobile workstations. Looking at the supplies piling higher and higher, Morin finally couldn't help but swear in his mind. He now realized, not just vaguely but crystal clearly, that these 3 armored knights were going to be an epic logistical nightmare for his training division. No way, how did they even inherit the trait of Third Reich units being overweight and hard to maintain? Morin couldn't help but have this thought flash through his mind. But he also knew that although the armored knights looked like a maintenance hassle, their dominance over other units on the current battlefield was very real. One could only say the results were proportional to the cost. Morin, what's wrong? Intimidated. After Ludwig controlled his armored knight to crouch in the open space, he slowly slid down from the cockpit. Seeing Morin's worried expression, his tone carried a hint of teasing. More than intimidated, I'm about to be scared to tears. Morin gave a long sigh and then asked, Ludwig, how long would the monthly expenses of 1 armored knight squad feed my training regiment? Ludwig was silent for a moment, seemingly doing the math in his head. If we don't count combat losses, only daily maintenance and training consumption, and then convert that into ordinary supplies. His voice rang out again, probably, enough to satisfy the various supply needs of your regiment's soldiers for a whole quarter. Morin sighed and temporarily pushed the logistics issue to the back of his mind. Fortunately, the special nature of the training division gave them a relatively high priority in logistics. At the same time, no matter what, the arrival of the armored knights was definitely a massive leap in combat power for the training division. A reinforced infantry regiment with 3 armored knights as a breakthrough spearhead was a configuration other units wouldn't even dare to dream of. After all, under normal circumstances, various infantry units only cooperated with armored knights on a temporary basis. Alright, let's not talk about that. Morin adjusted his mindset and said to Ludwig, you guys settle in first and get familiar with the environment. It just so happens that our whole regiment is having a live-fire exercise at the end of the month. At that time, we can test out some things regarding infantry night coordination. Infantry night coordination? No problem at all. Ludwig's voice suddenly became excited. He had been quite fond of the cooperation he'd had with Morin and the others during the street fighting in Amiens. Just as well, I also want to see what you've turned this unit into. In the following days, the training division continued various training sessions according to the training syllabus. Paulus was also transferred from 1st Company, 2nd Battalion, to the regiment headquarters. Besides handling the regiment's various trivial matters and paperwork with everyone else, his role was similar to Manstein's, acting as a combat staff officer to assist Morin with command during combat. Just as Morin and the others were deeply immersed in planning the training division's first large-scale limited event, both good and bad news arrived from Cecilia's side. The upgrade and modification of the active-duty 2.5-ton glow crystal military truck produced independently by Daimler were basically complete. Once it passed military acceptance, production could begin after slight adjustments to the existing production line. After optimizing the suspension system and some other design flaws based on the issues Morin had raised, this glow crystal truck could reach speeds of 35 to 40 km per hour on the common rural dirt roads of Western Europa, and it could also force its way off-road in emergencies. For Morin, having this level of performance for the truck in the short term was sufficient for now. Regardless, the truck's role was for transporting personnel and supplies to increase the training division's mobility. Meanwhile, another 6x4 drive 4.5-ton truck, jointly developed by Daimler and Benz, also had its first prototype completed. This vehicle had a stronger load-bearing capacity and a larger trailer space. Besides improving the transport efficiency of the baggage train, it could also directly tow or carry 105 mm howitzers, enhancing the mobility of the entire field artillery battalion. These two pieces of good news meant that the training division, now equipped with a limited number of motor vehicles, could make do and transform into a relatively mature early motorized infantry regiment. But the bad news was that the Demark team's development of the half-track armored vehicle had hit a technical bottleneck. Chapter 312, The Patent Harvester. Before Morin lay a report that was enough to drive him crazy. Sitting opposite him was the Demag engineering team, who had rushed to Koblenz overnight to meet him. Taiwan Novel Network is a good way to relieve boredom, super smooth. According to the head of this engineering team, if they didn't want the half-track armored vehicle to become a mere showpiece only suitable for parades, they needed to solve 4 critical problems: tires, suspension, power distribution, and materials. First, current common methyl rubber tires are extremely prone to wear and punctures under heavy loads, and they harden when cold and soften when hot, making their adaptability extremely poor. Furthermore, as a combat vehicle, the half-track armored vehicle is designed to enter war zones, meaning its tires are at risk of being hit by bullets, so bulletproof capabilities also need to be considered. Second, the current transmission system struggles to coordinate power distribution between the wheels and tracks, and the reliability of the suspension system and road wheels is insufficient. The suspension and road wheel structure of tracked tractors cannot meet the demands of half-track armored vehicles. After careful consideration, the Demag engineering team's initial solution was the interleaved road wheel system, which caused nightmares for logistics in another world's Third Reich. This solution was, not surprisingly, directly rejected by Morin. Are they insane? Designing an armored vehicle with a combat weight of 5 to 6 tons and immediately going for interleaved road wheels? Morin couldn't understand how much these Saxon engineers valued the stability and comfort of vehicles. Finally, there was the lack of advanced materials like high-performance alloy steel, which resulted in heavy and underperforming vehicles. Transforming an agricultural machine originally designed for hauling wood into a war machine capable of carrying armor plating and an entire squad of soldiers off-road required far greater strength than existing civilian steel could provide. If the thickness was simply increased, the weight would skyrocket, leading to the collapse of the power system, thus entering a dead loop. Ugh, what a headache. After concluding his meeting with the Demag team, Morin lay on his bed in his room and sighed. His greatest advantage as a transmigrator was knowing what future technology looked like and being able to point out a clear direction. But turning that direction into reality involved countless technical details and manufacturing challenges. He wasn't omnipotent and couldn't invent everything out of thin air. Because Morin's understanding of the composition of military tires only extended to the concept of styrene butadiene rubber, with no deeper knowledge, the technology tab was unable to unlock the technology at this time. This is also why he couldn't directly produce large 8-wheeled vehicles, because compared to tracked armored vehicles, mature wheeled armored vehicles actually require a higher level of technology. It seems, besides cheating, I also need to take another shortcut. Morin muttered to himself. Now I have no choice but to be a pay-to-win player. Although it sounded a bit unpleasant, throwing money at the problem was actually fine right now. When technical accumulation is insufficient, the simplest and most brutal method is to throw money at it, using massive resources to pile up and try and fail. Morin himself didn't have the time or the professional knowledge to conduct research bit by bit, but he could spend money to hire the most top-notch talents, provide them with the best equipment, and let them follow the research path he pointed out. So Morin quickly went to find Cecilia, who was still in Koblenz. Sister Cecilia, I need to use your connections to recruit some people. Morin, not bothering with pleasantries this time, went straight to the point. Chemists, specializing in rubber and materials science, the more top-notch the better. Money is not an issue. Tell them I have a concept regarding styrene butadiene, and whoever can develop it, I will bury them in imperial marks. Entrusting professional matters to professionals was the most suitable solution Morin could think of. With direction and funding, he didn't believe the smart people of this world couldn't figure out a formula. For the next week, Morin completely locked himself in the regimental headquarters office. He had his orderly bring in a drafting table and piles of drafting paper, and his 3 meals a day were delivered to the door. Aside from necessary physiological needs, he barely left the room. The daily training and management of the entire training regiment were temporarily handed over to Kleist and Manstein. Everyone only knew that the regimental commander was conducting a top-secret technical research, but no one knew the specific content. In the office, the curtains were tightly drawn, leaving only a bright desk lamp. Morin was hunched over the drafting board, pencil in hand, his concentration intense. Before his eyes, it was no longer white drafting paper, but the blurry entries in the system's technology tab, radial tire technology, run flat tires. Unlike styrene butadiene rubber, which he only knew by name, Morin had a rather profound understanding of the structure of modern military tires. There were many vehicles in the military academy before his transmigration, and Morin had a unique interest in mechanical equipment since childhood, so he quickly became familiar with the school's equipment and logistics departments. During his rare leisure time, he would even go to help repair the Menchi 3, and had personally disassembled and assembled vehicle tires several times. For this, his instructor even had a special talk with him, fearing he would neglect his proper studies. Morin remembered that the sidewalls of those tires were exceptionally thick, with robust support structures inside. He also remembered some principles about tires that the Master Sergeant Major from the logistics department had explained. The arrangement of cord plies in radial tires was completely different from traditional bias ply tires, providing better load-bearing capacity and wear resistance. These memories allowed him to painstakingly construct a cross-sectional view of the tire in his mind, layers of cord fabric, a sturdy belt layer, a special bead structure. And with the appearance of the sketch, the technology tab successfully completed recognition and began optimization work, just like with the shaped charge armor-piercing round, guiding Morin to complete the design. The progress bar on the technology entry slowly grew with the clarity of his sketches, eventually lighting up successfully. Radial tire technology unlocked, 100%. Military run flat tire technology unlocked, 100%. As for the half-track armored vehicle's suspension system, Morin referenced the suspension and road wheel designs commonly used by the US military in World War II in Another World. Combining this with the characteristics of half-tracks, and with continuous modifications from the technology tab, he managed to create a balanced suspension system. Balanced suspension system unlocked, 100%. After signing his name in the corner of the blueprint, Morin dropped his pencil and slumped back in his chair. He felt like his brain was boiling from continuously using the cheat for technical optimization for several days. But looking at the 3 fully unlocked technology entries on the technology interface, Morin grinned, a tired but satisfied smile on his face. These were not just a few blueprints, they were the cornerstone that would allow future steel torrents to run faster and farther. Aside from the suspension structure of the track road wheels, just the military bulletproof tire technology, once developed, could theoretically benefit all vehicles. When Cecilia saw Morin again at the manor in Koblenz, she felt as if Morin had just recovered from a serious illness. His eyes were deeply sunken and bloodshot, his chin was covered in green stubble, and his face was as pale as a ghost. My goodness, what have you been doing these past few days? Cecilia tenderly touched Morin's face, but found that his face was full of smiles. Nothing, just pulled a few all-nighters, a bit tired. Morin couldn't help but hug Cecilia, who looked distressed, inhaling the fragrant scent from her neck. I've solved some of the problems the Demag team encountered. Sister, please arrange for reliable people to immediately apply for patents, then hand over the technical details to the DEMAG team so they can produce samples as quickly as possible. 77. Cecilia was silent for a moment, seemingly shocked by his efficiency. A week. You actually drew a whole new set of blueprints in just 1 week. Cecilia's voice was full of disbelief. When inspiration strikes, you can't stop it. Morin smiled weakly, making a casual excuse. Alright, enough talk, I need to sleep for a bit. I feel like I'll die suddenly if I don't sleep now. After saying goodbye to Cecilia, he practically crawled back to the room where he had been fighting, collapsing onto the bed and instantly losing consciousness. While he was asleep, 2 glow crystal cars sped out of the manor, carrying the blueprints Morin had drawn, heading towards the Koblenz train station. Cecilia's trusted subordinates on board would deliver these items as quickly as possible to the Imperial Patent Office and the headquarters of the DEMAG company in the capital. Morin finally woke up from his stupor after sleeping for nearly 14 hours. He opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling, his brain frozen for several minutes before he slowly regained his senses. His body felt as heavy as lead, but the feeling of his brain almost burning had finally subsided. Struggling to sit up, Morin picked up the warm water by his bedside, which seemed to have been freshly replaced, and drank it all, finally feeling alive. His clothes had been changed into comfortable pajamas at some point, but other than that, no one seemed to have disturbed him. And upon discovering Morin had woken up, the maid in the manor also brought warm food. Morin devoured the food, feeling some of his strength return. The problems with tires, suspension, and road wheel structure were solved, so next came the other tough nuts to crack, the power distribution system, more advanced shock absorption technology, and high-performance steel. These things couldn't be solved by just drawing a few blueprints. Behind them lay vast material science systems and precision processing techniques, the culmination of generations of technological accumulation. Morin knew very well that the most convenient party to communicate with, and one that possessed ahead of its time technical reserves in these areas, was likely the Teutonic Order. Those 6-meter-tall armored knights could perform all sorts of incredible maneuvers on the battlefield, relying on their incredibly powerful skeletal structure. Their power distribution system could precisely transmit the energy of the phosgene internal combustion engine to various parts. And those hydraulic shock absorption structures could withstand the immense impact force upon landing. Finally, the load-bearing skeleton and structural framework absolutely used the Empire's most cutting-edge alloy materials. This could also be seen from the armored airship flying in the sky. It seems I'll have to go beg from the Golden Lion Grand Master, Morin muttered to himself. Dark Portal EC. Chapter 313, The Self-Cultivation of a Pay-to-Win Whale. Morin did not delay. Since Cecilia was not at the manor at the moment, he had the butler notify her and then immediately set off for the Teutonic Order's forward base in Koblenz. His orderly and driver had also stayed at the manor with him for the past 2 days, so they were able to depart quickly. By the time his car drove into the base, Liania was already waiting for him in the temporary office. The Grand Master always seemed so energetic, even in her standard white shirt, she still looked valiant and heroic. Lieutenant Colonel Morin, looking at your face, you don't seem to be doing too well. Liania looked at him and raised an eyebrow. I know the training intensity of your training division is high, but you still need to take care of your health. You're making fun of me. Morin rubbed his nose. Actually, I haven't been doing training these past few days, but rather working on technical breakthroughs. Technical breakthroughs. Liania gestured for him to sit and then personally poured him some coffee. Is it the same as the shaped charge armor-piercing weapons? But why have you come to me for this? Because some of the technology is related to armored knights. Morin's expression also became serious. Your Excellency Grand Master, I need your help more accurately, I need technical authorization from the Order. He explained in detail to Liania the power distribution and material issues encountered with the half-track armored vehicles. My armored vehicles have reached a critical stage, and I'm just short of breaking through these technical bottlenecks. I know your order holds the keys to solving these problems. Morin looked into Liania's eyes, his tone sincere. You see, your knights are as agile as dancers when they move, the power distribution technology, suspension and shock absorption technology, and the alloy steel used for their skeletons are exactly what we need most right now. Liania listened quietly, her fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. Only after Morin finished speaking did she slowly open her mouth. Lieutenant Colonel Morin, the technologies you mentioned do indeed exist, but you should know that they are core secrets of the Order. Many of them, like the shaped charge armor-piercing rounds, are confidential patents protected at the highest level. Her tone was calm, but the meaning was clear. These things weren't just for the taking. Morin naturally knew this would be the answer, he had come prepared. Your Excellency Grand Master, I certainly understand the value of these technologies. He leaned forward slightly, emphasizing his words. But I hope you understand that I am applying for these technical authorizations not for personal gain, but to enhance the combat effectiveness of the entire Imperial Army. Following that, Morin spoke eloquently, detailing the prospects of motorized and mechanized units, as well as the concept of mechanized infantry performing short, sharp assaults in coordination with armored knights. Much of the content left Liania unable to resist falling into deep thought. After Morin finished, Liania just looked at him, a light of contemplation flickering in her sharp golden eyes. This young lieutenant colonel could always propose an undeniable plan from an angle no one else would have expected. His vision seemed forever fixed on the next war, or even the one after that. What you say makes a lot of sense. After a long while, Liania finally nodded. Moreover, your willingness to pay for it makes things much simpler. She stood up and walked to the window, looking at the armored knights performing combat training on the field. The patents for these technologies are held partly by several research institutes under the order, and partly by companies or individual inventors who work closely with us. The process will be complicated, requiring coordination between the military high command, the Imperial Patent Office, and our order. She turned around and looked at Morin again. However, since it is for military purposes, and with me stepping in, plus the influence of the Falkenstein family, I don't think it will be a big problem. I agree. The corners of Liania's mouth curled into a meaningful arc. I will help you clear all the channels and get you to the same table as those old fogies. As for whether you can use money to convince them, that will depend on your own ability. Thank you, Grand Master. Morin was overjoyed and immediately stood up. Don't be so quick to thank me. Liania waved her hand. I also have a condition. Please, go ahead. I want you to be involved throughout the subsequent R&D and upgrades of the armored knights. Your whimsical ideas, Lieutenant Colonel, can often open up new ways of thinking for us. No problem, I'm on call whenever you need me. Morin agreed without hesitation. This was already part of his plan. Over the next half-month, Morin was so busy he was practically flying. Under the guidance of the professional legal team provided by Cecilia and Liania's connections, he began a frantic shopping spree. He frequently shuttled between various departments in the imperial capital, factories in major industrial cities, and ancient workshops hidden in rural manors. He met all sorts of people. There were bureaucrats in the armament department who were as slippery as loaches. They knew nothing about technology but could recite procedures and regulations by heart. Morin wasted a lot of time on them until a phone call came from the Ministry of the Army, at which point these people instantly became enthusiastic and their efficiency became astonishingly high. General Falkenhayn naturally knew about Morin's recent actions. After all, before doing these things, Morin had already submitted a specially prepared report and even found a way to have a copy sent to Crown Prince George on the Ardennes forest front. So, clearing the military channels went very smoothly. Then there were those highly respected and eccentric mechanical masters who had spent their lives immersed in their fields, oblivious to the outside world. Facing these technical fanatics, Morin showed the utmost patience and respect, discussing technical details with them and even occasionally proposing ideas that made their eyes light up, thanks to his knowledge that surpassed the era. Once these masters accepted him, negotiations became exceptionally smooth. Of course, most were corporations that were shrewd to the bone. They had become patent holders of these technologies through various means and keenly smelled the scent of imperial marks on Morin. They asked for exorbitant prices, trying to squeeze the maximum profit out of this young officer. Whenever this happened, the financial and legal teams sent by Cecilia played a huge role. These elites in sharp suits and gold-rimmed glasses would use the most professional knowledge and coldest numbers to tear the opponent's quote to shreds, and then provide a reasonable authorization plan with almost no premium. Morin played the role of the final decision-maker. He didn't care about spending a little more or less, what he wanted was speed. As long as the other party's request wasn't excessive, he would give a wave of his hand and sign directly. I want this hydraulic shock absorption technology. But this is a military secret. I'm also using it for military purposes. 200,000 marks for the patent license, plus future royalties. Deal. This high-strength alloy formula. 500,000. Sir, this is 800,000, in cash. You truly have excellent vision. This generous posture left those businessmen who were used to haggling over every penny somewhat stunned. In this way, one deal after another was reached. On the other hand, cooperation with the Krupp armament factory was even more convenient, because long-barrel anti-armor cannons were not only needed by Morin but also by the Teutonic Order. So, with Cecilia helping to bridge the gap and the Equipment Research and Development Department of the Ministry of the Army giving the green light all the way, the procedural issues were resolved instantly after the three parties coordinated. The Krupp armament factory also officially accepted the order from the Teutonic Order. In this process, Morin basically spent the first two installments of patent fees totaling 10 million imperial marks. To be honest, in the entire imperial army, one couldn't find an officer wealthier than him. Or rather, among the corporations of the entire empire, few could provide such a large amount of liquid capital in a short period. Through these funds, Morin directly acquired shares in 3 vehicle manufacturers and the Krupp armament factory. The latter was able to open new production lines at the fastest speed and carry out the R&D and production of anti-armor cannons precisely because of Morin's capital investment. The pay-to-win whale was right, the money isn't gone, it's just staying by my side in a different form. Morin thought to himself after the R&D and production of armored vehicles and anti-armor cannons finally got on track. Time reached the end of October, and the Imperial Guard Assault Training Unit, which had basically completed its motorization, was about to begin its first round of full personnel, full equipment live-fire exercises. Whether it was the veterans of the training assault battalion or the newcomers transferred later, everyone was itching for a chance to show off their skills in this live-fire exercise. The entire regiment headquarters also fell into a relatively confident atmosphere as the date approached. Kleist, Manstein, Paulus, and other regimental officers and clerks all believed they were fully prepared for this full regiment joint exercise. Their nearly half-month of high-intensity work had resulted in an extremely detailed joint exercise plan. After completing the preparations, the regimental officers also gave a concentrated report to Morin. Sir, this is the final version of the exercise plan. Please have a look. In the regimental office, Kleist placed a thick folder on Morin's desk, his face carrying a hint of pride and exhaustion that was hard to hide. Behind him, Manstein and the newly transferred Paulus also looked serious, but their eyes similarly sparkled with confidence. From the setting of exercise subjects and route planning to logistics support, communication links, and emergency contingency plans, every word in the plan reflected their immense effort. We must take this down in one go, sir. The three of them thought to themselves at the same time. Chapter 314, The Importance of Good Logistics. Morin picked up the proposal and flipped through it page by page. He had to admit, Kleist and the others had done an outstanding job. The entire plan was meticulously detailed, reaching a level that could serve as a textbook template. Remember this site's domain wkan.com for a worry-free experience. The first phase of the exercise involved a 120-kilometer motorized maneuver for the entire regiment with full equipment, testing the unit's rapid response and long-distance raid capabilities. The proposal not only outlined a detailed marching route, the departure order for each battalion, and rest points along the way, but it even included a subject on evading enemy artillery fire. The second phase involved deployment and offensive drills upon reaching the designated area. How the infantry would disembark at the assembly area to form combat formations, how to safely and quickly advance to the contact line to seize fire points, how the artillery would conduct fire preparation, and how scouts would infiltrate every link had a detailed tactical contingency plan. The third phase was a combined arms assault drill involving infantry and knights. The armored knight squad led by Ludwig would serve as the spearhead of the offensive, coordinating with the infantry battalion to launch an assault on a simulated fortified defensive position. For the armored knights and their maintenance crews, this 120-kilometer raid was equally a test. The entire plan was logically clear, interconnected, and well considered, with almost no obvious loopholes to be found. Well done. Morin set down the proposal, nodding with a smile. Very thorough and well thought out. Hearing Morin's affirmation, smiles of relief appeared on the faces of Kleist and Manstein. Even Paulus, who had just joined the regimental headquarters and was still quite cautious in his conduct, saw the corners of his mouth turn up slightly. Sir, we are confident that this joint exercise will be a great success. Kleist's tone was very certain. Over the past month or so, everyone has been holding their breath. Both the veterans and the newly added recruits want to prove themselves in this exercise. Indeed, sir, Manstein echoed. Basic training has gradually become solid, new weapons and equipment are mostly in place, and the transition to new helmets and stick grenades has begun. What they said was the truth. With the continuous addition of new equipment and high-intensity training, the current training division's combat effectiveness had reached a new level compared to before. Every battalion, company, and platoon had been fully equipped with light machine guns and submachine guns according to the designated ratios, possessing close-range firepower and sustained suppression capabilities far exceeding those of other infantry regiments. Add to that the howitzer battalion, the regimental field gun company, and the 3 armored knights led by Ludwig. In terms of paper strength, the current training division was undoubtedly the ace among all regimental-level units in the Saxon army. The officers at regimental headquarters, especially the old-timers like Kleist who had followed Morin from the beginning, were filled with pride as they watched the unit grow day by day. They firmly believed that under the guidance of this perfect plan they had formulated in Morin's command, this exercise would be a complete success, demonstrating the training division's formidable strength to the entire army. However, Morin only smiled and did not show the same confidence as they had expected. A plan is static, but the battlefield is dynamic. No matter how meticulous a plan is, there's always the possibility of the unexpected. In short, tell everyone to stay sharp and not let their guard down. These words were like a bucket of cold water poured over the burning hearts of the headquarters officers. They looked at each other, not quite understanding what Morin meant. In their view, this was just a scaled-down imperial exercise, not an actual battlefield. With such thorough preparation, what could possibly go wrong? Kleist, who was more familiar with Morin, felt his heart sink. Beneath Morin's calm expression, he keenly detected a hint of something unusual. The commander seemed not as optimistic about the outcome of this joint exercise as they were. Why? Could there be some major oversight in the plan that they hadn't discovered? He picked up the proposal again, checking it over and over, but could not find where the problem lay. Sir, is there something wrong with the plan? Paulus, standing to the side, couldn't help but ask as well. Having just arrived at headquarters, he didn't yet understand Morin's style of doing things, he only felt that this young commander was deep and inscrutable. The plan itself is fine. Morin shook his head and continued, but the ones executing the plan are people, along with that equipment, especially those recruits and new equipment participating in a large-scale maneuver for the first time. But it's all right, don't put too much pressure on yourselves. Just execute according to the plan for now. After the meeting ended, the 3 of them walked out of the office, full of doubts. What do you think the commander meant? Kleist couldn't help but ask as they walked. I don't understand either. Manstein frowned. It's not that we didn't consider the issues the lieutenant colonel mentioned. The plan already has multiple contingencies set for the recruits and new equipment. It should be enough to handle most emergencies. Perhaps the commander just wanted to remind us not to be complacent, Paulus speculated. The 3 of them discussed it for a while and could only attribute Morin's abnormality to his usual caution and strictness. They didn't know that the reason Morin wasn't optimistic about the exercise wasn't because he was dissatisfied with their plan, but because of his insight that transcended this era. As a professional from another world, he knew all too well how much trouble a newly motorized unit would face during its first long-distance maneuver. Engine overheating, tire blowouts, broken drive shafts, all sorts of strange mechanical failures would pop up like bamboo shoots after a rain. And they specifically chose to appear during exercises. Not to mention what a nightmare the coordination, communication, and command of a massive convoy of over 300 new vehicles would be. In an era where radios hadn't reached the squad and platoon level, and there were no mature traffic control or maintenance support systems, getting such a huge convoy to successfully complete a 120-kilometer maneuver. Morin felt it really would depend on God's blessing. The plan Kleist and the others had drawn up was indeed perfect on paper. But they were, after all, officers of this era. Their understanding of motorized maneuvers was still at the superficial stage of swapping soldiers from horse carriages to trucks. They couldn't imagine what a chaotic scene it would be when dozens of trucks were traveling on narrow rural dirt roads and one of them broke down, blocking the entire convoy. They also couldn't imagine how the command system would fall into paralysis when an orderly on horseback shuttled back and forth through a 7 or 8 kilometer long convoy but couldn't find the target unit. Morin foresaw all of this. But he didn't say it directly, because some things are hard to conceptualize just by talking about them. Some stumbles must be experienced personally before one knows how much they hurt. Some lessons can only be truly and unforgettably remembered by these proud officers when paid for with chaos and failure. What Morin wanted wasn't a perfect-looking performance, but a stress test that could expose all the problems and wake everyone up. Because the training division was, by its very nature, an experimental unit established by the army to explore new tactics and methods. However, to Morin's surprise, not everyone in the training division was as blindly optimistic as Kleist and the others. Besides himself, there were two others who also harbored deep concerns about this joint exercise. They were Xian, the commander of the Regimental Logistics Company, and Heinz Wilhelm Guderian, the radio platoon leader of the Regimental Communications Company. These two seemingly inconspicuous junior officers, relying on their respective professional knowledge and keen intuition, had smelled the scent of trouble in advance. Stein had been in a bad mood lately, one could even say he was anxious. As the logistics company commander and the steward of all the regiment's vehicles, he knew better than anyone how difficult those glow crystal trucks parked in the motor pool and wiped down like treasures by the soldiers were to maintain. Stein glanced at the truck beside him, painted in field grey. This vehicle was quite pretty. But no matter how pretty it was, it didn't change its fragile suspension, its delicate Phosgene internal combustion engine, and a transmission system that might fail with just one bump. Stein was among the first group in the entire Saxon army to come into contact with glow crystal trucks. He had been dealing with them since these mechanical creations were first put into military trials. He knew their temperaments all too well. Running on flat main roads was fine, but once they hit the muddy rural dirt roads of West Europa, it would be a miracle if nothing went wrong. Now, the regiment actually planned to conduct a 120-kilometer long-distance maneuver with all personnel and equipment. 120 kilometers. Just thinking about that number made Stein's teeth ache. He could almost foresee that within an hour of the exercise starting, trucks would begin to break down on the road. When the time came, the entire convoy would be stuck on the road, unable to move forward or backward. That scene alone was enough to make one's skin crawl. A bunch of nerds who only know how to draw lines on a map. Stein cursed inwardly, referring to the staff officers at headquarters who had formulated the plan. In his view, this plan was simply a fantasy. While Stein was sighing at the row of trucks, a figure walked over from the other end of the motor pool. Company Commander Stein, worrying about your precious babies again. The newcomer's voice was loud and very familiar. Stein looked back, it was Guderian. Stein had a very unique impression of Guderian, the new radio platoon leader. He was an outlier. Clearly an officer from a cavalry background, he had no interest in horses, instead spending all day at the logistics company that managed the trucks. Whenever he had a free moment, he would crawl under a vehicle, dismantling and assembling parts alongside the maintenance technicians, not caring at all that he was covered in grease. After the two became more familiar, Stein learned that this outlier Guderian had always been more interested in mechanical units like glow crystal vehicles, and had even used over a year's worth of salary to buy a glow crystal car just to take it apart for fun. This was why his understanding of mechanics was even deeper than some of Stein's veteran drivers. Stein initially thought this man was a bit of a slacker, but after spending time together, he found Guderian to be a rare kindred spirit. Both had an almost fanatical obsession with this mechanical power forged from steel. Guderian, you've come at the right time. Seeing him, the worry on Stein's face eased slightly. You're somewhat of an expert too. Tell me, is headquarters' plan for a 120-kilometer maneuver insane? Hearing this, the smile on Guderian's face faded, replaced by a look of gravity. The two chatted briefly, both thinking of many problems that could be encountered during a long-distance march. When Stein began to complain again about headquarters' plan being a fantasy, he noticed Morin leaning against the doorway, looking at them with a smile. Lieutenant Colonel. The two immediately stood at attention and saluted. Don't mind me, keep talking, I just came specifically to check on the convoy's preparations. Morin was in a good mood as he looked at the two. He was glad that Stein and Guderian could perceive these issues. With his interest piqued, Morin also directly discussed these problems with them. It was also at this moment that Morin realized Guderian becoming the father of the Third Reich's Panzerwaffe wasn't just because he had a certain foresight. It was because he was truly willing to understand these novel mechanical creations through practice. At the same time, some of their ideas actually aligned with the people from the equipment and support sections Morin had dealt with in the other world. What is the core of mechanical equipment maintenance? Many people would likely say spare parts, because even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. These spare parts directly restricted maintenance work. But in reality, the failure patterns of vehicle equipment were the core of cores. The three quickly reached a consensus on this. It was useless to rely on carrying more spare parts. Only by keeping a close eye on failure patterns and highlighting key preparations could they achieve twice the result with half the effort. However, Other difficulties lay ahead. Most vehicles had to be used for transporting personnel and equipment, so the logistics company's transport capacity was limited. Just transporting all the training regiment's conventional equipment and gear already approached the upper limit of its capacity. In the end, only 3 trucks could be spared specifically for transporting mechanical spare parts. Yet the mission for these spare parts was vital. They had to ensure the long-distance maneuver of all glow crystal vehicles went without a hitch, and also support the subsequent joint exercises without any failures throughout. Which spare parts should we bring? How many of each? This immediately became the key problem waiting to be solved. Stein first compiled an equipment requirement list based on failure patterns and daily equipment consumption data, dividing it into 3 levels. He then gathered experienced drivers and heavy troops to solicit their opinions, and finally completed the review with the assistance of this enthusiastic young man, Guderian. After multiple rounds of deliberation and precise calculation, an equipment requirement list was finally finalized. Meanwhile, considering that the convoy would stretch for a long distance once the entire regiment moved out, Stein organized the maintenance spare parts commonly used for long-distance maneuvers into a configuration of 2 large bags plus several small bags. The small bags were issued directly to the drivers of each company, making it easy for them to quickly handle minor faults on the way themselves. The large bags were assigned to the forward maintenance group and the middle maintenance group, ensuring a timely response to problems. He himself would lead the maintenance support group, bringing up the rear with the vehicles carrying the mechanical spare parts, taking overall responsibility for the maintenance support and collection work of the entire convoy. Once the plan was finalized, Stein felt more and more that Morin was inscrutable. Because this lieutenant colonel, who seemingly specialized in infantry command, had provided many key suggestions for the logistics team, especially the optimization plan for setting up the forward maintenance group and middle maintenance group. It was so meticulous and thorough, as if he had commanded large convoys on long-distance marches many times before. Chapter 315, Problems Galore. With only 1 week remaining until the official start of the exercise, the entire garrison of the Imperial Guard Assault Training Unit began to be enveloped in a tension that suggested a great war was imminent. In the large motor pools where the Hujing trucks were centrally parked, the roar of engines echoed throughout the day. Stein led all the maintenance technicians and drivers of the transport company, along with the enthusiastic youth Heinz Guderian who occasionally came to help, in conducting the final inspection and debugging of every vehicle. They practically disassembled half of every vehicle, checked all the critical components, and then reassembled them. The vehicles that had completed preparation were parked in warehouses and on the open ground in front of the company barracks. Soldiers were queuing up, loading various supplies and equipment onto the vehicles, item by item, according to the standards set in the contingency plan. Everything, from ammunition and rations to sapper shovels and various consumables, had to be strictly counted according to the manifest and then secured in the designated positions inside the vehicle compartments. The infantry's daily training curriculum also underwent minor adjustments. The proportion of physical fitness and tactical training was reduced, replaced by repeated drills for combat readiness deployment and handling various emergency situations. For example, how to complete boarding in the shortest time possible, how to quickly dismount and evacuate if the vehicle encounters enemy shelling while moving, or how to proceed on foot with critical equipment after a vehicle breakdown. During this period, Morin also specifically organized a short-distance mobility inspection of about 15 to 20 kilometers in batches. He randomly selected several companies to take turns driving out for a loop, calling it a warm-up. In reality, it was to help the transport company further discover and resolve hidden equipment issues before the actual long-distance raid began. Facts proved that Morin's decision was absolutely correct. Just this short distance exposed quite a few problems. Although these small issues were minor, if they erupted simultaneously on the day of the exercise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Stein followed the convoy almost the entire time, and this time he even proactively brought Heinz Guderian along. Upon spotting a problem, he immediately recorded it and then brought the technicians to solve it on the spot. After several days, he and the soldiers of the maintenance detachment were covered in grease, but their eyes grew brighter. Lieutenant Colonel, you are truly a genius. After one inspection concluded, Stein found Morin and exclaimed sincerely, if you hadn't done this, I estimate my maintenance detachment would be running itself ragged on the actual day of the exercise. Heinz Guderian also stood nearby and nodded vigorously, that's right, Lieutenant Colonel. Through these short-distance tests, we have basically identified the common failure points of this batch of new trucks and have prepared corresponding spare parts and repair plans in advance. Now, I finally have some confidence in completing this 120-kilometer maneuver. Morin smiled and patted the shoulders of the 2 men, confidence can't just be talked about, the final preparation work must not be slackened at all. He knew clearly in his heart that these minor issues were just appetizers. The real test was yet to come. Meanwhile, the regimental headquarters office was brightly lit every night. Kleist, who was responsible for the overall planning of the entire exercise, had not slept for 2 consecutive days. His desk was piled high with various charts, manifests, and reports. He was like a tightly strung bowstring, his eyes bloodshot, yet he was still repeatedly simulating marching routes and the coordination between various stages on the map. Manstein and Paulus were not doing any better. The former was responsible for coordinating the specific actions between the battalions and companies, while the latter was in charge of the allocation of all logistical supplies and data compilation. The regimental medical officer and veterinary officer were also scrambling in preparation for the upcoming joint exercise. Especially the latter, since having mules and draft horses march 120 kilometers was no simple task. Sir, this is the final marching sequence and timetable. Kleist, sporting 2 massive dark circles under his eyes, handed the newly completed plan to Morin right on schedule, the day before the joint exercise began. Based on the inspection results from the past few days, we have made some minor adjustments to the original plan, mainly strengthening the echelon configuration of the repair force and reserving several emergency stopping points along the route. Morin took the plan and read it carefully. It must be said that Kleist and his team truly put in hard work. This new plan was much more detailed than the previous one, considering almost all conceivable contingencies and formulating corresponding countermeasures. Very good. Morin nodded and looked at the people in the regimental headquarters. Execute according to this. Also, notify everyone to rest well tonight. We move out promptly at 4:30 tomorrow morning. Yes, sir. In the early morning of November 1st, the entire training division garrison was silent, but beneath this silence surged a tremendous energy about to erupt. Morin stood by his office window, overlooking the sleeping camp outside. He knew that in a few hours, the place would be completely roused. This exercise was not only a test of the unit but also a practical demonstration of his own ideology. Through this exercise, he wanted everyone including the generals of the Ministry of the Army and the General Staff Headquarters to personally witness the immense potential of motorized units, and the real challenges they face. He took a deep breath of the cold air and silently thought, come on, let's see what kind of answer sheet we can deliver. At 4:30 am, a sharp whistle pierced the tranquility of the garrison. The sound of the whistle was like a signal. Immediately afterward, the entire garrison seemed to spring to life. There were no loud slogans or uniform shouts, the massive camp still enforced strict blackout procedures, pitch black, as if still asleep. But in this darkness, countless figures had leaped up from their camp beds. Urged by the low voices of the squad and platoon leaders, the soldiers donned their pre-prepared uniforms in the dark, then put on their chest rigs. The metallic clanking of weapons and gear colliding, mixed with hushed commands and the chaotic sound of boots stepping on the ground, composed a tense yet orderly symphony. Outside the barracks of each company, rows of Hujing trucks lay quietly crouched in the darkness. The soldiers, moving in platoon units, quickly ran toward their assigned vehicles and skillfully climbed into the compartments. The entire process was silent, with only the faint light of the oil lamps occasionally swaying in the hands of the officers, guiding the way in the darkness. Hurry! Hurry! Move your butts faster! Don't be like some sleepy woman, a non-commissioned officer yelled in a low voice, practically right next to a recruit's ear. The recruit flinched, hastily tossed his backpack onto the truck, and then scrambled up using all fours. The compartment was already crowded. Everyone helped each other stack their weapons and personal equipment neatly, then held their rifles and quietly waited for the order to depart. In the darkness, no one spoke, only the slightly heavy breathing of one another could be heard. Tension, excitement, and a hint of anticipation for the unknown permeated the cramped compartment. Meanwhile, Transport Company Commander Stein, along with his maintenance technicians, was moving like ghosts through the massive array of vehicles. Each of them carried a tool bag on their back, using the faint moonlight and oil lamps to perform final checks on the tires, engines, and critical connection points of every vehicle. Have the vehicles for the 1st Battalion been checked? Stein walked up to a truck and quietly asked a transport company soldier who was inspecting the chassis. Reporting, Company Commander, all checked, no problems. Good, move to the next battalion. Stein nodded and hurried with his men toward another motor pool. He knew that these 300-plus Hujing trucks were the legs of the entire training division. If these legs failed halfway, the entire exercise would become a joke. His responsibility was to ensure these legs could run, and run far. Time passed minute by minute. With all officers having synchronized their watches in advance, at 5:30 am, an order was quickly disseminated throughout the entire convoy via orderlies and flashing signal lights. Start the vehicles. The next second, the silent garrison was instantly swallowed by a deafening roar. Over 300 Phosgene internal combustion engines were simultaneously awakened. Their enormous combined sound was like a sleeping giant dragon issuing its first low growl upon waking. The ground trembled violently, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of burning glow crystal fuel. Black smoke billowed out of over 300 exhaust pipes, obscuring even the sun, which had just peaked above the horizon, making its light dim and eerie. Next to the Regimental Communications Company's radio transport truck, Heinz Guderian's eyes streamed with tears from the acrid smoke, and his eardrums buzzed from the impact of the powerful, almost violent, engine roar. But his heart was filled with an unprecedented excitement. This is what power is, he muttered, his eyes flashing with fanaticism. The neighing of horses and the blare of bugles could not compare to the roar of this steel beast before him. This was a pure power, constructed of machinery and energy, representing a brand new era of warfare. He seemed to see countless such steel behemoths forming an unstoppable torrent in the near future, crushing all enemies standing before the Empire. All units attention, move out in the predetermined sequence. As the lead vehicle of the 1st Battalion's Advance Reconnaissance Detachment slowly drove out of the garrison gate, this steel dragon, composed of over 300 trucks and 4,000 soldiers, finally began to crawl. The 120-kilometer long-distance maneuver officially commenced. The convoy, like a giant python, slowly advanced along the winding rural dirt road. Morin sat in the passenger seat of the temporary command truck, watching the scenery continuously receding outside the window, though his mood was not as calm as he appeared. About 20 minutes later, Stein, who was still at the tail end of the garrison and hadn't departed, finally heard the news he least wanted to hear. An orderly on horseback, kicking up dust, rushed like lightning to his truck, reining in his horse as he said to him, "Lieutenant Stein. Bad news. A truck has broken down up ahead." Stein immediately saw black. Damn it, what had to happen has happened. He cursed softly, grabbed the tool bag he had prepared nearby, and led over a military horse assigned to the transport company. Before the military horse had stopped, he neatly swung onto the saddle, then controlled the horse to pull on the orderly's sleeve. "I'll ride straight over. You lead the way," he shouted at the still slightly dazed orderly. "Hurry. Don't just stand there." Soon, the two spurred their horses out of the garrison. The flying hooves kicked up splashes of mud on the uneven dirt road, and Stein's mood was even worse than the road surface. Following the orderly's horse, he mentally cursed every engineer who designed this batch of trucks. It's only been 20 minutes. 20 minutes, he roared internally while dodging potholes on the road. Even a mule is more reliable than this thing. By the time he rode his horse and followed the orderly to the breakdown location, he found the situation was slightly better than he had imagined, but still headache-inducing. A 2.5-ton Huijing truck was parked crookedly on the side of the road, blocking half the lane. The driver and a squad of soldiers from the truck were sweating profusely, gathered around the hood. A non-commissioned officer was holding a crowbar, trying to pry something off. The trucks behind had to queue up and carefully navigate around the other half of the road. Although the road wasn't completely blocked, the overall speed of the convoy was clearly slowed down. The long line of vehicles, like a wounded snake, moved intermittently, stretching further than the eye could see. "What's the situation?" Stein dismounted, strode over, and spoke sharply. Seeing him arrive, the sweating driver looked like he had seen a savior and quickly stood at attention to report. "Reporting, company commander. It's a connection piece on the delivery pipe that broke, and fuel is leaking everywhere." Stein leaned in to look. Sure enough, the area under the engine was soaked, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of glow crystal fuel. He frowned. Damage to this type of vulnerable component was difficult to detect during pre-inspection. It was purely bad luck. "Did you bring the spare part?" he asked in a deep voice. "Yes. Yes." The driver quickly pulled an oiled paper packet from the cab, opened it, and revealed a brand new connection piece inside. "Then what are you standing around for? Change it immediately." Stein snapped. "Never mind. I'll lend a hand. Hurry up, don't delay the main force's march." Fortunately, this type of fault was common, and the drivers had practiced changing it during previous training. With Stein's help and urging, the few men worked frantically and finally managed to replace the new connection piece within the specified time. Watching the truck restart and rejoin the convoy, Stein breathed a slight sigh of relief. But he knew clearly in his heart that this was absolutely just the beginning. And the transport company commander's worries quickly became reality. As the entire convoy fully drove onto the road, all kinds of strange and unexpected situations began to emerge endlessly. Chapter 316, the monthly test results of the training division were not ideal. Various bad news kept gathering at Morin's command vehicle through mounted orderlies. Things like soldiers who had rarely ridden in vehicles getting motion sickness, drivers falling asleep at the wheel, and front-to-rear collisions. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere was so oppressive it almost felt tangible. Of course, this oppressive atmosphere was mainly concentrated on several regiment headquarters officers. Morin, on the other hand, was like an outsider, listening to each problem calmly. Then, while taking the real coffee handed over by the orderly in a military canteen, he watched curiously to see how the others planned to handle it. Kleist's face was already as black as the bottom of a pot. He stared intently at the map, the pencil in his hand almost piercing through the paper. Every time he heard a piece of bad news, the corner of his mouth would twitch. Manstein, meanwhile, held a small notebook and frantically recorded every malfunction and accident. His expression was exceptionally solemn, as if he were recording a list of casualties. The newly arrived Paulus appeared quite calm. He didn't say a word, but silently marked the location of every problematic vehicle on another map with pens of different colors. Then he began to calculate the delay this might cause for the entire convoy. "Sir, this is simply a disaster." Kleist finally couldn't help himself. He held his head in his hands in distress, assuming a classic inverted triangle posture, his voice carrying a hint of a breakdown. "At this rate, we will definitely not be able to complete the maneuver within the prescribed time." Seeing Kleist's breakdown, Morin felt a bit of pity, but he still spoke calmly to comfort him. "It's fine, Kleist. This is just the beginning. Don't be in a hurry. Kleist. I've said before, plans are dead, but people are alive. The more problems we encounter now, the better it is for us." "A good thing." Kleist could hardly believe his ears. "Sir, our convoy is currently a complete mess, and you call that a good thing?" "Of course it's a good thing." Morin picked up the canteen, took a sip with a composed air, and then continued, "This shows that the contingency plans you formulated are working. You see, although there are constant small problems, the convoy is still moving forward, isn't it? Stein and the others are also doing a great job. Most malfunctions can be resolved within half an hour, without causing long-term congestion." Morin's words calmed Kleist down slightly. Indeed, thanks to those warm UPS before the exercise and the meticulous maintenance support plan formulated by Stein and the others, most broken-down vehicles were handled quickly. Small problems were solved by the drivers themselves. If they couldn't solve it, they would work with the soldiers on the vehicle to push it to the side of the road first to avoid blocking traffic, and then wait for the follow-up repair team. Although the entire support system was busy and chaotic, it was still operating effectively. However, just as Kleist's mood had calmed down a bit, the most ridiculous news arrived. An orderly, riding a steed that was about to collapse from exhaustion, chased the command vehicle like a madman. He didn't even have time to salute and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Sir! Bad news! Third company of the 2nd Battalion has disappeared. What? Thump. Skies. Kleist suddenly stood up from his seat, his head hitting the roof hard, but he didn't care about the pain at all. The command truck also temporarily stopped at the side of the road. The troops behind saw them follow a civilian horse-drawn carriage and take a wrong turn. Now the entire company has marched grandly into a village. The roads in the village are too narrow, the lead vehicle can't turn around, and now they're all stuck inside and can't get out. A bunch of useless fools. Stupid pigs. Inside the command vehicle, Kleist's roar almost lifted the roof. His face was flushed with anger, like a lion trapped in a cage. What are the maps for? What are the road signs for? An entire company of people actually followed a civilian horse-drawn carriage and took the wrong road. If this were a war, would they follow the enemy's field kitchen to the canteen for a meal? Kleist got angrier as he spoke. What's that company commander's name? When the exercise is over, I'll definitely hang him on the flagpole and whip him. Manstein's face was also ashen, but he remained relatively calm. He pulled Kleist's arm and advised in a low voice, Ewald, now is not the time to be angry. We have to find a way to get them back to the unit quickly. Morin leaned back in his chair, watching the fuming Kleist with no expression on his face, but he was actually stifling a laugh. Don't say Morin was too heartless. One must know that this was the result after he had vetoed the efficient marching plan proposed by Kleist and the others, which involved splitting into 3 routes and advancing simultaneously. He ultimately chose the most conservative and simplest single-column march, and this was the situation that presented itself. If they had truly split into 3 routes, it was estimated that more than one company would have wandered off to some unknown corner by now. That's enough, Kleist. Morin finally spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried weight. Cursing won't solve the problem. He turned to the still trembling orderly, is the specific location clear? Yes, sir. It's about 5 kilometers away from our current main road. The orderly quickly pointed out the village on the map. Paulus. Morin looked at the silent Paulus. Sir. Paulus responded immediately. Calculate how long it would take if they turned around now and returned to the unit at maximum speed. If they pass through the village and take a detour via other roads, how much more time would it take? Yes, sir. After hearing this, Paulus picked up a ruler and quickly began measuring and calculating on the map. A few minutes later, he looked up and gave a precise answer, reporting to the commander, if they pass through the village and take a detour, returning to the main road at an average speed of 20 km per hour, they are expected to rejoin the main force in 20 minutes. But if they take a detour via other roads, they can advance alongside the convoy and rendezvous 12 km ahead. Then do that. Have them continue forward from the other route. Don't waste time. 17. Morin ordered the officers around him, send 2 orderlies over with the map marked with the new route and my orders. Don't let them take the wrong road again. Yes. Morin's orders were quickly dispatched, but Kleist sat back in his chair somewhat dejectedly, holding his head in his hands, silent. He felt that the perfect plan he had meticulously prepared for over half a month had now become a joke. The regimental adjutant didn't even dare to look Morin in the eye, his face burning with shame and a sense of defeat. Looking at him like this, Morin sighed in his heart. He knew that this lesson was a bit too cruel for traditional Saxon officers like Kleist. They were used to strategizing on maps and were accustomed to orders being executed with precision. But they forgot that war, especially this brand new mode of warfare, was full of countless variables and accidents. Morin moved from the passenger seat to the truck bed, sat down next to Kleist, and patted his shoulder. Ewald, look up. Kleist slowly looked up, his eyes full of confusion. I'll say it again, finding problems is a good thing. Morin said word by word, one can never learn to fight a war by just talking on paper. All the trouble and chaos we encountered today are paving the way for our future victory. The sweat we shed now and the mistakes we make are also that our soldiers will shed less blood on the real battlefield. You, Manstein, and Paulus, there's nothing wrong with the plans you formulated themselves. But you ignored what the people and equipment executing the plan would look like in reality. A tired driver, a nervous recruit, an unreliable connector, any insignificant detail can cause the most perfect plan to collapse. This is the true purpose of my organizing this exercise, not to see a pretty armed parade, but to expose all potential problems and then solve them one by one. Now, we have another item on our list of problems. Troops are extremely prone to losing their way after leaving the commander's sight. This is a very serious problem. We need to study it carefully when we get back and see how to solve it by strengthening the map recognition capabilities and communication methods of grassroots officers. Morin's words were like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of Kleist and Manstein. They stared blankly at Morin, their expressions changing from confusion and shame to contemplation and enlightenment. Yes, they were just like the imperial exercises organized by the General Staff Headquarters, always pursuing the success of the exercise but forgetting that the essence of an exercise is to find problems. Ultimately, for the first stage of the 120 km full personnel and full equipment maneuver, the result handed in by the training division was that 85% of the vehicles successfully reached the designated assembly point within 5 hours and 24 minutes. Compared to the 4.5 hours planned by the regiment headquarters officers, it was almost an hour late, and fewer vehicles successfully arrived. Kleist and the others lowered their heads, waiting for Morin's thunderous rage. However, Morin just calmly watched the soldiers who, although exhausted, were still orderly setting up camp under the command of their officers. Then he turned his head and gave Kleist and the others a smile. Not bad, better than I expected. I was originally worried we wouldn't even make it before dark. Morin clapped his hands, focusing everyone's attention on himself. You did well, Yuld, all of you did well. Now, we know our strengths and weaknesses. Let the soldiers rest and stand by, the exercise has just begun. Kleist suddenly looked up, and seeing the sincere encouragement in Morin's eyes, this iron-blooded soldier's nose couldn't help but twitch. The chaos and embarrassment of the first day's long-distance maneuver gave everyone a vivid practical lesson. Especially Kleist and Manstein from the regiment headquarters, they completely abandoned their previous unrealistic optimism and began to treat the subsequent exercises with a more pragmatic and cautious attitude. In the following days, the training division launched the second stage of large-scale offensive and defensive drills on this vast exercise ground specially approved by the General Staff headquarters. Compared to the problem-ridden long-distance maneuver, after entering the traditional tactical subjects, the unit's performance finally improved quite a bit, at least looking somewhat respectable. Of course, military exercises in this era were far less complex and realistic than in Morin's previous life. There were no mature laser confrontation systems, and no Blue Force units specifically dedicated to playing the enemy. The so-called exercise was more like a large-scale rehearsal of tactical movements. Chapter 317, Oh no, we've become the Imperial Guard. The offensive drills in the exercise plan were essentially a test of the unit's deployment and coordination capabilities. Thus, at the command from headquarters, the soldiers at the assembly point gathered once more under the direction of their battalion and company officers. They then began the first subject, a 10-kilometer armed cross-country run. Unlike previous training at the barracks, the focus of this armed cross-country run was on the offensive jump-off line, located approximately 3 kilometers from the enemy's forward positions. Upon reaching this position, the soldiers of the training division were given no chance to rest. Instead, they deployed into combat formations by platoon. Light machine gun teams quickly moved forward to seize advantageous terrain and establish fire support points, while submachine gunners and riflemen spread out behind them to form a dispersed attacking line. First platoon, left flank. Second platoon, right flank. Firepower group, follow me. Los. 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 A company commander roared at the top of his lungs, waving his arms as he directed his unit toward the designated objective. Soldiers in field gray uniforms, fully geared, ran, crawled, and jumped through muddy fields and hills. The exercise directing department would occasionally have the 75.8 mm mortar teams fire smoke shells to simulate enemy artillery fire, testing the soldiers' reactions and tactical movements. When the units advanced to within about 1 kilometer of the enemy positions, the 105 mm howitzer battalion and the regimental 77 mm field gun company began their fire preparation. This time, they weren't firing smoke shells, but live ammunition. Amidst the roar of artillery, the veterans led the somewhat startled recruits in successive waves of attacks against several trenches dug in advance by the regimental sapper company representing the enemy's trench lines. This was followed by clearing the inside of the trenches and finally destroying the enemy command post and artillery positions behind the lines. The defensive drills were actually much simpler. In essence, everyone dug trenches and fortifications together. Except for necessary sentries, the entire regiment picked up sapper shovels and worked feverishly in the designated defensive sectors, digging trenches, communication lines, and shell-proof shelters. Once the fortification complex was basically formed, Morin ordered everyone to withdraw to a safe distance. Then, he had the 105 mm howitzer battalion conduct a round of live fire shelling on the very positions the soldiers had just dug with their own hands. Boom. 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 Dull explosions echoed across the exercise field, sending black earth and turf flying high into the air. After the bombardment ended, the officers cautiously returned to the devastated positions to carefully inspect the damage. Where the walls had collapsed, where the structure was irrational, which type of shell-proof shelter worked best, these visual results were more persuasive than any tactical manual. All in all, while the second stage of combat drills exposed many problems, it was considered acceptable, basically achieving the baseline assessment effect Morin had expected. After all, when the training division expanded, many of the soldiers were reservists. Although they were top performers from the training camps, they still lacked experience to some degree. Finally, there was the third stage, the infantry-cavalry coordination exercise. The 3 infantry battalions conducted coordinated combat training with the armored knights and knight attendants, who had set out early but arrived last. Indeed, Ludwig and the others had set out a day early, stopping and starting along the way, only arriving on the afternoon of the day the main force reached the site. Since the only unit that had cooperated with armored knights during the Amiens street battles was the 1st Company at the time, most of the training division soldiers were now undergoing close quarters coordination training for the first time. This was a novel experience for many. After all, in the imperial exercises some soldiers had been fortunate enough to attend before. The armored knights acted more like traditional cavalry, a special force that suddenly charged into the battlefield with very little actual coordination with the infantry. Morin stood on a distant hillock, observing everything through binoculars. When he saw the knight attendants flanking the armored knights, a thought suddenly popped into his head. He decided to experience it for himself. Once another round of exercises concluded, he found Ludwig, who was resting nearby. Upon learning that Morin wanted to try the knight attendants' power armor, Ludwig naturally didn't refuse. He called over the attendants, who worked together to help Morin don the complex Magi power armor. The armor was heavy, but once the internal miniature Magi core was activated and the auxiliary systems in each joint began working, Morin felt as if he were merely carrying a heavy hiking pack. His movements were relatively free. He tried taking a few steps and then threw a punch, feeling a very obvious increase in strength. Not bad, one could totally charge while carrying a heavy machine gun. What's the point of using cold weapons? Morin nodded in satisfaction while mentally calculating how to procure a few sets of power armor. Then, out of habit, he tried to cast mage armor on himself. However, nothing happened. After several consecutive failures, Morin looked at the prompt in his spell tab and realized that a spellcaster cannot cast spells while armored. This was why none of the mages he had seen so far wore armor. Even the Gaulish sentinels only wore combat fatigues. Furthermore, during the drill, Morin discovered that the role of the armored knight aside from lacking reliable long-range firepower was actually somewhat similar to a dreadnought. At least its suppression effect on ordinary infantry was about the same. And those knight attendants in power armor felt like a budget version of the Astartes. As for the ordinary training division soldiers, Morin watched the soldiers ahead, weapons leveled, continuously launching attacks on the enemy positions, and a hard-to-stomach thought flashed through his mind. Oh no, we've become the Imperial Guard. The week-long first grand joint exercise of the entire regiment finally came to a relatively successful conclusion amidst the bustling scene of infantry-cavalry coordination. Of course, this success was only in terms of the combat drill phase. When the units assembled once more and set off on the return journey to their base in Koblenz, the traffic disaster that had played out on the way there was repeated in its entirety. Despite the lessons learned from the trip there and Stein's maintenance support system running more smoothly, the fragile constitution of the first-generation Huijing trucks still ensured the return trip was filled with various problems. Blown tires, engine stalls, coolant leaks. All sorts of minor glitches popped up one after another as if by appointment. The entire convoy stopped and started. A journey originally planned to take half a day was dragged out until they barely reached the barracks after dark. In the command truck returning to base, the atmosphere was even more somber than on the way there. The expressions on Kleist's and Manstein's faces had shifted from high-spirited before the exercise to solemn at the start, and had now turned completely ashen. Kleist said nothing the entire way, staring fixedly out the window as if trying to edge every inch of the land along the route into his mind. Manstein, meanwhile, had filled several more pages of his small notebook with a dense list of problems. They had hoped to use this carefully prepared exercise to show off in front of Morin, but they ended up making a huge mess of it. The entire exercise process, especially the two long-distance maneuvers, had left them both utterly mortified. It was an absolute failure. Kleist finally couldn't help but speak, his voice hoarse and filled with exhaustion and frustration. We wanted to show the commander and the Ministry of the Army the future of motorized units, and what happened? We only showed them a 120-kilometer traffic jam. The equipment is too fragile. Manstein also sighed, rubbing his throbbing temples. Perhaps the concept of motorization is still too advanced for the current Imperial Army. Morin had been listening quietly, not interrupting. Only when they both fell into silence did he slowly speak. You think this exercise was a failure? Kleist and Manstein looked at each other, both seeing bitterness in the other's eyes. Did he even need to ask? No, I think it was very successful, Morin said, his words startling them. Both men snapped their heads up, looking at him in confusion. Let me ask you, how long would it take for a standard Imperial Army infantry regiment, plus an artillery battalion, to march 120 kilometers? Morin asked. Under good road conditions, at least 3 days, maybe 4, Paulus provided the accurate answer from the side. And what about us? Morin followed up. For both ways, the average time was under 6 hours, Paulus replied. Do you see? Morin spread his hands and continued to the two of them, that is success. We completed a maneuver in 6 hours that would take ordinary units 3 days. Have you considered the tactical value inherent in that? But, Commander, our vehicle readiness rate is too low, and there were constant issues along the way. Kleist was still somewhat unwilling to accept it. That is why we are called the Training Division. Morin emphasized his point. Our mission is to test out all the problems and then find solutions. It is inherently unfair for you to take our unit, which isn't even familiar with this system yet, and compare it to a theoretically perfect standard. In my view, the fact that you could train the training division to this level in such a short time is already a miracle. The greatest gain from this exercise isn't how many shells we fired or how many hills we stormed, but those 2 notebooks filled with problems. Morin pointed to the notebook in Manstein's hand. Every problem recorded in there is a direction for our next improvements. That is the most precious treasure of this exercise. Morin's words caused the atmosphere in the truck to relax. The tension in Kleist's and Manstein's faces finally eased. This young commander could always see the hope of success within what they considered failure. His vision always reached further than theirs. Morin wasn't saying this just to comfort the two, he truly felt that given the military thought, training methods and quality of personnel of this era, being able to train to this level in a short time was actually quite good. Motorization and mechanization weren't things that were settled just because you had the equipment. In the world Morin came from, the countries that could truly master mechanization and infantry tank coordination were actually few and far between. When the convoy finally reached the base, although the soldiers were each as tired as dogs, their faces bore an irrepressible excitement. They chattered about what they had seen during the exercise, about those mighty armored knights, and about the feeling of racing along in the trucks. Kleist and Manstein looked at these energetic soldiers, then at the calm Morin beside them, and a surge of unprecedented confidence suddenly rose in their hearts. Perhaps they really were creating history? The day after returning to base, Morin gathered all the regimental officers and clerks to begin compiling a detailed report on this full regiment joint exercise. He took up the pen himself, and with the help of Kleist, Manstein, and Paulus, he wrote down every single problem encountered during the exercise into the report, in exhaustive detail and without omission. From vehicle failure rates to command communication delays, From soldier's motion sickness to the company that took the wrong road, he hid nothing and embellished nothing. A few days later, this thick exercise report was sent to the Ministry of the Army and the General Staff Headquarters. Chapter 318, Who is the most hated person by the Empire's recruits? Dresden, Saxon Imperial Army Ministry Building. Outside the window, leaves fluttered down onto Unter den Linden. The chill of early autumn had already descended upon the heart of the Empire. Inside the Ministry of the Army building, however, in an operations briefing room adorned with a massive map, the temperature was high enough that the attendees couldn't help but unbutton their uniform collars. Fresh reports were being placed one by one onto the table in front of each participant. The cover of this report bore no top-secret seal. It was simply titled Summary of the First Full-Strength, Full-Equipment Motorized Mobility and Combined Arms Exercise of the Imperial Guard Assault Training Unit. If one were to look only at the first half of the report, it read almost like a decree of self-reproach. Nearly an hour late for the scheduled assembly, 15% of the vehicles failed to arrive on time, one company got lost during the march, and there were various incidents like car accidents and soldiers fainting while in transit. In the past, the commander of this unit would have long since been ordered to suspend his duties for reflection, or even kicked out of the military entirely. But at this moment, the brains of the Imperial Army sitting around the table, including Moltke the Younger, who had rushed back from Koblenz to attend the High Command's regular meeting, and General Falkenhayn, the controller of the Ministry of the Army, did not have anger on their faces, but rather a feverish excitement, as if they had discovered a new continent. 5.5 hours. General Falkenhayn's finger tapped heavily on a line of data in the report, his head still shaking slightly in disbelief. Gentlemen, please set aside that damned breakdown rate and those idiots who got lost for a moment, and look at this number: 5.5 hours. 120 kilometers. He looked up and scanned his colleagues, his voice sounding extremely excited. What does this mean? It means if we had 2 divisions like this, we could rip out the enemy's guts from the flank before they even realized what was happening. As he spoke, Chief of Staff Moltke the Younger stood with his hands behind his back in front of a giant map of the situation on the Western Front. He stared at the long front line on the map, seemingly simulating the advance trajectory of this brand new unit in his mind. If the training division could previously only be considered a tactical unit, the mobility they demonstrated now had allowed them to touch the threshold of a strategic force. In this era, the standard daily marching distance for an infantry division was 25 to 30 kilometers. A forced march might reach 40 kilometers, but that meant the soldiers would be exhausted upon arrival at the battlefield, having lost almost all combat effectiveness. Cavalry was fast, but lacked the firepower for sieges and the capacity for sustained combat, and they still couldn't run as fast as the 4 wheels of a truck. Moltke the Younger turned around and followed up on Falkenhayn's words in a steady tone. Lieutenant Colonel Mullen has proven with facts that as long as we put wheels on the infantry, their strategic value will grow exponentially. But General, this attrition rate. A senior logistics officer from the Ministry of the Army wiped the sweat from his forehead. According to the data in the report, mobility of this intensity consumes an astronomical amount of vehicles and supplies. When has war ever not cost money? Are we spending any less on military expenses now? Falkenhayn waved his hand impatiently. Compared to a campaign victory, what are a few trucks and glow crystal fuel? Lieutenant Colonel Mullen made it very clear in his report that most of these failures stem from manufacturing processes and improper operation, which can be improved. This lieutenant colonel cursed himself and his training division to high heaven in the report, but I see, that's exactly where he's smartest. Another senior staff officer clearly agreed, expressing his view. He put all the problems on the table to tell us motorized units aren't perfect, but as long as these issues are solved, their value will be magnified infinitely. Moltke the Younger nodded, walked back to the table, and picked up the report. Approve all subsequent improvement plans for the training division. Also, regarding the outline for individual physical fitness and tactical movement intensive training submitted by Mullen. It has already been distributed, and all military districts are responding positively. Very good. Given a bit more time, the combat effectiveness of our grassroots units will be greatly enhanced. Just as the Army High Command had discussed at the meeting, the physical and tactical training outline of the training division was already being gradually promoted throughout the entire Army. However, since the first batch of personnel from various units training with the training division had not yet left, the first to truly implement it were the reserve training camps of the major military districts. Bavaria, 4th Reserve Training Camp. The sky was as dark as an inverted black pot, and the cold autumn rain, mixed with the smell of mud, beat mercilessly down on the training ground. Faster. 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 You bunch of unweaned weaklings. Stop wiggling in the mud like girls. Move it. Brutal roars pierced through the curtain of rain, echoing across the open field along with sharp whistles. Reserve soldier Muller felt like his lungs were about to explode. Muddy water flowed down the edge of his helmet into his collar, bone-chillingly cold, but he had no time to wipe it. His vision was blurred, filled with swaying figures and splashing mud. In front of Muller was a 2-meter-high wooden wall. This was part of that damned 400-meter obstacle course, supposedly invented by some genius officer. Go. Muller. Don't block the way. A comrade behind him gave him a push. Muller gritted his teeth, used his last bit of strength to leap, and gripped the slippery edge of the wooden board tightly with both hands. His feet kicked wildly against the mud-covered wall. With great difficulty, he hauled his heavy body up, then flipped over the top like a dead fish, crashing heavily into the mud pit on the other side. Cough, cough, cough. Muller coughed violently, his mouth full of the taste of muddy water. Before he could catch his breath, a foot wearing a long black leather boot kicked him in the backside. Lying there waiting to die? Get up. Keep running. The sergeant major in charge of training, the man all the reservists privately called the black-faced butcher, was glaring down at him. There was no mercy in those eyes, only ferocity. Muller didn't dare talk back. He scrambled out of the mud pit on all fours and stumbled toward the next obstacle, the low wire crawl. To him, all of this was simply hell. Ever since this new training outline was issued, life in the entire training camp had become unbearable. Previous training consisted of marching in formation, practicing bayonet drills and shooting, along with some long-distance marches and basic physical training. And now? Every morning without fail, there was a 10-kilometer weighted cross-country run. The afternoon was spent in repeated torture on this damned 400-meter obstacle course, interspersed with various tactical movement exercises. Supposedly, this training method originated from that training division. As Muller crawled under the wire in the water-filled trench, he cursed the bastard who invented this stuff 1,000 times in his heart. If he ever found out who came up with this torturous crap, he swore he would spit in that person's coffee. Finally, enduring until the end of this round of training, Muller collapsed onto the grass in the rest area like a puddle of mud. All around him were reservists just as pathetic as he was. Everyone was pale, soaked to the bone, and didn't even have the energy to swear. Hey, Muller, still alive? His comrade Hans leaned over. This kid used to be a dock worker and was sturdier than Muller, but even he was wheezing like a broken bellows now. Muller nodded, then shook his head violently before wiping the mud from his face. Damn it, I feel like my lungs are on fire. This isn't training, this is murder. You can say that again. Hans shook his head with a bitter smile. I heard the company next door ran 2 guys into the ground yesterday. They were sent straight to the infirmary. I just don't get it. Muller punched the ground indignantly and began to complain. I came here to be a soldier and fight, to go to the front lines and drive those Britannians back into the sea to feed the fish. Not to be some acrobat in the rear. Crawling under wire and flipping over walls every day. Can this kill the enemy? Are we going to make the enemy die of laughter by doing wall flips? His voice was a bit loud, drawing resonance from many of the surrounding reservists. Exactly. Crawling in the mud every day. I was a hunter before I enlisted. My marksmanship is better than the instructors. Why do I have to suffer through this? Complaints rose one after another. Everyone seemed to have found an outlet, venting their dissatisfaction. Just then, a shadow loomed over them. The previously chattering crowd fell silent instantly, like ducks being grabbed by the neck. The sergeant major had stood behind them at some unknown point, holding that terrifying whip in his hand, a hair-raising sneer on his face. Go on, why stop now? The sergeant major lightly tapped his palm with the whip, his gaze sweeping over every reservist's face before finally fixing on Muller. Private Muller, you just said this training can't kill the enemy. Muller swallowed hard, steeled himself, and stood up at attention. Reporting, Sergeant Major. I believe we need more live-fire training, not to waste our energy here. Though he was scared to death, the stubbornness of youth made him speak his mind. Waste of energy. The sergeant major scoffed and suddenly kicked Muller hard in the shin. Ugh. Muller grunted in pain, nearly falling to his knees, but he forced himself to stay upright. Listen up, you rookies. What do you think a battlefield is? Hey. The sergeant major leaned down until his face was almost touching Muller's nose. You think a battlefield is everyone lining up, listening to military music, and shooting at each other? You idiot. The sergeant major pointed at the obstacle course behind him and continued to roar at Muller, that low-wire crawl is the enemy's machine gun fire zone. If you crawl 1 second too slow, your head will pop like a pumpkin. That wooden wall is a collapsed trench or ruins. If you can't get over it, an enemy bayonet will be shoved up your ass. And that 20-kilometer run. The sergeant major straightened up and shouted to all the reservists, you think that's to torture you? That's so when you've run out of bullets and have no reinforcements, you'll still have the strength to run faster than the enemy. Or so you can catch those damned deserters when you're in pursuit. The rain fell harder, but the sergeant major's voice drowned it out. He was a veteran of the Battle of Amiens, a man who had truly charged through machine gun fire and fought Britannians with bayonets. Because he had suffered irreversible injuries to his back during combat, he had been transferred to a rear training camp as an instructor. As a former member of the 1st Army Group, Muller's name was legendary to him. The inventor of this training program crawled out of a pile of corpses. When he was fighting Britannians with bayonets at Amiens with us, you lot were still at home eating bread. The sergeant major grabbed Muller's collar and hoisted him up. Kid, you hate him now, you hate me, you hate this damned mud, it doesn't matter, hate all you want. The sergeant major patted the mud on Muller's chest, though it only got dirtier. One day, when you're lying in a pile of dead bodies with stray bullets flying over your head, and the only way you'll survive is by having the fitness to crawl 10 more meters, you'll get on your knees and thank every drop of sweat you shed today. Muller was stunned. He looked into the sergeant major's bloodshot eyes. There was no mockery there, only a gravity that had seen through life and death. Now, Private Muller. The sergeant major let go and pointed to the starting line. Because of your stupid question, the whole platoon does an extra lap, you, 2 laps. Do it now. Yes. Sir. Muller roared and turned to sprint into the curtain of rain. This time, as he plunged back into the cold mud pit, the urge to complain seemed to have dissipated slightly. In its place was something inexplicably heavy. Chapter 319 Ludwig, I have machine guns growing on my shoulders. At the Koblenz base after the full regiment joint training, the air had lost some of its previous tension, replaced by a dull restlessness. It felt like a pack of young wolves that had just tasted blood, crouching in their den licking their claws and teeth, waiting for the next hunt. Morin didn't give the troops much time to breathe. Since problems had been exposed during the exercise, he had to strike while the iron was hot and make changes. Consequently, much of the subsequent training content was adjusted based on the numerous issues revealed during the joint exercise. At the same time, Morin set his sights on those 3 armored knights and their accompanying knight attendants. In the armored knights' dedicated maintenance area of the camp, blue-white sparks from early welding torches flickered, lighting up the dim space. The pungent smell of burnt metal mixed with the scent of engine oil, creating a unique industrial atmosphere. Ludwig stood beneath the maintenance platform with his head tilted back, watching his originally beautifully painted exclusive ride undergo a form of torture called modification. The elite knight from the Teutonic Order couldn't help but feel his eyelid twitch. "I say, Morin." Ludwig pointed at the Magi-Tech engineers working amidst the sparks, his tone full of distress and confusion. "Even though I said I'd follow your command since I've come to the training division, isn't this a bit too rough?" "Rough?" Morin, holding an oil-stained blueprint and biting into half an apple, stepped out from behind a temporary workbench. He looked the steel giant currently under modification up and down, nodding with satisfaction. "This is called pragmatic aesthetics." Morin stuffed the blueprint into Ludwig's arms and continued, "Besides, you admitted it yourself, this thing's biggest shortcoming on the battlefield is its short reach. I'm just helping you extend your reach right now, aren't I?" Ludwig opened his mouth but ultimately couldn't find a rebuttal. This situation had indeed occurred during previous combat and the exercise that had just ended. Although the infantry provided good cover, he did feel a sense of frustration when charging into enemy infantry clusters, as if he couldn't fully exert his strength. "So, I've added a small gift for you." Morin pointed to both sides of the armored knight's head. At that moment, 2 welders wearing goggles had just stopped their work. On both sides of the Siegfried Type 1's head, above the scapulae, 2 ugly, black metal brackets had appeared. And on those brackets, 2 MG-08 heavy machine guns with their heavy tripods removed, leaving only the core gun body structure were hanging there like hyperplastic tumors. Because the original head structure of an armored knight couldn't rotate, the driver gained a 180-degree field of view through the sensory crystals in the head. However, to look in other directions, the entire unit had to be moved. Thus, the 2 machine guns welded on consisting only of the gun body would not obstruct the view. But to be honest, this look was quite a distance from the traditional beauty of an armored knight. However, it gave these steel giants a more ferocious appearance, like true war machines. "No, are you sure this will work?" Ludwig looked at the 2 machine guns, feeling his sense of aesthetics under an unprecedented assault. "Besides, mounted in this position, how am I supposed to aim? I can't exactly stick my head out." "Who said anything about using your eyes to aim?" Morin patted the armored knight's thick leg armor and gave Ludwig a meaningful look. "Get up there and try it. I had the trigger linkage connected to your Magi-Tech muscle bundles." Ludwig climbed into the cockpit with a skeptical expression. As the hatch closed heavily, the familiar hum of mana rang out. Ludwig also skillfully activated the synesthetic operation, once again transforming himself into a steel demon. However, at the moment the connection was completed, his whole body jolted. An extremely strange sensation was transmitted through his nerves to his brain. He felt as if 2 heavy organs had grown out of thin air above his shoulders. The foreign sensation was very strong, but he tried to control his shoulder muscles as if shrugging, and those 2 organs seemed to actually provide feedback. "Can you feel it?" Morin's voice came through the intercom. "It's very strange." Ludwig's voice sounded a bit awkward. "That trigger device, how on earth did you connect it?" "That was the work of your Magi-Tech engineers, I just provided the idea. You should find a chance to ask them." To solve the problem of fire control, Morin didn't use any complex electronic buttons. Instead, he had the engineers connect the mechanical firing device directly into the Magi-Tech muscle bundles in the armored knight's shoulder and neck area. "As long as you imagine shrugging your shoulders or forcefully contracting your trapezius muscles, you can fire," Morin explained. "It's just like feeling as if you've grown 2 extra muscles on your shoulders." "This feels terrible, it's like something extra has been added to my shoulders," Ludwig complained, but he still tried to move. Rat-tat-tat. The heavy machine gun on the left spat out a tongue of fire without warning, the bullets hitting a distant dirt slope and kicking up a trail of dust. "Oh. Hell." Ludwig was startled, and the unit swayed violently. "This is too sensitive. You'll get used to it, it's called man-machine unity," Morin laughed happily. "This will be your secondary weapon from now on. When harvesting infantry at close range, you won't have to foolishly swing a great sword around." Despite his verbal disdain, Ludwig had to admit that this design greatly made up for the armored knight's lack of long-range firepower. In the past, when facing groups of infantry, he could only rely on ramming and cold weapons, which was extremely inefficient. Now, with these 2 heavy machine guns, the lethality of an armored knight against any infantry daring to approach was incomparable. However, a new problem was quickly exposed. Since the heavy machine guns were hard connected to the sides of the head and lacked independent sights, Ludwig could only adjust his aim by turning his upper body. Coupled with the jolting of the armored knight while moving, hitting a target basically relied entirely on faith and spraying. "I can't see the impact point." After several attempts at mobile firing, Ludwig shouted with some irritation, "Unless the enemy stands still and lets me hit them, this thing is just a giant firework." Morin stroked his chin, he had anticipated this problem. In this era, there was only one intuitive way to correct a trajectory, seeing it with the naked eye. "Don't worry, Ludwig, I'll make sure you see the impact points." That night, Morin shut himself in his office and began researching technology once again. And what he wanted to develop this time were tracer rounds specifically used for trajectory correction. In this world, although the chemical industry was quite developed, no one had specifically studied these little things loaded with luminous agents at the base of the projectile. After all, current engagement distances were mostly close, and automatic weapons were not yet widespread enough for the demand for trajectory correction to be urgent. In his previous world, this kind of ammunition was invented by the British in roughly the next year 1915, but Morin couldn't wait that long. Plus, he was extremely familiar with the structure of tracer rounds, so in just one day, he unlocked tracer technology in the Technology tab. Next was the usual routine, having Cecilia help apply for a patent and then commissioning the Mauser company to handle small batch production at his own expense. Having settled the needs of the big guys, Morin didn't stop there. His gaze turned toward the knight attendants wearing power armor who followed the armored knights. These elite warriors were originally equipped with a heavy shield and a warhammer or other cold weapons. In close quarters combat at the infantry level, they were indeed invincible beings. But in Morin's view, this was simply a waste of potential. A group of budget versions of Astartes and Master Chiefs, and you're only letting them use cold weapons? So Morin specifically scrounged a batch of lightweight MG-08 heavy machine guns from the Ministry of the Army, which were originally intended for the plated armor supermen of the General's Guard. Though called lightweight, it only meant the heavy tripod was removed and a buttstock and some other components were added. The weight was still impressive. It was basically impossible for an ordinary soldier to charge while holding such a thing. But for a knight attendant aided by power armor, this bit of weight was really nothing. Thus, the Magi Tech engineers also quickly modified a batch of dedicated mechanical components for the power armor, and Morin couldn't wait to start increasing the firepower of these suits. Turn the back rack around, Morin said to one of the attendants. The knight attendant turned around, revealing the modified metal slide rails on his back. Morin picked up a heavy machine gun and, under the guidance of the Magi Tech engineers, clicked it into the fixed structure on the slide rail. Give it a try. The attendant nodded, holding the shield in his right hand. He reached back with his left hand, gripped the handle added to the side of the machine gun, and slid it forward. With a smooth mechanical sliding sound, the heavy machine gun that was originally hanging on his back slid along the rail directly to below his left ribs. The gun body was firmly fixed at his waist by the slide rail, forming a stable firing platform. The attendant hooked his left hand onto the trigger while his right hand still steadily held the tower shield, protecting most of his body behind it. This is the new toy I've given you. Morin patted the thick water-cooling jacket. In the future, when you encounter enemies, don't be in a hurry to rush up and hack them. Use this thing to give them a bath first. Even those heavy armored soldiers can't withstand a continuous barrage from a heavy machine gun, and if anyone manages to survive the rain of bullets and charge in front of you. Morin grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Then, you can teach them a lesson with your shields and war hammers. Chapter 320, A Parting Gift. The winter of 1914 seemed to arrive exceptionally early. During the time Morin was busy leading the training division's intensive drills, the calendar on his desk was flipped to the last page, and the first snow fell in Koblenz. Though the temperature plummeted, the intensity of the war showed no sign of cooling down. The Saxon Empire's war machine was running at full capacity, according to rumors from within the Ministry of the Army and the constantly updating intelligence and information tabs in Morin's interface. The Saxon Empire had mobilized over 5.8 million soldiers since the start of the war. It was a staggering number. Even the Britannians, with their vast colonies, had failed to mobilize such a massive force in such a short time. Those young and middle-aged men who had just set down their hoes, wrenches, or even teaching pointers were sent to the Western Front like coal shoveled into a furnace after only brief and crude training. Fortunately, their southern ally, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, had finally stabilized its defensive line using fortress complexes in the border regions after turning an offensive into a territorial defense war. Currently, they were in a fragile stalemate with the Kingdom of Serbia, and for the time being, the Saxon Empire did not need to divert troops to put out the fire. However, reports from various intelligence channels were warning the high commands of both the Saxon and Austro-Hungarian empires that the enemies in the Balkan Peninsula might soon include more than just the Kingdom of Serbia. To the northwest of Paris, General Mackenson's 1st Army Group, having received personnel replacements and support from a temporary battle group, was engaged in a prolonged trench warfare standoff with the Britannian Expeditionary Force, which had grown to 600,000 men. Meanwhile, there was no sign of a decrease in Britannian transport ships in the English Channel. More and more troops from the home islands or other colonies were continuously landing. In the southern theatre, the Gauls' desperate counter-offensive, on which they had staked their national destiny, was eventually ruthlessly repelled by the Saxon deployment of numerous railway guns, fortresses, and superior forces. As more Saxon mobilization units completed their assembly and reinforced the southern theatre, the last mainland forces of the Gallic Republic lost their ability to continue the offensive, and the front line was gradually pushed back within their borders. Although the Gauls could still achieve some tactical victories in local areas relying on the sentinel units and the accompanying mage corps. But from the perspective of the overall strategic situation, they were already in an irrecoverable disadvantage. Some rumors were even circulating in the high society of various European nations, saying that within the Gallic Republic government, which had already relocated to Bordeaux, pacifist voices had appeared, proposing ceasefire negotiations with the Saxon Empire. At the same time, some Gauls seemed determined to continue the struggle by moving to North Africa. Regardless, one point had become a consensus among the high-ranking officials of various European nations: the fighting in the south was no longer the focus. The final direction of the entire Western Front would depend on the upcoming, Unprecedented showdown between the Saxon Empire and the Britannian expeditionary force. Both sides tacitly dug their trenches deeper and longer, as if to turn the entire northern part of Western Europa into a giant fortress zone. Simultaneously, behind these trenches stretching hundreds of kilometers, both warring parties were placing more and more stakes. In early December, amidst a biting cold wind, several military Hujing trucks drove into the training division's barracks. Once the vehicles came to a halt, a group of familiar figures jumped down from the passenger seats and trailers. Sir. Klaus reporting for duty. Klaus, the former acting company commander who now wore the rank of second lieutenant on his shoulders, brought the other officers who had also completed their advanced studies, along with the non-commissioned officers, to stand at attention and salute Morin. They had completed their respective training tasks early at the Potsdam Officer School. Much of their old soldier air had faded, replaced by the crispness of professional officers. Seeing these old subordinates, Morin felt much more at ease. It's good to have you back. Morin returned the salute, his gaze sweeping over these faces, some mature and some young. The bread in Potsdam is nourishing, look at how you've all filled out. I hope you haven't forgotten how to lead troops. Reporting, sir, we haven't. Klaus grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. My hands are just itching to touch a gun. I didn't expect the shooting courses at the officer school to be so few. There will be opportunities. Morin patted his shoulder. Go to the barracks. The unit structure has been adjusted. You all are proper officers now, don't embarrass me. With the return of this core group of officers, the reorganization of the training division finally came to a close. Now, the former 1st, 2nd, and 3rd companies of the training assault battalion became the backbone and main force of the current training division's 3 infantry battalions. The 4th company was broken up to fill the frameworks of the 3 infantry battalions and the regimental units. The newly added recruits and veterans then completely filled the vacancies. It was at this juncture that Morin took a free evening to visit Cecilia's manor in Koblenz. The brilliant Crystal Queen had returned to Koblenz at some point and had specifically sent a letter to the camp, inviting Morin for dinner and mentioning she had a gift for him. At dusk, Morin changed into a brand new service uniform and took the vehicle waiting at the camp gates to the manor. The manor was very quiet, no banquets, no guests. Only a few candles were lit in the dining room, their soft light reflecting off the silver tableware with a warm glow. Cecilia sat at one end of the long table, wearing a wine-red gown, her hair simply tied back to reveal her slender neck. She looked much better than their last meeting, though a trace of indelible worry still lingered between her brows. You're here. She set down her wine glass and beckoned to Morin. Come, sit here. Morin sat in the seat beside her as requested. Dinner was sumptuous, featuring all of Morin's favorite dishes, but both ate slowly and in relative silence. Eventually, Cecilia spoke first. I've received some news that large-scale fighting might break out on the Western Front. Friedrich, will your unit? It's not clear yet, Sister Cecilia. Morin shook his head. But given the current situation, it's only a matter of time before the unit deploys again. Cecilia sighed softly and said nothing more. But an atmosphere of impending separation hung between them like an invisible veil. After the waiter cleared the plates, headmaid Luna entered carrying a long wooden box and placed it gently on the table in front of Morin. The box was made of fine walnut, varnished and emitting a faint woody scent. Open it and see. Cecilia rested her chin on one hand, watching Morin. Morin gave her a puzzled look, then reached out to unbuckle the brass clasp on the wooden box. As the lid opened, lying on the black velvet lining was an exquisite over and under double-barreled shotgun that looked like a work of art. The stock was made of top-grade wood, polished to a mirror-like shine. The receiver was gold-plated and intricately engraved with elaborate scenes of wild ducks and hunting. This was not a military weapon, but an expensive toy for the nobility. This Morin reached out to touch the cold barrels, the unique texture of the metal meeting his fingertips. I had this custom made at Krieghof, Cecilia said softly. I know you like those new automatic rifles, but this gun is different. She reached out and placed her hand over the back of Morin's. In our family tradition, when a man goes to war, a woman gives him the finest hunting rifle. Cecilia's voice was soft, echoing in the spacious dining room. It's not for you to use against the enemy, but in the hope that you will remain as vigilant as a hunter, avoiding those deadly traps, and then bring your quarry home safely. Morin's heart stirred. He looked up into Cecilia's grey-blue eyes, the emotion there was so intense that he momentarily looked away. Thank you, this gift is too precious, Morin said somewhat awkwardly. And this kind of shotgun actually does have special uses on the battlefield. Really? As long as it helps you. I originally thought you'd just keep it at your station, but if it can go to the front with you, that's even better. Cecilia watched his cautious manner and suddenly laughed. That momentary smile was like melting snow, so radiant it was hard to look away. So, Sister Cecilia, the gift you mentioned in your letter was this? Morin asked softly. This LSP who had tasted the forbidden fruit had actually been thinking in the wrong direction when he heard there was a gift. So now, seeing that the gift was a shotgun, Morin felt a slight pang of disappointment. Of course, his obvious change in expression allowed Cecilia to instantly guess his thoughts. She waved her hand, and Luna, who had been standing by, understood perfectly, silently exiting the dining room and closing the heavy oak door behind her. Only the two of them remained in the room. Cecilia stood up and walked over to Morin. Morin was about to stand, but she pressed down on his shoulders. Sit still. As she spoke, Cecilia actually sat sideways directly on Morin's lap. In this era of strict etiquette, this was an extremely bold, even scandalous, move. Morin's whole body stiffened, his hands instinctively hovering near her waist, unsure of where to place them. The faint scent of her perfume, mixed with the mellow aroma of wine, was intoxicating. Friedrich, do you think? Cecilia wrapped her arms around Morin's neck and leaned into his ear, her warm breath brushing against his earlobe. That the gift was only that gun. Morin's Adam's apple bobbed. Sister Cecilia, I didn't actually mean MMPH. Just as he was about to explain, his lips were blocked by a soft sensation. All unspoken words were swallowed by this kiss. Morin tightened his arms, pulling the soft, warm body in his embrace closer to him, taking the lead to deepen the kiss. The candle light in the dining room flickered, casting their long shadows that eventually overlapped, becoming indistinguishable. Several days later, in the early morning, the barracks in Koblenz were awakened by the urgent sound of a telegraph. In the wireless room of the regimental signal company, Heinz Guderian watched the operator's fingers fly, converting strings of dry code into text. A few minutes later, a telegram still smelling of ink was brought by Heinz Guderian to the regimental headquarters. Morin was standing by the window, a cup of steaming coffee in his hand, watching the soldiers performing their morning exercises outside. Sir, an urgent telegram from the General Staff headquarters. Kleist walked in quickly with Heinz Guderian and handed over the telegram. Morin set down his cup and glanced at the telegram. Classified urgent. Order the Imperial Guard Assault Training Unit to complete personnel assembly and materiel loading within 24 hours, and to depart by train at 0730 hours on December 15. Destination, Buchi, 30 km east of Rouen. Operations Department 1, Army General Staff Headquarters, 0700 hours, December 14, 1914. Chapter 321, I saw Morin entering the Army Group Headquarters with milk with my own eyes. The platform of Koblenz railway station was crowded with people, the field greycoats forming a flowing tide. Although the scene seemed chaotic, every small stream was converging toward a set direction. Regarding the return to the battlefield, none of the officers and soldiers of the training division were surprised. The veterans who had rolled in the blood and mud of Charleroi, Amiens, and Creil already understood the cruelty of war, but from the day they joined this elite unit, they knew that returning to the front line was only a matter of time. They just silently wiped their weapons, checked their equipment, and used silence in action to welcome their impending fate. But those reserves who were added later presented a completely different scene. They hadn't truly seen mountains of corpses or land plowed by artillery fire. Their young faces were filled with romantic fantasies about war and the desire to build a career. Becoming a member of this elite unit, famous throughout the army, made their self-confidence explode. Each one was rubbing their hands together, wishing they could go to the front line immediately and use the rifles in their hands to beat the Britons into a pulp. Regarding the excitement of the recruits, the veterans and officers did not deliberately suppress or correct it. On one hand, keeping the soldiers' morale high was not a bad thing, it was better than everyone being dejected. On the other hand, such naive thoughts didn't need correcting at all, because the cruel battlefield is the best teacher. It only takes one battle, one close encounter with death, for these young people to grow up instantly. Those who survive naturally understand. Many veterans of the training division looked at these chirping, excited reserves and felt like they were seeing themselves from a few months ago. The three former platoon leaders of the 1st Company of the 1st Battalion Kahn, Barak, and Ram, who had now been promoted to the company commanders of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Companies of the 1st Battalion were currently directing their respective soldiers to board the train in an orderly fashion at Koblenz station. When they saw the green recruits in the ranks excitedly discussing the upcoming battle, they couldn't help but glance at each other across the noisy platform, then smiled and shook their heads in unison. Within the 24 hours stipulated by the Operations Department of the Army General Staff Headquarters, the Imperial Guard Assault Training Unit completed its final assembly. Personnel, equipment, ammunition, supplies, everything was orderly loaded onto 3 military trains that were so long the ends couldn't be seen. The current training division was no longer the assault battalion that could be squeezed into a single train. Even putting aside the 4,500 soldiers, just looking at those over 300 Hujing trucks, dozens of artillery pieces of various types, as well as the 3 armored knights and supporting tractors and other materials, these were the main consumers of railway transport capacity. Therefore, the unit could only depart in batches. The first to depart was the regimental headquarters where Morin was located, the regimental direct reporting units, and the elite 1st Battalion. Following closely behind were the 2nd Battalion, Ludwig and his armored knight detachment, and most of the logistics units. The 3rd Battalion and the remaining artillery units served as the final batch to bring up the rear. The compartment carriages originally prepared for regimental-level officers were also replaced by Morin with ordinary transport trains. He even initially wanted to change them to boxcars so that more personnel and materials could be loaded at once. However, the station dispatcher adamantly disagreed. Just kidding, letting a lieutenant colonel sit in a boxcar, he wouldn't have to come to work tomorrow. Morin, who no longer needed to worry about trivial matters, sat in the carriage. Besides him, there were 4 members of the General's Guard specifically transferred by the General Staff Headquarters in the carriage. Since Morin's current importance to the army was no weaker than that of an ordinary general, the General Staff Headquarters had also specially equipped him with 4 plated armor supermen for close protection. Seeing these 4 supermen, who were still sturdy even after taking off their plated armor, sitting around him without relaxing their vigilance at all, being very cautious even when chatting with him, Morin gave up his plan to continue chatting with them and turned his head to look through the glass window at the final busy scene on the platform. Kleist was loudly confirming the final details before departure with the station dispatcher, while Manstein and Paulus held their small notebooks, checking the material loading status against the list over and over again. His gaze swept across these capable subordinates and finally landed on the soldiers who were about to rush to the battlefield with him. Once again, he was going to lead these soldiers into hell. Morin's heart stirred slightly, and he unconsciously touched the ornate hunting rifle placed on the table in front of him, and the faces of Cecilia and others couldn't help but flash through his mind. These attachments were his warmest solace in this cold world and one of the reasons he had to come back alive. Sir, everything is ready. The train will depart on time in 10 minutes. Kleist finally completed the handover, returned to the carriage, and reported to Morin. Morin nodded and withdrew his thoughts. Very well, let everyone settle in. This journey won't be short. With a long whistle, the heavy train slowly started, carrying the fate of the soldiers on board, leaving familiar Koblenz and speeding toward the west shrouded in the flames of war. The rhythmic clack-clack of the wheels hitting the tracks became the main theme for the next part of the journey. 2 days later, the speed of the military train gradually slowed down and finally stopped at a newly completed temporary station. This place was 20 kilometers away from their final destination, Bitchy. Rather than a station, it was more like a huge unloading platform where multiple tracks converged, and soldiers in grey uniforms and railway workers were as busy as ants. This station was also one of the railway extensions built by the Saxon Empire railway troops starting from Amiens. Among the countries in Europa, the Saxon Empire could be said to value railways the most and was the first to establish professional railway troops. So since the outbreak of the war, the railway troops followed behind the various offensive units, maintaining existing railways while building more extensions and auxiliary lines. This allowed rear supplies and reinforcements to reach positions closer to the front line in one step, and also allowed armored trains to obtain better fire support positions. Doors opened one by one, and a cold wind mixed with glow crystal combustion residue and chill poured in, accompanied by the faint sound of artillery in the distance, making everyone in the boxcars feel invigorated. 1st Battalion, disembark. Each company count your personnel and assemble in the designated area by platoon. Prioritize unloading vehicles and the regimental headquarters artillery. Move fast. The soldiers of the training division poured out of the carriages like a tide. Although they had undergone a 2-day train journey, their mental state remained full. Under the command of officers and non-commissioned officers at all levels, the entire unloading process was carried out in an orderly manner with amazing efficiency. Those old drivers who had been in a scramble during previous exercises now all appeared familiar with the task. They skillfully drove the Hujing trucks off the flatbed carriages and parked them precisely in the assembly area. Their composure and confidence were like a different person compared to before. This was also because after the previous full regiment joint training, the Hujing truck drivers had also organized a lot of concentrated training, and the growth speed of the old drivers was not slow. Morin stood by the platform, watching the busy but orderly scene before him until Paulus walked to his side. Sir, the 1st Battalion and the regimental direct reporting units have all finished unloading. Vehicles and materials are being counted. It is estimated that we can depart in 1 hour. Paulus's voice was as steady as ever, as if no matter how chaotic the scene, it could not affect his judgment. More than an hour later, a long line composed of a large number of Hujing trucks and heavy-load horse-drawn carriages drove majestically out of the temporary station, heading toward the final destination, Bitchy. A 20-kilometer march was already familiar to the current training division, just a matter of stepping on the gas. Even if some emergencies were occasionally encountered, as long as they were not extremely complex mechanical failures, general problems could be solved by the truck drivers themselves. As the convoy continued to push westward, the scenery outside the window began to undergo unsettling changes. At first, it was still lush forests and occasionally visible farmhouses, but gradually, the trees became charred stumps, and the farmhouses became ruins with only broken walls. There were more and more craters by the road, and the stagnant water shimmered with an eerie oil slick. The air began to be filled with a special smell, a mixture of gunpowder smoke, rotting soil, and some indefinable scent. This was the smell of the front line. When the convoy approached the 3rd reserve trench of the front line, the field of vision instantly opened up, or rather, became desolate. Looking around, the originally fertile Gaulish farmland had completely disappeared, replaced by a piece of muddy ground as bumpy as the surface of the moon, stretching to the end of the line of sight. The recruits on the vehicle fell silent, curiously observing the hellish scene outside the window, their excitement and agitation replaced by a kind of solemnity and unease. This was the battlefield, completely different from what they had imagined in the training camp. The veterans appeared much calmer, either closing their eyes to rest or talking in low voices, having long since become accustomed to all this. Under the guidance of the Army Group's guide, the vanguard of the training division arrived smoothly and began to set up camp. Since the unit had not yet fully arrived, the 1st Army Group headquarters did not arrange any combat missions for them for the time being. After letting Kleist and others be responsible for the unit's camping matters, Morin prepared to follow an old acquaintance who was waiting here, a liaison officer from the headquarters, to report to the Army Group headquarters. Before leaving, Morin also specifically took several items brought from the rear, a few boxes of herbal supplements said to be prepared by high-ranking mages, a few cans of beautifully packaged malted milk, as well as several cartons of high-grade cigarettes and a few bars of chocolate that could only be bought in the rear. Carrying 2 paper bags full of gifts, Morin got into the liaison vehicle sent by the headquarters. The liaison officer who came to pick him up was stunned when he saw what Morin was carrying. However, after Morin stuffed him with 2 packs of high-grade cigarettes that were difficult to buy even within the country, he immediately showed a knowing smile. "Lieutenant Colonel Morin, you are too kind. It's only right, it's not easy for you on the front line either." Morin still had an impeccable smile on his face. Having come from a certain mysterious major power in the East before crossing over, even in a military academy environment, he deeply understood the importance of worldly wisdom. After all, this stuff is also very applicable among Western friends, or rather, it's even more useful. It's easy to see the king of hell, but hard to deal with the little devils. By building good relationships with these staff officers and adjutants of the Army Group headquarters, things will definitely go much smoother in the future. The liaison vehicle drove all the way back and finally stopped in front of a semi-underground headquarters protected by layers of sandbags and canvas camouflage nets. This was also a product under the influence of the Training Division's Earthwork Operation Guidance. Sir, we've arrived. The driver stopped the car and said respectfully. Before getting out of the car, Morin conveniently handed the driver 2 large bars of chocolate. The driver was first stunned, then overjoyed, thanking him repeatedly, and the way he looked at Morin became much friendlier. After the liaison officer helped Morin open the car door, he also said to him with a smile, "The 2 generals are already inside waiting for you." Morin nodded, straightened his uniform, and walked in openly carrying the 2 bags. Chapter 322, Continued Confrontation on the Western Front. Inside the massive semi-underground fortification, the space was divided into several areas. Several Army Group staff officers were busy at their respective desks, with the ringing of telephones and the rhythmic tapping of telegraph machines rising and falling in succession. A massive map of the Western Front's strategic situation hung on the wall, covered in various tactical symbols drawn with red and blue arrows and markers. The atmosphere was tense yet orderly. As soon as Morin walked in, he immediately attracted many gazes. Written here, I hope readers will remember our domain wkn.com waiting for you to read. Everyone at the 1st Army Group headquarters was incredibly familiar with him. Furthermore, his brand new, crisp military uniform stood in stark contrast to the travel-worn appearance of most of the officers there. Morin also smilingly stuffed a pack of cigarettes into the hands of each of these staff officers. Officers naturally had cigarette rations, but the quality of these rations was clearly a world apart from the tobacco enjoyed by the big shots in the rear. This caused the staff officers to look at Morin with even more fervent gazes. "Lieutenant Colonel Morin, this way please." An officer who proactively came over to lead the way clearly held significant status here. He led Morin through the busy operations room to an independent space partitioned off by wooden boards. "General, Lieutenant Colonel Morin has arrived." "Let him in," an old and majestic voice drifted out from inside. Morin nodded to the officer and then stepped inside carrying his gifts. The innermost space wasn't large and was simply furnished. A massive table and a map at the end of the room occupied most of the area. General Mackensen stood before the map with his hands behind his back, while his chief of staff, General Seicht, stood to the side holding a cup of coffee. Seeing these 2 generals again, Morin could clearly sense the fatigue upon them. The wrinkles on General Mackensen's face seemed deeper, and more white hair had appeared at his temples, but those hawk-like eyes remained sharp, and his naturally authoritative aura hadn't diminished in the slightest. General Seicht looked slightly better, but the bloodshot veins in his eyes also betrayed his long hours of exhaustion. "Your Excellency, General Seicht." Morin set down the items in his hands and stood at attention to salute. "Sit, Lieutenant Colonel Morin." General Mackensen turned around and pointed to a chair by the table, his gaze sweeping over the 2 cloth bags Morin had brought without saying a word. Before the 2 generals could speak, Morin proactively lifted the 2 bags and placed them on the side table. "General, these are some herbal supplements and malted milk I brought from the rear." He opened the bags and took out the items inside. "The pressure at the front is high, and both you and General Seicht are no longer young. You must take care of your health when using your brain excessively every day. With just the 3 meals provided in the barracks, the nutrition likely won't keep up." Mackensen looked at the pile of colorful bottles and jars on the table. Although there wasn't much expression on his habitually stiff poker face, he still let out a snort from his nose. "Humph, always messing around with these flashy things. Am I the kind of person who needs to drink this sweet, sticky stuff?" Despite saying so, he didn't have anyone take the items away. Seicht, on the other hand, laughed happily and picked up a jar of malted milk supposedly specifically for middle-aged and elderly people to look at. "This is good stuff. Lieutenant Colonel Morin is very thoughtful. We old fellows really don't have bodies as good as you young people anymore." Looking at General Mackensen's eternal poker face, Morin didn't feel awkward. Instead, he said with a grin, "When I go out later, I'll definitely have to give the aides of you 2 generals a good talking to, making sure they watch you drink these nutritional supplements every day." Hearing his words, the corner of General Mackensen's mouth seemed to twitch slightly, but it quickly returned to its original state. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the conversation quickly moved to the main topic. "Morin, transferring you and your unit here serves only one purpose, to be the core of the upcoming important operation," General Mackensen said, getting straight to the point. "The situation may be more complex than you anticipated. According to Aerial Reconnaissance and Intelligence Department reports, the Britonians opposite us are massing heavy forces in this area. They want to attack." Morin looked at the dense red arrows on the map. "It's not just that they want to, they've already put the blade to our throats." Seicht took over the conversation, his tone grave. "Britannia has invested heavily this time. Besides a larger number of magic crystal cannons, they've also brought in a vast amount of new field artillery and several elite units transferred from the colonies. Their goal is clear: to plan a large-scale offensive of unprecedented proportions, to break through our defensive line in one fell swoop and drive us out of northern Gaul. And after receiving reinforcements from His Majesty the Emperor, our manpower and equipment have also reached an unprecedented level. The opinions of the General Staff Headquarters and the Army Group Headquarters are unanimous. We must also launch a decisive offensive to completely crush this expeditionary force opposite us and push them into the sea." "Then what is our plan?" Morin asked. Mackensen gave a cold laugh, his baton tapping heavily on a red line on the map. "They want to attack? Then let them attack. The old general's eyes flickered with a cunning and cold light, the look of a hunter watching his prey step into a trap. The trench lines we've spent so many days building are a massive meat grinder. I want the blood of the Britannians to soak this land through. When their momentum is spent, their losses are heavy, and they've fallen into exhaustion and chaos. His baton thrust forward suddenly, pointing straight into the depths of the Britannian defensive lines. That is when your training division takes the stage. I need you to lead the elite infantry of the training division and thrust through right here, like a red-hot knife. Mackenson's voice rose sharply, filled with absolute authority. I understand, General. Morin answered loudly. The training division guarantees the completion of the mission. Mackenson nodded with satisfaction and sat back in a chair to the side. At this moment, General Saicht also spoke. However, according to the intelligence department's deductions, the Britannians will still need some time to prepare for this large-scale offensive. So before that, you have a temporary task. He looked at Morin and said gently, you need to help other units of the 1st Army Group train another batch of assault troops. Train assault troops. Morin was slightly taken aback, then immediately understood. General Saicht nodded and explained, yes. Previously, after the first batch of officers who graduated from your training returned to the front, they all followed the methods you taught to form some small-scale assault platoons or assault companies in their respective units. In some recent small-scale exploratory attacks, the performance of these assault troops was very eye-catching, and they indeed achieved good results. He paused, his tone shifting, but the problem is also obvious. These small-scale assault detachments are like a fist that cannot be clenched, their strength is too dispersed. They lack experience in coordinating with other units, especially artillery and armored knights. Often, after achieving an initial breakthrough, they are forced to retreat because of insufficient follow-up support, unable to truly expand their gains. So the Army Group Headquarters hopes that your training division can take the lead in conducting a centralized, short-term intensive training for the backbone officers and non-commissioned officers drawn from each division. General Saicht's gaze was full of expectation. We need more fist units capable of fighting tough battles and cracking hard nuts. Morin naturally agreed to this order without hesitation. Because this was originally one of the responsibilities of the training division. Please rest assured, General. We will definitely teach them the most practical things. Very good. General Saicht glanced at his watch. I've already made the arrangements. This afternoon, the first batch of officers and non-commissioned officers participating in the training will report to your camp. The training division will be fully responsible for the specific training plan. After the three discussed a few more details, Morin rose to take his leave. After he left, General Saicht picked up General Mackenson's portion of malted milk and said with a smile, August, are you not going to drink this? Then don't let it go to waste, I'll take it to share with the staff officers. Put it down. Who said I wasn't going to drink it? Ha 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 ha, I knew it. How could you not drink something Friedrich sent? After leaving the headquarters, Morin really did find the aides of Generals Mackenson and Saicht, warmly stuffing 2 packs of high-grade cigarettes into each of their hands. Then, with a solemn face, he asked them to make sure to supervise the 2 generals in taking their nutritional supplements on time and to take good care of their health. The 2 aides were clearly very pleased with this operation by the young lieutenant colonel, agreeing readily and stating they would certainly make the arrangements. Returning to the camp, Morin immediately summoned Kleist and the other regimental headquarters officers for an emergency meeting in the temporarily erected command tent. When Morin relayed the Army Group headquarters orders exactly as they were, the officers in the tent all showed excited expressions. Great. I knew the generals would definitely give the most important mission to us. Kleist excitedly slapped the table, feeling immensely proud that his unit was being entrusted with such heavy responsibility. Others, including Manstein and Paulus, were equally excited. For these Saxon officers, nothing was more important than being given a key mission by their superiors. Morin cleared his throat, pulling everyone's attention back to the training task at hand. He told everyone that unlike the relatively complete training content in the rear, there wasn't as much time at the front, so they could only pick out certain key points for instruction. After assigning the tasks, the command tent immediately turned into a temporary lesson planning room. The officers gathered around the map, rapidly discussing the details of each short-term training subject. Morin looked at their busy figures, knowing he was no longer needed here. So he decided to personally go to the frontline positions to take a look and prepare in advance for the upcoming battle. Theories on paper always felt superficial, only by seeing the situation here with his own eyes could he make the most accurate judgments. Kleist, I'll leave things here to you, Morin said to his regimental adjutant. I'm going to walk around the front to familiarize myself with the terrain. Kleist knew very well that he couldn't talk Morin out of it after all. In the training division, God was number 1 and Morin was number 2, so he simply gave up on trying to dissuade him and just told Morin to take his guard with him. Sir, stay safe. Morin nodded. After putting on his helmet and taking his binoculars, he walked toward the communication trench that split the earth like a massive scar, accompanied by 4 plated armor supermen. Chapter 323, Increasingly Professional Trenches. The moment one stepped into the communication trench, it felt like entering another world. The sky overhead was compressed into a narrow grey strip, and the 2-meter-high earthen walls on either side completely cut off the view of the outside world. Beneath the feet were neatly laid wooden boards that emitted a creak-creak sound when stepped upon. Morin walked forward while carefully observing the construction of the trench. He discovered that the fortifications built by the 1st Army Group here were entirely up to the standards of permanent fortifications, even exceeding the requirements in the Imperial Army Earthworks Manual compiled by the Training Division. It wasn't just simple excavation, key positions on the inner walls of the trenches were reinforced with thick sandbags or even concrete blocks, stacked neatly with sharp, distinct edges. The telephone and telegraph lines fixed against the walls were also bundled together by category and meticulously secured with wooden clips. Anyone with OCD from any world would find the sight satisfying. This was the nature of the Saxons in this world. Even in a trench that could be destroyed by artillery fire at any moment, they had to keep everything in perfect order. Morin walked along the communication trench for about 10 minutes, occasionally brushing past soldiers coming and going. When they saw the lieutenant colonel's epaulets on Morin's shoulders and the special collar tabs belonging to the Imperial Guard, they would immediately stop, stand at attention, and salute him. Morin returned each salute and occasionally stopped to chat with the soldiers, asking about recent combat conditions. The information from these frontline soldiers was sometimes closer to the truth than that from the rear headquarters. During these exchanges, the intelligence and information tabs in the system map were indeed constantly refreshing with new data. After walking quite a distance along the communication trench marked with the Unter den Linden sign, the path ahead suddenly opened up. He finally reached the first fire trench. The scene here was much more gruesome than the two parallel trenches and the communication trench in the rear. Shell fragments that hadn't been cleared yet were scattered on the ground, and the walls on both sides bore many marks of artillery bombardment, with sandbags blasted open in some places to reveal the black soil beneath. But even so, the basic structure of the entire position remained intact, and damaged areas were being rapidly repaired by sappers. The floor of the fire trench was also paved with wooden boardwalks known as duckboards. And beneath the boards were meticulously dug drainage channels. This design could maximize the dryness inside the trench, preventing soldiers from being soaked in mud and water for long periods, which could lead to diseases like trench foot. After all, the soil quality in this area wasn't very good. According to the soldiers, they would often hit muddy water after just a few shovelfuls. On the fire step, there was an embrasure constructed of sandbags every few meters. At roughly chest height, an additional platform had been dug out to store ammunition and grenades. Some of the exposed heavy machine gun positions were specifically reinforced with concrete, forming solid fire fortresses. Some heavy machine gun tripods had even been clearly modified, seemingly specifically for firing into the air. After talking with other soldiers, Morin learned that there were many heavy machine guns in the trenches currently being used to deal with aerial units, the Britannian Highland mages. It was said that when the two sides were initially at a stalemate, some mages would fly into the air to guide the magic crystal cannons or attempt to attack the Saxon trenches with spells. However, as the number of anti-aircraft heavy machine guns increased and mages were indeed shot down from the sky, the Britannian mages had recently stopped appearing in the air. At the same time, Morin also noticed some specialized bunkers prepared for armored knights. In these bunkers distributed along various sections of the trench, rows of Siegfried Type 1 units knelt on the ground. Teutonic knights and technicians were resting on the side or performing maintenance on the armored knights. Clearly, in the first army group, the coordination between the Teutonic Order's armored knights and the infantry had become much tighter than before. The arrival of Morin and the four-plated armor supermen quickly caught the attention of the commanders stationed in this section of the trench. A company commander with the rank of captain on his shoulders ran quickly out of a shell-proof dugout. "Sir! Who are you?" Seeing Morin, the company commander first saluted and then asked in confusion. "Imperial Guard Assault Training Unit, Friedrich Mullen," Morin introduced himself simply. "The commander of the training division." The company commander was clearly startled. He hadn't expected the famous commander of the training division to personally come to the front lines. While his expression immediately turned respectful, a hint of worry also appeared. "Lieutenant Colonel, it's not safe here. The Britannians across from us have been very restless lately, firing shells every now and then or launching small-scale attacks. You should go to the second or third parallel trenches in the rear, it's safer there." Morin waved his hand and said, "I came here specifically to understand the situation. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Without a word, he stepped onto the fire step and leaned into an embrasure, looking out through the gap between the sandbags. Outside was a no-man's land with no end in sight on either side, the ground pitted and filled with craters and broken barbed wire. Further ahead seemed to be the Britannian positions. Looking closely, one could see a continuous defensive line made of sandbags. "Captain, how far are we from the enemy trenches here?" Morin asked without turning his head. Reporting to the lieutenant colonel, this section is the central salient of the entire sector, so the distance is particularly close. The closest point is only 120 meters, and the furthest is no more than 200 meters. 120 meters. Morin calculated in his mind. For the training division, which was equipped with a large number of automatic weapons, this distance was a perfect position for an assault. He was about to ask something else when a sharp whistling sound suddenly descended from the sky. "Incoming! Take cover!" The company commander reacted extremely quickly, but Morin was even faster. He grabbed the captain's arm and yanked him toward the nearest shell-proof dugout, while the four-plated armor supermen also immediately ducked into nearby dugouts. Almost the instant they dove in, a shell landed in the trench not far away, letting out a deafening roar. A powerful magic crystal shell. Morin roughly judged the type of attack based on the sound of the explosion and the impact it caused. At the same time, a dotted line appeared on the system map, pointing deep into the fog of war on the opposite side. The entire earth was trembling, and dirt and gravel pelted the entrance of the dugout like rain. The trench immediately fell into chaos as soldiers cursed and scrambled into their respective shelters. Boom! 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 More shells fell one after another, the explosions merging into a single roar as if the entire world were being torn apart by this fierce bombardment. However, many officers and non-commissioned officers soon began shouting for everyone to withdraw to the second parallel trench. Led by the company commander, Morin, and the plated armor supermen also slipped back through the communication trench. They were eventually brought into an underground command post dug into the second parallel trench, which also served as the company headquarters for the unit guarding this section. Meanwhile, at the Brightonian positions opposite them, there was also a tense atmosphere before an attack. Densely packed cocky figures crowded into the narrow jump-off trench, their bayonets reflecting the cold light under the gloomy sky. They were the North American Legion just transferred from across the ocean, composed of young men from the North American colonies. These young men, in order to free their families from their status as second-class citizens and obtain the first-class citizenship of a true Brightonian, had responded to the Queen's call and come to this strange land, prepared to trade their blood and lives for an illusory future. Several officers gathered together, nervously checking the watches on their wrists. According to the original plan, the field guns and magic crystal cannons in the rear would provide 15 minutes of fire preparation for this raid. In the trench, several non-commissioned officers carried tin buckets through the crowded soldiers. Letters. Wills. Throw them all in. The soldiers silently pulled out written letters or some small change, pocket watches, and other valuables from their coats and threw them into the buckets. Letters and wills would be sent back to their hometowns by the field post office after the battle, while those valuable items would be distributed among the comrades who survived the fight. However, with 5 minutes left before the scheduled end of the bombardment, the sound of the cannon suddenly stopped. What's going on? What the hell are those bastards in the artillery doing? A young second lieutenant asked anxiously. An older captain beside him shook his head, his face full of helplessness. Who knows? Maybe they ran out of shells. Those big shots up top always want to save the good stuff for the general offensive. The older captain's assessment was correct. The artillery commander in the rear had indeed planned it that way. After the war broke out, just like the Saxons and Gauls, the Brightonians discovered that their pre-war stockpiles of magic crystal shells were simply not enough. Although the logistics department had urgently adjusted the production lines, it ultimately took time for shells to be manufactured and transported to the front lines. Especially for ammunition like magic crystal shells, which had a complex manufacturing process, it wasn't even that easy to expand production in a short time. So, to save the already insufficient shells, the artillerymen had reduced the fire preparation time for all probing attacks by 2/3 during this period of combat. The time for the attack approached minute by minute, yet the bombardment never resumed. The officers looked at each other, their eyes filled with despair and anger, but they had no choice. Prepare to attack. The officers ordered, hardening their hearts. Upon receiving the order, the non-commissioned officers began loudly urging the soldiers. Check your weapons. Fix bayonets. Remember. Stay close to your squad leaders and non-commissioned officers. You'll survive. John, stay in the trench. If anyone retreats, shoot them on the spot, understood? God save the Queen. God save Britannia. Amidst the constant shouting, the soldiers of the North American Legion silently checked their Enfield rifles and then fixed their bayonets. Only a resigned numbness remained on their faces. On the other side, the Saxon positions. The sudden silence similarly made everyone's nerves tense up. In the company command post, Morin and the captain locked eyes, and the latter quickly called over an orderly, send 2 of the sharper men to the observation post up front to see what's happening. Yes, sir. The orderly immediately ran out. A few minutes later, one of the soldiers sent to the observation post ran back, panting. Reporting, sir. Confirmation that the bombardment has stopped. Hearing his words, the company commander immediately rushed to the command post entrance and roared at the company officers and soldiers waiting outside, return to the first fire trench. Now. Move, move, move. His shouts, along with those of other company officers on the defensive line, broke the silence of the position. The Saxon soldiers waiting in the second parallel trench acted instantly, like a disturbed hornet's nest. They carried their rifles and raced through the narrow communication trenches toward the first fire trench. This was one of the lessons learned from the trench warfare during this period. Once the bombardment stops, one must return to battle stations in the shortest time possible, because the enemy could appear before the position at any moment. However, when Morin followed the others back to the first trench and stepped onto the fire step to look outside, he found the entire no man's land as silent as death. Except for the new craters blasted by shells and the scorched earth still emitting blue smoke, there was nothing. The Brightonian positions opposite were also quiet, with not a single soul to be seen. What the hell? Morin frowned, his mind filled with confusion. The Saxon soldiers around him also held their breath, the riflemen already resting their fingers on the triggers while the heavy machine gunners slowly scanned the front. The entire position fell into an extremely tense state of confrontation. Morin's mind was racing. This was illogical, completely illogical. A 10-minute bombardment could neither achieve the goal of destroying fortifications nor provide long-term suppression. If it was a surprise attack, the timing was completely wrong. Charging when the defenders were already fully in position, how was that any different from suicide? He couldn't help but want to ask the captain if this was how the Brightonians always fought here. However, before he could speak, a faint but extremely sharp sound drifted over from the opposite side with the wind. It was a whistle. It's the charge whistle. The Brightonians are attacking. A sharp-eared non-commissioned officer shouted. Everyone's heart on the position leaped into their throat. Morin suddenly focused his gaze on the edge of the opposite position. Then, he saw a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. Those Brightonian soldiers in khaki uniforms emerged from their front-line trenches like they were suddenly growing out of the ground. They carried rifles with fixed bayonets, moved in loose formation, and charged toward the Saxon positions silently, one might even say numbly. This web novel is actively ongoing albeit slowly. Latest chapter Chapter 323, Increasingly Professional Trenches.